Jiang Yu found himself in a dire predicament after being bound following a matchmaking encounter with his childhood neighbor, a girl he had known since their youth. Upon regaining consciousness, he was confronted with the sight of his own lifeless body and the deranged girl cradling it. Jiang Yu felt a darkness envelop him, only to awaken in his childhood once more. The peculiar girl before him seemed yet untouched by her eventual madness, appearing soft, adorable, and innocent. Subsequently, he was taken in by his mother. Jiang Yu mused that if he showered her with boundless love in this lifetime, she might never spiral into madness again. Thus, he found himself accompanied by a charming, sweet, and beautiful little shadow. "Brother," she cooed, "I will always listen to my brother." Just as Jiang Yu reveled in the notion that he had successfully nurtured the little eccentric into a healthy, beautiful, and positively spirited heir of the nation, the unexpected occurred. One fateful night, he awoke to find himself bound once again. The lovely girl wore a sweet smile. "Brother, you've been naughty, and I am a bit upset. Help." It seemed his nurturing had not succeeded. One day, Jiang Yu stumbled upon a diary tucked away in a drawer, the first page titled Fish Raising Diary. An ominous feeling washed over him as he opened it, discovering it was filled with entries about him. Notably, it chronicled the date he gifted cotton candy to Ruan Cece. It detailed the date he brought her home, the date of their first handholding. A thick tome filled with meticulous notes about Jiang Yu, the handwriting evolving from childish scrawl to a more mature script. The beautiful girl embraced him from behind. "Brother, your clothes smell of women's perfume today." Chapter 1. Dead, yet alive. Jiang Yu had met his demise, albeit in a rather ignoble manner. It was an abrupt death by, indeed, a sudden wind. Let us regard it as a rather sensational passing. Who did not consent to it? At merely 26 years of age, Jiang Yu had been drugged by his seemingly innocent neighbor, the girl he was set to meet for an arranged marriage. He had lost control for nearly an entire night and morning, ultimately succumbing on the bed. Even before his untimely demise, he had been oblivious to the depths of madness harbored by his once sweet neighbor. The two had been arranged to meet for an introduction, only to discover they were already acquainted. Initially, their conversation flowed pleasantly, but an unfortunate turn of events transpired when he escorted her home. After drinking a glass of water she offered, his vision blurred, and he collapsed. Upon awakening, he found himself bound to the bed of a rental apartment, realizing he should never accept beverages from others so carelessly. Alas, it was too late to comprehend all this. He gazed at his own corpse, lying alongside Ruan Cece, who was now pallid from excessive blood loss. Blood pooled beneath them, hers, as she discovered Jiang Yu had ceased breathing merely half an hour prior. She hesitated for a moment, her once vibrant and innocent face now clouded with confusion. In the next instant, the knife she had previously used to threaten Jiang Yu was decisively drawn across her own wrist, as if fearing it was not deep enough. She repeated the act several more times. Jiang Yu's corpse lay bare, all limbs securely bound to the bed. Ruan Cece, facing him, reached out and embraced his lifeless form, gently resting her face against his heart, her body seemingly unfazed by the copious blood surrounding her. The serene madness emanating from her caused even the deceased Jiang Yu to tremble. She whispered softly, "Brother Jiang Yu, you will forever belong to me. You will not pursue any other matches, will you? In our next life, we shall be together once more." Jiang Yu thought to himself that this was not ideal. He dared not contemplate the contents of his phone and computer, nor the implications of being discovered in such a state in the rental apartment, likely destined for the society page of the news. Such an occurrence should only transpire once. He hoped for no repeat. The most crucial lesson: cherish life and steer clear of arranged marriages, for your match might indeed be your deranged neighbor. At the tender age of 8, a chubby Jiang Yu sat upon his family's sofa, sighing despondently as he heard the sound of a child crying like a kitten from across the street. Jiang Yu's expression was far from pleasant. He counted in his mind. Ruan Cece had been punished for the 5th time in 2 days since his rebirth. Yes, Jiang Yu had been reborn, perhaps due to the heavy resentment he harbored before his death regarding any entanglement with Ruan Cece in the next life. Thus, he found himself laughing at the absurdity. He had no next life, but instead was reborn with memories intact. Yet, this rebirth was far from delightful. What kind-hearted person is reborn at the age of 8? Most stories depict characters reborn at 18. He had read plenty of web novels featuring such premises. Glancing once more at the door, he earnestly addressed his mother, who had just emerged from the kitchen. "Mother, how about we move?" Although he knew an 8-year-old's plea would likely be met with dismissal, he felt compelled to try. Isn't it said that children can see things adults cannot? I feel our home isn't quite clean. Before he could finish, Su Yin swiftly smacked the back of Jiang Yu's head. "You little rascal, enough of that nonsense. The only thing you see is pleasant goat. Are you reading inappropriate materials again? Have you completed your summer homework?" She couldn't help but glance towards the door and muttered, "What a tragedy. Such a lovely girl is punished every day." Jiang Yu internally scoffed, hoping it wouldn't lead to misfortune. This charming girl might one day become a threat to his very existence. Ruan Cece lived directly across from Jiang Yu, having known him since birth. However, unlike Jiang Yu's blissful family, Ruan Cece's upbringing was tumultuous, marked by an alcoholic father, a fleeing mother, and her abandonment. From the moment Jiang Yu could remember, the girl across the way often cried, her appearance perpetually disheveled. This led to her frequent ostracism and isolation at school, as she was always clad in tattered clothing, bearing wounds, and exuding an air of melancholy. Children would mock her, declaring that her mother had abandoned her, and that she was a child no one desired. Sometimes, the cruelty of children is both simple and direct. As for Jiang Yu, despite being her neighbor, he had never bullied her. However, at school, he invariably conformed to the crowd and never took the initiative to approach her. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Yu could not help but sigh, pondering whether this could be considered a form of invisible violence. Yet, despite all that, how could Ruan Cece still harbor feelings for him? Moreover, she even had him detained. Jiang Yu realized that since relocating was not a viable option, he must distance himself from Ruan Cece. Yet, in his previous life, he had already kept a considerable distance, which seemed futile. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, Su-in called out from the kitchen, "Xiao Yu, please help your mother by going out to buy some soy sauce and salt. By the way, didn't you want to eat salt-baked chicken? Bring back some salt-baked chicken seasoning." Jiang Yu sighed and rose from the sofa, turning off the television before heading to the kitchen to ask his mother for money. He contemplated whether the leftover change from running errands would be sufficient for a serving of stinky tofu. After all, he was just an 8-year-old child with very little pocket money. He could only rely on running errands to secretly accumulate some funds. In any case, his mother was already aware of it. Before leaving, Jiang Yu had heard her admonishing him not to eat too many candies lest he develop cavities. Jiang Yu scoffed inwardly. As only children crave sweets, he desired stinky tofu instead. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu ultimately only managed to purchase candies due to insufficient funds, and the stinky tofu vendor was not open that day. Holding his treats, he gazed at the cotton candy in his hand and thought that having something was better than having nothing at all. Ever since he had become a child, the cravings had driven him nearly mad. Just as Jiang Yu arrived downstairs and was about to take a bite of the cotton candy, he spotted someone. It was Ruan Cece. The beautiful young girl's face was marred with bruises, her eyes swollen, and her lips cracked. Even in summer, her long sleeves could not conceal the scars adorning her exposed skin. Upon seeing her, Jiang Yu's body instinctively stiffened, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. It was no exaggeration to say that he could not even move his feet. After all, who could remain calm upon encountering the very person who had caused him harm? Ruan Cece was originally sitting on the stairs, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at the wounds on her hands, remnants of tears still visible on her face. At the same age, Jiang Yu appeared fair and plump, while the slender girl looked 2 or 3 years younger than him, making her solitary figure seem all the more pitiable. As if sensing Jiang Yu's gaze, she suddenly turned to look at him with an impassive expression. Jiang Yu met her cold and resentful eyes. At her age, a child had yet to master the art of concealing their emotions. He could clearly see the unmasked hatred reflected in her eyes. The terror from his previous life being pinned beneath her was overwhelming, leaving Jiang Yu's mind blank as he slowly extended his hand, asking, "Would you like to have some?" A large pink cloud of cotton candy was presented before the little girl. She seemed momentarily stunned, the coldness and hatred frozen in her beautiful eyes, eventually transforming into confusion and uncertainty. In the end, Jiang Yu witnessed an unusually sweet smile emerge on the girl's face as she extended her scarred hand, trembling slightly as she accepted the cotton candy he offered. Her hand bore the angry red marks of cigarette burns, a sight both shocking and heartbreaking. "Thank you, brother," she said. Chapter 2. Oh no, I brought the little weirdo home. Initially, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief when he saw her eagerly biting into the cotton candy she had just taken. He quickly moved past her, eager to ascend the stairs. Although Ruan Cece was still quite young, Jiang Yu harbored a genuine fear of her. In the first 2 days following her return, he even contemplated the grim notion of eliminating her while she was still small. However, being an ordinary person, he found himself unable to commit such an act. Not to mention that murder is a crime. Jiang Yu hurriedly made his way upstairs, but soon he noticed soft footsteps trailing closely behind him. Turning around, he was met with her bright, large eyes. Ruan Cece, seeing him halt, extended the cotton candy toward him and softly offered, "Brother, do you want some? I've only had a little. You can have this part, it's clean." Her soft-spoken, expectant demeanor made her appear utterly adorable. Jiang Yu, gazing at the sweet, innocent girl before him, struggled to reconcile this image with the wild, erratic person he knew she would eventually become. Just as he was about to decline her offer, footsteps echoed from above. Su-in, having intended to find her son, assumed he had been sneaking off to buy snacks, especially after hearing reports of missing children from another district. As she rounded the corner of the staircase, she spotted Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece standing there. Ruan Cece was still extending her cotton candy to Jiang Yu when Su Yin caught sight of the scars on her arms, her expression quickly shifting to one of concern. She lightly tapped Jiang Yu on the head, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Stealing your sister's cotton candy?" Instinctively, Ruan Cece stepped back at the sight of an adult. Jiang Yu, having just covered his head, attempted to explain that the cotton candy was his gift to Ruan Cece, but it was too late. She had already tumbled down the stairs. Su Yin let out a small scream and hurried past Jiang Yu to check on Ruan Cece. "Cece, are you all right?" Fortunately, the staircase was not very high, but one could easily imagine how painful it would be for such a small child to fall. Yet, Ruan Cece remained silent, only gazing at the now dirty cotton candy with tears welling in her eyes. Seeing this broke Su Yin's heart. She quickly scooped up the tiny girl, cradling her in her arms. "Let Annie take you to the doctor, all right?" Ruan Cece shivered, clearly frightened, protesting, No, I have no money. They will find my father, and he will hurt me." Su Yin paused for a moment before gently reassuring her. "It's all right. Annie has a doctor at home." To be honest, Jiang Yu had never witnessed such tenderness from his mother in his 26 years of life. As Su Yin carried the silent Ruan Cece upstairs, she called back to Jiang Yu, "What are you standing there for? Bring your things back." Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, obediently followed behind, carrying the bag. He then noticed Ruan Cece peering over Su Yin's shoulder, watching him intently. Jiang Yu made a silly face at her, joking, "Don't look at me like that. It scares me." Upon entering the house, he immediately pointed at Ruan Cece, who was sitting on the sofa, and explained, "The cotton candy was for her. I didn't have a single bite." Ruan Cece, who had been sitting quietly, sprang up at his words, trembling as she whispered an apology. "I am sorry. I want to eat it again." Jiang Yu and Su Yin both replied, "There's no need to be so afraid." Jiang Yu felt compelled to clarify that he had a cavity, fearing Su Yin would scold him if she discovered he had eaten candy. Su Yin, with a gentle tone, reassured Ruan Cece, "Don't be scared. Annie doesn't scold. If your brother gave it to you, it's perfectly fine to eat." Despite Jiang Yu's instinctual fear of Ruan Cece, the pitiful girl before him seemed harmless. His emotions were conflicted. How had he managed to bring this little weirdo home despite vowing to keep his distance? Although Su Yin appeared stern, she was, in fact, a kind-hearted individual. Even the way she playfully tapped Jiang Yu on the head seemed more like a gesture than a reprimand. As Jiang Yu watched his mother tend to Ruan Cece's injuries with a face full of concern, he recalled a moment from his previous life when she had tentatively asked him, "Would you like me to bring your little sister over to play with you?" At that time, he had disdainfully refused, declaring, "I don't want to play with her. No one at school likes her. If I play with her, my classmates will ignore me." Despite his father's attempts to persuade him, Jiang Yu had remained adamant, even lying at the door, crying and throwing a tantrum to prevent Ruan Cece from entering. Ultimately, Su Yin had not been able to bring Ruan Cece into their home. Now, as Jiang Yu reflected on his younger self and observed Ruan Cece, trembling in silence while receiving treatment for her wounds, he felt a pang of guilt. He had always believed he had no grievances with Ruan Cece, yet in truth he had been a cold, indifferent observer, shattering her hopes. No wonder he recalled hearing her voice, filled with confusion, by his bedside, asking, "Why can't I be your sister? I envy you so much. Can I be your wife? That way, we would be a family." With a sigh, Jiang Yu listened to Su Yin's gentle words of comfort directed at Ruan Cece. He turned to his own room and retrieved the snacks he had secretly stashed away. Tearing open a package, he offered it to Ruan Cece, saying, "Here, have some. My mom will have dinner ready soon. She cooks delicious meals." However, Ruan Cece hesitated to take it, instinctively glancing at Su Yin. Her cautious demeanor tugged at Jiang Yu's heartstrings. Su Yin shot a disapproving glance at her son for hiding snacks and gently took the treats from him, placing them into Ruan Cece's hands. "It's all right. You can eat. The rest nothing to worry about." Then, addressing Jiang Yu, she said, "Shall you come with me?" Jiang Yu followed Su Yin, feeling dejected, bracing himself for another lecture, secretly hoping it wouldn't involve a spanking, considering he was already 26. Yet, Su Yin merely led him into a room and knelt before him, quietly asking, "Do you like your sister?" Without hesitation, Jiang Yu shook his head. "No, I don't like her. How could I dare to?" The thought of having feelings for her seemed perilous. Taken aback by his bluntness, Su Yin paused, then continued, "So, you dislike your sister?" She asked, quite pitiable. "Look at all her injuries." While speaking, Su Yin carefully observed Jiang Yu's expression, apprehensive of any sign of aversion. Jiang Yu sensed what his mother was trying to convey. In his past life, he had unequivocally rejected the notion, crying and making a scene. But now he wondered, if he didn't refuse this time, perhaps she wouldn't turn out to be a weirdo? If she was a weirdo, then he wouldn't have to die? Contemplating this, Jiang Yu felt a shift in perspective. After all, Ruan Cece appeared quite harmless at this age. With her small stature, he could easily manage 3 of her. Having resolved his thoughts, Jiang Yu looked at Su-in and asked, "Mom, are you considering taking my sister?" But she has a father. Su-in was surprised by her son's understanding. Yet, she patiently explained, even though she has a father, he is often not home. If that's the case, could she come to our house? She could play with you, wouldn't that be nice? Chapter 3. Sleeping Together. Jiang Yu was actually reluctant to agree, pondering. What was there to say yes to? He instinctively feared the girl named Ruan Cece. However, he recalled that in his previous life, he had rejected her, and it was highly likely that she had been fixated on him from that moment onward. Moreover, he was now a 26-year-old man, and witnessing a little girl endure daily abuse indeed tugged at his heartstrings. Ultimately, Jiang Yu hoped to alter her fate and prevent a tragic conclusion, all the while safeguarding his own life. Thus, Jiang Yu silently nodded in agreement. Su-in sighed in relief. She had previously feared her son might be unwilling. To her surprise, he demonstrated considerable maturity. Consequently, Su-in rewarded Jiang Yu with 10 yuan before heading out to fetch Ruan Cece's clothes. However, Ruan Cece appeared to think she was being cast aside, her complexion pale, and her gaze towards Jiang Yu, who stood at the bedroom door, was laden with complexity. Observing her slow departure and her lingering glances at Jiang Yu, Su-in assumed it was due to her reliance on him. She promptly pulled her son closer, reassuring, "Cece, don't be afraid. Your brother and I will accompany you to get your clothes. Your father has just left, and probably won't return anytime soon. How about you stay at Auntie's for dinner in the night?" Having been neighbors with Ruan Datian for many years, Su-in was well aware that he often indulged in drinking, sometimes absent for a minimum of 3 to 4 days, and occasionally as long as 10 days to half a month. The child's survival relied heavily on the compassion of the surrounding neighbors. Yet, despite the collective sympathy for the girl, no one dared to take her in. Previously, there had been instances of calls to the police, and children had been taken home, but those situations always ended in mediation, with Ruan Datian even suing the rescuers for kidnapping. It seemed clear that the law often struggled to intervene in domestic affairs. After the police left, he would hurl trash at their door, berating them as human traffickers. Eventually, no one was bold enough to shelter Ruan Cece. At most, they would share a meager meal with her. Thus, the beautiful and charming little girl had become a beggar. Jiang Yu felt reluctant. He genuinely feared Ruan Cece. However, when Ruan Cece heard Su Yin's words, her eyes sparkled with hope as she cautiously tugged at the hem of Jiang Yu's shirt, earnestly stating, "Brother, my hands are clean." Jiang Yu glanced at her. She flashed him a charming smile. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "All right, let us go." Su-in looked at Ruan Cece with compassion as they led the 2 children across the street. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by a foul odor. The living room was a scene of disarray, with the sofa askew, the table shattered, and the television cabinet marred by cracks. Bloodstains dotted the floor, unmistakable evidence of violence. Jiang Yu's mind immediately flashed to the injuries on Ruan Cece's face, and he felt the small hand clutching his shirt tighten nervously. Assuming she was scared, he turned to offer comfort, only to find her expression cold and her gaze fixed on the bloodstains, tinged with what seemed like mockery. This demeanor was incongruous with her tender age, sending a chill through Jiang Yu's heart. Had she already become twisted? If so, would he not inviting a wolf into the fold? What would happen to his parents? Jiang Yu began to ponder the likelihood of his parents believing him if he told them he had been reborn and that Ruan Cece was deranged. The odds seemed to be 0, considering he was merely 8 years old, not 18. Feeling disheartened, he observed Ruan Cece being led by his mother into the house to gather her belongings. Yes, she was going to tidy up on the balcony since she had no room. As long as her father was home, she had always slept on the balcony. In truth, there was little for Ruan Cece to collect. Her clothes no longer fit her, remnants from when she was 5, gifts from her mother. After her mother left, no one had provided her with anything since. Su Yin's heart ached. She had initially thought Ruan Cece wore long sleeves to conceal her scars, but it was also because her short-sleeved shirts had become unwearable. Su Yin helped her pack her backpack and homework, then brought her out, saying, "Auntie will buy you new clothes. You can stay at Auntie's until your father returns." Ruan Cece, displaying remarkable maturity, assured, "I will come back, Aunt Su. I want to let him find out." The obedient and understanding girl naturally endeared herself to others. However, Jiang Yu's thoughts were preoccupied with the image of her sitting on the stairs and the bloodstains he had just seen. During dinner, Jiang Yu found himself somewhat distracted. His father, Jiang Weimin, a doctor, returned home to tend to Ruan Cece's wounds, providing her with some anti-inflammatory medication. The child was battered, yet thankfully, there were no major issues with her bones. At that moment, Ruan Cece comforted Su Yin, saying, "Aunt Su, I know how to curl up. I want to get hit in the head or bones." The words, spoken from the mouth of an 8-year-old, stir a mix of fear and pity in Jiang Yu. Not to mention the innate compassion of Su Yin. That night, Jiang Yu placed all his chicken legs into Ruan Cici's bowl. Jiang Yu, not a single one for me. Then Ruan Cici, displaying her understanding, offered him a chicken leg, saying, "Brother, you eat." Jiang Yu, feeling a mix of emotions, eventually sulkily divided one for her, saying, "You eat too." His feelings were indeed complex, compassion intertwined with fear. However, all emotions shattered when Su Yin announced that Ruan Cici would sleep with him that night. Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Cici beside Su Yin, exclaiming, "Mom, boys and girls should not share a bed until they are 7. We are already 8. It's inappropriate. There are no rooms left in the house. Tomorrow, I'll buy a bunk bed with your father, and you can let your sister have the top." Su Yin recognized that her decision might have been somewhat excessive. Yet, it was unreasonable for a child to sleep with her and her husband. Besides, Ruan Cici instinctively trembled in fear whenever she encountered Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yu, with wide eyes, decisively declared, "Then I'll sleep with my dad. You two can sleep together." But after saying this, he was again gripped by fear. What if Ruan Cici harmed his mother? Although she appeared small and fragile now, he deemed it too risky. Su Yin contemplated this reasoning and was about to agree when she heard Jiang Yu say, "No, never mind. Let us sleep together. Ruan Cici, come here." Ruan Cici was wearing Jiang Yu's pajamas from the previous year, but they still hung loosely on her. She obediently walked over, looking at Jiang Yu and saying, "Brother, I want to move while I sleep." Jiang Yu was exasperated. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. Mom, you should go to bed too." Su Yin, noticing his agitation, felt concerned. Yet Ruan Cici's obedient demeanor reassured her. She reminded the two to get along and not to quarrel before reluctantly stepping out. In the end, Jiang Yu and Ruan Cici lay on either side of the bed, maintaining a considerable distance between them. Jiang Yu resolved to stay awake that night, fearing that if he fell asleep, he might be harmed. Whenever Ruan Cici turned cautiously in her sleep, he would roll away in alarm, landing on the floor. Fortunately, the mat cushioned his fall, sparing him pain. Ruan Cici paused momentarily before anxiously asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Jiang Yu eyed her warily. "What were you doing just now?" My back hurts and itches. I want to turn over but won't move anymore." She bit her lip, casting a cautious glance toward the door, lowering her voice to say, "I can sleep on the floor. I used to sleep on the balcony at home." "Brother, can I sleep on the floor?" "Chapter 4. No." The little weirdo was genuinely a bit adorable as a child. Jiang Yu gazed at the little girl, carefully peeking out from his bed. Ruan Cici was quite pretty. In hindsight, her beauty might have contributed to the bullying she endured from boys. In elementary school, many young boys often resorted to bullying to attract the attention of girls, despite such behavior being utterly detestable. Even though Ruan Cici's face was marred with injuries at that moment, she remained strikingly beautiful. Jiang Yu could not help but recall the wounds on her back, inflicted by her father's belt, new and old scars layered upon one another, creating a terrifying tapestry of pain. Some of the fresher wounds, perhaps exacerbated by the weather, had begun to fester due to inadequate care. Jiang Yu wanted to convince himself that the Ruan Cici from his past life was a different person altogether, but he ultimately failed to persuade himself. With a sigh, he mumbled, "Let's play a game." The loser sleeps on the floor. He rummaged through his drawer and pulled out various board games: chess, military chess, Ludo, and jungle chess, inviting Ruan Cici to choose. These are familiar games often played during breaks at school. However, Ruan Cici remained silent for a moment before responding, I don't know how to play any of these." Jiang Yu, about to question her, suddenly remembered that she always sat in the corner at school, and whenever she approached, her classmates would mockingly cover their noses, shouting, "Little beggar, go away." This thought deepened Jiang Yu's sense of despair. He glanced at the girl sitting quietly in front of him, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her face. Her back must be in considerable discomfort, yet she only shifted occasionally without uttering a word. Defeated, he put the games away, realizing she had taken anti-inflammatory medication and was likely tired. Yet, Ruan Cici never mentioned her fatigue. Jiang Yu pointed to the bed, saying, "You should sleep. I'll take the floor, or my mom will scold me again." He had already concocted excuses for himself, a reluctant adult. Ruan Cici, however, shook her head, replying, "No, if Annie sees, she might think poorly of me." Jiang Yu wanted to argue that his mother was not that type of person, but recalling how cautious Ruan Cici had been since arriving at their home, he sighed again, climbed onto the bed, and patted the space beside him, inviting her to join him. "If you don't want it." She looked at him with her doe-like eyes, her tone subdued. However, before she could finish her thought, Jiang Yu interrupted, "Hurry up, I'm tired." His voice was tinged with impatience. Eventually, the little girl cautiously climbed onto the bed, curling up in a small corner. Jiang Yu turned away, expecting to struggle with sleep. Yet, he forgot the body's natural response, and that he was merely 8 years old. In less than 10 minutes, he sprawled out, sleeping soundly. Conversely, Yuan Cece, who had taken medication, remained wide-eyed, not daring to move until she heard Jiang Yu's steady breathing. Only then did she cautiously shift closer, her emotions a complex mixture. As she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Yu, her face bore no expression. If Jiang Yu were to see her, he might be frightened out of his wits. Yuan Cece found Jiang Yu unusually strange today. Typically, he would turn away upon seeing her, never approaching. Yet today he had given her cotton candy and brought her home. She slowly turned her head to survey the room, finding it delightful. Whenever she was beaten, she could hear the lively commotion from his home while squatting by the door, the sound of Su Yin scolding Jiang Yu, his retorts and the television blaring. However, Su Yin's reprimands were different from the chaotic shouting she was accustomed to. Yuan Cece often observed the chubby boy across the hall, still being carried home by his father. His mother would buy him watermelon in summer and roasted sweet potatoes in winter, scolding him all the while, yet providing for him unconditionally. He had many friends at school who adored him. She liked him too. She remembered a time when he shared candy with her and took her hand to play in the snow. But everything changed after her mother left. He lived a life entirely different from hers, who felt like a lowly insect in a gutter. He was truly happy, and the warmth emanating from that happiness made her long for it, wishing she could be part of his family. She had never imagined she would be brought back. Lost in her thoughts, Yuan Cece softly called out, "Brother." She reached out her scarred fingers, longing to touch Jiang Yu's fair, plump face, but feeling dirty. She hesitated and gently poked his abdomen through his clothing instead. The soft sensation finally brought a hint of childlike joy to her expression. Yet, as she intended to lie back down, Jiang Yu suddenly rolled over, his limbs pressing down on her. At this age, he was indeed a chubby little boy, and the weight of his body was substantial, causing Yuan Cece to struggle for breath while her back throbbed painfully under the pressure. Nevertheless, she remained still, fearing that any movement might awaken him. Just as her face began to redden from the strain, Jiang Yu unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her, as if clutching a pillow. Yuan Cece was taken aback. The last time she had been held like this was when her mother was still alive. Slowly, she nestled her small head against Jiang Yu's chest, whispering in her heart, "Good night, brother." This moment felt reminiscent of the story her mother had once told her about the little match girl. Although this warmth might be fleeting, she still yearned to draw closer. The following morning, Jiang Yu was awakened by a sharp slap on his backside from his mother. "Jiang Yu, are you trying to crush your sister?" As he groggily opened his eyes, he saw his mother tenderly cradling Yuan Cece in her arms. He was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Yuan Cece earnestly explained, "It's all right. Annie, brother was just afraid I would be cold." Jiang Yu thought to himself, but it's summer, with temperatures soaring above 30 to 40 degrees. He recalled that he had indeed cuddled a very comfortable pillow the previous night. His expression twisted as the realization struck him. Could that pillow have been Yuan Cece, standing at the door? Jiang Weiman reminded him to check if Yuan Cece's injuries had been aggravated. Jiang Yu felt a pang of certainty. The pillow was indeed Yuan Cece. He watched as his mother lifted Yuan Cece's shirt to inspect her back, casting a glare in his direction beforehand. Jiang Yu felt as if he had lost all standing in the family since Yuan Cece's arrival, yet he leaned in to take a look. Thankfully, there were no significant marks, and he let out a sigh of relief before gruffly asking, "Why didn't you wake me up or push me away?" To his surprise, she smiled sweetly, saying, "But brother held me while I slept, and I didn't have any nightmares, so thank you, brother." Jiang Yu cursed inwardly, realizing that little weirdo was indeed somewhat adorable as a child. This tough kid couldn't handle such a cuteness. He found himself wanting a sister like her. But how did she end up so different later on? In Chapter 5, it seemed she was still a bit of a green tea princess. Jiang Yu felt even more troubled. Since he had discovered Yuan Cece's endearing qualities, he realized she was genuinely charming. After breakfast that day, Su Yin and Jiang Weiman took Yuan Cece out shopping. There was no alternative. Aside from her school bag and books, she had no properly fitting clothes. Jiang Yu was left at home, as school would start in just over a week, and his summer homework progress was practically non-existent. Thus, he had to stay home to catch up on his assignments. When the three returned at noon, Yuan Cece had already changed into new clothes and had her hair trimmed. She hesitantly approached Jiang Yu, slipping a piece of candy into his hand, whispering, "Brother, I've been hiding this from Aunt Sue and the others." With that, her bright, doe-like eyes gazed up at him expectantly. At the tender age of 8, Jiang Yu had a genuine fondness for sweets, and he couldn't help but notice the eager anticipation reflected in the little girl's eyes. Damn it, tough guy's heart softened. He glanced at his parents in the room, deliberating on how to set up the bed, then took the milk candy from her hand, swiftly unwrapped it, and popped it into Ruan Cece's mouth, murmuring softly, "Only children enjoy such treats." He was no longer the 8-year-old he once was. Perhaps the sound of the candy wrapper was too loud, as Suyin suddenly turned to Jiang Yu and exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, are you sneaking candies again? Do you not care for your teeth?" She advanced toward him, her demeanor fierce, but Ruan Cece quickly interposed herself in front of Jiang Yu, her cheeks puffed out, and with a muffled voice, she declared, "Aunt Sue, it's not brother, it's me." Suyin was taken aback, then cast a glance at her son. Earlier, while purchasing candies, Dr. Jiang had questioned why she had only bought for Cece, to which Suyin had retorted with a small bag of chips, stating, "Your son's teeth are nearly beyond saving. What boy loves sweets this much?" She then noticed that Ruan Cece had stealthily concealed the candy without consuming it. Dr. Jiang had gestured for her to observe, clearly having noticed Cece slipping the candy into her son's hand. Yet, Suyin was astonished that her son would refuse candy when it was within reach. Jiang Yu watched his mother's incredulous expression with a hint of helplessness, asserting, "I no longer crave sweets. I'm not a child anymore." In his past life, toothaches had been excruciating and he dared not risk that again. Ruan Cece nodded adorably from the side. "Brother is very good. He doesn't eat it." Jiang Yu. He cast a complex glance at the excessively cute little oddball. In the following days, the two became roommates in the same room, with Jiang Yu being confined at home by Suyin to complete his homework. As for Suyin, with the school year approaching, she had to return to campus for meetings daily. Indeed, Ms. Su was a proud teacher, instructing middle school students. Jiang Yu, confined at home, was trailed by a little shadow. While he worked on his assignments, Ruan Cece sat beside him, engrossed in her reading. Cece excelled academically, having long since completed her summer homework. She was already previewing the third-grade textbooks that Suyin had procured for her. Both of them had started school early, entering the first grade at the age of 6. Jiang Yu had been sent to school due to his parents' busy schedules, while Ruan Cece had been enrolled to prevent her from facing more abuse at home, as her mother had been on the verge of leaving. Strictly speaking, Ruan Cece was several months younger than Jiang Yu, having not yet turned 6 when she was sent off to school. Jiang Yu felt a pang of sympathy for her. One day after school, her mother had abandoned her, and thereafter, Wan Daitian had relentlessly bullied her. Jiang Yu sighed as he regarded her scarred little face. Ruan Cece turned to him, blinking her eyes, then asked, "Do you want to watch television? We can sneak a peek, and I want tea tell Aunt Sue. Or do you want some watermelon? I can go get it." Jiang Yu, gazing into her innocent eyes, began to doubt whether the cold demeanor he had originally perceived was merely a figment of his imagination. During these days spent in each other's company, Ruan Cece would obediently follow Jiang Yu's lead without question. If Suyin returned to check on Jiang Yu's incomplete homework, he needn't concoct any excuses. Ruan Cece would stand in front of him, ready to explain, beginning with, "Aunt Sue, it's all my fault." Each time he witnessed her doing so, Suyin's heart would ache. How could she possibly blame her? Yet Jiang Yu felt that despite her tender age, Ruan Cece seemed rather astute, though he remained uncertain and decided to observe further. However, during this period of close companionship, he found himself less reactive to Ruan Cece than when he had first returned. After all, she was simply too well-behaved. Yes, and somewhat endearing as well. In the blink of an eye, the school year was upon them. It was only then that Jiang Yu learned Ruan Cece's tuition was paid annually by her mother. Yet, Ruan Cece claimed she hadn't seen her mother since she left. She had tried waiting at school, but to no avail. Still, she managed to attend school each year. On the first day of school, Jiang Weiman escorted the two of them. He repeatedly reminded Jiang Yu, "Cece's injuries have just healed. You must look after her." Ruan Cece earnestly replied, "Uncle, I will protect brother." To be honest, Jiang Yu initially thought she was merely putting on a show, as she often did at home, speaking sweetly. In comparison, his mother seemed far more inclined to scold him. However, to his surprise, Ruan Cece was indeed sincere. When it came to defending herself, she would pick up a brick and hurl it at anyone who dared to challenge her. This story began with their entrance into a new class. They were placed in class 1 of the 3rd grade, having progressed directly from the 1st grade without the need for reassignment, thus retaining their status as old classmates. Jiang Yu noticed that Ruan Cece, who usually clung closely to him, slowed her pace upon entering the school, choosing instead to follow behind him. Jiang Yu deliberately slowed his steps, yet she did not catch up. He suspected she was trying to avoid drawing attention to herself. Though he hesitated, he ultimately chose not to say anything. Deep down, he knew that Ruan Cece was genuinely unfortunate. As an adult, he should not hold grudges against a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Yet he couldn't shake the memory of his own tragic demise in his past life, nor the thought of how heartbroken his parents must have been upon learning of his death. Thus, even though Jiang Yu felt a twinge of discomfort, He simply walked into the classroom without addressing her. Big Fish is here. Upon his entrance, a group of boys gathered at the back of the classroom greeted him with cheerful smiles. Among them, a notably wiry boy with a buzz cut stood out. He was Jiang Yu's deskmate, Fan Yuan, who approached him and said, "Let us sit in the second-to-last row." As Jiang Yu was being pulled along to drop off his backpack, a disdainful voice interrupted. "Hey, you can't sit here. A little beggar belongs in the trash." Ruan Cc's new pink backpack was unceremoniously shoved to the ground by a girl standing opposite her. At that moment, Ruan Cc stood beside Jiang Yu, her head lowered, making it difficult to discern her expression. Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown. Today, Ruan Cc appeared particularly lovely. She wore a freshly bought pink and white dress from Suyin, her hair neatly styled, and her face, now nearly healed, was adorned with delicate features that made her resemble a porcelain doll. Though faint scars were visible on her arms, they did not mar her cleanliness in the slightest. Yet, she was still referred to as a little beggar. Jiang Yu felt a surge of discomfort at that. Chapter 6. Damn it, unruly children. Ruan Cc heard the laughter of her classmates and saw the backpack lying on the floor. The new bag was pink, emblazoned with a character she adored. She had loved it at first sight. Many girls in her class owned a similar bag. But upon seeing the price tag of 56 yuan, she felt it was far too expensive and had only admired it from afar while at the supermarket with Jiang Yu. Her old bag was still perfectly serviceable, yet after dinner the night before, Jiang Yu had returned from an outing with Aunt Sue, carrying this new backpack for her. She cherished it dearly, having placed it beside her bed to sleep with, and now it lay discarded on the floor, with everyone calling her dirty. Ruan Cc's eyes were reddened, imbued with a hint of fierceness. Suddenly, a plump, white hand reached down to retrieve the backpack lying on the ground, gently patting it a few times. Then, a familiar voice rang out. "Zhou Xinxian, don't go too far. This backpack is new, and you are embarrassing its owner. Moreover, this seat is vacant." Zhou Xinxian, clearly taken aback by someone defending Ruan Cc, flushed visibly. She was merely irked that Ruan Cc happened to wear the same dress as hers today. Initially displeased, her annoyance escalated when her deskmate remarked that Ruan Cc looked like a little princess in her dress, far more appealing than herself. In a fit of anger, she had tossed Ruan Cc's backpack aside. Now, upon hearing Jiang Yu defend Ruan Cc, she widened her eyes in disbelief. What new? It is indeed new, and so is her dress. Ruan Cc looked exquisite today, utterly unblemished. The moral compass of children is easily swayed. Previously, they found Ruan Cc dirty and isolated her. But now, perceiving her beauty, they wished to draw near. As more voices rose in support of Ruan Cc, Zhou Xuanchuan's face flushed with rage, and biting her lip, she retorted, "Where does she even get the money? Perhaps she stole it." Jiang Yu, who had never before noticed the venomous hearts of some children his age, was astounded that they would accuse a 7- or 8-year-old of theft. "Be quiet. These belong to my parents, both the dress and the backpack as well as the shoes." "Is there a problem?" Jiang Yu interposed himself protectively before Ruan Cc, placing the backpack on the seat she intended to occupy, which was merely separated from his by an aisle. "Ruan Cc, you should sit here. There is no one else." The surrounding classmates were too intimidated to speak. Fan Yuan tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve, whispering, "You'd better not get involved. In this class, everyone is reluctant to associate with Ruan Cc, as it seems that those who do will face ridicule from others." Fan Yuan's parents had advised him to steer clear of Ruan Cc, claiming her father was mad, so he genuinely worried for his deskmate. However, Jiang Yu was rendered speechless by the petty isolation drama played by these children. Reflecting on his own past as a participant only deepened his incredulity. Ignoring Fan Yuan, he took the initiative to grasp Ruan Cc's hand and gently urged her into her seat. The little girl cast him a timid glance, her eyes still rimmed with red. Jiang Yu was astounded, pondering the hardships this adorable girl must have endured to become who she is now. How many similar scenes had she faced since childhood? Why should she be treated like trash merely for occupying this seat? A boy who usually got along with Zhou Xinxian grumbled. She wouldn't even have a deskmate. Otherwise, she'd be taking up 2 seats. "If you're so attached to the trash heap, why don't you sit there, Chihan?" Jiang Yu shot a glance at the boy, who was the tallest in the class and typically shared a decent rapport with him. The boy, infuriated by Jiang Yu's response, glared at him angrily. "What are you doing? Class has started. Find your own seat." Just then, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Lei, entered the classroom and sternly called out as he saw them gathered together. The students, fearful of the teacher, quickly dispersed. Ruan Cc glanced at Jiang Yu beside her. He stood like a knight in shining armor. In her childhood, she had known a knight in the form of her mother, whose embrace had once shielded her. After her mother passed away, she had imagined many figures to protect her, yet none bore a face. Until today, she had not found anyone. But now there was Jiang Yu's visage. Jiang Yu, sensing her gaze, looked down at her reassuringly before returning to his own seat. Ruan Cece felt a significant portion of her pent-up anger dissipate. She secretly smiled, a rare moment of joy, as for the first time in school, someone was defending her. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of concern. With an odd number of students in their class, surely no one would be left without a deskmate, right? Just as he thought this, a girl dashed to the seat beside Ruan Cece and sat down. It was Lu Qi, their class as publicity representative, who had previously been Zhou Xuanxuan's deskmate. Jiang Yu noticed Zhou Xianxian angrily slam her hand on the desk. Mr. Lei rapped his knuckles on the table, restoring silence. Have you all gone wild after the summer break? Sit down properly. We'll rearrange the seating this afternoon. Now, class monitor and vice monitor collect the summer homework. Jiang Yu was nudged by Fan Yuan, who remarked, the teacher asked you to collect the summer assignments. You seem off today. It dawned on Jiang Yu that he had been the vice monitor back in elementary school. He sighed and stood up. Ruan Cece watched him from behind as he began gathering assignments, gradually averting her gaze. Lu Qi, who had sat down, fixed her gaze intently on Ruan Cece. Coldly, Ruan Cece shot her a glance. She remembered Lu Qi, who had never bullied her but was merely a bystander. Unexpectedly, Lu Qi's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Ruan Cece, you are so beautiful, just like the dolls my mother bought for me. Ruan Cece, what an unabashed compliment. Her youth was evident. She glared at Lu Qi before coldly turning her gaze away. This girl had recently been Zhou Xuanxuan's deskmate. The first day of school passed without much in the way of lessons, and Jiang Yu felt drowsy throughout the day. Fortunately, aside from a minor altercation in the morning, nothing significant occurred. It cannot be said that nothing happened. A portion of the class isolated Jiang Yu due to his defense of Ruan Cece, particularly a small group led by Qi Han. There were also those, like Lu Qi, who attempted to befriend the seemingly transformed Ruan Cece. However, Ruan Cece maintained her icy demeanor, ignoring them all. Yet when it came to Jiang Yu, she exhibited an entirely different side, soft, obedient, and agreeable. Jiang Yu found a peculiar satisfaction in this dynamic. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but glance back at the others. It was essential for Ruan Cece to make friends at school, and now they all seemed eager to befriend her. Yet, some had bullied her in the past. Ruan Cece trailed behind Jiang Yu, her backpack in tow, and when confronted, she simply lowered her lashes and offered a quiet explanation. Jiang Yu mused that by that definition, he too had bullied Ruan Cece. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qi Han and several boys from the class suddenly rushed out and shoved Jiang Yu roughly. Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, toppling into a nearby alley. Today, Dr. Zhang and teacher Su were preoccupied, so after school, the two planned to walk to the bus station to catch a ride home. They were third graders, and many students routinely took the bus, so it was not unusual. Jiang Yu felt a sharp pain in his knee and hands, likely scraped. Kui Han, still by his side, smugly taunted, that's what you get for hanging out with Ruan Cece. You two are just a couple of little beggars. Damn it, these little brats. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, ready to retaliate. However, when he raised his head, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Ruan Cece. Chapter 7. Brother, I will protect you. Jiang Yu observed Ruan Cece with a stern expression, and he almost sensed a murderous intent emanating from her. She brandished a half-broken brick, salvaged from who knows where, pointing the sharp edge menacingly at Qi Han's leg, preparing to strike fiercely. She was clever, knowing to target the legs of those taller than her. Qi Han was accompanied by two boys, yet they seemed hesitant to intervene, merely there to lend him courage. It was Qi Han who had been the first to shove Jiang Yu. As for why Ruan Cece was not pushed, the child's reasoning was quite simple. It was Jiang Yu who had embarrassed him. Jiang Yu's sudden shout startled the three boys. However, Ruan Cece seemed oblivious to it all. Jiang Yu, nearly terrified, disregarded the pain coursing through his body and hurriedly leapt up from the ground to embrace Ruan Cece. Yet, the brick still struck Qi Han's leg. Fortunately, it was not the sharp end. Jiang Yu clung tightly to Ruan Cece, who was still brandishing the brick with the intention of causing harm. Meanwhile, Qi Han had already cried out in distress. The other two boys, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, dared not move, retreating behind Qi Han for safety. They found Ruan Cece, still held tightly by Jiang Yu and swinging the brick, utterly terrifying. Ruan Cece was too slender to break free from Jiang Yu's grasp, and suddenly, with a fierce motion, she hurled the brick, hitting the foot of another boy beside Qi Han. He too let out a wail, joining Qi Han in tears. The last boy was left frightened into tears. Jiang Yu, still holding Ruan Cece, felt a buzzing in his head. The gravity of his voice intensified. Ruan Cece, do you wish to drop out? The once struggling girl gradually ceased her resistance. Noticing her newfound calmness, Jiang Yu turned to the three boys, whose faces were flushed from crying, and bellowed, "If you cry again, I will report you to the teacher. I'll tell them you assaulted me." His voice was thunderous, and instantly, Chi Han and the others fell silent, cowed by the authority of a primary school student. Jiang Yu suspected their fear stemmed not only from him, but also from the cold glare of Ruan Cece. With the tension diffused, Jiang Yu sternly addressed Ruan Cece. "Upon my release, must remain still. Otherwise, I will inform my mother." Indeed, Ruan Cece complied, but her gaze, icy and unyielding, remained fixed on the three boys who had just bullied Jiang Yu. She would exact her vengeance, if not today, then another time. Her fist tightened around the spot where the brick had struck, seemingly numb to the pain. Jiang Yu, momentarily oblivious, let out a sigh of relief. He first glanced at the downcast Ruan Cece and then crouched before Chi Han to inspect his injured leg. It appeared there was no broken skin. So Jiang Yu pressed firmly on the reddened area. "Kui Han yelped, Jiang Yu. Why are you calling for your dad?" Jiang Yu, his temper flaring, stood up and glared at Chi Han. "Have you never been disciplined by your parents? Pushing someone on the street. Are you out of your mind?" His stern expression and tone startled the three boys into a state of shock. Chi Han attempted to retort, "I push him into the alley." "Then does that mean you push me?" Jiang Yu interrupted, gesturing to his grazed leg and elbow. "These injuries are all because you pushed me first. If the teacher finds out, they'll surely call your parents." "But once Cece hit us too. You brought it upon yourselves." Jiang Yu's voice rose further. "You think it's acceptable to bully someone daily at school, calling them a little beggar and forcing them to sit by the trash can?" The boys fell silent. Jiang Yu scolded them a while longer, his tone honed by frequent reprimands from Teacher Su. Finally, he declared, "I won't inform the teacher about today's incident. You may leave." He warned them, "Don't dare mention this to your families. Otherwise, they'll discover you initiated the confrontation, and soon enough, they'll learn you bullied Ruan Cece at school." The three boys, eyes red, departed. Jiang Yu mused that they were merely third graders, and, thankfully, he had not harbored any particularly malicious intentions, making them easier to manage. Wait, one of them was indeed cruel. Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Cece, who stood with her head lowered, and he was certain he had not misread the fierce expression she had displayed moments earlier. He approached her. "What were you planning to do if I hadn't intervened?" "They bullied you," Ruan Cece replied softly, her voice laced with a palpable bitterness at the mention of bullying. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply, about to speak when he noticed her hands trembling slightly. He reached out, taking her hand, only to discover a fresh wound in her palm that was still oozing blood. "You're injured, and you didn't say anything?" Jiang Yu's tone turned sharp, and sensing her instinctive flinch, he quickly added, "I'm sorry." Jiang Yu firmly grasped Ruan Cece's wrist and began walking forward, his voice growing stern. "You must never use bricks to harm others. What if something serious happened to them? Would you quit school? What would you do if your father were called?" After all, Suyin was not Ruan Cece's guardian. The school would undoubtedly reach out to Ruan Datian. However, Ruan Datian had been absent for nearly half a month. Ruan Cece remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu's hand gripping her wrist. In truth, she felt no pain. Rather, she found a peculiar joy in his hold. Noticing her silence, Jiang Yu turned to her. "Did you hear me?" Ruan Cece obediently nodded. "I heard you, brother." After all, one could always find something else to wield. Once they returned home, it was just the two of them, though Su-in had prepared the meal earlier, ready to be heated. Su-in, as the homeroom teacher, was occupied with evening classes, while Dr. Jiang was on duty. Jiang Yu was left to tend to her wound, contemplating whether to take her for a tetanus shot. Suddenly, a thought struck him. When your father hits you, do you fight back? He vaguely recalled that one time Su-in had knocked on their door due to the loud noises from next door. That incident had culminated in Ruan Cece being taken away by an ambulance, covered in blood, with reports of multiple fractures and internal injuries. Jiang Yu vaguely remembered Su-in telling Dr. Jiang how stubborn the child was, hence enduring much suffering. Observing Ruan Cece's fierce demeanor today, Jiang Yu couldn't shake the feeling that this was not her first encounter with such aggression. Ruan Cece was taken aback by his question. After a moment of silence, she replied, "I do, it hurts. When it hurts, I can't help but fight back." Jiang Yu's hand, holding the cotton swab, trembled, recalling the injuries she had previously sustained. He looked at the young girl before him and earnestly said, "In the future, don't act impulsively. Prioritize your own safety." They didn't retaliate today. Otherwise, who would you stand a chance against? However, Ruan Cece looked up at him earnestly and stated, "It's all right if they bully me. I can endure it. I want to study. But they can't bully you." She extended her injured hand, seemingly unbothered by the pain, and grasped Jiang Yu's hand. "Brother, I will protect you." The cool sensation of the alcohol was warmed by the touch of their interlaced hands. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality and gently tapped her arm. Let go. I just disinfected it. And now you want to do it again? This time, however, Jiang Yu's grip was steady. Chapter 8. This is for you. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning Jiang Yu being pushed by his classmates, nor did they speak of Ruan Cece wielding a brick. If Su Yin inquired, they would simply say they had fallen while playing. As for Ruan Cece's palm wound, it was subtle and easy to overlook. Once at school, Chi-Han and the others no longer dared to provoke them. After a couple of days, they awkwardly approached during physical education class, wanting to play with Jiang Yu. Yet, Ruan Cece, protective as a mother hen, would likely have lunged at them had Jiang Yu not intervened. Chi-Han and his friends were genuinely frightened of Ruan Cece. Despite her slender and beautiful appearance, the fact that she could wield a brick against them left them trembling in fear. This semester, Ruan Cece appeared immaculate. Her face unmarred by wounds, her delicate features strikingly beautiful. Although she exuded an air of aloofness, a few girls and even some boys had begun to gravitate toward her. Zhou Xinxian still harbored a dislike for Ruan Cece, yet she refrained from provoking her. Indeed, Ruan Cece's circumstances were considerably improved compared to the same time in her previous life. At this moment, Jiang Yu was resting his head on his desk during the midday break, ostensibly asleep, but in reality, he was fervently trying to recall his past encounters with Ruan Cece. His memories were rather sparse. Jiang Yu had been doted upon by his family since childhood, leading to a somewhat carefree disposition. The only vivid recollection he had was of Ruan Cece being a solitary figure throughout her schooling, mostly subjected to verbal humiliation and ostracism rather than physical bullying. In his mind, she was quiet and somewhat unkempt, her demeanor tinged with gloom, yet she excelled academically. Logically, one would assume that teachers would afford more leniency to students with commendable grades, and Ruan Cece shouldn't have been perpetually isolated. However, after her father, Ruan Datian, had made a drunken scene at the school when she was in first grade, the teachers were reluctant to intervene, fearing entanglements with the ruffian. Subsequently, she never attended middle school. During the summer after 6th grade, she was hospitalized after a violent incident, an occasion Jiang Yu recalled when Su Yin had knocked on the door, reporting that Ruan Cece had nearly been beaten to death. After her discharge, Jiang Yu's memory of her whereabouts faded into obscurity. Eventually, it seemed that he encountered her again during a blind date. A gap of over a decade had rendered his memories of her nearly blank. Despite his efforts to recall any further interactions with her, he was left with little. However, he distinctly remembered how Ruan Cece captivated his attention from the moment she appeared on that blind date. In terms of appearance and style, she epitomized his aesthetic and ideal. With her deep chestnut curls and exquisitely cold features, although her makeup accentuated her sharp brows and eyes. It was the warmth and purity that sparkled in her doe-like eyes upon noticing him that truly enchanted him. Jiang Yu, a young man with a pristine social circle, felt his heart race. Adding to this, her gentle voice calling his name, Jiang Yu, was soft and inviting. That day, she wore a white shirt and black pants that accentuated her figure, her long legs making Jiang Yu feel as though they were longer than his own lifespan. I'm sorry for being late. Jiang Yu, do you remember me? I'm your blind date, Ruan Cece. Her voice was laced with light-hearted laughter. At that moment, Jiang Yu thought his mother was remarkably astute for arranging a date with such a splendid girl. Although Jiang Yu had somewhat forgotten about Ruan Cece, it was evident that she was adept at socializing, quickly bridging the gap between them by reminiscing about their childhood and easing his defenses. Thus, when she mentioned that she might need a ride home due to an early onset of her period, Jiang Yu hesitated only briefly, having just seen her chatting with his mother a mere 5 minutes prior. At that moment, he had not considered that she might have come prepared. In the very next moment after he took a sip from the tainted drink, just before losing consciousness, he received a message from his mother. Xiao Yu, that girl was in an accident and won't be able to make it today. Let's reschedule. She's polite and has a good temperament. The good news was that Jiang Yu realized he had been deceived. The bad news was that it was rather late. It was only the following day that he discovered Ruan Cece had likely been tricked into consuming counterfeit drugs as well. Upon discovering that Jiang Yu had ceased to breathe, she had questioned the seller on her phone. Isn't this supposed to be a sleeping pill? Why does he seem to have taken an aphrodisiac instead? Her second message read, P.S. dead. It never reached the recipient, as she had been blocked. Ruan Cece then sat silently on the edge of the bed, reaching out to touch Jiang Yu's face before suddenly smiling. Without hesitation, she picked up a knife from the table and slashed her wrist. Jiang Yu instinctively wanted to intervene, but it was futile. Now, when Jiang Yu thought back to how he might have been discovered in a compromising position with her, garnering public attention, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. At the very least, she could have put on some clothes. Suddenly, he heard something gently placed upon his desk. He shot his head up, glaring with an irritable tone. What are you doing? Ruan Cece, wide-eyed, gently set down a cup of chilled red bean paste before him. I bought this for you. Beside them, Lu Qi interjected with a disapproving tone. Jiang Yu, why are you being so harsh? Cece waited in line for a long time to get that for you. She even ran back after getting it. Only then did Jiang Yu notice the sweat glistening on her forehead and neck, her complexion flushed. The red bean paste she held was a limited edition from the school shop, requiring a queue and priced at 3 yuan a cup. As Jiang Yu understood, their teacher, Su, allocated each student a meager 5 yuan allowance per week, and since today was Thursday, his funds had already been exhausted. Yet, Ruan Cece had bought him this. Ruan Cece cast a cold glance at Lu Qi, who had spoken on her behalf, and replied in a similarly frosty tone. I just disturbed Jiang Yu's sleep. Lu Qi huffed, turning away in silence. Ruan Cece seemed unfazed, merely nudging the red bean paste closer to him, still cold. You're really not a good person, he sighed, then took the straw, punctured the cup, and handed it back to her, insisting drink. His tone was fierce, yet his actions were gentle, careful not to poke her. Ruan Cece blinked in surprise, softly stating, but I bought this for you. She herself could hardly afford such indulgence, yet she recalled how Jiang Yu had lamented just yesterday that 5 yuan was hardly sufficient. She thought he might appreciate the treat. Come on, hurry, or everyone will see. Jiang Yu frowned at her, wishing he could simply give it all to her. After all, he was no longer a child. He had merely wanted something cold to alleviate the heat after gym class yesterday. Now that it was no longer sweltering, he found himself indifferent to the drink. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that if he refused, she would be disheartened. Jiang Yu felt a sigh brewing within him, grappling with his own convoluted emotions. Chapter 9. No one can take him away. Ruan Cece looked at the straw held to her lips, cautiously glancing at Jiang Yu. Though he appeared fierce, she sensed that he was not truly menacing. Ruan Cece was perplexed by the notion that Jiang Yu seemed to dislike her, yet treated her with unexpected kindness. Growing up under the oppressive hand of Ruan Datian, she had learned to discern genuine affection from feigned kindness. She could recognize false benevolence like Aunt Wang, despite her loud declarations of generosity, only offered her the spoiled remnants of her household, all the while casting disdainful glances her way. Yet, she continued to portray herself as a compassionate caregiver to outsiders. She had encountered many who regarded her with pity, their gazes akin to those directed at stray animals. In stark contrast, Aunt Su and Uncle Jiang were different. Their eyes reflected true compassion, with Aunt Su often shedding tears and her embrace trembling with sincerity. They were truly kind, embodying the parental figures she longed for in her dreams. As for Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece had recognized from the outset that he, like other children, did not favor her. However, things were not entirely the same. Although he did not draw near to her, his eyes bore little disdain. Yet now, while his face reflected disdain, he was still willing to protect her in everyday life. It seemed that everything had changed since that day when he handed her the cotton candy at the bottom of the stairs. Ruan Cece blinked, gently sipped a small mouthful of red bean paste, and smiled as she said, "It's delicious." Her smile was incredibly sweet, and her doe-like eyes curved slightly, the corners of her lips drawn into a modest arc, as if tinged with shyness. Jiang Yu gazed at the adorably bashful Ruan Cece, feeling increasingly troubled. He asked, "Do you want a drink?" "Here." As he spoke, he offered her the red bean paste. However, a flash of sadness crossed her face, as if she were somewhat at a loss. "I'm sorry, is it because I drank that you find it dirty?" Jiang Yu, with a stoic expression, retracted the red bean paste, took a sip himself, and said with slight irritation, "All right, just sit properly." Lu Qi, sitting nearby, frowned, perplexed as to why Ruan Cece appeared so submissive before Jiang Yu. His attitude towards her seemed excessively harsh. Seeing that he did not disdain her for drinking the red bean paste, Ruan Cece felt a surge of excitement, more exhilarating than when she had stabbed Ruan Datian with a knife. Jiang Yu was truly wonderful. If only he could treat her well for a lifetime. She would treat him with utmost kindness in return. No one could bully Jiang Yu. No one could take him away. Nearly 2 months had passed since school began, and Jiang Yu felt that something was amiss. As the two sat on the bus after school, Jiang Yu inquired, "Has her dad ever not returned home for this long?" It had been over 2 months since he had last seen Ruan Datian, and he had overheard his parents discussing something strange the previous night. Ruan Cece, clutching her backpack, stiffened at the question. After spending some time recuperating at Jiang Yu's home, she had become fairer and plumper, her appearance vastly improved compared to a month ago. The lively young girl now seemed quite endearing. Jiang Yu did not want her to return to her father, where she would face torment. He thought that if Ruan Datian returned, he would first find a way to hide Ruan Cece. After all, he was just a child. If discovered, he would only face scolding. Besides, it was uncertain whether Ruan Datian would even notice. He contemplated how to eliminate future troubles, pondering whether Ruan Datian had engaged in any illicit activities. Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to think about protecting Ruan Cece. I don't know, Ruan Cece murmured. He once stayed away for 3 months. As she spoke, her hands unconsciously rubbed the straps of her backpack, revealing a hint of nervousness and anxiety. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of regret. He should not have directly asked Ruan Cece about it, as Ruan Datian was a nightmare for her. He reached out to hold her hand, which was fidgeting with the straps, assuring her it's all right. When he returns, I'll secretly hide you. His tone was earnest, yet Ruan Cece was momentarily taken aback. Hide me? Aren't you supposed to let me go home? In their community, everyone feared Ruan Datian. When he went mad, he could defecate in front of others' doors. Ruan Cece truly believed that Ruan Datian could not even be regarded as human, but rather as a beast, one that belonged in a slaughterhouse. As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze cooled, vaguely tinged with murderous intent. Yet, the hand gripping hers was warm, and the boy's voice, still tinged with childish innocence, continued, actually. The problem needs to be resolved at its roots. I just haven't figured out how yet. For now, we should avoid it. You must not get hurt again. Jiang Yu felt that he needed to return and consult his parents. After all, as a child, he was powerless to act. He believed that someone like Ruan Datian must have committed some illegal deeds. After all, he had been arrested during his middle school years. Although he had no idea what the specifics were. During his 3rd year of middle school, his family had moved, and thereafter, no one mentioned that man again. Jiang Yu felt a sigh rising. He truly did not remember anything from his past life. At that moment, he was unaware that his unintentional actions and words had saved Ruan Cece once more. The girl gazed at her hand, now held in his, and thought to herself that she was no longer alone. She should not accompany a beast like Ruan Datian to her demise. However, as soon as they arrived home, they discovered the reason for Ruan Datian's prolonged absence. A woman stood at the entrance of Ruan Cece's home, strikingly beautiful and bearing a resemblance to Ruan Cece. No, it would be more accurate to say that Ruan Cece resembled her. Jiang Yu observed as the woman called out to Ruan Cece, Xiaobao. Ruan Cece's face betrayed little emotion, instinctively retreating behind Jiang Yu. He, too, reflexively reached out to shield her. The woman's complexion appeared somewhat pale and awkward. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Yu. You must be Xiao Yu, right? Do you remember me? I am Cece's mother, Chen Ai. Jiang Yu thought to himself, who remembers you? Nonetheless, he still greeted her, Chen Ai. Chen Hui exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned her attention back to Ruan Cece. Cece, your mother has something to discuss with you. Just then, Su Yin returned from grocery shopping, calling out from behind, Cece, Xiao Yu, why are you standing at the staircase? Come inside, there's watermelon in the fridge. Her voice trailed off, surprise evident as she exclaimed, Chen Hui, you're back? Ultimately, the 4 of them entered the house together, with Ruan Cece remaining silent throughout, not uttering a word to Chen Hui. Chen Hui attempted to reach out to her, but was avoided. Chen Hui felt awkward, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Meanwhile, Su Jin Said, Xiao Ju, take Cece inside to do her homework. Bring the watermelon in too. Jiang Yu was reluctant to enter. He wanted to eavesdrop on their conversation. However, he was merely an 8-year-old child. Once inside, he intentionally did not close the door tightly. Unfortunately, his mother, knowing him well, shot him a glare before shutting it firmly. Jiang Yu sighed. He couldn't hear anything at all. What are you so eager to listen to? A small voice suddenly whispered in his ear, causing Jiang Yu to exclaim, nearly startling him. Indeed, he was quite timid. Chapter 10. He would ensure that Jiang Yu would not be deceived by anyone other than herself. How strange it was. Jiang Yu pressed against the door and could not hear what Su Laosher and the others were discussing. Yet his exclamation drew a robust reprimand from Su Laosher. Jiang Yu, if you keep using such coarse language, I'll discipline you. I'll check your homework soon. Jiang Yu replied with a soft, I know. Unable to restrain himself, he pinched Ruan Cece's cherubic face, which had finally gained some flesh, and warned her in a low voice, try scaring me again. He kept his voice down, fearful that Su Laosher would hear him being chastised. Regardless of age, the instinct to fear one's mother was inescapable. Ruan Cece did not evade him, murmuring an apology. Jiang Yu looked into her innocent, doe-like eyes, feeling somewhat deflated, and released her, returning to his desk with a sigh. He watched as Ruan Cece calmly took out her homework and began to write. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, aren't you curious about what your mom is saying? What difference does it make if I know? Ruan Cece replied with a calm tone. After all, she doesn't want me. Chen Hui had left over 3 years ago and had filed for divorce over a year ago. It was successful, so she had no ties left to Ruan Datian. Since her departure, she had never returned. Fully aware of the type of person Ruan Datian was and the potential dangers Ruan Cece could face, yet she had still resolutely abandoned her daughter here. In the early days after Jiang Yu's rebirth, he had heard Wan Datian cursing and hitting. Your worthless mother abandoned you. You're just as worthless. Why don't you go find her? Haha. Does she not want you because she thinks you're just like me, sharing my blood? If she doesn't want you, who would? Jiang Yu is not truly a child. He comprehends these words clearly and remembers them vividly. It is evident that Wan Datian has uttered such remarks to Wan Sisi before. Observing her casually dismiss the notion of wanting him, Jiang Yu could not help but interject. How would you know unless you try? Perhaps she has come to take you away this time. After all, why would she suddenly appear? Jiang Yu, having led a life of unbroken ease, had never encountered significant setbacks. He remained full of hope for life, thus expressing such sentiments with natural ease. However, Wan Sisi paused, pen in hand, and earnestly replied, Brother, when I told you I hadn't seen her, I was lying. I sought her out. She has been with a wealthy boyfriend for over a year, but when she saw me, her expression was akin to seeing a ghost. Perhaps she never expected I would still be alive. Wan Sisi strained to recall that scene, her tone icy. At that time, I had just run away from home. Wan Datian had drunk too much and was exhausted. I didn't want her to worry, so I washed my face in a nearby restroom. But when Chun Hui saw me, her eyes were filled with fear and dread, devoid of any compassion or reluctance. She clung tightly to the man beside her. The man, upon seeing Wan Sisi, seemed surprised, as if he noticed the injured child. Then she told him not to concern himself with such trivialities, claiming it might be a scam, and they walked away. The simplicity of Wan Sisi's account struck Jiang Yu profoundly. How desperate must she have felt at that moment? What immense courage it took for her to seek out her mother. Yet, the reality she faced was likely more painful than any blow from Wan Datian. No one would want me, Wan Sisi whispered, her long eyelashes veiling the emotions in her eyes. She won't want me this time, either. That's nonsense. My parents adore you. They would wish for you to be their daughter, Jiang Yu replied, awkwardly patting her head. You are merely a child. Do not be so pessimistic. You are just a little unfortunate. He rarely set aside his awkwardness to comfort Wan Sisi softly. But do you understand what it means to hit rock bottom? It means that since you are so unfortunate now, your future will be filled with good fortune. After saying this, Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. Wan Sisi looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with hope. Really? Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. Indeed. So, you won't abandon me, right? Wan Sisi asked quietly, reaching out to gently grasp the hem of Jiang Yu's shirt. Jiang Yu felt something was amiss with her words, but seeing the tears welling in her eyes, he nodded. Rest assured. In truth, he could not fathom how he could ever part with such a beautiful and understanding daughter. Truly, there's no one normal in their family, he thought. Unbeknownst to him, Wan Sisi subtly curled her lips into a smile, thinking to herself that she would ensure Jiang Yu would never be deceived by anyone other than her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu reflected that the more he learned about Wan Sisi, the more he understood why she had become the way she was in her past life. It had not been easy for her to grow up, let alone to grow up well. In this life, he would strive to nurture her into a fine young citizen. She was so intelligent. Surely, she would return the favor to society in the future. When Jiang Yu and Wan Sisi were released, Chun Hui was no longer at their home. Su Yin held Wan Sisi's hand, her eyes filled with compassion, and on the table lay a card. Jiang Yu seemed to sense what was coming. Su Yin gently said to Wan Sisi, Sisi, I need to tell you something. Your father has committed a grave crime and will likely be incarcerated for several years. After saying this, she glanced at Wan Sisi's face, which remained expressionless as she nodded obediently. Su Yin sighed, recognizing that given Wan Datian's character, he would not exhibit any reluctance to part with her. What Su Yin intended to say next was that ideally, Wan Sisi should live with her mother. However, her mother might not be in a position to take her in, so Su Yin suggested, how about you live with Aunt Su, Uncle Jiang, and Brother Xiaoyu from now on? Both Wan Sisi and Jiang Yu turned to look at Su Yin. Her expression was one of resignation. Just moments ago, Chun Hui had knelt, declaring her intent to marry someone who was unaware of her having a daughter, insisting she had no choice. Su Yin's face had turned cold. Yet Chun Hui seemed to sense her soft heart, saying that if Su Yin was unwilling, she would seek help from others in the community. Considering the sweet-natured Wan Sisi, Su Yin was not at ease with the thought of her being with anyone else. Sisi, your mother hasn't abandoned you. She left a card, and money will be sent every month. If you wish to see her, Annie will help you get in touch. Before Su Yin could finish, Wan Sisi softly interjected, Annie, I'm willing to give you all the money. I only need to study and have enough to eat. I promise to be very good and not be a burden to you. She reached out and gently grasped Su Yin's hand, her small fingers cold. Please, don't abandon me. At that moment, Jiang Yu observed Su Yin tear up. Well, this is it. The little weirdo will truly become like a sister to him, he thought, though he felt a flicker of happiness, hoping that Ruan Datian would remain in prison for life. This way, Ruan Cece could finally grow up healthily, right? Chapter 11. He felt there was still hope. Ruan Cece had settled into Jiang Yu's home. As for how many years Ruan Datian would be sentenced, no one could say for certain, as the verdict had yet to be rendered. Dr. Jiang mentioned he still needed to gather information, and Chen Hui had not clarified much during her visit. Su Yin even suggested that Chen Hui likely did not wish to care for Ruan Cece, but feared being reported for neglect. She remarked on how Ruan Cece's life mirrored Ruan Datian's resilience, astonished that such a small child had survived. Su Yin's hushed voice carried an undercurrent of anger from within the room. Jiang Yu stood at the door, feeling a surge of rage. In their former household, no one had hoped for Ruan Cece to live, not even her own parents. Jiang Yu was consumed by a sense of anger and helplessness. During their time at the Jiang residence, Ruan Cece had navigated her environment with utmost caution. It struck me as odd that the person who had once protected the child left without taking Cece with her. Jiang Weiman sighed. Now that the child is with us, we'll take good care of her. She seems like a sensible child. Let us treat her as a companion for Xiaoyu. After all, Ruan Ma saved me during my troubles. I can't let her granddaughter suffer. Jiang Yu turned and retreated to his room. Originally, he had risen to get a glass of water, remembering he needed to ask Su Yin for class fees, but he had not anticipated eavesdropping. He tiptoed back into the room. Their current setup featured bunk beds, with Ruan Cece sleeping on top and Jiang Yu below. Upon entering, he noticed a small figure sitting on the floor, and he nearly gasped in surprise, but the petite figure suddenly turned and called out softly, "Brother." Jiang Yu exhaled, approaching and whispering, "Aren't you asleep? Did you have a nightmare and wake up to find me gone?" The little girl's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she reached out. Instinctively grasping his pajama hem, Jiang Yu noticed the glimmer of tears in her eyes, realizing she must have woken from crying. Reflecting on the words she had just heard, Jiang Yu let out a sigh and, with a gentle gesture, grasped Ruan Cece's small hand. "What are you doing sitting on the floor? Get up and go to sleep. I just stepped out for some water." Following his pull, Ruan Cece rose to her feet, yet she hesitated to move closer, remaining stationary. After observing her indecision for a moment, Jiang Yu asked, "Are you afraid to sleep alone? I won't be leaving soon. Can I sleep on the floor?" She inquired softly, her voice trembling. "I just want to be a little closer to you." The dimness of the room obscured the excitement gleaming in her eyes, which she could hardly conceal. Indeed, she had just dreamt of vanquishing Ruan Datian. When Ruan Cece awoke, the thrill and exhilaration coursed through her, causing her to tremble. The moment she heard Jiang Yu's footsteps, she descended from the bed, fully aware of Jiang Yu's soft heart, especially after learning how Chen Hui had treated her. Ruan Cece despised being pitied, yet if that pity came from Jiang Yu, it felt remarkably different. In the pitch-black room, they stood face to face in silence, the only sounds being their breaths. Eventually, he shifted slightly to the side and mumbled, "Just for tonight, come up." A smile broke across Ruan Cece's face as she quickly climbed onto the bed, daring only to occupy a small portion of space. "Brother, I promise I won't move around while sleeping." Jiang Yu thought to himself, "I know that, but I might move." He lay beside Ruan Cece, wide-eyed, and suddenly proposed. "Shall I tell you a bedtime story?" "Go ahead, brother." Once upon a time, there was an old man with 12 sons, named Prosperity, Democracy, Civilization, and Harmony. "Brother, isn't that the core socialist values?" Ruan Cece's hesitant and timid voice interrupted. "Shut up," Jiang Yu replied, slightly irritated. "How can you know this at 8 years old?" "Then recite it for me," she challenged playfully. Jiang Yu sighed, realizing he would have to recite it daily from now on. Oh, the core socialist values. Eventually, Jiang Yu succumbed to slumber. Youth truly is a blessing, as he fell asleep instantly. Ruan Cece slowly turned to gaze at him, catching only the blurred outline of his profile. A smile graced her lips as she inched closer to Jiang Yu, content to close her eyes once he instinctively rolled over to embrace her. He felt somewhat heavy, yet Ruan Cece felt an unparalleled sense of safety, a feeling she had not experienced since she was 5. From that day onward, the relationship between Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece unexpectedly flourished. Jiang Yu finally convinced himself to accept Ruan Cece and vowed to nurture her well. After all, she wasn't behaving oddly yet, and he had no desire to perish, nor to have Ruan Cece perish alongside him. The verdict for Ruan Datian was eventually announced. Manslaughter, sentenced to 7 years in prison. This meant that for 7 years, Ruan Cece would be safe. By the time she turned 15, Ruan Datian would be released. They would cross that bridge when it came to it. For now, Jiang Yu found himself troubled by his roommate's persistent nightmares. 2 to 3 times a week, she would stand pitifully by his bedside reciting the core socialist values. No, Ruan Cece, If you keep having nightmares, I'll call my mom to sleep with you, he warned, glaring at her. Ruan Cece blinked innocently, her long lashes framing her clear, wide eyes. But Jiang Yu had grown immune to her charms. Each time she climbed into bed, she behaved well, yet upon waking, he always found himself holding her, as if she were a large doll. Was that appropriate? They were no longer toddlers. Ruan Cece's hair had grown long, cascading down her back. And after half a year at Jiang Yu's home, it had also turned slightly white. Her face had filled out a bit, and she had grown taller, starting to resemble a young lady. Yet, when she looked at Jiang Yu, her demeanor remained soft. If reprimanded, she would merely respond with a subdued, "Oh, I understand. I'll finish reciting before I come up." With that, she turned away, looking dejected. Jiang Yu suddenly called out, "Wait." When she turned to look at him with bright eyes, he asked, "If Lu Qi and Qi Han were to fight, and you witnessed it, what would you do? Let them kill each other?" "I wouldn't miss the opportunity to hand them weapons," she replied cheekily. However, meeting Jiang Yu's serious and stern gaze, she earnestly stated, "I would stop them and call for the teacher." Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. "All right, go sleep now." He felt hopeful that there was still potential for her. At least, from his observations over the past few days, he believed his efforts in educating her had been quite fruitful. Ruan Cece, seeing his pleased expression, wished him good night and climbed into bed. Later that night, when Jiang Yu awoke to relieve himself, he noticed Ruan Cece lying on the carpet, very close to the bed. Jiang Yu was taken aback. The next day, he confided in his parents that he felt it was no longer appropriate for him to sleep with Ruan Cece now that he was nearly 9. With her head bowed as she sipped her porridge, Ruan Cece tightened her grip on her spoon. That was a miscalculation. Chapter 12. Jiang Yu belongs to her. No one can take him away. At home, Ruan Cece was always exceptionally well behaved. However, at school, she was known as the icy younger sister, indifferent to everyone except Jiang Yu. Yet, due to Jiang Yu's encouragement to interact amicably with her classmates, Ruan Cece had now made some friends. Even Zhou Xianxian, who had once bullied her, had begun to enjoy spending time with her. Now, Ruan Cece had blossomed into a beautiful girl with excellent grades and a willingness to help others. Well, not quite. She was merely more approachable now. If anyone had questions about their studies, she would gladly assist them. Though still somewhat aloof, the gloom of her earlier years had faded. It seemed that children didn't hold grudges for long. From the 4th grade onward, Ruan Cece's social standing had gradually improved. By the 6th grade, she had become an object of admiration among many classmates, primarily due to her stable and excellent academic performance. Jiang Yu was quite pleased. As for himself, he had always been well-liked. He got along well with the boys, seeing them as younger brothers, while the girls at this age seemed far too troublesome. Aside from Ruan Cece, there were no other girls in his circle. At least Ruan Cece was not a nuisance. However, Jiang Yu was somewhat troubled by the fact that some 5th grade girls had already begun to develop. Meanwhile, he remained a slightly chubby, handsome boy. In his past life, Jiang Yu had been teased in middle school for being overweight, as he had a penchant for sweets. He had spent considerable time losing weight afterward. Thus, in this life, he was resolute in not repeating the same mistakes, starting with cutting out sugar. Whenever his parents brought home desserts, he would secretly give them to Ruan Cece, who had previously been as thin as a malnourished chick. The results were quite satisfactory. This time around, he was only slightly chubby and hadn't ballooned into a sphere. Yet, despite consuming so many sweets, Ruan Cece had not gained much weight. Instead, she had merely grown taller. Consequently, Jiang Yu insisted that he wanted to learn swimming during the holidays. Su Yin rolled her eyes. "What are you thinking? Wanting to learn swimming in the dead of winter? With your grades, you should focus on tutoring instead. There will be exams next semester." In truth, Jiang Yu's grades were not poor. It was just that Ruan Cece's were exceptionally good. With such a comparison, Teacher Su was dissatisfied. Don't ask why a reborn person struggled to outshine an 11-year-old. Try tackling 5th or 6th grade math problems after 3 or 4 years of university, and you might find yourself speechless. Studying is indeed about talent. Certainly, the exception lies with the normal students. However, Jiang Yu was not a normal student in his past life. He was an art student, with his academic performance being rather mediocre, primarily excelling in the arts with a top 3 ranking. In his previous life, he owned a tattoo parlor. Indeed, he was an art student studying fine arts. When he first opened his tattoo shop, he nearly faced the wrath of his teacher, Su. Jiang Yu possessed an appearance that was quite genteel, resembling a teacher or a doctor, but certainly not a tattoo shop owner. Consequently, during blind dates, many young women were reluctant to meet him upon hearing about his profession. Theoretically, Ruan Cece was still the first girl he went on a blind date with. Jiang Yu felt a sigh brewing within him, a desperate blind date scenario. Nevertheless, reflecting on his past life no longer elicited any profound reaction. Upon hearing Su Yin suggest that Jiang Yu attend tutoring, Ruan Cece spoke up Aunt Sue, I can help Jiang Yu with the studies. Jiang Yu cast a glance at her, internally scoffing at the notion. Well, she's grown tall enough to stop calling me brother. Unlike the chilling demeanor he exhibited towards Jiang Yu, Su Yin was genuinely gentle with Ruan Cece, insisting, we cannot let Cece's studies be affected. Teacher Lei mentioned that your grades are solid enough for the first high school. In truth, Jiang Yu could likely gain admission as well, yet his grades fluctuated considerably. Su Yin understood her son well. It was normal for him to have such ups and downs. If he suddenly stabilized, she would find it quite peculiar. Ruan Cece earnestly stated, Aunt Sue, I can do it. I want to attend the first high school with Jiang Yu. She glanced at Jiang Yu as she spoke. Jiang Yu sighed, assuring them, I can indeed perform well. You needn't worry. Su Yin observed the two children and nodded. We'll see. We are moving tomorrow. So wake up early. Yes, they were finally relocating. Both children were 11 years old now, and it was no longer appropriate for them to live together. Moreover, Su Yin often contemplated taking Ruan Cece away from this place, hoping that perhaps when Ruan Daitian emerged, he would not come looking for her. After all, he had never shown much concern for his daughter. Yet in Su Yin's heart, Ruan Cece was as dear to her as a biological daughter. Over the past 3 years, Ruan Cece had never met Chen Hui. Chen Hui had not seen her either, but she would deposit money into her account each year, sufficient to sustain Ruan Cece's daily life and education, while the remainder was said to be a reward for Su Yin and their efforts. However, Su Yin had not touched the money. They merely left it in the account, intending to use it for Ruan Cece's college expenses. That evening marked the last time the two would share a room. In their new home, they would each have their own independent rooms. In contrast to Jiang Yu's cheerful demeanor, Ruan Cece appeared distinctly unhappy, especially when she noticed Jiang Yu pulling out a small pink gift from his backpack. Her expression instantly cooling. Jiang Yu was equally perplexed, pondering, what is this? However, he quickly deduced that it must have been placed there by a little girl. It seemed that at this age, there were always a few precocious girls in the class. Upon searching further, he indeed found a pink sticky note with a QQ number written on it, along with a message, Jiang Yu, can we be online friends? Let us discuss our studies together. Jiang Yu thought to himself, he is not fond of studying. He tucked the items away, planning to return them to the class monitor's drawer on Monday. Yes, he recognized the handwriting as belonging to their class monitor, a girl named Oman, who was outgoing and academically competent. With that, he dismissed the matter. Jiang Yu was not the type to react to a young girl's affections at the age of 11 or 12. In fact, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Ruan Cece stared at him with her large, expressive eyes, softly inquiring, Brother, what is this? Jiang Yu replied earnestly, the little girl does not need to know. You just need to focus on your studies. Ruan Cece remained silent, gazing at him with a tense expression, appearing somewhat displeased. Jiang Yu gently turned her head away, urging, now let us get back to your studies. Ruan Cece pursed her lips, softly murmuring, oh, understanding that she could guess who it was from. Jiang Yu was her brother, and no one could take that away from her. That night, Jiang Yu silently observed Ruan Cece, standing by his bedside, clutching her pillow. Brother, I'm scared. I want to sleep with you, she asserted with conviction. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, standing up to point at the array of dolls on her bed. All gifts from him. What are you afraid of? Are you worried they might come to life and eat you? Jiang Yu asked, somewhat exasperated. To his surprise, Ruan Cece nodded earnestly. Yes, I dreamt that Spider-Man bit me, and I turned into a spider. Then Captain America and a bunch of superheroes chased me, calling me a monster. Even when I encountered Doraemon, he wouldn't help me. Jiang Yu, unable to restrain himself, exclaimed, what? How does that even happen? Just then, Jiang Weiman passed by. Jiang Yu, are you looking for a beating? Jiang Yu quickly retorted, no, I do not want that. Dad, we're going to sleep. He then noticed the person being pursued by Captain America had agilely climbed onto his bed. Jiang Yu sighed. Chapter 13. The move, although Jiang Yu was quite reluctant. Ruan Cece had climbed up and was unwilling to get down. Over the years, Ruan Cece had become less obedient than she was in her childhood. Jiang Yu could only helplessly pull down her blanket as well, each taking their own covers. Otherwise, Ruan Cece would certainly wake up cold in the night after he stole the covers. This girl was stubborn. Even if she woke up cold, she would not reclaim the blanket, enduring the chill instead. On one occasion, she had caught a cold because of this, leading to Jiang Yu receiving a scolding from Teacher Sue. However, it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, Ruan Cece had her own bed, but insisted on squeezing into his. That night, after Ruan Cece diligently recited the values of socialism, Jiang Yu proceeded to ask questions. If you encountered an opponent who was significantly stronger than you in a fight, what would you do? Ruan Cece gazed at Jiang Yu's closed eyes, noting that he seemed already drowsy. She understood by now what kind of answer Jiang Yu desired. First, protect yourself, and wait for brother and the uncles and aunts to come to rescue you. Jiang Yu responded with satisfaction. Remember, do not think of perishing together like you did when you were younger. Remember, your brother and parents are waiting for you. You have people who care about you. Many friends and us. Jiang Yu's voice grew softer until he fell asleep. Ruan Cece had initially felt anger at the thought of someone taking her brother away. But that feeling suddenly dissipated. Just moments ago, she had considered how to scare a man away. But now, she found herself with no desire to act. She wanted to be the obedient child in Jiang Yu's eyes, if that was what he liked. Ruan Cece whispered, "Good night, brother," and then peacefully closed her eyes. In truth, she had long since stopped having nightmares, but she still enjoyed being close to Jiang Yu because he brought her an immense sense of security. The next morning, the moving company arrived to assist with their relocation. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece had already packed most of their belongings, as the house had been purchased long ago and had remained empty for half a year after renovations. Jiang Yu knew that buying this house had essentially drained their family savings. His parents were a teacher and a doctor, earning modestly, which were hard-earned funds. They had saved for most of their lives to purchase a 4-bedroom house. The location is quite favorable, situated near the first middle school, which is intended to facilitate the commutes of the 2 children in the future. Teacher Su has also remarked that should Jiang Yu fail to gain admission to the first middle school, he would face daily punishment. Regarding the renovations, it seems the couple has truly exhausted their finances. Thus, they're determined to take everything they can during this move, sparing no waste. As Jiang Yu emerged from his room, he encountered several ladies, led by Aunt Wang from upstairs, who were engaged in conversation in their living room. "Ah, Xiao Su," one of them remarked, "over these years, raising Shishi must have been quite profitable for you, considering you've managed to buy a new house." The rather sardonic tone belonged to Aunt Wang, the self-proclaimed benefactor. Jiang Yu had often heard her veiled comments prior to Chun Hui's arrival. She had openly relished in the misfortune of Jiang Yu's family, claiming they had taken on a significant burden. Once Chun Hui appeared, rumors began circulating that she had struck it rich, contributing a substantial monthly sum to support Ruan Shishi. During that period, upon returning home from school, they would frequently find Aunt Wang attempting to lure Ruan Shishi to her home for meals, subtly vying for custody. Ruan Shishi, feeling wronged yet resolute, had once declared in the community garden, "But Auntie, your food has a taste that even the stray dog downstairs refuses to eat." "I don't like your food." The stray dog, Xiao Hei, was a local fixture. This revelation effectively unmasked the so-called benefactor's true nature. She then began to spread rumors that Ruan Shishi was an ungrateful child, accusing Su Yin of being kind-hearted yet malicious, suggesting she might mistreat Ruan Shishi. Of course, these remarks were made behind their backs. Now that they were preparing to move, Aunt Wang approached again, evidently hoping to gain some advantage. With a pointed tone and watchful eyes, she said, "Ah, Xiao Su, since you bought a new house, why not sell this one to me at a lower price?" Su Yin, known for her amiable disposition, at least in the presence of others, retorted with a slight smile that concealed her annoyance. "All right, Sister Wang, currently. The price per square meter in our area is approximately 6,500. Since we are old neighbors, let us make it 6,000, but it must be a cash transaction." Initially, Aunt Wang had been smiling at the prospect, but her expression faltered upon hearing the price. "No, Xiao Su, I recall you purchased this place for around 3,500 per square meter. This is quite the exorbitant ask." Her indignation was evident. At this moment, Jiang Yu burst out, "Mom, is there a dead mouse in the house? What's that awful smell?" Aunt Wang, oblivious to the insult, brightened at the mention of a mouse. "Look, you have mice here. How about I offer you 4,000 per square meter?" This proposal drew incredulous glances from the other ladies present. Lowering her voice, Aunt Wang continued, "Look, Xiao Su, you've bought a new house. You can't keep all the benefits to yourself. I provided plenty of food for Shishi without asking for anything in return. Even a dog would guard me." Jiang Yu's expression darkened at the comparison of Ruan Shishi to a dog. "Your words are truly offensive. Perhaps you should consider silence." Su Yin's demeanor also soured. "Those scraps you offered are not even fit for dogs. If you wish for money, go ask Ruan Daitian or Chenhui." For the first time, she directed a cold stare at Aunt Wang. "Please step aside. The movers need to get through." The other ladies, who had gathered for a spectacle and perhaps to seize an opportunity, recognized the tension, and one of them attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "Xiao Su, we're here to congratulate you on your move. We shall not intrude any longer." They began to pull Aunt Wang away. Finally regaining her composure, Aunt Wang, her face flushed, spat at the entrance of Jiang Yu's home, declaring, "What are you so proud of? Ruan Shishi, do you think she genuinely wishes to help you? She has taken quite a bit of money from your mother. Be cautious. You might end up as a child bride for her son. Mind your words. That is not how one speaks." Jiang Yu exclaimed as he brandished a broom, ready to confront her. The group of ladies, including Aunt Wang, hastily retreated. Suyin grasped Jiang Yu's hoodie, saying, "Enough, do not engage with them. These people are fundamentally like this, which is why your father and I wish to move away." She turned to Ruan Shishi, who had been standing at the door, seemingly eavesdropping. "Shishi, come here." Zuan Cc up, go tech. Chapter 14. Fear of being abandoned by Jiang Yu. Su-yin observed the girl before her. Ruan Shishi had certainly thrived over the years. Her appearance a stark contrast to the frail and injured child who had first arrived. Su-yin felt a surge of happiness as she gently tucked away the hair obscuring Ruan Shishi's lovely eyes. "Cc, don't take Aunt Wang's words to heart. You are wonderful and deserving of affection. Those who care for you do so without motives. She just overthinks." Jiang Yu added from the side, "And in this day and age, there are no child brides." Su-yin shot him a disapproving glance, feigning a swat. "Is that truly the crux of the matter?" She turned back to Ruan Shishi. "We have kept meticulous records of your expenses, and if you wish to see them, we can provide them. As for Aunt Wang." "Auntie, I understand your meaning, and I want to heed her words," Ruan Shishi interjected. "I'm not a child anymore. I can discern right from wrong." She flashed a sweet smile at Su-yin, who felt relieved. As a teacher herself, she knew how sensitive children like Ruan Shishi could be, and hearing her words was comforting. She affectionately ruffled her hair, speaking in a tender tone. "You're still a child in many ways." Meanwhile, Jiang Yu noticed Ruan Shishi, who was smiling sweetly, casting a furtive glance toward the door. Her long lashes concealed her true emotions. Yet, Jiang Yu sensed something amiss. His instincts were rarely wrong. Sure enough, after several trips back and forth, instructing his parents to move their belongings, Jiang Yu discovered Ruan Shishi was missing. He first checked upstairs, but she was not home, with everyone preoccupied with the move. The house was in disarray. Upon failing to find her, Jiang Yu suddenly recalled something and glanced at the door across the hall. Ever since moving in, Ruan Shishi had rarely returned there. Approaching, he noticed dust on the opposite door marked with fingerprints. Glancing upstairs, he thought about how well-behaved Ruan Shishi had been over the years. Yet, just moments ago, when he couldn't discern her emotions, he was reminded of that gloomy expression she had worn when he first returned. Ascending the stairs, he reached Aunt Wang's apartment. Their building, being older, had no elevator and consisted of 2 units per floor. The apartment opposite Aunt Wang had recently been vacated by an elderly couple who had been taken abroad by their son last month. As he rounded the corner of the staircase, he spotted Ruan Shishi, caught off guard by his presence. She instinctively concealed her belongings. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yu inquired, eyeing what she held. Ruan Shishi pressed her lips together in silence, gripping the sharp thumbtack in her palm, feeling only a slight sting. Her face remained impassive, and she even managed to smile as she said, "It's nothing. Let us hurry down." With that, she attempted to bypass Jiang Yu and descend the stairs, but Jiang Yu firmly grasped her wrist, insisting, "Show me." Ruan Cc's hand trembled uncontrollably for a moment, yet she did not release his grip. Instead, she apologized to Jiang Yu. "Will you be angry if I've done something wrong?" After a brief contemplation, she added, "I haven't actually done anything yet, so it's not really a mistake." Following her words, she cautiously glanced at Jiang Yu. However, he merely regarded her with a cold, expressionless gaze and commanded, "Open your hand." It was peculiar, for although Ruan Cc stood on a higher step and was taller than Jiang Yu, she still felt a twinge of fear towards him, apprehensive of his anger. Her scarred hand trembled slightly as it opened, revealing a gruesome sight. She continued to murmur, "I haven't done anything bad, please don't be angry." Jiang Yu typically possessed a gentle temperament, only displaying a semblance of fear towards Ruan Cc when he had just returned to life, maintaining a deliberate distance from her. At all other times, he treated her like an older brother caring for a child, accommodating her as long as it did not contravene his principles. Even Su-yin found it curious how harmoniously the two coexisted. It seemed their son had grown up to be sensible. Over the years, Ruan Cc had indeed proven to be intelligent and obedient, never inciting Jiang Yu's ire. Thus, this was the first time she had witnessed him so enraged. Jiang Yu possessed an endearing appearance, beloved by the neighborhood aunties, and though he still bore the soft features of youth, the smile that typically graced his face had vanished entirely. His expression was taut, his gaze towards Ruan Cc laden with a sternness akin to that of an elder reprimanding an incomprehensible child. This was an emotion entirely foreign to Ruan Cc. Jiang Yu's hand quivered slightly as he observed the pins embedded in her palm, piercing through her skin, while she appeared oblivious to the pain, resolutely clenching her fist without uttering a single cry of discomfort. "Are you seeking revenge on Wang Feng? Did you place pins on the stairs?" His voice was frigid as he directed his attention to the corner where an oil bottle lay. He had noticed it earlier. It was evidently not from their home, likely taken from Ruan Dayan's house. "You do realize that if you mishandle those pins, It could lead to someone else's demise, correct? Even though he controlled his voice. The echo lingered in the stairwell. Downstairs, Su-in called out, "Xiao Yu Cece, are you done?" Ruan Cece seemed to snap back to reality, her hand reaching out instinctively to grasp Jiang Yu's shirt, reminiscent of her childhood. However, her movement hesitated. Her hands were dirty, and Jiang Yu was wearing white today. Moreover, he had evaded her grasp. He was genuinely angry. Ruan Cece had always presented herself too well, leading him to believe he had made some impact on her over the years. Yet upon seeing the pins and the oil, he realized his arrogance and assumptions had been misplaced. Ruan Cece was no ordinary child. "Brother, I'm sorry I was wrong. I won't dare again. I didn't intend to do anything. I merely wanted to punish her for speaking ill of the aunties and uncles. And even you," she stammered, her voice tinged with panic as Su Yin's footsteps approached the stairs. "Brother, please don't abandon me. They will be very disappointed if they find out. They will think I am a bad child." As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. She mentioned Su-in, Jiang Weimin, and Jiang Yu, yet she did not mention herself. Even her desire for revenge was rooted in concern for them, not herself. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, turning away from her, and said, "If it doesn't hurt, then hide it well so it won't be discovered." He then strode down the stairs, calling Mom. "Can you help me with my things? I haven't finished moving yet." "Hey, how'd you come down from there? Where's Cece? Help me move this." Ruan Cece is probably slacking off. You think Cece is like you? Always looking for an easy way out. As winter approached, Ruan Cece felt her back drenched, uncertain if it was due to pain or fear. Fear that Jiang Yu would no longer want her. Chapter 15, not a delicate flower, but a carnivorous plant. Ruan Cece watched as Su-in and Jiang Yu descended the stairs, carrying boxes one after the other. Before leaving, Jiang Yu cast a glance in her direction, making Ruan Cece feel even more anxious. She took a couple of steps down, needing to tend to her wounds. Otherwise, Jiang Yu might become even more upset, and she couldn't let the aunties discover anything. After descending a few steps, she glanced at the oil bottle in the corner and decided to pour the oil onto the last 3 steps before returning with the bottle. Ruan Cece's nature was such that she always sought retribution. She dared not leave the pins behind for Jiang Yu to see. However, the oil bottle could have been accidentally knocked over by someone else. What did it have to do with her? It was merely a boon for those gossip mongers. In truth, Su Yin's family felt somewhat out of place in this neighborhood. Most residents were lower-class workers. The area had initially sold quickly due to its affordability. The cultural standards of the inhabitants were not particularly high, and even now, some believed that being able to recognize a few characters was sufficient, prioritizing making money over education. Individuals like Ruan Datin were not uncommon. They merely had a semblance of rationality, not madness, but their overall quality was lacking. Of course, there were decent individuals, but in their building, many were more concerned with their own affairs. Su-in was a teacher, and Jiang Weimin was a doctor, both considered to be of higher caliber. When they moved in during Su Yin's pregnancy, they had little money but chose to settle here to have a home. The housing prices were comparatively low, and with no other family nearby, the young couple made this choice. Upon their arrival, they quickly became the subject of gossip due to their contrasting demeanor with the local residents. Despite their amiable dispositions, they soon established good relations with the neighbors. While others had lived here for decades, Su-in, however, had neither the interest nor the time to engage in their gossip, naturally distancing herself from the social dynamics. Consequently, they often found themselves the subject of criticism regarding Ruan Cece. Initially, people thought they were foolish for being too soft-hearted. After all, one more mouth to feed would starve Ruan Cece. The well-meaning would meet unfortunate ends. Later, envy crept in, with others believing that Su-in and her family had struck gold, potentially earning hundreds of thousands a year. Thus, the gossip about their household intensified. Human beings are intricate creatures. Genuine sympathy arises when one witnesses another's suffering. Yet jealousy is equally real when one observes another flourishing. Ruan Cece understood that Chun Hui only provided them with a few thousand each year, enough for tuition and basic sustenance, leaving little else. Moreover, Su-in and her family had no intention of touching that money. Ruan Cece despised this place, despite sharing traits with the selfish and despicable who cannot tolerate others' happiness. She earnestly sought to integrate into Jiang Yu's family and escape this environment. After tending to her wounds, she was taken downstairs by Jiang Weimin. The family boarded the moving truck together to their new home. Su-in remained in high spirits, though she noticed that the 2 children seemed to be at odds with one another. Ruan Cece occasionally cast a glance at Jiang Yu, her expression tinged with a sense of pity. Yet, Jiang Yu did not spare her even a fleeting glance. His anger was palpable, a fury he had never experienced before. He was so consumed by it that he neglected to care whether she had attended to her wounds. He was well aware of Ruan Cici's penchant for a self-destructive approach to conflict resolution, reminiscent of a time in their past when she had drugged him, fully aware of the peril, yet still opting to expose herself to danger. Initially, her intent had merely been to administer a sedative to herself, but the outcome was far more damaging than she had anticipated. Similarly, whenever he inadvertently hurt himself, she remained composed, choosing instead to share in his pain. What was this madness? Under the gentle prodding of his wife, Jiang Weiman finally spoke up. Little fish. Next week is exam week, correct? Once the exams are over, the new year will follow. If you perform well, your father will reward you. Ruan Cici cautiously chimed in. Jiang Yu will definitely do well. Uncle, he wants that basketball. I don't want it, Jiang Yu replied coldly. Jiang Weiman exchanged a knowing glance with his wife before observing the silent Ruan Cici. He then turned his attention to his irritable son, noting that the boy's stern expression was rather intimidating. Then what gift do you desire? Jiang Weiman inquired amiably. Your mother mentioned last night that you wish to learn swimming. Shall I take you? Though Jiang Yu was indeed proficient in swimming, having learned in a previous life, he had yet to acquire such skills in this one. It would be illogical to suddenly possess this knowledge without prior experience. Thus, he had feigned an interest in learning. After all, he preferred swimming over basketball. At that moment, he finally glanced at his father. Really? Su Yin, relieved that her son had finally engaged, seized the opportunity to add, take Cici along. Jiang Yu chuckled softly. What need does she have? She is capable enough. After all, she was already plotting revenge with thumbtacks. Ruan Cici rolled her large eyes and, in a petulant tone, murmured, I can't. Jiang Yu glared at her pitiful visage, his irritation mounting. Su Yin wrapped her arms around Ruan Cici. Cici, it's all right. What are you two arguing about now? Ruan Cici glanced at Jiang Yu, hesitating briefly before revealing her palm, which bore a bandage. Perhaps it's because I'm injured. You're aware of that, are you? Jiang Yu observed her palm, which she had tended to with care. It was somewhat commendable that she had taken the initiative. Had her hand been in a bloody state, he truly doubted he could have restrained himself from chastising her. How did this happen? Both Su Yin and Jiang Weiman inquired, their gazes fixed on her palm. Ruan Cici, however, remained silent, her eyes locked on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, still brooding, muttered she was careless with the thumbtack. What else could he say? How could he explain to his mother that the delicate flower she cradled was, in fact, a carnivorous plant? Jiang Yu was vexed. He recognized that Ruan Cici's actions were deliberate, a calculated ploy to elicit his response. It was a test, a manifestation of her cunning. Yet, he acknowledged his own weakness. Despite knowing she was capable of retaliating with thumbtacks, he found himself softening towards her. She was 11, not a child, and she understood that such actions could lead to serious harm. Yet, she chose to proceed regardless. Jiang Yu recalled her words, noting that she mentioned everyone but herself. He was reminded of the time when Chi Han had pushed him down and Ruan Cici had brandished a brick with fierce determination. The years of nurturing had rendered him unable to harden his heart. Meanwhile, Su Yin and Jiang Weiman continued to fret over Ruan Cici's hand. Ruan Cici had dutifully apologized and pledged that she would not act rashly again. They had visited their new home long ago, and it no longer held any novelty for them. Jiang Yu wished to assist in tidying up, but his parents insisted he return to his studies. Then he noticed Ruan Cici, her school bag in tow, looking at him with innocence. Brother, may I join you in doing homework? Jiang Yu remained silent, merely averting his gaze. Ruan Cici hesitated at the doorway before tentatively stepping into his room. Seeing that Jiang Yu still refused to look at her, but had not ordered her out, she breathed a sigh of relief. Years had sufficiently acquainted her with Jiang Yu's temperament and boundaries. She understood that her recent words on the staircase were enough to soften his heart. Jiang Yu was the most innocent and easily deceived individual she had encountered. Sheltered by Aunt Su and Uncle Jiang, surrounded by goodwill. This version of Jiang Yu evoked jealousy in the young Ruan Cici, for she felt deprived. Now, she sought to protect him, believing that only by being with him could she pretend to be like him. Hence, she was determined to shield Jiang Yu and avoid inciting his anger. Ruan Cici pulled out a chair and seated herself beside Jiang Yu to facilitate their studies. Both of their rooms were equipped with long desks and 2 chairs, their layouts mirroring each other. Ruan Cici understood that Jiang Weiman and Su Yin genuinely wished for her to feel as though she and Jiang Yu were equals. Brother, I promise I won't be so impulsive in the future, but I cannot endure when they speak ill of you behind your back. Resting her face on her hands, she gazed at Jiang Yu with a pitiful expression. Though Jiang Yu recognized her apology, he sensed a lack of sincerity. I ask you, Ruan Cici, he said, his expression still serious. What if you encounter someone like Wang Feng again? Will you retaliate every time, disregarding the consequences? Ruan Cici paused, her voice low yet resolute. If they are as foul-mouthed as her, I would still act. You cannot harm those who hurt you, Jiang Yu admonished, his gaze piercing. Ruan Cece, unable to meet his eyes, felt an inexplicable weariness settle over him. Ruan Xiaoxi. He lifted her chin, locking eyes with her as he spoke earnestly. It is acceptable to resist in order to protect yourself. However, your first mistake today was allowing yourself to be harmed despite knowing you had thumbtacks. Ruan Cece was taken aback. Was her initial error not the desire for vengeance? The second is that while retaliation is permissible, you must consider the consequences. Wang Feng may be infuriating, but she is not an evil person. What if the thumbtack had caused her life-threatening harm? Was it worth it? In her heart, Ruan Cece thought it was indeed worth it, but she refrained from voicing that sentiment, aware that her standards of judgment differed from those of others. Thirdly, Ruan Xiaoxi. Jiang Yu continued, you mentioned us as a family, but excluded yourself. You are the one who has suffered the most. Remember to prioritize yourself above all, especially when it comes to self-protection. Do you understand? Ruan Cece, gazing into Jiang Yu's stern yet softening eyes, instinctively placed her hand over her heart. Of course, I will also protect myself, and do not harm me, Jiang Yu added dryly, for in his previous life, he had indeed been quite innocent. Surely, reiterating this was not excessive. Suddenly, Ruan Cece smiled and nodded. I understand. I will protect you and will never harm you. In exchange, Jiang Yu, you must always belong to me. Jiang Yu looked at her with a hint of concern, for he had never had siblings in his past life and was uncertain about how to care for a child. Previously, there was a flicker of confidence within her, for she had indeed been exceptionally well-behaved over the years. However, the events of today had utterly obliterated that confidence. What were your initial intentions for today? Jiang Yu found himself still curious about the occurrences of the day. Ruan Cece cast a hesitant glance at him, uncertain whether she should divulge her thoughts. If you remain silent, you may as well leave, Jiang Yu shot her a glare. Ruan Cece, intimidated by his sternness, could only respond with a meek acknowledgement, quickly whispering, I plan to grease the last 2 steps and place a 50 yuan bill at the front. She loves to take advantage, so she probably wouldn't notice the stairs. Wait a moment, what about the thumbtacks? Jiang Yu interrupted her. You can't possibly have neglected to place them, can you? Ruan Cece hesitated. Jiang Yu continued to scrutinize her. She finally mumbled, the oil will cause her to slip. The thumbtack should be placed at the bottom of the stairs, so her backside or hands will. Jiang Yu understood her intention. He observed Ruan Cece, who was now avoiding his gaze, and gently pressed down on her head, tousling her hair like an older brother. His voice was tinged with irritation. Ruan Cece, if they're essay next time, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. He muttered, if Mom finds out, she might just hang you up and beat you. Yet, Ruan Cece knew that when tea happened, Aunt Sue would be the one to face Jiang Yu's wrath. But she was content with the notion that Jiang Yu was the only one who wholeheartedly considered her an equal in this household. Jiang Yu, call me brother, she exclaimed. Can you not resolve to call me brother when there's something you need, and Jiang Yu when they're ISNT? Brother, are you going to oversee me for a lifetime? Who will want to oversee you? The boy's tone was one of exasperation, yet upon witnessing the smile on her face, his demeanor softened. The winter sunlight streamed warmly through the transparent glass, casting a gentle glow upon their desk. The paper sprawled across the surface bore vivid red marks. Mathematics, 89. Language Arts, 98. Ruan Cece cheerfully remarked. Aunt Sue said if you don't get into Yizhong, she'll give you a beating. Shall I help you with the problems? Jiang Yu thought to himself, how humiliating it is for a 211 university graduate to seek assistance from an elementary school student in mathematics. Yet, being spanked would be even more degrading. Then explain the last 2 difficult questions to me, he challenged. At that moment, Su Yin, carrying strawberries, approached the doorway and found the 2 engrossed in their papers. She sighed in relief, realizing they had reconciled. Her worries about them were unfounded. Children rarely held grudges. Taking one last glance at the strawberries, she quietly turned to leave. The opportunity for the mischievous boy to learn was rare, and the strawberries could wait. During dinner, Jiang Yu heard that Wang Feng had seemingly taken a tumble down the stairs. It was reported that the stairs had been greased, allegedly by Su Yin and her family during their recent move, prompting an angry phone call. Good-natured, Su Yin merely countered, do you have any evidence? Why would we do such a thing? Are we that idle? Or have you done something behind our backs that would warrant such actions? The caller hung up, cursing. Su Yin rolled her eyes in disbelief, pondering the absurdity of it all. How could there possibly be oil on the stairs? Jiang Yu shot a discreet glare at Ruan Cece, who returned his gaze with innocent eyes. Yet neither of them uttered a word. Later, as they retired for the night, Jiang Yu playfully tapped Ruan Cece on the head with a bit more force, warning, if they're the next time, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Ruan Cece obediently acknowledged his warning, assuring herself that she would not be caught next time. Just before entering her room, she heard Jiang Yu say, Do not always live in fear. I want to abandon you. From the moment I accepted you into my life and decided to take care of you, I have never truly intended to leave. I want to be angry either. Chapter 17. You must also learn to protect me well. Didn't you say you would protect me? With Jiang Yu's words, Ruan Cece felt like a contented cat being soothed by her owner, and thereafter, she did not cause any more trouble. As for Wang Feng, she did not dare to call again. After all, their old neighborhood lacked surveillance cameras in the stairwell, especially with the elderly and children around. Previously, Su Yin and the others had considered installing cameras for safety, but led by Wang Feng. A group of women insisted that it was unnecessary and too costly. In truth, it would not have been an exorbitant expense for each household. Ultimately, the cameras were never installed, and now Wang Feng could only blame her misfortune for her fall. It was said she lay in bed for over a month before finally getting up just before the new year. This winter break, Jiang Yu, having performed admirably in his final exams, earned the opportunity to learn swimming. To be fair, he could swim well in his previous life, but this new physique required him to relearn. Originally, Ruan Cece was to accompany him, but Jiang Yu redirected her towards martial arts training instead. This reckless approach to revenge by Ruan Cece left Jiang Yu quite anxious. Moreover, she was beautiful, and as the years progressed, she would only become more so. Jiang Yu felt as though he were raising a daughter, perpetually concerned. Initially, Su Yin thought they should both learn swimming together, but Jiang Yu gestured towards Ruan Cece's face. She must learn to protect herself. Su Yin paused. Then you protect your sister. I can, but what if I'm not around? She must have the ability to defend herself. Jiang Yu retorted. Ruan Cece had nearly been harmed by Ruan Datian in the 6th grade, and although Jiang Yu once considered it merely an anecdote, it was no longer just a story. This was Ruan Cece. Even though Ruan Datian was incarcerated this time around, Jiang Yu remained resolute in ensuring Ruan Cece learned self-defense. At the very least, she needed the skills to cope with and escape from bullies. He could not always be by her side. She needed to learn to save herself. This was a point Jiang Yu emphasized to Ruan Cece. Otherwise, she would only wish to follow him indefinitely. He later added, you must also learn to protect me well. Didn't you say you would protect me? Finally, after much reluctance, Ruan Cece acquiesced. The two of them pursued swimming and martial arts, respectively, albeit in separate locations. Nevertheless, every time Ruan Cece finished her training, she would seek out Jiang Yu, and they would return home together. During the new year, their family typically spent the holiday together. Aside from visiting a few friends, the key was that Dr. Jiang sometimes had to be on duty, leaving Su Yin to care for both children. Jiang Yu had known since childhood that his father was an orphan, raised in an orphanage, and thus had no relatives to visit. As for his mother, Su Yin did not seem to be local either. When Jiang Yu inquired as a child, she had merely responded with silence, revealing that she had no family left. Jiang Yu suspected that his mother was concealing something from him, yet it mattered little. Their family lived quite well, and if she said there was no one, then there was indeed no one. This familial environment had its advantages, as it spared him the need to explain Ruan Cece's presence to too many people. It was only in this lifetime that Jiang Yu finally understood why his parents had been so intent on helping Ruan Cece, even daring to bring her home despite knowing Ruan Datian was unhinged. When they had first moved here, Ruan Cece's grandmother was still alive. One day, while Jiang Weimin was returning home from his shift, he encountered a group of robbers in the area, which had previously been notorious for its poor environment. At that time, Jiang Weimin directly handed over the money. However, the other party, perhaps under the influence of alcohol, stabbed Jiang Weimin once, and only upon seeing the blood did he flee. It was Granny Ruan, who was out shopping, that called the police and an ambulance to rescue Jiang Weimin. Granny Ruan was a kind-hearted elderly woman, and all of this was recounted to Jiang Yu by his parents, who mentioned that the old lady was aware her son was a worthless individual. While she was still alive, she could manage him to some extent, but after her passing, she hoped that if Teacher Su and Dr. Jiang had the time, they could look after her daughter-in-law and little granddaughter. Unfortunately, this kind soul passed away when Jiang Yu and the others were barely over a year old. Subsequently, Jiang Weimin had intervened numerous times to prevent Ruan Datian from committing acts of violence. Thus, during that time, Chun Hui frequently sought refuge in Jiang Yu's home, and the two children often played together. However, this was ultimately a family matter, and Chun Hui could not always keep her daughter away from home. Meanwhile, Su Yin and the others had to go to work. How could one effectively address domestic violence? Su Yin sighed, reaching out to gently stroke Ruan Cece's head, explaining, your mother was terrified after being beaten. She has been hospitalized many times because of it. Try not to hold it against her too much. She was deceived by your father. At that moment, Ruan Cece merely smiled in silence, while Jiang Yu quietly muttered if she escaped. Why couldn't she take Ruan Cece with her? She was just a few years old. she could have been easily fed. Yet, Chunhui never looked back. And even when life improved later on, she still refused to come and see Ruan Cece. Suyin struggled to respond to this. Ultimately, it was Ruan Cece who changed the subject. After the new year, they would turn 12 and be able to enter middle school. Jiang Yu took the entrance exam seriously, especially since his mother had even bought a house next to the first middle school. If he failed to get in, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Fortunately, his academic performance was commendable. After all, he couldn't possibly fail to excel in the entrance exam. Both managed to gain admission to the esteemed first middle school. Then, Chunhui visited once, announcing her pregnancy and bringing gifts for both of them, a mobile phone for each and a tablet. She declared these as congratulatory gifts for their advancement in studies. Such presents were indeed substantial. Any ordinary child would have been overjoyed. Yet both Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece reacted with indifference, leaving Chunhui somewhat embarrassed. Su Yin, sensing the awkwardness, suggested they return to their studies, refraining from insisting they accept the gifts. Even if she had urged Jiang Yu to take his, Ruan Cece would certainly have declined. However, in Su Yin's view, it was only right for Chunhui to bring gifts after not having seen Ruan Cece for over 3 years. Currently, Jiang Yu, having diligently pursued both his studies and swimming, was finally matching Ruan Cece in height. Additionally, he seemed to be developing well, as the roundness of his face gradually diminished. As for Ruan Cece, she too was beginning to grow taller. Given the current trend, Jiang Yu felt that he might never surpass her during middle school. This thought weighed on him, but in his past life he had reached a height of 181 centimeters. When he first met Ruan Cece, she was quite tall, though he estimated her height to be around 165 centimeters. But as Jiang Yu glanced at the girl beside him, he noted that this time, with better nutrition, she had already reached 163 centimeters. Would she truly end up taller than him? Brother, what are you looking at? The girl, who had originally been focused on her work, suddenly spoke up, her voice soft yet gentle, her beautiful doe-like eyes turning towards him. Caught off guard, Jiang Yu felt a rush of shyness. Meeting her gaze, he asked, "Aren't you curious about what your mother said?" Chapter 18. She was merely a hurt little girl. It was perfectly reasonable to sleep alongside her brother, wasn't it? Ruan Cece was not curious. What more could she say? Wasn't it simply that she didn't want to disturb her, given the way her belly was showing? If he guessed correctly, this time she might leave behind a sum of money sufficient for her to attend university, and then she would likely sever all ties with him. Her voice was faint, as if discussing trivial matters. It resembled her tone when explaining schoolwork to Jiang Yu. Yet, when mentioning Chunhui, her tone grew distinctly cold. For a moment, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. He fell silent, then awkwardly laughed. You seem to understand quite well. Jiang Yu could not muster any other comforting words, as he too believed that Chunhui was capable of such actions. After all, she had not visited Ruan Cece even once in over 3 years. The sight of her large belly had startled Jiang Yu. What kind of situation was this? The two of them chose not to dwell on the matter further, and instead quietly began their review. After all, they would soon be entering the first year of middle school, and the textbooks and exercises were provided by Su Yin. As a teacher in the middle school department of the first middle school, she hoped neither of their academic performances would falter. With her oversight, Jiang Yu felt he could not afford to slack off at all. Was there anything more terrifying than the possibility of one's mother becoming their homeroom teacher? He could only pray that his mother wouldn't be so utterly relentless. In his previous life, Su Yin had not become his homeroom teacher, as he had barely missed the cutoff of the first middle school by 3 points. In the end, he had utilized certain privileges granted to the children of faculty members to barely secure his place, albeit at a considerable cost. However, class assignments were determined by academic performance, and at that time, his scores had been rather low, placing him further down the rankings. As for Su Yin, she only taught the top classes. This time around, Jiang Yu's academic performance was commendable, largely due to Ruan Cece's presence. He felt a sense of embarrassment if he performed poorly. Moreover, he had been given a second chance at life. He could not allow himself to squander it. Regardless, he was confident that this time, his rankings and scores would qualify him for the top class, which meant it was highly likely that his homeroom teacher would be his mother. A sense of dread washed over him. Jiang Yu casually sketched a cartoon child being beaten on his notebook as sounds of the door opening and closing echoed from outside. Presumably, Chunhui had departed. Jiang Yu immediately stood up, adopting a serious expression as he said to Ruan Cece, "I'll go wash some fruit for you." Ruan Cece watched him turn to leave, wanting to sigh. This excuse was rather weak. After all, Jiang Yu usually instructed Ruan Cece on washing the fruit. He had merely made a passing remark, not genuinely intending to wash. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a familiar sight. A card lay on the table. The items brought by Chun Hui remained scattered across the surface. Su Yin, hearing the noise, turned abruptly, her expression sour. Upon recognizing Jiang Yu, she let out a sigh of relief and beckoned him over. Come here, little fish. Jiang Yu approached, glancing at the card and then at the items, his anger beginning to simmer. Had she truly left the card behind to signify that they would no longer be in contact? Su Yin looked at him in surprise. It's about time, ISNT it? Saying there's nothing more to discuss. That you shouldn't keep in touch. This money is for CC, for middle school, high school, and university, a total of 300,000. Indeed, that was a considerable sum, normally sufficient for her education. This assumption, of course, was made in the absence of any unforeseen circumstances. However, Su Yin was furious, angered by Chun Hui's eagerness to sever ties with Ruan Cece. She felt a deep sympathy for Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu too felt for Ruan Cece, who was undeniably obedient, intelligent, and beautiful, yet they would never see those qualities. Chun Hui had hardly spared Ruan Cece a glance. The mother and son shared a moment of silence. Su Yin reached out and touched Jiang Yu's head. Xiao Yu Cece. There will only be us in the future. Over the years, Mom knows she has been a little strict with you, but she just wants you all to be good. Grow up healthy, and preferably become better. Jiang Yu smiled. Mom, I understand now. It's okay. Don't tell Ruan Xiaoxi about this matter. His voice was kept low. Anyway, Chun Hui hasn't come for so many years, so it doesn't matter if she doesn't come in the future. Just don't let Ruan Xiaoxi know that her mother may really plan to never have any relationship with her again. Although she is so smart that she may have guessed long ago, as long as she doesn't admit it, it's just a guess. Sujin Said, okay. They didn't notice that Jiang Yu's door was actually not tightly closed. Ruan Cece gently closed the door, feeling that there was nothing difficult to accept. But I don't know if he will soften his heart tonight when he takes the opportunity to ask to sleep with his brother. Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu's bed with a longing in his eyes. Well, she's just an injured little girl. Isn't it reasonable to sleep with her brother? Unreasonable. Jiang Yu kicked her down. They're all going to junior high school. Men and women are different. Don't even think about it. Even though Ruan Cece pitifully said that he was just a little lonely. Then Jiang Yu chuckled and pulled her back to her room, opening the door. The room was decorated in a very girlish style, but the doll on her bed was a bit out of place. Various superheroes, mythological characters, Doraemon, and magical Sakura above Jiang Yu pointed to the 7 gore dolls, which I just bought for you. Speaking, I glanced at Wanchi Creek. Are you still afraid? I called my mom. Ruan Cece silently looked at the doll on her bed. In order to be a united and friendly good child, she also wanted to play at her good friend Lu Chi's house. They all have Barbie dolls and various cute plush toys. But it's okay, she's also very cute. These were all bought by Jiang Yu for her. Ruan Cece knew tonight was hopeless and let out a disappointed sigh. All right, I got it. Good night, brother. Speaking, he also gave Jiang Yu a sweet smile. It's okay. Just touch it yourself when he's asleep and come back before he wakes up tomorrow morning. Anyway, Jiang Yu is asleep and there won't be any reaction to earthquakes. It's similar to falling into a coma. Jiang Yu always felt wrong before going to bed that night. Mainly because Ruan Cece gave up too quickly today. He's not used to it. If she had been acting cute and coquettish before, she would have used everything. Well, today went too smoothly and he actually felt a bit uncomfortable. However, Jiang Yu's sleep quality is indeed very good. After lying down and thinking for a while, he became sleepy. I fell asleep in no time. No one at home knew that after 1 a.m., the door next to Jiang Yu gently opened. After Ruan Cece came in, he stood by the bed and looked at Jiang Yu for a while before quietly going to bed. As soon as he lay down close to Jiang Yu, the boy instinctively reached out and hugged his frail body. Ruan Cece revealed a silent smile with gentle eyes. I said good night in my heart, brother. Chapter 19. Sister Control and Brother Control. Jiang Yu knew nothing about this. He only knew about his own body and didn't know what was going on. He slept soundly every time he went to bed. When he was 10 years old, his bed shook in the middle of the night during an earthquake, and the whole family woke up. He was the only one sleeping soundly. His father, Dr. Jiang, thought there was something wrong with him and took him to the hospital for a checkup. As a result, nothing happened and the innocent child slept well without any worries. Ruan Cece quietly runs over to his room after finishing his homework every morning. He wakes up at 5 a.m. and goes back to his room. Suyin wakes up at 5:30 a.m. It's been like this for over a year now, and no one at home has noticed. Now they're in junior high school. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece are still in the same class. Shi Han and Zhou Xianxian are also in the same class as them. The 4 of them were quite happy when they met acquaintances at the beginning of the school year, but of course, Ruan Cece was actually happy on the surface and not happy at all in his heart. Compared to others, she prefers Jiang Yu to see only her in his eyes. And then she has no reason to be at the same table as Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu and Shi Han sat together, while Ruan Cece could only sit at the same table as Zhou Xianxian. They sat together and became the most beautiful scenery in the class. Originally, when Ruanqi Creek was still dirty in elementary school, Zhou Xianxian was the most beautiful little girl in their school. Later, a Ruan Sisi was killed, and Zhou Xianxian was not the most beautiful, but she was also the second most beautiful. At the age of junior high school, one is already quite sensitive and experiencing the onset of emotions. Little boys also like to discuss in private which girl looks good. Some of the worst ones even talk about their physique, and so on. Jiang Yu has never been involved in such topics, and he is not really a child. But he still knows that there are many little boys who like Ruan Sisi, and girls who are beautiful and have good grades. Although they may be a bit cold, they are not completely indifferent to others. Anyway, everything attracts little boys. Jiang Yu even felt relieved, thinking that these little boys had good eyesight. There are not many people who know about the situation of Ruan Sisi's family at the new school anymore. Everyone only knows that Ruanqi Creek is called Jiang Yu Go, and the two of them live together. So many people think they are relatives. Ruan Banhua and Banhua's brother. Jiang Yu is her brother. Jiang Yu instantly had many younger brothers, and when he opened his mouth, he became a brother. Most of them wanted to establish a good relationship with Jiang Yu and inquire about Ruan Sisi, but Jiang Yu would beat them up one by one. No one can have any idea about the little cabbage that she has grown up with so much effort. Their Ruan Xiaoxi has such good grades. Don't even think about having early relationships with her one by one. Finally, in their second year of junior high school, everyone knew that Jiang Yu from class 3 was a brother-in-law. Coincidentally, Ruan Sisi is also a controlling brother. Well, it's not like a family doesn't come into one house. Sisi, won't you go watch Jiang Yu play basketball? Zhou Xianxian lay on the table, staring at the girl who was writing her paper, and asked softly. When I saw her exquisite and beautiful profile, I wanted to slap myself again. Why did I owe so much when I was a child? Sisi is so beautiful. Yet she still bullies her? Whoa, Zhou Xianxian, you're really not human. Whispering. Luqi is right. Seeing more beautiful women makes you feel better. Ruan Sisi's pen flickered, and he turned to look at Zhou Xianxian. Didn't he say he wouldn't play basketball? I said I would go for a walk and come back to do the test paper. Aunt Sue said that if we don't finish writing these 3 papers today, we'll have to draw Jiang Yu. Oh, in the 3rd year of junior high school, a boy ran up to him and said he would have a fight. If Jiang Yu lost, he would help send you a love letter. At first, Jiang Yu didn't pay attention to them, saying he didn't want to fight or bet on you. The group of people stopped Jiang Yu and the others from leaving, and Zhou Xuanxuan's tone of voice was full of disgust. Do they think this behavior is cool? Childish to death. And she just saw it. Those guys with crooked melons and cracked dates don't deserve their streams. The key point that Ruan Sisi heard was, oh, because Jiang Yu was in a difficult situation? The tapping pen was gently placed on the table, but still made a soft sound in the quiet and empty classroom. Go take a look. Ruan Sisi stood up as he spoke. Now is the time to rest after school in the afternoon and during self-study in the evening. So most people in the classroom have gone out to eat or do something. The classroom was sparsely populated. Upon realizing that she was finally about to step outside, Zhou Xuanxuan's eyes lit up with excitement. She was eager to join the fray. Instantly, she stood up, looping her arm through Ruan Sisi's, and exclaimed hurriedly, "Let us go. Let us go." On their way, Ruan Sisi passed by the convenience store and casually purchased a bottle of iced water. Jiang Yu, having worked up a sweat from playing basketball, would surely need it. Upon arriving at the basketball court, they found it nearly full, with one particular court boasting an especially large crowd. Zhou Xianxian pointed to the busiest court, saying that one. Indeed, it was true. Jiang Yu and Qi Han were quite popular. She remarked this in a tone filled with gossip, casting a curious glance in that direction. Completely unaware of Ruan Sisi's darkening expression, she had begun to realize that her possessiveness over Jiang Yu was becoming somewhat abnormal. Although she typically endeavored to appear composed, her youth made it challenging to manage her emotions. For instance, at this moment, she felt a strong aversion to hearing about Jiang Yu's popularity and despised the sight of those boys and girls surrounding him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's expression had grown somewhat cold, his arms still tingling for a recent collision. The self-proclaimed upperclassmen were playing rather dirty. Initially, Jiang Yu had no intention of joining the game. He merely stepped out for a breather after becoming frustrated with his homework and planned to buy some snacks for Ruan Sisi. However, upon seeing Qi Han and the others playing, he approached to say hello, only to be intercepted. When they threatened to keep him from leaving if he didn't play, Jiang Yu felt irritated. To him, these were mere obstacles preventing Ruan Sisi from blossoming into a beautiful flower for the nation. Thus, he decided to participate, but the group played unfairly, showing no intention of competing fairly. Lu Ji, the class representative, cast a worried glance at Jiang Yu, who was rubbing his shoulder. "You all right?" "Ye." Jiang Yu glanced back at him and shook his head. "Ye mifine." The others in the class clearly saw that these individuals were targeting Jiang Yu with their incessant collisions and foot stomps. Had it not been for Jiang Yu restraining Chi-Han, they would have charged forward. The opposing group continued to laugh, with their leader, Li Ziwen, smugly asking, "Are you still in the game, younger brothers? If not, you better bring me back my confidence." He then produced a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. One of the boys beside him chuckled. "Next time we meet, should we call Ruan Cece little sister-in-law?" The group erupted into laughter. Jiang Yu's expression turned icy. He slammed the ball down in front of them with considerable force, the sound silencing their laughter. He smirked at them, saying, "Really? You only won by 3 points, and you're already getting cocky? Don't forget there's still half a game left." As the second half commenced, Ruan Cece and Zhou Xianxian approached the court. Li Ziwen and his crew, as before, charged at Jiang Yu. This time, however, Jiang Yu was prepared. He didn't dodge, but instead thrust his elbow sharply into the midsection of the oncoming opponent. Li Ziwen yelped in pain. Jiang Yu, holding the ball, turned to him with a smile. "Sorry, senior." He then took a few steps forward and made a perfect 3-point shot. "Are you playing dirty?" Li Ziwen was evidently furious. Jiang Yu, a second-year student standing at a modest 173 centimeters, was unremarkable among the taller boys, most of whom stood around 180 centimeters. Despite being encircled by such a group, Jiang Yu remained unfazed, subtly exuding a presence that suggested he was the leader. Perhaps it was due to the aura he carried, which set him apart from typical boys his age. This only intensified Li Ziwen's irritation. Chi-Han and their classmates joined Jiang Yu behind him. Jiang Yu shifted his shoulder, which had just been jarred, and said, "Who can't handle it? Is it only you who can break the rules? Play fair, or don't play at all." He tilted his chin slightly, his gaze toward Li Ziwen cold. "How arrogant! Do you really think that just because some call you Guyu can act like a big shot?" One of Li Ziwen's crew members spat, his tone laced with disdain. Chi-Han chuckled. "He is our brother. What of it?" The other boys echoed, "Exactly. Yugo is our brother. So what?" Jiang Yu looked at the displeased faces of Li Ziwen and his gang, his voice rising. "You all initiated this trouble. And if you can't handle the heat, that's on you. We respect our elders, and 1T stoop to your level." With that, he exchanged a glance with Chi-Han and walked away. "Apologize to me." Li Ziwen and his group, having often bullied others due to their size and backgrounds, were not about to back down easily and reached out to grab Jiang Yu. At that moment, a basketball came hurtling toward them, striking Li Ziwen squarely on the shoulder. With a grunt and a thud, he stumbled back, clutching his shoulder. Both groups paused, looking toward the direction from which the ball had come. A girl in a school uniform strolled over, leisurely holding a bottle of water. She appeared to have just exited the classroom, wearing glasses typically donned during lessons. Nevertheless, her exquisite features were unmistakable. With a cool demeanor, she approached Jiang Yu, capturing the attention of nearly every boy on the court. Ruan Cece, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, handed Jiang Yu the iced water, her brow furrowing slightly as she noticed his perspiration, and offered him a tissue. Jiang Yu accepted it naturally, asking, "What brings you here?" He had seen Zhou Xianxian earlier and could guess her intentions. To be honest, Zhou Xianxian was indeed quite the gossip. Jiang Yu felt somewhat speechless. In stark contrast to her cool demeanor, her voice softened as she addressed Jiang Yu. "I came to see why you Haven T returned to finish your homework." The boys in their class were already accustomed to this. In Ruan Cece's eyes, boys could be categorized into two types, her brother and everyone else. Yet, Li Ziwen and his entourage were clearly oblivious to this distinction. Particularly Li Ziwen, who initially wore an angry expression, now flushed slightly upon seeing Ruan Cece, his eyes lighting up at the sound of her gentle voice. Li Ziwen cleared his throat, adopting an arrogant demeanor as he spoke. "Ruan Cece, was that basketball you threw? Aren't you going to apologize to the brother?" He leaned in closer, adding, "Or how about we catch a movie together, and we'll forget all about it? Otherwise." He trailed off with a playful hum. At this point, Jiang Yu thought to himself, "This guy is really insufferable." He raised the bottle of iced water that Ruan Cece had given him and placed it in front of Li Ziwen's face, sincerely saying, "Brother, I bet dinner tonight will be garlic and chive dumplings, right? That smell is still lingering. You've got chives stuck in your teeth." Chi-Han and the others could no longer contain their laughter. Li Ziwen was taken aback, his expression one of shock, as the crew member beside him leaned in for a closer look. Even Ruan Cece covered her nose and mouth, barely suppressing a smile. The irritation she felt upon hearing him refer to himself as brother vanished in an instant. Ignoring Li Ziwen entirely, Ruan Cece tugged gently at Jiang Yu's shirt hem, urging him to return. "If we don't finish our homework, we'll get scolded again tonight." Ruan Cece couldn't help but shake her head at the scenes where Jiang Yu was suppressed by Su Yin's lineage. Jiang Yu was indeed rather mischievous, often putting Ruan Cece in a position where she couldn't lend a hand, which left him somewhat deserving of the situation. The conflicts arising from their side naturally drew attention. Just moments ago, Jiang Yu's voice had been rather loud, making Li Ziwen's face sour after losing face. To make matters worse, he noticed Wan Cece completely ignoring him and only engaging with Jiang Yu. The palpable tension between the two was undeniably irksome to him. Thus, with a scowl, he reached out to grab Wan Cece, thinking, "You think you can just leave after throwing a fit? Such a good deal doesn't exist." At that moment, he was consumed by anger and had completely forgotten about his earlier embarrassment. The occasional laughter from those around him felt like mockery. Chi-Han and the others were on the verge of berating Li Ziwen for his shamelessness in reaching for Wan Cece, while Jiang Yu remained remarkably composed, having trained in Sanda for 3 years. As expected, Wan Cece swiftly produced a pen from somewhere and struck Li Ziwen's outstretched hand with a sharp crack. He yelped in pain now. It was at this moment that Zhou Xianxian arrived with the director of education, exclaiming, "Teacher, they are blocking our classmates from returning." The director, surnamed Zhu, was a strict-looking woman in her 40s, notorious for her vigilance against early romances. With a stern expression, she barked at the onlookers, "Everyone, return to the classroom at once. Class will commence shortly." The crowd, eager to avoid the wrath of old Zhu, murmured and dispersed. Li Ziwen's face paled at the sight of Director Zhu. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xianxian reported, "Teacher, Li Ziwen was just trying to grab Wan Cece." Wan Cece, who consistently ranked first in her class since enrollment, was well regarded by Director Zhu, especially since she kept her distance from all boys except Jiang Yu. In contrast, Li Ziwen, with poor grades and a history of early romance with girls from other schools, had already lost favor in her eyes. "Li Ziwen, have you been bullying your classmates again?" Li Ziwen protested, "Teacher, why do you immediately assume I'm the troublemaker? Did you not see Wan Cece strike me first? I only saw you reaching for the young lady. If she struck you, what of it? Unhappy? Then let us discuss this in the office." Director Zhu replied coldly. She then turned to Jiang Yu and the others, instructing them to head back to class as the bell would ring in a few minutes. Jiang Yu and his friends obediently complied, turning to leave. Before Lu Ji departed, he deliberately flashed a radiant smile at Li Ziwen, while Chi-Han cheekily chimed, "Goodbye, teacher. Bye, senor." Li Ziwen and his friends fumed, their faces contorted with anger. Yet they dared not retaliate against Director Zhu. A group of boys returned in high spirits, praising Zhou Xianxian for a timely response. Zhou Xianxian, linking arms with Wan Cece, cheerfully declared, "It was actually Cece who asked me to find the teacher." Jiang Yu glanced at Wan Cece, who was lost in thought, and mused that she had made progress by approaching a teacher. He casually took the pen from her hand and tossed it into a nearby trash bin, commenting lazily, "It probably smells of chives and garlic now, best discarded." However, he retained the water Wan Cece had given him, as it was a gift from her. Yet, Wan Cece snatched the bottle from him and tossed it into the bin, saying, "It's dirty. I'll buy you a new one." She then sprinted off to the convenience store, leaving Zhou Xianxian calling after her in vain. One of the boys who played basketball with them murmured enviously, "Yuga, how come your sister is so well behaved?" Previously, the boys in their class who had witnessed Wan Cece's interactions with Jiang Yu assumed she was a soft and adorable girl. Many boys had tried to approach her, only to meet with disappointment, akin to colliding with an iceberg on a sweltering summer day, refreshing yet disheartening. Although they had become accustomed to this, there were times when they couldn't help but feel envious. Only Chi-Han chuckled softly. Ever since Wan Cece had once struck him with a brick in elementary school, he found her rather intimidating. Although he had been quite insufferable at that time, her fierce demeanor had felt life-threatening. Even now, the memory sent chills down his spine. Thus, despite Wan Cece's newfound beauty, he remained wary of her. Zhou Xianxian caught Chi-Han's chuckle and shot him a glare. "What are you laughing at? Who wouldn't he want a sister like Cece?" Her tone dripped with envy as she glanced at Jiang Yu, murmuring, "You are so lucky. I wish I had found her first." After entering junior high, few knew about Wan Cece's past, yet Zhou Xianxian and Chi-Han were aware of it. At that moment, Zhou Xianxian lamented Jiang Yu's good fortune in having discovered Wan Cece. Chi-Han retorted, "Oh, please, you used to bully her all the time. That was when I was still immature." As the two began to bicker again, Jiang Yu had grown accustomed to it. Strangely enough, he felt as though he had gradually adapted to this age, relishing the experience of growing again. Jiang Yu sensed that he was not as mature or extraordinary as other reborn individuals. In novels he had read, reincarnated characters often engaged in stock trading to amass wealth. However, he had no recollection of his own middle and high school experiences. He remembered a few significant events that made the news, but he didn't truly understand them. As for stock trading in middle and high school, he had never been interested. Regarding internet companies, he was utterly clueless, and coming from an ordinary family, he couldn't afford such ventures. He was likely the most mundane reincarnator, merely retracing the steps of his previous life. Yet there was something different. Watching Ruan Cece sprinting towards him with water in hand, her hair tousled by the wind, the backlit girl appeared stunning. He could even hear the boys in class exclaiming how striking her beauty was. Jiang Yu thought to himself that he had accomplished something quite remarkable, bringing this girl, who had endured much hardship, into a better life. With this thought, he felt a sense of contentment. He was an ordinary person without any particular traits. So he maintained a calm mindset. After all, how could an average individual not live life fully in a second chance? He handed the water to Ruan Cece, who took it from him after he twisted open the cap, saying, "Drink up. Why rush so much?" Beside them, Lu Ji feigned a wine, sister. "Why didn't you bring us a bottle too?" A few boys chimed in, "Yeah, we're classmates after all." Jiang Yu chuckled and scolded, "Hey, who are you calling sister?" before playfully kicking one of them. The boys continued to jostle and banter as they walked ahead. Zhou Xianxian once again linked arms with Ruan Cece, exclaiming, "Every day, I just want to be close to my beautiful sister." Ruan Cece recoiled slightly from her touch, expressing a hint of disdain. "You only managed to twist the cap off because Jiang Yu helped you." Zhou Xianxian replied, "There's no need to emphasize that it was Jiang Yu who assisted you. It's quite apparent. Cece, you truly are a brother complex." Zhou Xianxian sighed. Ruan Cece's gaze remained fixated on Jiang Yu, unwavering, and upon hearing her friend's remark, she merely hummed in acknowledgement, neither confirming nor denying it. After all, it was true. No, it was not merely a brother complex. It was a Jiang Yu complex. At that moment, Jiang Yu was engaged in a playful tussle with Lu Ji when he suddenly sensed something, turning to glance over his shoulder. Indeed, Ruan Cece was intently watching him. What was she looking at? "Hurry over. Class is about to start," he called out. No sooner had he spoken than the bell rang, and the boys, previously frolicking, rushed forward, lamenting, "It's math class. Quick, run. It's Teacher Su's lesson." Jiang Yu sprinted a few paces with them before turning back. "Xiao Cece, hurry. Teacher Su is going to scold me." Teacher Su, known as Suyin, was not their homeroom teacher but taught a subject they all dreaded. Despite being reprimanded daily, Jiang Yu had managed to grasp math better in this life, thanks to Ruan Cece's tutoring, and he was content with barely avoiding the bottom ranks in class. He had already envisioned attending high school at number 1 middle school alongside Ruan Cece, where he could finally broach the subject of pursuing art with his family. He cherished his previous vocation and had no intention of relinquishing it in this life. Moreover, he recalled how Ruan Cece had rarely worn shorts. He also remembered the scars on her body from their past life, a stark contrast to her beautiful face. Jiang Yu thought to himself that if she were willing, he would like to help her conceal those scars. Of course, if she chose to pursue a civil service career, he would pretend he had never mentioned it. Fortunately, in this life, Ruan Cece bore few scars, and he could buy her some scar treatment products. After all, what young girl does not wish to be beautiful? Chapter 22. A ghostly encounter. Jiang Yu felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. He shouldn't have thought about Ruan Daitian's wounds. That afternoon, he found himself unable to escape thoughts of him. Just 2 days later, he encountered the man who was supposed to be incarcerated for 7 years. Yet here he was, having served barely over 5. How'd he manage to get out? To be honest, Jiang Yu's memory of Ruan Daitian was faint, primarily because he had not seen him for a long time in his past life. Since his rebirth, he had only encountered him twice before the latter was imprisoned. However, when he spotted a man in tattered clothing standing at the entrance of his residential complex, he instantly recognized him as Ruan Daitian. The calculating and sinister glint in his eyes was unmistakable. The man was tall, appearing emaciated and somewhat aged. As he stood there, the security guard approached him cautiously and said something, prompting the man to turn and leave. Yet as he did, he seemed to sense something and cast a glance in Jiang Yu's direction. Instinctively, Jiang Yu turned away. He had no idea what Ruan Daitian was doing there. All he knew was that he must not be discovered. With the final exams looming, he and Ruan Cece were about to advance to the 3rd year of junior high. And now Ruan Daitian had emerged. What happened to Ruan Cece? How did he know about this place? Was he here to find Ruan Cece? The realization chilled Jiang Yu's heart. After a considerable time, he dared to glance back, but Ruan Daitian had vanished. Ruan Cece was only 13, still registered under Ruan Daitian's household. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown. He had initially been summoned by Su Yin to buy discounted oranges from across the street. Now, however, he had lost all inclination to do so, turning back instead. Upon entering the house, Jiang Yu's first glance was towards Ruan Cece's room, its door ajar. Su Yin, in the kitchen, was taken aback. "You're back already?" she exclaimed, knowing that it usually took this troublesome boy at least an hour to return from an errand. Seeing Jiang Yu empty-handed, she frowned, ready to voice her discontent. But he raised a hand and quietly shushed her. Su Yin's reprimand caught in her throat, She stared at him in confusion. Jiang Yu pulled her into the kitchen and closed the door. The sudden action made Su-yin anxious. "What's wrong, son?" In a hushed tone, Jiang Yu replied. "I just saw Ruan Daitian outside." At that, Su-yin's expression shifted, her brow furrowing in concern as she scrutinized Jiang Yu. "Are you sure? I wouldn't mistake him. He was standing right at the entrance of our complex." Jiang Yu's voice grew increasingly agitated. "Mom, you should ask the aunties from our old neighborhood." Su-yin quickly retrieved her phone, knowing that after so many years in the area, she must have acquaintances. She soon received a response and looked up at Jiang Yu, her voice trembling. "He has been behaving well and was released early." That wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Ruan Daitian had actually returned several days ago. Initially, he had no intention of seeking out Ruan Cece. To him, whether she was dead or had run away was inconsequential. Ruan Daitian was that kind of person. However, on the day he went out to buy alcohol, he overheard Wang Feng and others gossiping about Ruan Cece. They were bored and began claiming that Jiang Yu's family had profited immensely, mentioning how much Chen Hui paid them to support Ruan Cece. The last message from one of the aunties was, "I saw I go to look for Wang Feng this morning. Teacher Su, you need to be cautious. Wang Feng's lips are not sealed." Now Jiang Yu understood how Ruan Daitian had tracked them down. After their move to the new complex, many neighbors were aware of it. While others might be reluctant to engage with Ruan Daitian, Wang Feng was notoriously unpredictable. "Su-jin Saif, clearly travel. Let's not focus on this for now." "Mom." Jiang Yu interrupted her seriously, his gaze steady. "You know better than I do what kind of person Ruan Daitian is. If he lingers around our complex, he might head to the school next. I can't let that happen." Taking a deep breath, he continued in a low voice. He once barged into a classroom and dragged Ruan Cece by her hair. His voice faltered momentarily. He and T recalled this himself. But it had been recounted by Chi Han and others, their expressions complex as they mentioned it. That incident was when Ruan Cece began to be ostracized, and now, he could not allow such a thing to happen again. Jiang Yu spoke earnestly. "I don't want him to see Ruan Cece. What should we do now?" Su-jin, taken aback by her son's seriousness, reflexively asked, only to sigh, "I haven't thought of a solution yet." "Contact Chen Hui," Jiang Yu suggested in a hushed tone. Chen Hui had not visited since the last time she brought money. She had been so nonchalant, unwilling to even transfer Ruan Cece's household registration. If she had, they wouldn't have to fear Ruan Daitian's return. In truth, after Chen Hui had left her card during her initial visit, Jiang Yu had warned his parents about Ruan Cece's household registration issue. At that time, Ruan Daitian was imprisoned, and it would have been easy for Chen Hui, as Ruan Cece's mother, to transfer her registration. However, Chen Hui had claimed that her boyfriend was unaware of her daughter and needed more time. Later, on the evening of the second card retrieval, Jiang Yu once again called Su-yin, but at that moment, Chen Hui claimed it was inconvenient and promised to return the call later, which ultimately never happened. Su-yin had also inquired, but they were unable to transfer Ruan Cece's household registration. Jiang Yu did not anticipate that the delay would extend until Ruan Daitian was released from prison. With the impending confrontation, further procrastination was no longer an option. Su-yin hesitated, questioning what Chen Hui could possibly do. She sighed, pondering whether Chen Hui even cared about CC's well-being, let alone Ruan Daitian's affairs. A cold, sardonic smile crept upon Jiang Yu's lips, one that seemed incongruous with his youth. Without mentioning Ruan Cece, he simply asked her whom she thought Ruan Daitian would come after next, given that they were lacking funds. She feared Ruan Daitian even more than they did. Su-yin stared blankly at her son, whose familiar features now bore an unsettlingly different aura. Jiang Yu's demeanor felt excessively alien to her. Little fish the moment he heard the uncertainty in her voice. His previously irritated mood was doused with cold water. He turned to Su-yin, and indeed, he saw the doubt and uncertainty reflected in her gaze. Jiang Yu's mind raced, and he forced a pained smile, asking Mom, "Do you think what I just suggested is feasible?" "It's how they portray it in the novels I read instantly." Su-yin frowned. "Jiang Yu, have you been reading that author's novel, Spicy Rabbit Head with a Dash of Sugar again?" Jiang Yu replied with a playful protest. "Hey, what's wrong with that? Handsome guys read too." He dashed away, adding, "You wouldn't hit me, would you?" At that moment, Jiang Yu had no inkling of how foolish Chen Hui truly was. Chapter 23, he felt that the person lying beside him bore some resemblance to Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu was oblivious to how his parents communicated with Chen Hui, but he no longer saw Ruan Daitian loitering at the entrance of the community. Naturally, he didn't attend school either. Ruan Cece noticed that Jiang Yu had been somewhat distracted lately, and with finals approaching, she worried he might end up in trouble if his grades slipped. Being inherently sensitive to the emotions of others, especially when it came to Jiang Yu, she found his recent behavior particularly concerning. During this period, Jiang Yu was undeniably off-kilter. Whenever he went anywhere alone, he would invariably follow her, as if terrified of her being left alone. This was extremely unusual behavior. Consequently, Wan Cece set down her pen and called out, "Brother." He did not respond. Today, teacher Su had gone to deliver supper to Dr. Jiang, leaving just the two of them at home. With finals commencing on Monday, they had originally agreed to review together that evening, primarily focusing on Jiang Yu's mathematics. Oddly enough, Jiang Yu performed well in all other subjects, maintaining stability, but his math scores fluctuated dramatically, akin to a roller coaster. Teacher Su, being a math teacher, often found his grades infuriating. However, it was not that Jiang Yu did not study diligently. He truly put in the effort, but he simply could not maintain consistency. Wan Cece observed that he had yet to solve a single problem from the exercises she had assigned. With a sigh, she placed her hand on Jiang Yu's. Only then did he snap back to reality, pulling his hand away awkwardly as he asked, "What is wrong? Should I be the one asking you that?" Wan Cece replied, accustomed to this dynamic. Ever since they moved into their new home, Jiang Yu had been adamant about limiting their physical contact, and Wan Cece could no longer climb onto his bed as openly as before. Nonetheless, it was fine. She could still do so at night. Jiang Yu always told her that there should be a distinction between boys and girls, a notion she disliked. She cherished being close to him. Yet, if Jiang Yu was uncomfortable, she could easily feign indifference, masking her discontent with a gentle tone. "What is wrong? You've been daydreaming." Jiang Yu glanced at her. Noting how well she had been nurtured, her cheeks were rosy, and her delicate features had matured beautifully. In Jiang Yu's eyes, he had yet to encounter a girl more stunning than her at school. Many boys would steal glances at her, even some older students. There were even more who, likely Ziwen, had gone so far as to ask Jiang Yu to deliver love letters to Wan Cece. Such a beautiful girl. If Wan Datian were to catch her, Jiang Yu couldn't bear to think about it. Wan Datian was hardly human. Yet, it puzzled him how Chen Hui had still not managed to transfer Wan Cece as household registration after all this time. Jiang Yu frowned. "Your household registration is still with you, right?" Wan Cece hesitated, but nodded. "Yes, it's required for registration. Isn't it? I would take anything related to Wan Datian otherwise." However, she was unable to open an account independently. Her registration remained linked to Wan Datian's. Jiang Yu cursed under his breath. "If you had the option to transfer your registration to share with your mother, would you agree?" He watched Wan Cece, sensing something unusual about her attitude towards Chen Hui compared to Wan Datian. It was as if her hatred for Wan Datian was direct and visceral, while her feelings towards Chen Hui were more complex, tinged with something beyond mere animosity. Jiang Yu found it baffling. He had never harbored hatred for anyone, aside from his profound disgust for Wan Datian. As he looked at Wan Cece, he recalled mentioning this before, but she seemed indifferent, even reluctant. Wan Cece fell silent, perhaps lost in thought, before a cold smile graced her lips. "I don't mind. Isn't she the one who has been unwilling to transfer it?" After saying this, she inquired, "Why are you asking about this?" It felt odd. Jiang Yu had never brought it up before. Something must have happened to prompt his curiosity. A strange thought crossed Wan Cece's mind. Surely something was amiss. Jiang Yu felt a sense of suffocation. He was not one to conceal his thoughts, especially from those close to him. The biggest secret he had been harboring was his rebirth. If nothing unexpected occurred, he would keep it hidden for a lifetime, for he did not wish for anyone to know that he had perished from a sudden illness in his previous life. Responding to Wan Cece's inquiry, he feigned nonchalance, saying, "Oh, I was just thinking that the sooner we resolve this, the better. Otherwise, it'll all be troublesome when Wan Datian is out." His demeanor was so natural that Wan Cece, who had initially harbored doubts, felt reassured. She responded, "Wan Datian won't be out that quickly. We can address it later." Indeed, she appeared to want nothing to do with Chen Hui. The dynamic between the two women was peculiar. However, even after the exams concluded, Wan Datian did not reappear. Su Yin, inquiring with the neighbors from their previous community, learned that Wan Datian was still living as he always had, drinking and gambling, returning home intermittently. Everything seemed normal. Jiang Yu began to doubt whether he had misjudged the situation. Gradually, he relaxed, as Su Yin had assured him that Chen Hui would handle the matter. Thus, Jiang Yu's attention shifted to another issue: the inevitable physical changes boys undergo as they reach a certain age, accompanied by normal physiological phenomena. For instance, dreams. After all, Jiang Yu was no longer a mere teenager. He understood this. However, the onset of such changes caught him off guard. That night, he was only half aware of his surroundings, feeling a disconcerting presence beside him. To be honest, such thoughts were frightening in their own right. At first, when Jiang Yu awoke the next day, he believed he was ensnared in a dream. As he washed his trousers, he pondered the absurdity of the dream he had experienced. It was rather peculiar, for the person lying beside him bore a striking resemblance to Ruan Cece. Truly, this was outrageous. Jiang Yu could hardly fathom that this was not merely a dream. It was indeed she who lay next to him. Consequently, during that period, Jiang Yu felt a certain awkwardness in his interactions with Ruan Cece, as he grappled with the notion that he might have dreamt of her in a rather exuberant manner, an experience that was undeniably uncomfortable. As a result, Ruan Cece's mood was notably low, influenced by Jiang Yu's demeanor. At that moment, Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi were each linking arms with her, gossiping about the affairs of their classmates. The topic was nothing out of the ordinary: who was secretly dating whom, or who had a crush on whom. By the way, Cece, what kind of boy do you like? Zhou Xianxian suddenly shifted the conversation. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at the ever-silent Ruan Cece. You're so beautiful. You deserve someone equally handsome. Lu Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I feel like there is no one who truly matches Cece's elegance. Why should I like anyone? Ruan Cece couldn't help but furrow her brow, questioning, isn't our goal to study diligently and improve ourselves? Chapter 24. Is Jiang Yu in a relationship? This question momentarily stumped the two girls. Is this what it means to be a top student? Zhou Xianxian inched closer. Cece, you can't possibly still be oblivious, right? Don't you have a special boy in mind? Someone you wish to be with? At their age, surely they must experience some fluttering of the heart. You can't be so consumed by your studies that you disregard everything else. Both girls directed their gaze toward Ruan Cece. After some contemplation, she replied, well, I would like to be with Jiang Yu. She spoke with utmost sincerity. However, Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi immediately waved their hands in dissent. Jiang Yu doesn't count. Ruan Cece was taken aback. Why not? Yet the two girls had already begun their debate. Everyone knows you're infatuated with your brother. You should really consider other boys. Upon reflection, they acknowledged that Jiang Yu was not without merit, but insisted that she needed to broaden her horizons. Zhou Xianxian concluded, thus, girls like you, who are infatuated with their brothers, probably take longer to experience love. Lu Qi nodded in agreement, recalling how Ruan Cece always seemed to have Jiang Yu as the focal point of her thoughts and feelings, making the onset of romantic feelings a challenge for her. At that moment, the two girls had conveniently overlooked a crucial fact. Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu were not biological siblings, nor did they share any blood relation whatsoever. In truth, it was not just Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi who had forgotten this detail. No one in their class seemed to remember. They had instinctively accepted that the two were siblings. Hence, witnessing Jiang Yu assist Ruan Cece with snacks, carry her backpack, wait for her after math class, and accompany her to martial arts practice had become the norm. It was also customary for Ruan Cece to exhibit an unwavering devotion to her brother, ignoring other boys entirely, bringing water to Jiang Yu while he played basketball, secretly aiding him with homework, and shielding him from trouble. Whatever Jiang Yu said, she would always agree. Outside the classroom, she was essentially Jiang Yu's shadow. Yugo, have you been having conflicts with our little sister lately? Lu Ji inquired, his curiosity piqued. The boys around them perked up their ears. Even Shi Han, who usually avoided Ruan Cece, turned his gaze toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, mid-sip from his water bottle, nearly choked upon hearing the question. What? No, there is no conflict. Why would you ask that? You haven't been taking her along lately, and you don't allow her to follow you anymore, Lu Ji said bluntly. I see that our little sister looks heartbroken. She appears as if she's been abandoned like a forlorn kitten. Shi Han, rarely one to speak, added, it's not just us who think so. The girls in the class have been asking about it too. Having been in the same class since the beginning of junior high, the students were quite familiar with one another. Observing the unusual dynamics between Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece, they all assumed the two were in a conflict. Jiang Yu remarked, we should inform Teacher Su. Perhaps they have too little homework. He stood up, dismissing the notion of any conflict. And is Ruan Cece truly that pitiable? A hint of guilt washed over him. Later that evening, the two still returned home together, with Ruan Cece silently trailing behind him. The bus was unusually crowded that night, more so than usual, leading them to unavoidably lean against one another, their bodies brushing together. Ruan Cece distinctly sensed that Jiang Yu seemed to be attempting to distance himself from her. This thought inevitably reminded her of what Lu Qi had mentioned during lunch. If Jiang Yu were to start dating, how heart-wrenching it would be for her. Thus she cast her gaze outside, seeking to observe the world beyond. Is Jiang Yu in a relationship? Does he wish to maintain distance from her? The mere possibility ignited a surge of anger and possessiveness within Ruan Cece. She lowered her head, her eyes glinting with a hint of madness. In elementary school, someone had once confessed to Jiang Yu. She should have known that there would always be those who sought to steal Jiang Yu away from her. But that was unacceptable. Jiang Yu was hers. Jiang Yu, observing her swaying form with her head bowed, couldn't help but sigh. Extending his hand to rest on her wrist, as she clutched the handlebars. Ruan Cece was momentarily startled, instinctively grasping his wrist with considerable force, causing Jiang Yu to wince. Yet, she continued to avert her gaze. He expressed concern. "What's wrong? Why do you keep your head down? Are you unwell?" Ruan Cece merely shook her head gently, whispering it's nothing. She feared that if she looked up, Jiang Yu might glimpse the madness in her eyes, and she dreaded that he would be frightened by it. As she matured, Ruan Cece became increasingly aware that she was unlike other girls. While they would develop interests in certain things, idolize particular groups or celebrities, and engage in discussions about dramas and music, Ruan Cece found far greater amusement in simply gazing at Jiang Yu. She felt an intense jealousy toward everyone in Jiang Yu's vicinity, to the extent that even the closeness between Jiang Yu and Aunt Su now appeared glaringly intrusive. Yet, Ruan Cece concealed her emotions, striving to appear as a normal person, so that Jiang Yu would still be willing to be her brother. Now that she had grown older, she understood that the expression Jiang Yu had worn the day he gifted her cotton candy at the age of 8 had been one of fear and aversion. She had been oblivious to it then, but now the realization struck her. Thus, she knew she must conceal her true self meticulously. Jiang Yu found Ruan Cece to be somewhat peculiar, although she had finally returned to tugging at his shirt as they walked home. Tonight, she was particularly silent. This made Jiang Yu uneasy, wondering if his recent aloofness had been too apparent. Ruan Cece was inherently sensitive. Jiang Yu, observing the closed door to her room, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He had not anticipated that at his age, he would still be plagued by the tribulations of adolescence. Perhaps it was due to these worries that the usually sound sleeper, Jiang Yu, found himself restless that night. He, who was known to fall asleep at the drop of a hat, tossed and turned, unable to find rest. It was all because of Ruan Cece, who dared not approach him, keeping her head bowed, avoiding his gaze. Jiang Yu felt a sense of defeat, mentally chastising himself. "You really ought to be ashamed, Jiang Yu. It is you who feels guilty, yet it is the young girl who is left saddened and hesitant to approach." Jiang Yu contemplated the notion of apologizing the following day. After much difficulty, he finally drifted into a light slumber. However, his sleep was not deep. Thus, when he heard a sound at the door, he awakened almost instantly. His first thought was whether his father or mother had come to check on him. Yet, as the footsteps drew nearer, he sensed something amiss. He was well acquainted with the footsteps of everyone in his household, especially those of his parents, who had become quite adept at moving quietly to avoid punishment. The footsteps that approached his bedside were soft and unhurried, unmistakably belonging to Ruan Cece. But what was she doing standing by his bed at this late hour? Jiang Yu could hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Chapter 25, he felt an overwhelming urge to bind him. Jiang Yu was genuinely anxious. After all, having someone stand silently at your bedside in the dead of night is rather unnerving, is it not? He refrained from opening his eyes, though he could not quite understand why he chose not to. Fortunately, he did not open them, for at that moment, Ruan Cece wore a frosty expression, holding 2 neckties, her gaze sweeping over the wrist of Jiang Yu that was exposed. She felt a strong desire to tie him up, convinced that it would confine him within the room. Yet, that notion was thwarted by the presence of Aunt Su and Uncle Jiang in the house. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ruan Cece's eyes. Despite her emotions being somewhat different from those of ordinary people, she recognized that Aunt Su and Uncle Jiang treated her exceedingly well. She could not recklessly engage in actions that might harm them. Thus, binding Jiang Yu was out of the question. With such thoughts, her disappointment deepened. Just as Jiang Yu was on the verge of succumbing to the urge to open his eyes, he suddenly sensed the figure standing beside his bed moving. Was she not? Why was she climbing onto his bed? Jiang Yu's mind raced, recalling the figure he had thought was merely a dream. What if it was not a dream at all? Was she truly lying beside him? Although he had yet to open his eyes, he could feel her expertly settling next to him, their bodies in close proximity. After lying there for a while, the person beside Jiang Yu suddenly sat up. He then felt something binding his wrist to another slender, cooler wrist. Jiang Yu, having worked hard to shed his childhood chubbiness, was now a refined young man, tall and slender. At this age, his wrist was naturally not very thick, having yet to fully develop, standing at 175 centimeters by the end of middle school. Thus, the necktie effectively bound their hands together. This necktie was from the school's winter uniform, not particularly long, but quite sturdy. Ruan Cece was satisfied with her handiwork, careful not to tie it too tightly, fearing Jiang Yu might discover something amiss the following day. Ruan Cece harbored her own secrets. Otherwise, she would have noticed that Jiang Yu was somewhat different today. In fact, he was lying more rigidly than usual. Jiang Yu's sleeping posture had always been quite poor, which is why Ruan Cece could sneak over and embrace him each time. At that moment, she contentedly grasped Jiang Yu's hand and lay back down beside him. Given the warm weather, Jiang Yu was less inclined to embrace others. and Ruan Cece found no oddity in his lack of movement. She whispered softly, "Brother, good night. We will always be together," gripping Jiang Yu's hand with a certain firmness, as if afraid someone might take him away. Jiang Yu, taken aback by her series of actions, was now completely awake. Who could understand the complexities of family? As she bound him, Jiang Yu experienced an unsettling sense of déjà vu from a past life, rendering him rigid with fear. His heart raced, and his mind was acutely alert. Slowly, he opened his eyes in the darkness, feeling the steady rhythm of her breath beside him. Yet, he still dared not turn his head. If he were to turn and meet Ruan Cece's large eyes, he might truly perish on the spot. Thus, he remained stiff, staring at the dark ceiling. He recalled how adeptly Ruan Cece had entered and climbed onto his bed. This was clearly not her first time. How many times had she done this? Such thoughts were best left unexamined, for delving deeper might cause him to leap up in alarm. Finally, as the binding on his hand loosened slightly, Jiang Yu cautiously turned to gaze at the figure beside him. The sight that met his eyes was akin to that of an angel in slumber, though only the faintest outline was visible in the darkness. He was too familiar with Ruan Cece. His mind conjured a complete image. The fear that had previously gripped him suddenly dissipated. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. The earlier Ruan Cece had truly instilled a sense of dread within him, although his death in the previous life had not caused him any tangible pain. The accompanying fear lingered indefinitely. Jiang Yu was acutely aware that the Ruan Cece he had known previously was not the same as the one he was with now. She was gentle, understanding, and obedient, appearing much like an ordinary girl, albeit extraordinarily beautiful. However, tonight's Ruan Cece presented him with a disconcerting ambiguity. Was she the girl he had raised with such care? Or was she the one from his past life who had bound him in a rented room? The necktie binding them together served as a reminder that Ruan Cece had once again tied him up, albeit differently than in the past. Jiang Yu's emotions were a complex tapestry. Just then, Ruan Cece softly called out, "Brother." Jiang Yu instantly shut his eyes, unsure of how to confront her directly before he had formulated a plan. If this scene were to be witnessed by Teacher Su or the others, the consequences would be dire. Ruan Cece could very well be expelled. They were no longer children, and Ruan Cece had climbed into his bed countless times at this hour. If his parents discovered this, they would not allow her to stay. Despite Teacher Su and Dr. Jiang treating Ruan Cece kindly, their outward disdain for Jiang Yu was evident. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu understood that, in their hearts, he was their priority. With Ruan Daitian now released from prison, Jiang Yu could not let Ruan Cece be cast out. He needed to contemplate his next steps. Fortunately, Ruan Cece appeared to be dreaming and had not awakened. That night, Jiang Yu, who usually slept soundly, remained awake throughout. He later learned that before dawn, Ruan Cece had carefully separated their hands and whispered, "Good morning, Jiang Yu," before tiptoeing out. Throughout the night, she had done nothing but sleep soundly beside him. After she left the room, Jiang Yu opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary. He shifted his somewhat stiff body and lifted his hand, which had been bound all night, now numb. Upon closer inspection, faint marks were visible, yet they were very light, indicating her, see, the object of disdain seems to be none other than herself. At that moment, Jiang Yu was indeed quite flustered, primarily fearing that the knife might ultimately be used on her. How could she not be anxious? Yet, in the end, the blade was still turned against Ruan Cece herself. Jiang Yu murmured softly, pondering where it all went awry. Why does Ruan Cece's possessiveness towards me remain so abnormal in this lifetime? Chapter 26. Is such a Ruan Cece still worth nurturing? After Jiang Yu returned to life, she investigated Ruan Cece's rather peculiar reactions from before. It bore a resemblance to what is referred to online as Yandere. To be candid, in her previous life, Jiang Yu lived for 26 years in a relatively healthy environment. Aside from the occasional oddball, everyone else was quite normal, at least on the surface. Ruan Cece was the first person she encountered who was somewhat unusual. Unfortunately, there was no time for understanding, and both ended up in a tragic fate. Jiang Yu later mused that Ruan Cece's transformation was likely heavily influenced by her family background. However, in this life, Ruan Cece was raised in a nurturing environment. Their home was genuinely wholesome and uplifting. What could possibly be the issue? Jiang Yu reclined back on her bed, her eyes vacant. Could it be genetic? Yet, Ruan Cece was entirely different from Ruan Daitian. It wasn't until she heard Su Yin's voice calling Jiang Yu to get up, accompanied by Ruan Cece's knocking on the door, that Jiang Yu sluggishly changed into her school uniform and emerged. Ruan Cece appeared perfectly normal, leaving Jiang Yu utterly unable to detect any oddity. Had she not been so certain of her wakefulness the previous night, she might have thought it was all a dream. The very thought of dreaming made Jiang Yu feel uncomfortable. If it were not a dream and Ruan Cece were to climb in her bed every day, then what about her previous reactions? Did she know everything? Damn it. This was not something to dwell upon. In the morning, Su Yin drove them to school. Although not their homeroom teacher, she was the head of class too. Typically, she would allow them to return home first in the evenings as she stayed behind to tutor some students. As for the mornings, whenever she was not on duty, she would take the two children along to class. During the drive, she merely reminded them to drink their milk upon arriving at school and mentioned the upcoming monthly exams. Glancing at Jiang Yu, who was absent-minded and nearly dozing off, Su Yin admonished Xiao Yu, "What did you do last night?" Her tone was somewhat stern. A teenage boy like Jiang Yu in such a state would inevitably lead her to suspect he had been playing games late into the night. A few boys in their class had been known to skip class to indulge in gaming at internet cafes. With a feeble voice, Jiang Yu replied, "What could I have done? I want to sleep." He spoke with his eyes still closed. Beside him, Ruan Cece couldn't help but steal a few glances, her gaze drifting to his wrist, confirming no marks were left behind. In truth, she had noticed Jiang Yu's lethargy this morning, but he had indeed been asleep last night. Hadn't he? Concerned, Ruan Cece instinctively reached out to touch his forehead, a natural gesture to check for fever. However, Jiang Yu abruptly opened his eyes and recoiled. Ruan Cece stood frozen, staring at her empty palm, her eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness, with a trace of depth lurking within. After Jiang Yu withdrew, he regretted it. He uttered a sound of dismay, watching as Ruan Cece, visibly dejected, retracted her hand. He awkwardly reassured her, "I'm fine, just a bit lacking in energy. Probably didn't sleep well." Upon saying this, Jiang Yu felt at a loss. Indeed, he hadn't slept well, and his mind felt sluggish. Ruan Cece had been right beside him last night. How could she not know whether he had rested properly? This wasn't entirely Jiang Yu's fault. He had spent the night contemplating Ruan Cece's current state. Would she bind him once more, leading to another tragic end? After all, she had already done so the previous night. He was genuinely afraid of meeting death again. The feeling was akin to painstakingly nurturing a character in a game only for it to be rendered useless. He wondered if it could ever be revived again, an even more terrifying thought. Unaware of their interaction, Su Yin expressed her displeasure. "You're both in your third year of middle school. Focus on your studies and avoid thinking about nonsensical matters." Ruan Cece remained silent until they exited the car, both walking into the classroom one behind the other. Chihan leaned in and whispered, "What is up, Yugo? Are you two at odds? The atmosphere feels rather stiff." Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Cece, who sat with a cold expression, their seats now positioned further apart. She was directly in front of Jiang Yu, and he could see her with a mere lift of his gaze. "What do you think of Ruan Cece?" Jiang Yu suddenly asked Chi Han in a low voice. Chi Han was momentarily taken aback, as if puzzled. "You're asking me? In your eyes, ISNT Ruan Cece perfect?" He couldn't help but retort. "I once mentioned that Ruan Cece ISNT all that pretty. She seems cold, and you nearly punched me for it. You're just a typical sister con." Now, when he had no time to spare, Jiang Yu wanted to know how Chi Han felt about his sister. Was he fishing for compliments? Chi Han rolled his eyes but continued, "She's beautiful, does well academically, and has a good temperament. Honestly, I'm speaking the truth. And I want to hit you." Jiang Yu interrupted with a click of his tongue. He suspected that his own bias towards Ruan Cece was so profound that he had failed to notice anything amiss about her. Aside from Chi Han, the other boys generally perceived Ruan Cece as close to perfect. Thus, he was curious about how Chi Han viewed her. Their homeroom teacher appeared at the classroom door, and the murmurs of recitation gradually filled the room. They were in their third year. Students had begun to engage in self-directed morning reading. Chi Han pulled out his Chinese textbook and, noticing Jiang Yu's evident distress, murmured, "You asked me to say it. I think she's terrifying." Chi Han's voice was low, and he unconsciously glanced in Ruan Cece's direction. Just then, Ruan Cece turned to look at them, causing Chi Han to break into a sweat. However, Ruan Cece was too preoccupied to notice him. Her focus was on Jiang Yu. Something was off with Jiang Yu, and she intended to clarify things today. Naturally, Jiang Yu met Ruan Cece's gaze, the sensation of being bound by the tie still lingering on his wrist. He averted his eyes, feigning interest in the book in his hands. "Why?" He pressed Chi Han in a hushed tone. It was only when Ruan Cece turned away again that Chi Han spoke. "Remember that time I pushed you when we were kids? I honestly thought that if circumstances allowed, she might have killed me." Chi Han's tone was serious. "Although I was young then, I still remember her gaze, and for a considerable time afterward, I felt as if someone was watching me. I believe it was Ruan Cece, although I had no proof. You understand a man's intuition, right?" Jiang Yu was speechless. "You're still just a boy. What man's intuition are you talking about?" Yet, Chi Han's words lingered in Jiang Yu's mind, prompting him to recall that Ruan Cece had indeed been different from the other children. She had merely learned to conceal it later on. Jiang Yu clenched the book in his hands, cursing under his breath. If he had to do it all over again. It seemed he had once again blocked his own path. Could such a Ruan CC still be nurtured? In truth, he knew he had no choice. Since that day he encountered her on the stairway, tacitly accepting his mother bringing her home, he had forfeited his options. After raising her for so long, could he truly abandon her? And now, he found it hard to part with her. Chapter 27. Jiang Yu. Who is that yellow-haired brat? Draw your sword. Jiang Yu typically shares lunch with Ruan CC and their peers, a mix of both boys and girls, as few students return home during the midday break. Most opt to dine in the school cafeteria or at eateries across the street. However, in recent days, Jiang Yu has been somewhat evasive towards Ruan CC due to misunderstandings stemming from a prior dream, resulting in several days without shared meals. Ruan CC initially assumed that after his demeanor that morning, he would likely continue to avoid her today. Yet after the final class, she was taken aback to hear his familiar voice calling out, "Ruan Xiaoxi, let us go eat." Surprised, she turned to see Jiang Yu standing alongside Qihan, the latter rolling his eyes in exasperation. Qihan genuinely thought Jiang Yu was peculiar. He had asked him for his opinion about Ruan CC that morning, and Qihan had given an honest reply. This time, Jiang Yu did not retaliate or argue. Qihan had expected Jiang Yu to have realized something. Yet here he was, inviting them to lunch. It was clear that the devoted brother type would not suddenly change. His earlier behavior was likely just a fleeting whim. Ruan CC's spirits visibly lifted. "Were we eating? Count me in." Ultimately, the four of them, along with Lu Ji, headed to indulge in a spicy hot pot. During the meal, the two girls sat across from each other, while Qihan and Lu Ji occupied a spot together. Jiang Yu, unable to find space, added an extra chair beside them. The restaurant was filled with four-person tables. Ruan CC observed that Jiang Yu appeared little different from his usual self. Had he truly not slept well that morning? What was the cause of his odd behavior in the preceding days? Was it possible he needed to be tied down before he settled down? If Jiang Yu were privy to her thoughts, he would certainly wish to reprimand her. The conversation amongst them revolved around the upcoming high school entrance examination. Ruan CC was regarded as a promising candidate for the top scorer, making her direct progression to the high school division virtually certain. Conversely, as she ranked lower, Zhou Xinyan expressed her concerns. "If I don't get into our high school, my parents will have my head. What schools are you all planning to apply to? Is it also a direct transition? Oh, what else? Koi plead. My parents said if I can't make the cut, they'll send me to learn martial arts." His family owned a martial arts academy, which had astonished Jiang Yu when he first learned of it. How could such a family have been frightened to tears by Ruan CC back then? It didn't seem plausible. Unfortunately, Qihan was somewhat of an anomaly in his family. Despite his tall stature, he excelled academically but lacked any real fighting ability. Barely able to defend himself outside of his childhood days of bullying younger students like Jiang Yu. Therefore, his parents pushing him towards martial arts felt like an undue burden. Lu Ji had a simpler outlook, declaring, "I'm a special talent, so I should be fine." Eventually, Zhou Xinyan glanced at Jiang Yu, then quickly averted her gaze, concluding, "Well, Jiang Yu, you're undoubtedly where CC is." Jiang Yu retorted, "It's not so absolute, is it? However, Teacher Su at home insists I must get into the first high school." Having a teacher in the family certainly added considerable pressure. Jiang Yu estimated that his performance would secure him a place in the high school division. However, he knew the academic pressure would escalate significantly upon entering high school. He intended to inform his family that he wished to pursue a career in the arts, as he was acutely aware that without an artistic path, getting into a prestigious institution would be quite challenging. Yet, if he pursued art, it would be a different story, although he hadn't T-ranked first. He had successfully entered a top art academy. Thus, he carried a certain confidence from that experience. In fact, it was due to his admission to a prestigious art academy that he had nearly been disowned by his parents when he later opened a tattoo studio. The past was best left unexamined. After their meal, Jiang Yu took Ruan CC to buy snacks. Walking side by side along the school path, Jiang Yu's demeanor belied the turbulence beneath. He understood the necessity of remaining composed. Ruan CC was astute, and while he had been granted a second chance at life, intellect and acumen were not automatically enhanced by such a reset. Therefore, he opted not to engage in any mental games with her. Instead, he simply stated, "I want to board at school during high school." Ruan CC, initially in good spirits, carefully followed in his shadow, which granted her a sense of security only Jiang Yu could provide. However, upon hearing his words, she halted, watching as his shadow slowly drifted away, sunlight seeming to divide them. "Why?" she inquired, her hand tightening slightly at her side as she stubbornly stepped forward, standing once more in his shadow. She then asked, "Are you secretly dating someone?" Jiang Yu, who had been walking ahead, halted with an exclamation of disbelief, turning to frown at her. Who told you such nonsense? You ought to understand our primary objective. His tone was as serious as a teacher's when posing a question. Ruan Cece instinctively replied, studying the high school entrance exam. The college entrance exam, getting into a good university, seeking a bright future. This was indeed the socialist values Jiang Yu had made her memorize, and she had committed it to memory diligently. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction, feeling like a protective father figure. Remember, don't listen to those absurd rumors. Relationships are secondary to studying. The prime of youth should be devoted to education. Typically, Ruan Cece would obediently agree to his assertions. Yet today, she inexplicably pressed further. How do you know? Have you ever dated anyone? She fixed her gaze on him, awaiting his response. Jiang Yu, taken aback, thought how presumptuous it was for a lifelong singleton to be confronted with such inquiries. He pondered whether his recent interactions with her could be considered dating. Gently, he tapped her forehead. What is so great about dating? Isn't it just about giving gifts and accompanying you to and from classes? I can do all that. Do you really want to date? Sunlight filtered through the lush leaves nearby, casting a warm glow upon Ruan Cece's face. Observing her resolute gaze, Jiang Yu felt a mix of helplessness and complexity in his emotions. He wished for Ruan Cece to become an exceptional person, granting her greater choices in the future. He yearned to assist her, yet he was just an ordinary individual. Some challenges she must navigate alone. No one could support her indefinitely. While Jiang Yu was not entirely aware of Ruan Cece's past experiences, he recognized that this iteration of her was different from the last. He earnestly advised, if you study diligently, everything you desire will eventually be yours. However, before he could finish, Ruan Cece interjected, but dating involves more than just that. There are kisses and hugs too. Which fool told you that? Draw your sword. Chapter 28. It seems his father may have misunderstood something. Ruan Cece was oblivious to Jiang Yu's contemplation of their futures. At that moment, all she wished to ascertain was whether Jiang Yu was, in fact, dating someone. Are you in a relationship? Who would I be dating? Jiang Yu replied, his tone laced with exasperation as he tugged at her ponytail. What on earth are you thinking about? The only members of the opposite sex I engage with daily, aside from you, are Zhou Xinxian. Do we appear to share something? Ruan Shishu furrowed her brow, contemplating that Zhou Xinxian has always believed Jiang Yu is enslaving her, which seems improbable. Ruan Shishu sighed in relief. It was better that nothing was happening. Otherwise, she might have felt compelled to act. Jiang Yu, somewhat helpless, remarked, I discuss these matters with you daily to prevent you from falling for the tricks of some unscrupulous individuals. Yet you suspect I am in a romantic relationship. I appreciate my studies. Thank you. The last statement left him feeling somewhat guilty. As he turned to continue into the supermarket, Ruan Shishu trailed behind, pressing him with questions. Then why do you want to live on campus? The truth behind his hesitation was that he had discovered her climbing into bed with him. Jiang Yu refrained from voicing this thought, instead stating, I simply wish to experience communal living. What about me? I do not wish to live communally. Ruan Shishu replied childishly. If you live on campus, I will have to return home alone after evening study sessions, which end quite late. Jiang Yu realized he had overlooked this detail, and it irked him slightly. With a sigh, he decided, well, I was merely speculating. I will reconsider. They then proceeded to pay for their purchases and return to the classroom. However, as they exited the supermarket, Ruan Shishu quietly inquired, if I were to engage in activities that boys do with their girlfriends, would you help me? Without much thought, Jiang Yu replied, then just ignore them. As Ruan Shishu observed the back of his head, her mind wandered, contemplating the acceptability of sharing kisses and hugs with Jiang Yu. Given that he was not like the others, unbeknownst to him, her thoughts were rather unconventional. That night, for the first time, he locked his door. At over 30 years of age, it was indeed the first time he had locked himself in, merely to ascertain whether Ruan Shishu would visit him each night. Jiang Yu resisted the urge to sleep early, despite feeling drowsy. Yet, around 1 a.m, he heard footsteps again halt at his door. Indeed, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He could feel someone gently twisting the doorknob, only to discover it was locked from the inside. Silence ensued. Yet the presence did not depart. They lingered outside for what felt like 10 minutes before the footsteps finally receded. Jiang Yu realized he was still sweating profusely, feeling embarrassed for having been startled into forgetting to breathe by a girl merely in her teens. He surmised that Ruan Shishu might not return after this night. Later, he dreamt of a past life where Ruan Shishu had bound him in a rented room. Upon waking, he felt a tinge of embarrassment as he entered the bathroom, accompanied by an underlying sense of dread. The dream concluded with Ruan Shishu's bloodied hand pressed against his, her smile radiating happiness. This image sent chills down Jiang Yu's spine, instilling not only fear but also sorrow due to his relationship with Ruan Shishu. His only desire in this life was to alter the tragic ending that awaited them both. The next morning, Jiang Yu cautiously observed Ruan Shishu. She appeared as she always did, as if she had not been unable to enter his room the previous night. It was, in fact, Dr. Jiang who called him for breakfast, commenting, "Little fish has grown up. Now you lock your door at night?" He raised an eyebrow knowingly at his son, advising him to take care of his health and rest early. Jiang Yu felt as if his father had misconstrued something. Ruan Shishu paused, glancing at Jiang Yu, realizing that the reason for the locked door last night might have been this. Yet, she had attended health classes and thought it seemed rather normal. She averted her gaze. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Jiang Yu wondered if Ruan Shishu had also misunderstood the situation. How could he explain it? Just then, Su Yin reprimanded Jiang Weiman. "What nonsense are you spouting? The children are present." She shot him a glare. "Ruan Shishu is still here. They can't close the door to have a private conversation." Jiang Weiman chuckled. "It's nothing. Enjoy your breakfast." Jiang Yu wished to clarify, but found the excuse rather plausible and advantageous. Consequently, he remained silent. Initially, Ruan Shishu accepted this explanation, but after several nights of being unable to enter Jiang Yu's room, she grew increasingly anxious. Currently, she sat in her own room, perusing information on the dangers of excessive adolescent self-pleasure. Frustrated and anxious, she also read about how to guide teenagers appropriately. After a deep breath, she resolved to take action. It was Sunday, and with Su Yin just having left after a phone call, while Jiang Weiman was on duty at the hospital, the house was left to just the two of them. Ruan Shishu hesitated but ultimately stood up. She approached Jiang Yu's door and gently knocked. "Brother, it's me." Jiang Yu, having just completed a test and now playing a game, lazily responded, "Come in." As Ruan Shishu entered, he was munching on a chocolate bar. His game momentarily stalled. He did not even look up. "What is up?" "Teacher Su said we're on our own for dinner. Are we eating out or at home?" Ruan Shishu felt a flutter of embarrassment and hesitation. Finally, she stepped inside. "Let us eat at home. I'll cook." Jiang Yu nodded, glancing at her, feeling a bit annoyed as he struggled to focus. Suddenly, a delicate white finger emerged from beside him, gliding across his game screen, effortlessly clearing level 225. Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise, turning to find Ruan Shishu uncomfortably close. He nearly bumped noses with her. "Whoa," he exclaimed, instinctively pushing her face away, though not with the gentleness he intended. "Why are you so close?" Ruan Shishu, feeling somewhat displeased by his push, nonetheless pulled up a chair. "I'm helping you clear the level. Can we talk?" She smiled sweetly at him. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter? Do you need my assistance?" Although Ruan Shishu seldom asked for help, when she did, she was always well-behaved, much like now. However, Ruan Shishu shook her head. "I'm fine. I just feel like you're not doing well, Jiang Yu." Her tone was surprisingly grave. Jiang Yu thought, "I sent it a bit inappropriate to say this now, but a man cannot be deemed incapable." Chapter 29. Is Jiang Yu destined to become a henpecked husband? Jiang Yu bit down on his chocolate bar, gazing at the serious-faced Ruan Shishu. "Wait a moment, Ruan Shishu. Do you even realize what you're saying?" Ruan Shishu thought to herself. "I've been reading about this all afternoon. Of course, I know." She nodded, recalling that the standard answer was to understand things from their perspective. However, Ruan Shishu truly found it hard to comprehend. Could such actions really be so prevalent? Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Jiang Yu, I believe such matters should be approached with moderation. Didn't we also discuss this in school? At our age, it is entirely natural to be curious and eager to explore. However, I must admit, perhaps it is best to refrain, as too much can indeed be detrimental." Jiang Yu. Stunned expression JPG. "Wait, what is Ruan Sisi saying?" Jiang Yu interrupted her stammering admonition by raising his hand, having already devoured his own chocolate treat. "Do you even know what you're talking about, Ruan Sisi?" "Of course I do. Just don't interrupt me all the time. Anyway, the next step is to ask if there is anything you'd like to share with me, a reasonable outlet for your feelings." Yet, her words remained unfinished. For Jiang Yu promptly stuffed a lollipop into her mouth. Truth be told, Jiang Yu himself was not particularly fond of lollipops, but he always bought them whenever he got snacks. He could not forget the time Ruan Sisi had just arrived at his house, and his mother had given her a lollipop, which she reluctantly consumed, slurping a few times before secretly wrapping the paper back around it, likely intending to save it for later. However, she then surreptitiously handed him the remainder of her candies, whispering, "I've already had this. It was given to me by your mom. It's a bit dirty. I want tea. Let her give it to me again. It's all yours." That careful eagerness and the bright glimmer in her eyes whenever she received candy had left an indelible impression on Jiang Yu. Ever since, he had made a habit of buying sweets. In that moment, with the lollipop lodged in Ruan Sisi's mouth, Jiang Yu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. "You still wish to guide the youth? Guide me, a youth?" It was rather ironic, Ever since Wan Cece had mentioned early romances, Jiang Yu had researched how to properly guide adolescents. He could recite the standard answers by heart. However, upon observing Wan Cece's indifferent demeanor towards others, it seemed his knowledge was of little use. Unexpectedly, while his advice proved ineffective, Wan Cece seemed to apply it to him. Jiang Yu, exasperated, gazed in her wide, astonished eyes and asked, "So, what do you wish to guide me on?" Wan Cece was taken aback, realizing he had done his homework too, which made her slightly embarrassed. Nevertheless, having broached the subject, she felt compelled to continue. She pulled out the lollipop from her mouth and shyly said, "It's just, you shouldn't lock the door all the time when doing those kind of things." Jiang Yu replied, "Therefore, some misunderstandings need timely clarification." Yet at that moment, he stared at Wan Cece and asked, "How do you know I often lock the door?" Wan Cece, quick-witted, responded, "I noticed when I called you to get up this morning." Her gaze held a mixture of innocence and confusion. Was it truly that enjoyable? But it should not happen too frequently. "Be quiet." Jiang Yu, uncharacteristically bashful and somewhat speechless, reached out to pull her hand, pushing the lollipop back into her mouth. "Enjoy your candy. Is it fitting for a young girl like you to speak of such matters with me?" Wan Cece, somewhat indignant, muttered, "You dare to do it, yet I can't even talk about it. What audacious words." In the end, Jiang Yu banished Wan Cece from his room, sternly instructing her not to return. Standing at the doorway, she appeared somewhat pitiful. "So, will you lock the door tonight?" One might mistakenly think she was deeply concerned for him. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "Yes, I will lock it. We're growing up. We need our own space. You know, besides, I'm not in there all the time." He paused, questioning why he felt the need to explain himself to her. Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, said, "Go to your practice questions." Wan Cece watched him retreat to his desk, pulling out a paper for revision, and she responded with a slight pout. "That's fine. I've already found the key to your room." However, she was hesitant to stay overnight. Perhaps it would suffice to hold hands for a little while each day. After convincing herself, her mood lightened again. Dinner was prepared by Wan Cece, and it must be said, her culinary skills had significantly improved. The noodles she made were exceptionally delicious, much to Jiang Yu's satisfaction. After dinner, they settled down to study together again. The routine of third-year middle school students involved relentless practice examinations, and with the impending high school entrance examinations drawing nearer, the weather was becoming increasingly sweltering. Jiang Yu found himself growing somewhat irritable. He observed the atmosphere in class had become rather oppressive, and he too was affected by it. During a break, while he and Chi-Han went to the small supermarket for ice cream, they encountered Li Ziwen and his group. They were already in their first year of high school, all athletes attending the prestigious First High School. The middle and high schools were housed together, but it was rumored they would move to a new campus next semester. Upon spotting Jiang Yu and his friends, Li Ziwen merely rolled his eyes, not causing them any trouble. After all, they had recently been reprimanded by Director Zhu. In truth, there was no significant conflict, only Li Ziwen's feeling of embarrassment. Chi-Han had been worried they might cause trouble. Upon seeing them leave, he finally exhaled in relief. Jiang Yu glanced at him and suggested, "Han, perhaps you should practice at home? Does this seem appropriate for you?" Chi-Han was currently the tallest boy in their class, standing at 184 centimeters in the third year of middle school, appearing quite robust. Many girls found him quite handsome, primarily due to his height. Yet, it seemed this boy had little courage. Hearing Jiang Yu's teasing, Chi-Han rolled his eyes. "Do you really think I haven't practiced? I just don't have a talent for it. Why don't you give it a try, you? By the way, isn't Wan Cece practicing martial arts? Why don't you train alongside her?" Jiang Yu thought to himself that he had indeed trained in a past life, only to be toppled by Wan Cece with a cup of water. Such skills had been of little use for decades. Wan Cece practiced for self-defense. What danger could there possibly be for him? Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "Besides, if there's danger, isn't Wan Cece here to protect me?" Chi-Han was left speechless, muttering, "You really are shameless." Jiang Yu accepted this with a sense of ease. It was not the first time he had been told so. He had become rather nonchalant about it, as many had witnessed Wan Cece bustling around, caring for him. There were plenty of people who scolded him for his lack of shame. With only 2 weeks left until the entrance examinations, Chi-Han asked, "Once we finish the exams, shall we go out and have some fun together?" Jiang Yu shrugged, "I'm fine with that. I'll check with Wan Cece to see if she wants to join." Chi-Han, for some reason, suddenly envisioned Jiang Yu as a future henpecked husband. He was taken aback, thinking, "No way, who is the wife? Wan Cece?" Chapter 30. Indeed, it is for the money. Initially, Jiang Yu had everything planned, even coordinating with Chi-Han and their parents. After the entrance exams, they would go out and have fun together. Honestly, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of gratitude. Who else gets to relive their childhood as an 8-year-old elementary student? The kind who needs parental accompaniment to go outside? To be honest, aside from the initial adjustment period, Jiang Yu had begun to feel like a child of 10 years old. He was becoming assimilated into this life. Observing himself diligently completing practice questions for the entrance exam was genuinely moving. However, Jiang Yu did not harbor any resentment towards this lifestyle. If one cannot change their circumstances, it is best to adapt. After all, life must go on. Just when Jiang Yu thought life was somewhat mundane yet hopeful, after all, the exams would soon be over, and he could finally relax without parental supervision. Perhaps it was the sheer ease of life that lowered one's guard. So, we saw Ruan Datian blocking Ruan Cici's path. His mind suddenly erupted with thoughts. Without much thought, he reached out and pulled Ruan Cici to hide behind him. Recently, both Jiang Yu and Ruan Cici have grown up. Jiang Yu is already 178 years old, half-grown. Although her figure still appears thin, standing in front of Ruan Cici can make her feel at ease. At the moment Ruan Cici saw Ruan Datian, the thread in his mind was instantly tightened. Ruan Datian looks much better than when he first came out, gaining weight, but still gives a gloomy impression. He looked at Jiang Yu blocking Ruan Cici's movements and smiled. "Oh, I thought it was unlikely that my cheap daughter was a child bride, raised by your parents before, but now it looks quite similar. Ruan Datian is very tall. Even though he is not as strong as when he was young Jiang Yu still appears weak in front of him. Jiang Yu's face doesn't look very good. What are you doing here? Speaking of which, Jiang family kid, I naturally came to see my daughter who hasn't been home for a long time." As he spoke, Ruan Datian showed a smile that looked disgusting to Jiang Yu. "Ruan Cici hasn't seen you for so long, and he can't even call someone anymore? Dumb?" Jiang Yu frowned, feeling her hand being held by Ruan Cici. Usually, she would pull her clothes, and holding hands was not allowed by Jiang Yu when they grew up. But Jiang Yu didn't shake her off this time, even holding her trembling hand. "What are you looking for her for? I've seen it too, you can go back now." Jiang Yu's tone was a bit irritable, and no one could not be bothered by a scumbag like Ruan Datian. Ruan Datian was not angry either, but his gaze kept falling on Ruan Cici, who was blocked by him. "Jiang Yu, either you call your parents now, I can't talk to you as a child. Your parents' behavior could be considered as kidnapping my daughter, do you know?" After finishing speaking, he smiled proudly. This shameless appearance really makes people want to give him 2 punches. Jiang Yu saw Ruan Cici standing up and knew that her thoughts were probably the same as his own. But Jiang Yu still held Ruan Cici's hand. "Don't. I'll call my mom." They were at the entrance of the community at this moment, and Jiang Yu's mind flashed through a lot. But they were going to take the high school entrance examination in a few days. He also believed that Ruan Datian did it intentionally, and this time came out. Neither Jiang Yu nor Suyin can let Ruan Datian affect Ruan Cici's exam. The security guard over there has already walked over. He knows these 2 children. "Do you need any help? Is it someone you don't know?" After speaking, he looked at Ruan Datian with caution. Unexpectedly, Ruan Datian smiled and said, "Why don't you know each other?" He pointed to Ruanchi Creek. "Did you see it? This is my daughter. Do you look like her?" There is malice in Ruan Datian's eyes. "This kid and his family are kidnapping my daughter." "Shut up." Ruan Cici's hand was grabbed by Jiang Yu. At this moment, he stared at Ruan Datian with big eyes. His voice was very cold, and his eyes were eager to immediately kill him. However, Ruan Datian only glanced at her. I didn't take it to heart. "Ah, my daughter is not well taken care of. She gave her 2 bites of food and didn't even want her biological father anymore." The security guard looked confused, but this girl didn't deny it finally. Jiang Yu grabbed Ruan Cici, who was clearly in a bad mood, and called Suyin. Suyin has already finished class, but as the homeroom teacher, she usually stays a little later. Today is Saturday after school, and there is no need for evening self-study. They will take the high school entrance exam next week. Suyin usually keeps it to see if any students have any questions to ask. Receive a call from Jiang Yu. Her tone was a bit tight. "I'll be back now, and you can block some streams." Jiang Yu let out a sigh, hung up the phone, and then pulled Ruan Cici to stand under a nearby tree, soothing her mind and rubbing it gently. "Don't be afraid." Ruan Cici was stunned for a moment. Wanted to say that she wasn't afraid. She just wanted to kill Ruan Datian. And she knew that Ruan Datian's visit this time was definitely not a good thing. She could even imagine that it was mostly for money. Ask Aunt Sue for money, but Ruan Cici doesn't want to give it. Ruan Datian followed them over and also stood under the tree. The security guard was still worried, watching them from afar. "Ruan Datian is in a good mood. Why don't you invite me to your house? Why is he still a neighbor? Maybe he will be your father-in-law in the future." With a smile, he looked at Jiang Yu and Ruan Cici with malicious intent. He looked at Ruan Cici's face and said, "My daughter looks like her slutty mother. She looks pretty, but you can choose her." "Shut up." Jiang Yu interrupted him coldly. "How old is Ruan Cici? Is that how you did it, Dad?" Although Jiang Yu knew that Ruan Datian was not a real person, he was still disgusted by his tone and words. This is his daughter, but she seems like a commodity that can be easily selected in his mouth. Jiang Yu has never encountered such a person before. Compared to him, Ruan Cici didn't react, much to his words. Just asking, "What are you doing here?" The tone didn't sound as angry as before. Ruan Datian glanced at her somewhat unexpectedly. "Didn't he? Come take a look at my daughter." Finished reading, go away. Ruan Cece looked straight at the man in front of him, with an undisguised disgust in his eyes. Ruan Datian clicked his tongue, but just raised his hand and suddenly smiled when he met Jiang Yu's gaze. Then he put it down and looked at the 2.5-year-old children in front of him, saying, "You don't really think I'm here to take a look, do you? How much did Su Yinjiang take from your slutty mother for the people? You have to give it back to me, right? You're my daughter. Shouldn't this money also belong to me?" He let out a TSK as he spoke, but he couldn't explain it to you all. Teacher Su and Dr. Jiang are just ordinary people. I told them to go. She hummed a song with a happy mood as she spoke. "It's really for money." Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but Ruan Cece's heart kept sinking. Giving money to such scumbags is bottomless. Chapter 31. You are the one I finally picked up and raised. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief because he had called Su Yin to talk to Chen Hui. But in fact, he had also talked to Su Yin and Jiang Weiman. If Chen Hui is not useful, Ruan Datian will still come. They need to be prepared. They did indeed prepare the money. It would be best if Ruan Datian could transfer the household registration of Ruan Cece, but this is actually somewhat unrealistic. Where should we move to? Jiang Yu has checked this procedure, and it's really troublesome. The ideal situation is for Chen Hui to obtain custody of Ruanxi Creek and then transfer her household registration. But obviously, when I saw Ruan Datian and Jiang Yu today, I knew that Chen Hui was really useless, so they can only use the dumbest method first. Now Ruan Cece is 15 years old. As Su Yin said, she will be free when she turns 18. If it's a big deal, give Ruan Datian money, but Jiang Yu also knew that their family was not wealthy. And Ruan Datian was not an easy person to satisfy, but no matter what, Ruan Cece will take the middle school entrance examination first. As for the back, Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with coldness. He lived in the sunshine himself, but he also knew that there were always ways to hide well in the darkness. If Rwanda is really unwilling to let go, he may also be willing to do something. There are many people he has come into contact with in his previous life when it comes to getting tattoos, and there are always ways to do it. The three of them remained silent under the tree, and Su Yin came in a hurry. She parked her car and walked over. Ruan Datian has already smoked a few cigarettes, and when he saw Su Yin coming, he laughed and shouted, "Teacher Su, long time no see." Su Yin's gaze scrutinized the two children, observing that aside from their pallid complexions, they appeared to be relatively unscathed. Forcing a smile, she addressed Ruan Datian, saying, "It has been a long time, Datian." The relationship between their families had been quite amicable during the time when Grandma Ruan was still alive. The facade of cordiality was well maintained. However, at that moment, Ruan Datian glanced towards the residential complex behind them and remarked, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a visit? After all, it is thanks to my family S. Ruan Cece that you acquired this residence, isn't it?" His words bore the unmistakable mark of Wang Feng's loquaciousness. Ruan Cece, with an icy demeanor, retorted, "This house has nothing to do with me. It was purchased by Auntie and Uncle themselves." "Oh, you think I am unaware? Your wretched mother must have contributed a considerable sum, right? Naturally, she is now well off." Having latched onto a wealthy benefactor, Ruan Datian sneered, fixing his gaze on Ruan Cece. "Do you know how much she gave me? 150,000. Surely, she wouldn't have given you less. Wasn't she once so fond of you?" Ruan Cece's expression remained unchanged, her countenance as stoic as ever. However, Jiang Yu felt an unsettling premonition. 15,000 over the course of a year was a significant sum. Yet Ruan Cece's household registration and guardianship remained under Ruan Datian's control. What was Chen Hui up to? It seemed Ruan Datian's appetite was growing insatiable. Su Yin interjected, her tone markedly more composed in that case. "You should speak directly to Chen Hui. Cece is preparing for her middle school entrance examinations, and you." The wretched woman suddenly became unreachable. "So I came here in a rush for money," Ruan Datian chuckled. "I know the exams are approaching. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered showing up." Ruan Cece released Jiang Yu's hand and stepped forward, asserting, "I have no money." "You came here for money, didn't you? She gives you 150,000 a year. For me, she has never given me that much in total over the years. A room in that house would suffice for me," she added, her tone laced with sarcasm. Ruan Datian, unperturbed by her words, merely chuckled. "The debt collectors are knocking at my door. If I have no money to give them, I might as well hide here with you. Surely, you have a spare room?" Su Yin quickly pulled Ruan Cece behind her, while Jiang Yu stepped in to hold her back as well. Su Yin glanced at the two children and instructed, "Xiao Yu, take Cece home first. Datian, I'll accompany you to that cafe for conversation." Ruan Datian cast a glance at Ruan Cece, whose eyes seemed to burn with hatred. It was clear that she was his progeny, sharing his fierce gaze and intensity. He chuckled, the malice in his eyes unmistakable, Yet he conceded to Su Yin's request. All right. Since you, Teacher Su, have spoken, I shall extend some courtesy. Ruan Cece intended to voice her thoughts, but was pulled away by Jiang Yu, who firmly whispered, "Don't get involved." His tone was somewhat severe. Ruan Cece's gaze towards Ruan Datian was fraught with apprehension, a sentiment Jiang Yu readily perceived. He essentially half embraced her as they departed. He was not particularly concerned about Ruan Datian's intentions towards his mother. After all, the cafe across the street was owned by a retired police officer, and his mother would not allow herself to be harmed. Ruan Cece's slender form was enveloped in his embrace, her body tense and trembling, though she did not fully reveal her trepidation. Jiang Yu recognized her fear. From the moment she encountered Ruan Datian, her entire demeanor had shifted. Upon entering the residential complex, Jiang Yu halted under a tree along a narrow path. It was summer, the heat palpable. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the camphor tree, casting a blinding warmth upon them. Yet, Ruan Cece felt an icy chill enveloping her, as if submerged in frigid water. The scars from her past began to throb, the decay within her seemingly unresolved. Jiang Yu lowered his gaze to Ruan Cece, urging gently, "Ruan Xiaoxi, look at me." After repeating himself twice, Ruan Cece gradually lifted her eyes to meet his, her once innocent doe-like gaze now devoid of its usual brightness. Instead, it was shrouded in darkness, akin to a stagnant pool, reflecting a profound desolation, devoid of any glimmer of hope. He had encountered this look before when he first found her. With a gentle hand, he rested atop Ruan Cece's head, tenderly ruffling her hair. "Do you remember what I told you? Always prioritize yourself and protect yourself. Do you recall?" Ruan Cece remained silent, merely biting her lip as she regarded him. Jiang Yu, seemingly unfazed, sighed and continued, "If things become unbearable, think of me, think of my parents and the friends around you. I know you want to harm Ruan Datian, but he is not worth sacrificing your future for. Does he even deserve such a fate?" His voice was soft, yet his tone conveyed unwavering resolve. "You are someone I painstakingly rescued and nurtured. You must take care of yourself, understand?" Jiang Yu, displaying rare tenderness, enveloped Ruan Cece in his embrace, offering solace. He had to acknowledge that he was aware of Ruan Cece's extraordinary possessiveness towards him and knew how to comfort her effectively. That was why he had the courage to keep her by his side for so long. Ruan Cece was, at her core, just an innocent child, at least in Jiang Yu's eyes, and he found her easy to understand. "Once the exams are over, we can go out and have fun with Chi Han and the others. Don't think about anything else. Let us focus on our studies. My parents will take care of everything. All right?" Ruan Cece's body remained rigid in his embrace, yet her hands gradually encircled him in return. The boy exuded a scent of mint and milk candy, reminiscent of the treat she had just placed in his mouth. In the summer heat, the minty aroma was pleasant, but Ruan Cece was aware that he preferred the taste of milk candy, even if she found it somewhat cloying. However, at that moment, the scent provided her with great comfort, and she focused on thoughts of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu sensed her tense body gradually relax, and a soft escaped her lips from within his embrace. His own taut muscles began to ease as well. He genuinely feared that Ruan Cece might take a knife to confront Ruan Datian that night. After all, she feared nothing, and attacking Ruan Datian would likely pose no challenge for her. Chapter 32. So, do not be afraid, Ruan Xiaoxi. Jiang Yu was also curious about what Su Yin had discussed with Ruan Datian, but for now, his priority was to escort Ruan Cece home. The way Ruan Datian had looked at Ruan Cece earlier had been akin to assessing a commodity for sale. Jiang Yu did not understand Ruan Datian well enough to analyze him rationally. He could only speculate the worst about him. The young and beautiful Ruan Cece was no longer a child. During her childhood, she might have been able to vent her frustrations on Ruan Datian through petty acts of defiance. But now, as a stunning young woman, what might she provoke in him? Jiang Yu, being an adult, was far from naive. His thoughts were grounded in reality. As the two sat in the room, papers sprawled before them. They appeared to be diligently studying, yet Jiang Yu found his thoughts elsewhere. Where was Su Yin? He glanced at Ruan Cece, who was focused on her exam paper, seemingly unaffected by the earlier events. Her pace remained steady and unyielding. Jiang Yu's expression was complex. In comparison to his peers, or even as a man in his 20s, Ruan Cece's ability to control her emotions far surpassed his own. Lost in thought, he was startled when voices echoed from the entrance. Ruan Cece's pen came to an immediate halt. The calm she portrayed was far from genuine. The voices of Su Yin and Jiang Weiman called out, "Xiao Yu Cece, come out for some sweet soup." The two exchanged a glance, setting down their pens, and stepped out in succession. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Weiman and asked, "Dad, aren't you on duty today?" Ruan Cece softly called out uncle, and quickly apologized to Su Yin and Jiang Weiman. Jiang Yu sighed beside them. Su-yin wiped her hands clean and approached Ruan Cece, saying, "What are you apologizing for? The matter has been resolved. You should focus on your exam the day after tomorrow and give your uncle Jiang and me some pride. We can't rely on Jiang Yu." She then took Ruan Cece's hand and led her to the table, adding, "In this family, we do not need to exchange apologies or thanks." Jiang Wayman chuckled. "Exactly. I was supposed to be on duty, but our director swapped with me since he has a business trip the day after tomorrow. I ran in your mother downstairs and had some sweet soup, and soon I'll be cooking for you all. It's been ages since I showcased my culinary skills." The couple spoke with a light-hearted tone, and Jiang Yu sensed that the issue had genuinely been temporarily resolved, yet he was curious about the method employed. He wished to inquire but held back his curiosity under his parents' unspoken guidance, retorting playfully to Dr. Jiang, "Come on. You only know how to make 2 dishes, tomato scrambled eggs and spicy sour shredded potatoes. Don't underestimate these dishes. It was with these that I won your mother over." Ruan Cece, half embraced by Su-yin, cast her eyes down, her eyelids reddened and her nose tinged with sadness. The Jiang family were truly wonderful people. She had always thought her life was utterly dismal, yet she had encountered this family. She knew they were feigning lightness to avoid impacting her, so she merely pretended to feel relieved. If they did not wish to ask her, she would dutifully play the obedient child. After the high school entrance examination, she thought of the man she should call father, and her eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. This leech would not be allowed to touch anyone in the Jiang family. After dinner, while Ruan Cece went to take a shower, Jiang Yu slipped into his parents' room. To his surprise, Su-yin bluntly stated, "Focus on your exam. Why should a child be concerned about this? Go back." Jiang Yu retorted, "Children have no rights, especially in front of my parents." Jiang Wayman, seeing his son's defiance, instinctively reached out to ruffle his hair, only to realize that his child had begun to grow taller and change. Finally, he patted Jiang Yu's still slender shoulder, saying, "It's all right. Your mother and I can handle this. You just focus on your exams. That man, Ruan Datian, is merely after money." Indeed, it was resolved with money. Jiang Yu sighed, refraining from further inquiries, only stating, "After our exams, we cannot keep accommodating him. We need to break free from this." In truth, if he managed to get into the family once, he could do so again. In 3 years, Ruan Xiaoxi would be an adult. Su-yin furrowed her brows, interrupting him. "Jiang Yu." Her tone was somewhat severe. Jiang Yu was taken aback, glancing at his parents, who met him with disapproving gazes. Jiang Wayman's expression turned serious. "Jiang Yu, this is not for you to consider. We are still here. Return and study diligently." Su-yin's scrutinizing gaze lingered on Jiang Yu's face, yet she ultimately said nothing further. "Go back," she instructed. Jiang Yu realized he had spoken too much. Such thoughts were not typical for a 15-year-old. He was merely flustered by worry. The appearance of Ruan Datian today had not only affected Ruan Cece, but also him. As Jiang Yu stepped out of his parents' room, he immediately spotted Ruan Cece standing at his door in her pajamas. It was summer, with temperatures soaring nearly to 40 degrees, yet even in such weather, Ruan Cece wore long pajamas. Her legs and arms bore numerous scars. Typically clad in school uniform, she would wear ice sleeves. Previously, she even wore a jacket. Jiang Yu worried she would succumb to heat stroke eventually, so he bought her ice sleeves. Unexpectedly, they became a trend, with a group of girls in her class sporting them. They offered sun protection and a refreshing chill. Indeed, quite comfortable. Reflecting on Ruan Cece's injuries, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. Although the door behind him was closed, he could still hear Jiang Wayman's subdued voice saying, "Little Fish's method. I'm curious where he learned these things." Jiang Yu chose not to eavesdrop further, and instead approached Ruan Cece, meeting her innocent doe-like eyes. Without her needing to speak, he opened the door and invited her in. Ruan Cece's lips curled into a slight smile, and her previously dull eyes sparkled with light. Later that night, as Jiang Yu spread a blanket on the floor and laid down with his phone in hand, Ruan Cece perched on the bed, gazing at him. Her delicate features framed by cascading hair presented a striking image. Jiang Yu glanced at her, somewhat speechless, thinking that she should tidy her hair. Who was she trying to scare? Ruan Cece obediently pushed her hair back, blinking her large eyes as she continued to plead, "We can share the bed. 1/2 each." "Thank you. This was originally my bed." He found it amusing, yet felt a twinge of helplessness at her insistence. He pulled out 2 neatly tied neckties from beneath his pillow, which matched the school uniforms he also owned. "Would tying this make you feel safer?" Jiang Yu inquired, his gaze fixed on her. At that moment, Ruan Cece felt her heart skip a beat, even questioning whether Jiang Yu knew of her previous binding of his hands. However, Jiang Yu seemed oblivious to her thoughts, sitting up and taking her hand to tie the necktie around her wrist. He then extended his own hand, saying, "Tie it for me. I'm not very adept at this." Meeting Ruan Cece's gaze, he smiled. "It's all right. Tonight, all your guardians will take a break. I will keep watch over you. So don't be afraid, Ruan Xiaoxi. Your brother is here to protect you. Chapter 33. Brother, save me. Ruan Cece held the necktie that Jiang Yu had lengthened. Since one was on the bed and the other on the floor, the two ties combined to reach the necessary length. She felt a tight grip on it, gazing at Jiang Yu, who was smiling at her from the floor. An inexplicable urge to cry welled up within her. Initially, she had intentionally approached Jiang Yu's room, knowing he would empathize with her. It had been a while since they had slept together. Jiang Yu indeed allowed her in but planned to sleep on the floor. At first, Ruan Cece felt discontented. But now, with Jiang Yu's actions, her heart was filled with warmth, and she felt like crying. Jiang Yu found her emotional display unbearable, tugging at the tie. He teased, "Are you still going to tie it or not?" Ruan Cece tightened her grip, unwilling to let him pull it back. Undeterred, she suggested, "But if you come up, we can hold hands while we sleep, just like when we were little." She looked at Jiang Yu with hopeful eyes. Jiang Yu responded. He grabbed a nearby pillow and mercilessly smacked it against her head. "How old are we now? If it weren't for our family's circumstances back then, you wouldn't even be sharing a room with me. Are you going to sleep or not? If not, go back to sleep with the Calabash brothers tonight." Ruan Cece quickly replied, "I'm not causing trouble. Please don't send me away." With that, she skillfully tied Jiang Yu's wrist with the necktie. Jiang Yu sighed internally, not having anticipated that one day he would willingly extend his hand to be tied by Ruan Cece. Don't ask, it was just a complicated feeling. As Jiang Yu expected, that night Ruan Cece had a nightmare. Even if she did not speak of it, striving to appear calm. Jiang Yu had always known she feared Ruan Datian. It was an instinct. She had endured beatings and scoldings from such a young age. How could she not be afraid? Every time she encounters a middle-aged man with a demeanor akin to Ruan Datian on the road, Ruan Cece's body instinctively tenses up, a reaction that has persisted over the years. Today, having laid eyes on Ruan Datian himself, how could she possibly remain unaffected? This is also the reason why Jiang Yu has consistently encouraged Ruan Cece to diligently practice self-defense. He wishes to instill in her the assurance that she is capable of safeguarding herself. Despite Jiang Yu's typically restful slumber, tonight he found himself in a state of unrest. The moment he sensed Ruan Cece's breathing grow labored, he was jolted awake by the constriction of his tie. As he opened his eyes and sat up, he realized that Ruan Cece's breaths were indeed heavy. She remained with her eyes shut, instinctively clutching herself. Her form curled tightly in a protective posture indicative of someone who has experienced violence. A suffocating sensation gripped Jiang Yu's heart, as if he were submerged underwater. He climbed onto the bed and enveloped the trembling girl in his arms, murmuring reassurances that everything was all right, that she was merely dreaming. Yet, the girl in his embrace was rigid with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Yu had never realized the depth of his emotions until this moment, where pain and anger churned within him. His thoughts were consumed with the desire to eliminate Ruan Datian. Ruan Cece was aware that she was dreaming, yet her body seemed beyond her control. As Jiang Yu held her close, a pained whimper escaped her lips. "Brother, it hurts." These were the unvoiced sentiments of Ruan Cece from ages 5 to 8. She was in agony. Every part of her ached. She longed to escape, but just moments ago, she had been yanked back by Ruan Datian while attempting to flee through the door. She had glimpsed the door across the way opening, where a cheerful little boy had cast her a glance. She wished she could call him brother instead of the chubby boy, yet upon witnessing her distress, he had hastily shut the door. Ruan Cece was unable to distinguish between dream and reality, with visions of Jiang Yu standing protectively in front of her intermingling with the memory of the door slamming shut. This cycle continued to repeat. "Brother, help me. It hurts so much." She cried out. She felt droplets land on her, wondering if it was raining, yet the warmth of the water puzzled her. Then, she saw Ruan Datian pouring boiling water over her, knowing it would be excruciating. Suddenly, a plump figure shielded her from view. Ruan Xiaoxi. Jiang Yu realized that Ruan Cece had a fever. He contemplated calling Jiang Weiman, but she clung to him, crying, "Brother, it hurts." Jiang Yu had no choice but to reach for Ruan Cece's phone on the bedside. He was aware of her password. Her lock screen and wallpaper featured a picture of him. However, he had no time to ponder these details and dialed Jiang Weiman instead. Soon, Suyin and Jiang Weiman arrived, clad in their nightwear. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of their son cradling the trembling Ruan Cece, her eyes red-rimmed. "Dad, Mom, Ruan Cece's burning up." Jiang Weiman quickly assessed her temperature and declared, "I'll go get the car. We need to take her to the hospital for N4. Suyin noticed the two of them intertwined and frowned slightly, but this was not the moment for such concerns. She tried to rouse Ruan Cece, but it was as if she were in a stupor, merely moaning in pain, her face streaked with tears. Occasionally, she would utter, "Stop hitting me," which brought tears to Su Yin's eyes, prompting her to curse Ruan Datian as she helped Jiang Yu carry Ruan Cece downstairs. The main issue was that Ruan Cece refused to release her grip on Jiang Yu. For the first time, Jiang Yu realized that perhaps he too needed to engage in physical training, as even carrying Ruan Cece down the stairs proved arduous. Nevertheless, they eventually managed to place her in the car. Su Yin touched Ruan Cece's forehead and glanced at their intertwined wrists. Jiang Yu, untie whatever is binding your hands. Distracted by concern for Ruan Cece, Jiang Yu had forgotten that their hands were still linked. It was only when Su Yin reminded him that he recalled. Perhaps he had used too much strength in carrying her, for his hands trembled slightly as he attempted to free them. It was Su Yin who ultimately helped them disentangle. Without uttering a word, she placed the tie aside. They soon arrived at the hospital, where Ruan Cece was quickly administered for. The frail and pale girl lying on the hospital bed elicited memories of Ruan Cece from a past life, bloodied and leaning against his lifeless body. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu rubbed his face in an attempt to shake off the haunting thoughts. Su Yin suggested, "Old Jiang, you and Xiao Yu should head home and rest. I can stay here." With the upcoming midterm exams, their school had granted a break, so she didn't need to worry about attending. Jiang Yu, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "No, Mom, I'll stay. Otherwise, Ruan Xiaoxi will be frightened if she wakes up and doesn't see me. In her dreams, she would only call softly for her brother to save her. What if she woke and found him absent?" Jiang Weimin noticed Su Yin's pallor and realized that they had both been unaware that the two children had slept together that night. He pulled Jiang Yu closer. "Xiao Yu, listen to your mother." Jiang Yu opened his mouth to protest, but caught sight of Su Yin's troubled expression. Glancing at Jiang Weimin, he understood his father's silent directive to comply. Finally, he cast one last look at Ruan Cece, still lying on the hospital bed, and sighed, "I'll come back tomorrow." Chapter 34. Ruan Cece resolved to live her life to the fullest. Jiang Yu followed Jiang Weimin to the underground parking garage, where the doctor had just informed them that Ruan Cece's fever was likely caused by the recent heat wave, coupled with stress and dietary neglect. After receiving info, her fever had already begun to subside. Jiang Yu recognized that everything stemmed from the sudden encounter with Ruan Datian. "Jiang Yu," Jiang Weimin called, indicating for him to sit in the passenger seat. "Oh," Jiang Yu replied, settling into the seat. Both father and son were still clad in their pajamas as the car pulled out into the nearly deserted streets at dawn, with only a handful of cars passing by. They remained silent, yet Jiang Yu sensed that his father had something to discuss. Sure enough, after a brief moment, Jiang Weimin spoke. "Xiao Yu, was Ruan Cece sleeping in your room today?" Jiang Yu replied affirmatively. "She was in my bed. I slept on the floor. I only joined her when I noticed she was unwell." Jiang Weimin trusted his son, believing that a simple glance upon their return home would clarify everything. However, he stole a glance at Jiang Yu in the rearview mirror. "Son, you're both over 10 years old now. There are boundaries to consider. Even cousins shouldn't sleep in the same room, let alone you two, who are not even related." Jiang Yu sighed. "We don't usually do this. It was just that Ruan Datian appeared out of nowhere, and Ruan Cece was probably terrified. It was just for tonight." He refrained from mentioning Ruan Cece sneaking into his room, recalling the expression on Su Yin's face. If she found out, it would surely lead to turmoil. Jiang Weimin nodded, recognizing that his son was reluctant to discuss the matter further. He simply added, "Xiao Yu, you're growing up. If Ruan Cece is scared, you should have informed your mother so she could comfort her. You need to understand the importance of boundaries as you mature." Jiang Yu murmured in agreement, suddenly feeling that growing up was indeed quite burdensome. Though he had longed to grow up quickly upon his rebirth, those initial moments were indeed the most joyous. The lost childhood had returned, a reality few dare to dream of throughout their lives. Yet, Jiang Yu found himself still troubled by the burdens of maturity, perhaps due to the inevitable assimilation of age after his return. Upon arriving home, Jiang Weimin passed by Jiang Yu's door once more, and Jiang Yu did not intervene, aware that the sight of the blanket on the floor would likely keep his parents awake that night. However, Jiang Yu could not find sleep at all. Early the next morning, he awoke and accompanied Dr. Jiang to the hospital. Had he not feared his parents' overthinking, he would have gone at dawn. On the way, Jiang Yu even stopped to buy breakfast for Su Yin and Ruan Cece. By the time they reached the hospital, Ruan Cece had already awakened, her fever subsiding. Her eyes lit up momentarily upon seeing Jiang Yu. Su Yin, who had kept vigil through the night, appeared somewhat fatigued. After presumably having a conversation with Jiang Weimin the previous night, her demeanor seemed to normalize after Jiang Yu's arrival, and she mentioned needing to rest for a while. Later that afternoon, Jiang Weimin would assist Ruan Cece with her discharge. Dr. Jiang had come to work that morning, so he did not visit. After a brief exchange, Su Yin grabbed her breakfast and departed. Jiang Yu saw her to the elevator, and as she glanced at him, she affectionately ruffled his hair, reminiscent of the past. Yet, she was acutely aware that things had changed. Her child had grown so tall. Let Cece rest well, without overthinking. We will handle things with Ruan Datian. And I will also contact Shenhui. Ultimately, the children were not theirs, and intervening complicated matters significantly. They could only attempt to reach out to Chun Hui for resolution. Jiang Yu nodded, pulling Su Yin into an embrace, expressing gratitude for her hard work. You little rascal, go home, Su Yin chided playfully, stepping onto the elevator as it arrived. Once the elevator descended, Jiang Yu turned back to the ward. The 6-person room was quite noisy, with a child incessantly crying. Upon entering, Jiang Yu noticed Ruan Cece, her head bowed, quietly eating breakfast, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding clamor, her actions appearing somewhat numb and mechanical. Jiang Yu approached and retrieved the still-packaged soy milk. The previously expressionless girl suddenly looked up, her doe-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears, reflecting her distress. Upon waking that morning, she had seen Su Yin, and her mind had been flooded with memories of the moment Jiang Yu had slammed the door in front of her as a child. She recalled how, later, Uncle Jiang had knocked, and despite Ruan Datian's threats, he had not succeeded in harming her. Later, while sitting alone on the stairs, her entire body had ached. A voice had called from behind, and she had turned to see a piece of candy in Jiang Yu's chubby silhouette. They had been 6 years old then. Jiang Yu, do you regret picking me up? She suddenly asked, her voice hoarse from the lingering effects of her cold. Lacking its usual sweetness, Jiang Yu frowned instinctively, glancing at her. How long has it been since you've had water? Ruan Cece paused, clearly taken aback that he had not answered her question. Yet, she instinctively replied, I've had some. It's just that my throat still feels uncomfortable. Jiang Yu nodded, advising her to take her medicine shortly, assuring her it would help, and urged her to finish her porridge. He gently tugged at her somewhat disheveled ponytail, likely hastily tied that morning. When she looked at him, he smiled and said, I don't regret bringing you back. Neither do my parents. Yet, he could not shake the pang of sorrow, pondering how she had survived in her past life. Just a single encounter with Ruan Datian had sent her into a fever. How immense must her inner fear have been? Jiang Yu retrieved a keychain-sized gourd from his pocket, taking Ruan Cece's hand and placing the gourd in her palm. Speaking earnestly yet with a smile, this is a gourd like the one from the gourd baby. I'll fit myself inside it, and whenever you call for me, I'll come out to protect you. He gently stroked her hair, reassuring her that nightmares would dissipate and there was nothing to fear. Though the gesture was undeniably childish, he executed it with utmost seriousness. An aunt in the adjacent room remarked with a smile, You two siblings share a wonderful bond. Jiang Yu smiled back, affirming indeed. We do. Ruan Cece clutched the little gourd tightly, as if it still held Jiang Yu's warmth. The boy exuded a familiar scent, starkly contrasting with the sterile, cold aroma of the hospital. Finally, she smiled, feeling reassured. She was no longer afraid because she had Jiang Yu by her side. Ruan Cece resolved to live well. For both Jiang Yu and for Aunt Su and Uncle Jiang, Ruan Datian, the scoundrel, no longer deserved to drag her into the depths of despair. He was like mud, but she was not. She was the little troublemaker that Jiang Yu had brought home. Chapter 35. Why does this kid still want to dig up my cabbage? At noon, Jiang Weimin finished work and came to take both of them home. The discharge paperwork was completed. Ruan Cece's fever had subsided, and she was no longer in grave condition. They left with several packets of traditional Chinese medicine and a bag of Western medicine, all prescribed by the doctor. The Western medicine was for fever reduction, while the Chinese medicine was to help regulate her health. This year, Ruan Cece was nearing 15, yet her menstrual cycle remained irregular, sometimes occurring only once or twice a year, which was clearly abnormal. Su Yin had previously taken her to see a doctor, who indicated that she had suffered considerable physical depletion during her childhood. Thus, Su Yin routinely took her for checkups, and she had consumed a fair amount of traditional medicine. Since they were already at the hospital this time, Su Yin decided to have another consultation. Jiang Yu grimaced at the sight of the bitter Chinese medicine, marveling at how Ruan Cece managed to drink it without flinching. Ruan Cece's health had improved significantly. During her first year with them, she often succumbed to fevers and colds. Jiang Yu and Su Yin had truly invested a great deal of time and effort into her care. However, Ruan Cece remained quite reserved in front of Jiang Weimin. Compared to Aunt Su and Jiang Yu, she instinctively felt a degree of trepidation towards Jiang Weimin. This was partly due to the fact that he was a male, akin in age to Ruan Datian, and despite their contrasting temperaments, Ruan Cece harbored an innate fear of adult men. Furthermore, while Jiang Weimin was consistently kind toward her, he maintained a certain distance. Thus, in the car, Ruan Cece was exceptionally quiet, and Jiang Weimin said nothing either. Jiang Yu was reviewing her medical records when he remarked, Ruan Cece, your health is still not up to par. After so long on traditional medicine, you're still so weak. Ruan Cece averted her gaze, softly apologizing. I'm sorry. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, exasperated. Why do you love to apologize so much? It's always I'm sorry. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. If you enjoy conceding so much. He trailed off, realizing the path his words were taking. Had she been more compliant in the past, perhaps Ruan Datian would not have been able to harm her so severely. Ruan Cece awaited his continuation, her eyes fixed on him, but Jiang Yu fell silent. Will you be able to take the exam tomorrow? Jiang Weiman also glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Ruan Cece nodded, affirming, I can. Jiang Weiman reminded Jiang Yu. Didn't you say you wanted to go out and have some fun before your exams? Why not postpone a bit? She needs to recuperate. Ruan Cece quickly interjected, no need, I'm fine. However, Jiang Yu insisted, my dad is a doctor, we should listen to him. Ruan Cece cast a glance at Jiang Weiman, feeling hesitant to voice any further objections. Jiang Yu found the entire situation amusing. It seemed that only his father could sway Ruan Cece. Despite her outward obedience, she often disregarded him. Yet whenever Jiang Weiman spoke, she complied without fail. Upon arriving home, they found Su Yin had already prepared dinner. As they entered, she approached Ruan Cece, concern etched on her face as she observed her somewhat pale complexion. Are you feeling all right? Make sure to rest well after dinner. Just do your best on the exam tomorrow, okay? Your health is paramount. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chime in. Why don't you say that to me? When I was studying, you said, Jiang Yu, if you don't do well on the entrance exam, just wait until I get my hands on you. He imitated her tone perfectly. Ruan Cece and Su Yin both burst into laughter. Jiang Weiman, amused, playfully remarked to his son, the more mischievous you are, the less I'll come to your aid when your mother punishes you. Jiang Yu retorted defiantly, you've never helped me either. I have, Jiang Weiman countered. Your uncle handed you the stick, Ruan Cece whispered. Oh, Shishi, what are you saying? Jiang Yu replied, admit it. Don't you think I deserve to be punished? The lively banter filled the home with warmth, and it seemed as though Ruan Daitian's concerns about Ruan Cece's fever had dissipated entirely. That evening, Jiang Yu noticed Su Yin entering Ruan Cece's room, likely to keep her company for the night. He sighed, anticipating that Ruan Cece would not sleep well. The following day, her demeanor was lackluster. It was unclear whether it was due to a poor night's rest or her lingering illness. Nevertheless, they both entered the examination hall together. Fortune favored them, as they were assigned to the same testing venue. After 2 days of examinations, as the teachers began to collect the papers, Jiang Yu turned to meet Ruan Cece's gaze. The light filtering through the glass windows illuminated her delicate features, enhancing the serenity and sweetness of her smile. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yu was entranced, as if they had traversed the river of time and returned to a previous life. If Ruan Cece had not dropped out of school, perhaps their positions during the entrance exam would have mirrored this one. However, his memories of that time were hazy, save for the absence of Ruan Cece. Seeing the smile on her face, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile back. He called out, Xiao Shi, the exam is over. I'm heading to the restroom. Could you help me gather my things? We'll go out for dinner afterward. He added, tonight, Teacher Su will likely be busy with a meeting and grading papers, so we have the evening to ourselves. Ruan Cece blinked and replied, okay. In the classroom, other students were present, unaware of the nature of Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece's relationship. In a corner, 2 girls were speaking in voices that were not particularly low. One of them remarked, why does Jiang Yu treat Ruan Cece like a maid? The other girl, having previously found him handsome, now felt somewhat disillusioned. Ruan Cece stood beside Jiang Yu's desk, assisting him in packing. Upon hearing the compliment directed at him, she turned her gaze toward the 2 girls, her eyes icy. Jiang Yu was indeed admirable, but she preferred to keep his merits to herself. The 2 girls, meeting her unfeeling gaze, gradually lowered their voices. Eventually, one of them could only murmur, what are you looking at? Ruan Cece shifted her attention back to her task, only to find a pair of hands and a pink envelope before her. Hello, Ruan Cece. A voice greeted her. After using the restroom, Jiang Yu ran into Qi Han, who insisted on tagging along for dinner and brought Lu Ji with him. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. As they approached the examination hall, he noticed a boy, flushed with embarrassment, presenting a love letter to a girl across from him. The girl's expression was cool, her beautiful eyes fixed on the letter, showing no inclination to accept it. Although many had already left, those still packing their belongings in the classroom could not help but observe the scene. The boy spoke, his voice trembling but clear. Ruan Cece. I really like you. Can we be friends? Qi Han and Lu Ji exclaimed in astonishment. This guy is bold, confessing right after graduation. Jiang Yu shared their sentiment. What is this guy doing trying to court my cabbage? In chapter 36, Ruan Cece regarded the boy before her, recalling that they had previously participated in a math competition together. I'm sorry, but I don't like you, she replied coldly, her tone devoid of any inflection. She added, I don't associate with those whose grades are inferior to mine. Lilu, who had been hovering around the 25th position in class, felt his face freeze in embarrassment. He, unwilling to concede, asked, what if I do better than you once I get to high school? Ruan Cece replied nonchalantly, by then, I might have found a new reason to reject you. Jiang Yu and the onlookers collectively thought, is she really that ruthless? Li Li's expression turned blank while Ruan Cece, feeling obstructed, gently nudged his hand aside with Jiang Yu's pen. Sorry, you're a nice person, she attempted to soften her refusal. Can't we just start as friends? Who knows, we might actually be quite compatible, she mused, as boys her age often displayed boundless courage. Despite being rejected and blushing profusely, he still clung to hope. Stubbornly asking, but what about Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu, contemplating whether to intervene, thought, what does this have to do with me? As Ruan Cece heard Jiang Yu's name, she lifted her gaze toward Li Lu, her typically indifferent expression now tinged with confusion. What does Jiang Yu have to do with this? You said you wouldn't be friends with boys who like you. So what about Jiang Yu? Li de Preston. His voice dwindling as he looked into Ruan Cece's eyes, feeling inexplicably intimidated. Why do I feel so shy in front of her? She is so beautiful. Ruan Cece's eyes brightened with intrigue. So, are you implying that Jiang Yu likes me? The surrounding crowd was taken aback. Is that the crux of the matter? Qi Han and Lu Ji turned their attention to Jiang Yu. Suddenly, Jiang Yu could no longer remain silent. Initially aiming to spare his friend from embarrassment, he now found himself feeling awkward. He strode over and asked, are you done? Let us go. Upon the arrival of the central figure in their discussion, Li Lu, despite his inherent timidity, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hastily retracted the envelope he had extended, which had gone unacknowledged, and murmured, I apologize for the interruption. He then turned to leave. However, Ruan Cece unexpectedly responded to his earlier inquiry, stating emphatically, Jiang Yu is different. Jiang Yu is indeed unlike anyone else in the world. Li Lu was momentarily taken aback, both unaware that Jiang Yu had overheard their conversation. Feeling a sense of relief, he thought to himself, we'll meet again in high school. He said little more, simply grappling with the pangs of unrequited affection, a bittersweet sentiment that, while slightly disheartening, was not insurmountable. After all, at this age, who hasn't faced rejection? The gazes of those around Jiang Yu shifted noticeably. Ruan Cece, lifting her pencil case, smiled at Jiang Yu, where shall we dine? Just then, Qi Han and Lu Ji entered, prompting Ruan Cece to echo her question, yes, where shall we eat? She performed a brief act of feigned disappointment as her smile vanished. Jiang Yu found this amusing and gently tugged at the ends of her hair, suggesting, let's go for barbecue. I feel utterly drained from the exams and could use some meat. Qi Han and Lu Ji chorused in agreement, we second that. Yet, Ruan Cece felt a tinge of melancholy, having anticipated a more intimate meal with just Jiang Yu. As Jiang Yu passed her, he casually took her pencil case and hoisted her backpack, urging her, hurry up, I sense a queue forming. Ruan Cece observed the tall, slender silhouette of the boy, carrying her bag with a nonchalant stride, illuminated by the sun's glow. To her, Jiang Yu had always radiated a certain brilliance. Suddenly, her mood lightened, especially when Jiang Yu turned and asked, why are you walking so slowly, Ruan Cece? Don't you want barbecue? What would you prefer instead? She quickened her pace into the sunlight, drawing closer to him. I'm fine with anything. Eventually, their group of 4 expanded to include Zhou Xinxian, who had been contemplating dinner options at the school gate and was fortuitously swept along by Jiang Yu and the others. The 5 of them opted for a buffet barbecue. Jiang Yu was acutely aware that such indulgence would likely not be cost-effective, yet he occasionally craved it. However, when he observed Qi Han surreptitiously retrieving 2 bottles of beer, he fell silent. Casting a glance at Qi Han, he inquired, what are you up to? Qi Han and Lu Ji chimed in, we just finished our exams. We ought to celebrate. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words, ready to admonish them. How old are you to be drinking? The owner has some nerve selling to you, especially while still in uniform. Qi Han protested, come on, a little drinking is fine. Ruan Cece had a strong aversion to the scent of alcohol. Her childhood memories were marred by the stench of liquor and her inebriated father, whose fists and feet bore the same foul odor. Thus, she instinctively loathed that smell and wished to shield her beloved Jiang Yu from it. Consequently, when Qi Han eagerly offered to pour Jiang Yu a drink, she instinctively covered the cup's opening, and by chance, Jiang Yu's hand also reached out. Their hands overlapping, Ruan Cece's hand atop the cup, Jiang Yu's hand gently resting on hers. The warmth of his palm contrasted with her petite fingers. A momentary connection that sent her thoughts spiraling to Li Li's query. Did Jiang Yu harbor feelings for her? Her heart raced, and she glanced at Jiang Yu. Upon brushing against her hand, merely met her gaze for a fleeting moment before withdrawing, stating, "Don't act foolish. We should be drinking something else. I'll treat you all to a can of Wangzai milk instead. If you spill, I won't be responsible for taking you home." Kuihan exclaimed, "Jiang Yu. You haven't had any, have you?" "Lu Ji and I have had some at home," his tone laced with a hint of pride. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianxian was oblivious to their banter, her keen eyes flitting between Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu, finally settling on Ruan Cece's slightly flushed cheeks. Oh my goodness. She seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chapter 37. Ruan Cece's gaze towards Jiang Yu is anything but innocent. Jiang Yu, however, paid no heed to their nonsense. To him, these two foolish boys drinking beer in broad daylight were a source of concern. He feared they might become incapacitated, which would leave him responsible for their return home and subsequently explaining the situation to their parents, a rather uncomfortable predicament. Without further ado, Jiang Yu seized the beer, declaring, "Let's stick to Wangzai milk, it's on me." Chi Han and Lu Ji replied in unison, "Thank you, you're a real gem." Despite their easygoing nature, they accepted the fruit-flavored beverage in lieu of beer. Jiang Yu chose to ignore their chatter, and even Zhou Xianxian took a small sip. Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu, however, abstained entirely. Chi Han continued to praise their upbringing, to which Jiang Yu retorted, "You dare to criticize Su Lauscher's teachings?" They were all students under Su Yin, and merely mentioning her name straightened their spines. The math teacher was a perpetual nightmare. Among them, only Ruan Cece excelled academically, while the rest had results comparable to Jiang Yu's. It was entirely normal to feel intimidated by Su Yin. Lu Ji quickly shifted the conversation, suggesting, "We talked about going to the beach. Let's plan to go to an escape room the day after tomorrow. I heard there's a new one opening, and students from high school and middle school can enter for free." The notion of free admission piqued everyone's interest, independent of their financial situations. Jiang Yu, however, was less enthusiastic, preoccupied with the barbecue Ruan Cece had grilled for him. Occasionally, he would offer her some, saying, "You should eat. I can manage on my own." Ruan Cece was always obedient around Jiang Yu, generally acquiescing to his every suggestion. Zhou Xianxian was still engaged in conversation with Chi Han and Lu Ji, yet her gaze frequently darted toward Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece. It was glaringly obvious, making it impossible for Ruan Cece to ignore, compelling her to meet Zhou Xuanxuan's gaze. Zhou Xianxian was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of Ruan Cece's expressionless eyes. However, she was accustomed to it. Ruan Cece bore that same demeanor with everyone, save for Jiang Yu, who was distinctly different. This realization further convinced Zhou Xianxian that she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Therefore, she tentatively suggested, "Cece, will you accompany me to the restroom?" Ruan Cece, perplexed by the need for companionship during such a mundane task, conceded. It seemed customary for girls to go to the restroom in pairs, a practice she had learned to embrace, feigning a sense of belonging within the group. Rising from her seat, she replied, "All right." Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, having lived 2 lifetimes, remained baffled by the tradition of girls holding hands while visiting the restroom. He called out to Ruan Cece to return and fetch him a bottle of cola from the front desk. Ruan Cece acknowledged his request. Once the two girls had distanced themselves, Chi Han mischievously remarked, "Jiang Yu, the cola is lethal." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, retorting, "I told you to drink some Wangzai milk to nourish your brain. That's just nonsense." Lu Ji glanced toward the restroom, lowering his voice, "Jiang Yu, I've been holding this in for ages. There is something I really want to ask." Jiang Yu observed his companion's demeanor and immediately sensed that something was amiss, prompting him to bluntly advise, "Otherwise, you might as well continue bottling it up." Lu Ji remarked that Chi Han had become noticeably more perceptive. He had a good grasp of Jiang Yu's nature, particularly his penchant for sarcasm at times. "You go. Are you and Ruan Cece involved?" he inquired. "Given the way you were just looking at her, I find it hard to believe that nothing is going on between you two. To be honest, if it weren't for Li Li's reminder, we might have forgotten that you two aren't actually siblings." Chi Han clicked his tongue, increasingly convinced that he should have noticed this sooner. "I wonder why you always had such a sour expression towards boys who liked Ruan Cece. We used to think you were just a protective brother, but could it be that you're actually nurturing feelings?" Before he could finish, Jiang Yu playfully smacked the back of his head. Despite being taller than Jiang Yu, both Lu Ji and Chi Han covered their heads, glaring at him in silent indignation. "Don't ask," Lu Ji grumbled. "It's just that when you go get serious, he resembles an intimidating elder." Jiang Yu found their reactions amusing, exclaiming, "What on earth are you all thinking at your age? All this romance nonsense? At your age, you should be focusing on your studies. No one is allowed to disturb Ruan Xiaoxi while she is studying, let alone indulge in such fantasies." This prompted Jiang Yu to further admonish Chi Han. "You ought to watch less of that inappropriate content." Jihan leaned back, trying to evade. Hey, don't get violent. What is this paternalistic talk? Study hard, just like my dad. Jiang Yu smirked, a warning glint in his eyes. If you're inclined to call me dad, I wouldn't mind. The two exchanged glances, both thinking. Does he really think we need to influence her? To be candid, Ruan Cici's gaze towards Yu Gu was anything but innocent. However, Jiang Yu's demeanor deterred them from making any reckless comments. At that moment, Jiang Yu mused that the youth of their age truly had little to ponder about. Regarding Ruan Cici, he recalled her pitiful little face and dismissed the thought. After all, she was still just a child. Yet, he had managed to silence Qi Han and Lu Ji. But what of Zhou Xianxian, who was in the throes of adolescence and prone to flights of fancy? This girl devoured an array of gossip magazines, emotional literature, fan fiction, and romantic novels without restraint. Ruan Cici, unwilling to use the restroom, opted to wait for Zhou Xianxian by the sink. Once Zhou Xianxian emerged, she caught Ruan Cici's reflection in the mirror and exclaimed, "How is it that some girls are so exquisitely beautiful? Like a porcelain doll." Her somewhat infatuated gaze left Ruan Cici speechless as she met her eyes in the mirror. Questioning, "What are you staring at? You've been at it for half the afternoon." "I'm admiring your beauty," Zhou Xianxian replied without hesitation, leaving Ruan Cici momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she could sense the genuine kindness emanating from Zhou Xianxian. Although her expression remained neutral, she did not feel repulsed. Zhou Xuanxuan's compliments were sincere, unlike the ulterior motives often found in the praises of boys. Zhou Xianxian, accustomed to her silence, suddenly inquired, "Cici, what do you think of Jiang Yu?" She had sensed a distinct atmosphere between the two earlier. Previously, she hadn't considered it, but now, realizing they might not actually be siblings, the ambience felt entirely different. Ruan Cici paused, pondering why everyone was questioning her about Jiang Yu today. Her beautiful doe-like eyes, filled with curiosity, fixed on Zhou Xianxian as she asked, "Why do you want to know? Are you thinking of confessing to Jiang Yu?" Previously, a girl from their class had approached Ruan Cici, blushingly requesting her assistance in arranging a meeting with Jiang Yu, as she had something to tell him. Although Ruan Cici had no experience with early romantic feelings, she could discern that the girl was indeed seeking to confess, leading her to decline promptly. Jiang Yu could never like another girl. In the depths of her heart, Ruan Cici felt a flower blossom. Zhou Xianxian quickly waved her hands. "No, that's not it. Jiang Yu is not my type." Upon realizing the implications of her own words, she pondered if someone had indeed confessed to Jiang Yu. Ruan Cici, hearing her denial, felt a flicker of relief. Later, that girl sought out Jiang Yu on her own, just as he was leaving to buy pens for Ruan Cici. "I am Busa. If you need something, just tell Ruan Xiaoxi," he had replied before departing. The girl was momentarily taken aback, shooting a fierce glare at Ruan Cici. She was indifferent to the girl's ire. She was inconsequential. However, Jiang Yu's words left her elated. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianxian, hearing about the girl, lost interest in pursuing the topic any further. Instead, she asked Ruan Cici, "Cici, do you like Jiang Yu?" Ruan Cici furrowed her brow. Both Li Lu and Zhou Xianxian had posed this question earlier. She contemplated for a moment and concluded that her feelings for Jiang Yu transcended mere affection. She believed that ordinary liking could not encapsulate her emotions for him. Her feelings resembled those depicted in the novels Zhou Xianxian had read, something akin to, "I would give my very life for you." Yet for her, it was not mere romantic sentiment. It was a profound truth. For Jiang Yu, she would willingly risk everything, ensuring that no one could ever take him away. Zhou Xianxian was momentarily rendered speechless by Ruan Cici's earnest tone, and it wasn't until they exited the restroom that she regained her composure. Ruan Cici had already gone to buy Jiang Yu soda. Zhou Xianxian watched her retreating figure, wanted to say something, but hesitating. Was this what liking someone looked like? Yet, it seemed that Jiang Yu genuinely regarded Cici as a sister. Afterward, they had little opportunity to discuss it further. Once the group finished their meal, they contemplated heading to the arcade, a typical post-exam celebration. However, Jiang Yu declined, primarily concerned about Ruan Cici's health, noting that she had yet to fully recuperate. With their two leaders opting out, the remaining trio lost interest and ultimately parted ways. Following the exams, everyone appeared significantly more relaxed. On the bus ride home, only one seat was vacant, which Jiang Yu offered to Ruan Cici. He took hold of their backpacks and stood beside her. The bus was quite crowded, and as they jostled together, Jiang Yu leaned against the back of Ruan Cici's seat. Ruan Cici had always adhered closely to Jiang Yu's guidance, having never contemplated the notion of teenage romance at her age. Her sole focus was to accomplish the academic goals Jiang Yu had set for her. However, today, with two people broaching the subject of her connection with Jiang Yu, she couldn't help but wonder if Li Lu implied that Jiang Yu might have feelings for her. She instinctively tightened her grip on her backpack and discreetly glanced up at Jiang Yu. He was one hand resting on the back of her seat while the other fiddled with his phone. The boy had long outgrown his chubby childhood form. The afternoon sunlight cast a harsh glare, causing him to slightly lower his lashes and furrow his brow in mild annoyance. Jiang Yu's appearance exuded a sense of cleanliness and refinement. He may not be conventionally handsome, but his demeanor suggested a gentle temperament, making him approachable. In terms of looks, he resembled his father, Jiang Weimin. Although Ruan Sisi felt a tinge of fear towards Jiang Weimin, she held a deep fondness for Jiang Yu. He was simply wonderful, in every conceivable way. In this year, the young boy has grown remarkably tall, nearing 180 centimeters. His slender frame, accentuated by a school uniform that now feels somewhat loose, catches the faint breeze from the air conditioning, carrying with it the refreshing scent of mint candy that wafts into Ruan Sisi's nostrils. Despite the crowded bus and the complex amalgam of odors, Ruan Sisi can distinctly identify the fragrance that belongs to Jiang Yu. Her heart races slightly at the mere thought of him, at the very notion of affection. She muses that she should confide in Zhou Xianxian about her feelings for Jiang Yu, though it is more than mere fondness. At this tender age, Jiang Yu is perhaps the only turbulence in her otherwise tranquil life. She relishes this feeling. She cherishes Jiang Yu. Could it be the kind of heart-fluttering affection they often speak of? It's akin to the blossoming of a flower in her heart when their eyes unexpectedly meet. Many might not comprehend the struggle of a flower blooming in a dark swamp. It is reminiscent of the way Jiang Yu, with his cotton candy sweetness and light, appeared in her previously directionless life, an irreplaceable treasure for Ruan Sisi. Jiang Yu lightly tapped her on the head, asking what she was staring at. Tired? He tucked away his phone and glanced out the window. There were 3 stops remaining. TSK, had I known, I wouldn't have taken a bus. Although Ruan Sisi's fever had subsided, her body had yet to fully recover. It's nothing, I'm just a bit sleepy, she replied, diverting her gaze. The mere thought of liking Jiang Yu filled her with joy, and confirming the nature of her feelings brought her even more happiness. Ruan Sisi was astute. Once she had established her feelings, she quickly set her sights on her goal. As for Jiang Yu, Ruan Sisi was uncertain about his feelings for her, but it seemed he did not share the same depth of emotion. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. As long as she remained unique in Jiang Yu's eyes, no one could take him from her. She would transform into the person he adored, and in turn, he could only love her back. Upon disembarking, Jiang Yu took their bags from Ruan Sisi's embrace, walking alongside her toward home. His mind was preoccupied with how to explain his desire to pursue art to his parents once his grades were released. In his previous life, poor grades made his passion for art seem reasonable, but this time with better results, it posed a challenge. Did you see Li Lu today? Ruan Sisi suddenly asked. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality and responded, yeah, what about it? You're not interested in that guy, are you? He couldn't help but frown at the thought. Was that really Ruan Sisi's taste? However, he realized that he and Li Lu shared a similar, refined appearance. Reflecting on the inexplicable yet passionate affection he had felt for Ruan Sisi in his past life, Jiang Yu felt a surge of anxiety. You're still young. Don't think about such things. You're about to enter high school. What's the point of dating? He deliberately dismissed the peculiar feelings stirring within him, though their intensity was undeniable. Noticing Jiang Yu's sudden unease brought a flicker of joy to Ruan Sisi's heart, prompting her to hastily deny, I don't like him. Jiang Yu sighed in relief. Then why bring him up? Ruan Sisi looked earnestly at him and said, I just realized today that everyone seems to perceive our relationship a bit differently. She flashed a sweet smile and reiterated, and I want him to know that Jiang Yu is unique. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with determination. Jiang Yu felt his heart race at her earnestness. Chapter 39. Who among us, in their early teens, ponders the responsibilities of raising a child? Jiang Yu mused about the peculiarities of today's youth. And they just completed their midterm exams, not their final ones? Why were Chi Han and the others discussing such chaotic matters? And Ruan Sisi too? He felt a twinge of irritation, primarily due to the erratic beating of his own heart. He had never considered any other potential developments between himself and Ruan Sisi. From the outset, Jiang Yu had merely wished to alter their fate for the sake of survival. Over time, he had developed a heroic desire to save Ruan Sisi. He clicked his tongue and playfully tugged at her ponytail with gentle force. What are you thinking about? Don't forget the promise you made to me. He stepped past Ruan Sisi, who maintained her good-natured demeanor, trailing behind him. I remember. I'll study hard. You can count on me, Jiang Yu. What else with the Jiang Yu? Call me brother. His tone was slightly stern. Ruan Sisi, watching his retreating figure, quietly stepped into his shadow and whispered, not anymore. She had come to realize her feelings for Jiang Yu, and he was no longer just a brother to her. Now, she felt the urge to search online for how to like someone, as she had never contemplated liking a boy before. especially since Jiang Yu had always emphasized the importance of studying. Returning to her room, Ruan Cece retrieved a notebook from her drawer, opened to a fresh page, and wrote, "On this day after the midterm exams, I discover my little secret. I really like Jiang Yu, and it's more than just liking. I want to keep him close forever. Therefore, I must work even harder to give Jiang Yu the best of everything." In her world, affection was a luxurious sentiment. A child who had never experienced love in her early years finds it challenging to understand what it means to love. She had once been loved, only to be abandoned, and was taken in by the Jiang family. Yet, she felt gratitude for them, except for Jiang Yu. Clutching her notebook, her eyes sparkled with joy. Her once dull features now vibrant with color. If the former Ruan Cece resembled a delicate doll, exquisite yet lacking in soul, the current Ruan Cece was different. She was determined to protect the rare flower that had blossomed in her heart. The summer vacation following the midterm exams stretched on endlessly. Having just completed his tests, even the usually critical teacher, Su, seemed to regard Jiang Yu favorably, allowing him to enjoy a comfortable respite. However, his mind remained troubled by the words of Chi Han and Ruan Cece. Recently, he had even begun exploring adolescent psychology, not for himself, but to guide Ruan Cece. He found himself apprehensive about her developing deeper feelings for him. He sighed, reclining on the sofa, watching Ruan Cece slice watermelon in the kitchen. Had he been too stringent, preventing her from mingling with boys who wished to court her? He recalled his own adolescence. Truthfully, he had not feigned innocence. In his past life, he had been a somewhat chubby boy at that age, surrounded by few girls and consumed by gaming rather than romantic pursuits. Thus, his youth offered little in terms of reference. High school was even more demanding. Wasn't he doing quite well academically? He had devoted himself to art, spending his days in the studio. During that time, Jiang Yu had slimmed down and, aesthetically speaking, had become quite appealing, even attracting confessions from girls. However, Jiang Yu's mind was solely occupied with painting. Teacher Su remarked that if one pursued art, they would struggle to gain admission to a prestigious institution, suggesting that Dr. Jiang should join in the punishment. In truth, Jiang Yu's youth was devoid of early romance, lacking any heart-wrenching experiences. He was merely a high school student, lamenting while being chased around by his mother, utterly devoid of such frivolous thoughts. At that moment, Jiang Yu sighed again, his eyes vacant as they fixated on the ceiling. Who, at such a tender age, would be burdened with the worries of raising a child? Oh, that would be him, Jiang Yu. Suddenly, a delightful face entered his line of vision. It was the visage of Ruan Cece, and as he gazed at her, he couldn't help but acknowledge her beauty. After all, he had yet to encounter a girl more enchanting than she. Yet, he remained expressionless, reaching out to cover her delicate face. What are you doing? You'll drool if you keep smiling like that, he teased. Ruan Cece leaned back slightly, explaining, I haven't even opened my mouth. I'm just eating watermelon. Jiang Yu, feeling a hint of summer's sweetness from the scent of watermelon, sat up. Ruan Cece pushed a plate of cut watermelon towards him, opting not to eat any herself. Perhaps it was due to the traditional medicine she had consumed. Her period had arrived. Only then did Jiang Yu notice her pallor and the fact that she hadn't touched the watermelon. He frowned. Is your period here? Earlier, he had seen Ruan Cece emerge and casually asked her to cut the watermelon, completely oblivious to her discomfort. Ruan Cece nodded affirmatively. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue. Why didn't you mention it? You still want to help me cut the watermelon, you silly girl. With that, he grumbled as he walked into the kitchen. Ruan Cece watched him with a gentle smile, knowing he would prepare ginger tea for her. Truth be told, she could have made it herself, but she relished witnessing Jiang Yu bustling about for her sake. Though he grumbled, Jiang Yu was far from that brusque exterior. He was quite tender-hearted. Ruan Cece picked up the bowl of watermelon, standing beside him, feeding him pieces. Jiang Yu scolded her for being troublesome while slicing ginger. She continued to plead. Put less ginger in, please. I don't like that taste. What good does it do to put less? Just put that bowl down. The watermelon is straight from the fridge. If you do this again, I'll smack you, Jiang Yu warned, shooting her a glare. His youthful features were gentle, and even his feigned fierceness appeared benign. Ruan Cece's smile was sweet as she gazed at him, obediently replying, I'll be more careful next time. Each time Jiang Yu saw her in this manner, he felt as if he were striking a punch into soft cotton. At that moment, he reached out to pinch her face, only to remember that his hands were coated in ginger juice. Ruan Cece despised that smell. Consequently, his hand hesitated mid-air. Yet, Ruan Cece leaned in, placing her face in his palm. The disliked ginger juice made contact with her tender cheek, yet she seemed unaffected, blinking innocently at Jiang Yu. Go ahead, I want to dodge. Jiang Yu felt her soft face against his palm. After all these years, her cheeks had developed a hint of plumpness, a subtle trace of youthful chubbiness. Her beautiful doe-like eyes looked up at him with innocence, as if her discomfort made her seek solace, rubbing her face against his hand. Chapter 40. The gentle boiling of Jiang Yu. She remained confident. Jiang Yu swallowed hard, diverting his gaze, then, without hesitation, he pinched her delicate face. The warmth of his palm seemed to surpass that of her skin. A gentle squeeze left its mark. "You're the only one causing a ruckus here. Go wait outside," he said, releasing her and instinctively washing his hands, as if to rid himself of the lingering softness he had just felt. Ruan Cece responded with an obedient "oh," taking the bowl and turning to leave. However, upon reaching the living room, she settled onto the sofa, facing the semi-open kitchen, able to see him clearly. She had read extensively and understood that with Jiang Yu's temperament, he was not one to rush. She fondly touched her cheek where he had pinched her. Even the bothersome ginger scent seemed less offensive, having been tainted by Jiang Yu. It was fine. She possessed ample patience. She was confident in gently coaxing Jiang Yu over time, due to the unforeseen arrival of her period. The much-anticipated escape room outing with Chi Han and the others was cancelled. Su Yin returned with high school textbooks for Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu, encouraging them to review when they had the chance. Having a teacher at home ensured that there would be no opportunity for their studies to fall behind. However, teacher Su had been preoccupied with grading papers and had little time for Jiang Yu. Nevertheless, Ruan Cece still found moments to approach him daily, carefully asking, "Brother, can we study together?" Her demeanor resembled that of someone who had been wronged. Jiang Yu initially rejected her. Ruan Cece simply sighed, appearing somewhat dejected, and returned to her own space. The next day, she approached again, this time pleading, "Brother, shall we study together? I want to be in the same class as you, to attend the same school in the future." Her eyes were filled with a pitiful longing. Jiang Yu, having lived 2 lifetimes, found himself perpetually at a disadvantage due to his soft-heartedness, especially towards Ruan Cece. After he declined, she showed no signs of anger, merely displaying that sorrowful expression that rendered his games less enjoyable. By the 3rd day, Jiang Yu surrendered. When Ruan Cece arrived, he had already organized his books. It felt as though he was reliving his academic journey from elementary to high school all over again. Truly, it was a trial, though he lamented internally. Jiang Yu resolved to take his studies seriously. After all, once the results of the high school entrance exam were released, they could enjoy a trip to the seaside, as teacher Su had promised that good results might even grant them an overnight stay. The temptation was indeed compelling, enough to ignite anticipation even in a student like Jiang Yu, who struggled academically. However, he soon noticed that Su Yin and Jiang Weimin seemed to be grappling with some new troubles. Both appeared somewhat unwell. Jiang Yu's instincts suggested that something was amiss. Yet, due to his age, he understood that even if he asked, he would likely not receive answers. Truthfully, in his parents' eyes, Ruan Cece, the genuine child, probably seemed more reliable than him, the pretender. Jiang Yu felt quite troubled. Before long, the results of the high school entrance exams were announced. Unsurprisingly, Ruan Cece secured the top score. The school offered various scholarships, covering tuition entirely, which was excellent news for her. It was true that education could transform one's life, but only if one excelled academically. Upon learning the scholarship amount, Jiang Yu felt a pang of jealousy, yet he was genuinely happy for Ruan Cece. No one understood her dedication to studying better than he did. In other matters, Jiang Yu was often paying for Ruan Cece, but when it came to academics, he was resolute. He intended to carve out more opportunities for her. Just like now, with Ruan Cece's achievements, she could easily gain admission to the best high school without needing anyone's assistance, and she would also receive a scholarship. These are the foundations of her confidence. She does not rely on anyone else, for she possesses the autonomy to steer her own life. If only Ruan Cece had had the opportunity to participate in a high school entrance examination in her past life. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply and shook his head, deciding not to dwell on such thoughts, as they only served to unsettle him further. Su Yin was evidently in high spirits, especially since Jiang Yu had performed commendably in his exams, albeit modestly when compared to Ruan Cece's achievements. Nonetheless, he had exceeded expectations, which left Su Yin quite satisfied. As fate would have it, this cohort was the first to relocate to the new campus, which was vast and impressive. With a smile, Su Yin served food to both of them and inquired, "With such excellent results, do you have any desired gifts? Do share your thoughts." This inquiry was directed at both of them. Su Yin first turned her gaze to Ruan Cece, who cheerfully replied, "Aunt Su, I do not wish for anything in particular. I'm simply delighted with my results." Each time Su Yin beheld the obedient Ruan Cece, her heart ached a little more. Understanding that it was unlikely for Ruan Cece to voice any desires, she resolved, "If you do not speak up, I shall prepare something for you regardless." Ruan Cece hastily protested, but Su Yin was undeterred. Ultimately, Her attention settled on the silent Jiang Yu. What is it, young master? What do you desire? Normally, you would have already articulated your wishes by now. Her tone was laced with humor, and Jiang Weiman chimed in cheerfully. Come on, little fish, speak up. If your mother refuses, I will discreetly fulfill your wishes. He was promptly met with a glare from Suyin. At that moment, Jiang Yu found himself in a state of hesitation. He was reluctant to abandon his aspiration of pursuing art. He pondered whether he should voice his desire now, especially since his mother had promised to grant him one request. Yet, he feared that articulating it might disrupt the pleasant atmosphere. However, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him, prompting Jiang Yu to open his mouth, yet he remained hesitant. Ruan Cece noticed his unease and tugged at his shirt. With a sigh, Jiang Yu turned to Suyin and asked, Mother, would you agree to any reasonable request I make? That is generally the case, Suyin replied, before noticing his serious demeanor. What is it? You aren't contemplating dropping out of high school, are you? This was said in jest. Yet she raised her eyebrows at Jiang Yu expectantly. Not quite, he responded. I simply wish to pursue art and study painting. The moment his words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the dining table. Jiang Weiman regarded Jiang Yu with surprise, while Su Yin's previously cheerful expression darkened, revealing a semblance of sternness. Ruan Cece appeared momentarily dazed. Jiang Yu wished to study painting? This meant he would attend an art class and would no longer be in the same class as her. Could he truly paint? Yet, she was acutely aware of her financial constraints, and her expression soured. She tightened her grip on Jiang Yu's shirt hem. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of helplessness, having anticipated this reaction. Nonetheless, having voiced his desire, he no longer hesitated. He reiterated, Mom and Dad, I want to learn painting. As expected, the previously jubilant atmosphere grew tense. Suyin looked at Jiang Yu and said, Little fish, your grades are commendable. You need not pursue art. She attempted to calmly dissuade her son, not out of disdain for the arts, but because she believed that focusing on academics would provide him with opportunities to attend a good school, and learning art could be arduous. Moreover, they had not nurtured any artistic inclinations in Jiang Yu since childhood. It seemed frivolous. Jiang Weiman chimed in. Indeed, little fish, pursuing art is no easy task. It can be quite exhausting. Ruan Cece remained silent, her gaze clouded with contemplation. Jiang Yu anticipated their responses and patiently explained, I have worked diligently in middle school. But as you can see, my grades are merely average. This is primarily thanks to Ruan Cece's persistent encouragement. Once I enter high school, the workload will only intensify. I cannot continue to rely on her. She may very well become a top scorer in the college entrance examination. I cannot afford to waste her time. I do not see it as a waste. I can manage it, Ruan Cece finally interjected, her grip on Jiang Yu's clothing unwavering while her other hand anxiously rubbed against her pants. She spoke earnestly, I truly can. You have not wasted my time. The time spent with Jiang Yu would never be a waste for her. Jiang Yu understood how to navigate Ruan Cece's feelings, yet he countered, but with my current standing, I can only achieve a decent undergraduate placement. You are destined for a prestigious institution. If I pursue art as long as I maintain my grades, I might also gain admission to a reputable school. This statement was directed at Ruan Cece, as well as Su Yin and Jiang Weiman. Upon hearing this, Su Yin's expression softened with uncertainty. However, Jiang Yu did not achieve a decisive victory. Su Yin and the others merely stated they would consider his request. Ruan Cece was clearly deep in thought, her silence lingering. Yet, for Jiang Yu, this was already a positive development. There was no vehement opposition, just contemplation. He believed that as long as he continued to advocate for his desire, he would prevail. This felt like a significant victory, and how could he not be pleased? However, while he was elated, others were not so fortunate. Jiang Yu was engaged in a conversation with Chi Han about a potential trip to the seaside. Chi Han's uncle had acquired a few small apartments near the beach, allowing them to stay there. This arrangement was also why Su Yin and the others were amenable to letting Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece spend the night away. They were to travel as 3 boys and 3 girls, yet there were no triple rooms available, only double rooms. Chi Han suggested they could share, as reserving 4 rooms would mean 2 people would have to sleep alone, which seemed rather unappealing. Jiang Yu, indifferent, replied, do as you wish. You can ask the group. I have no objections. Oh, I have already inquired with everyone, Chi Han said excitedly. We're just waiting on you and Ruan Cece. If you have no objections, I doubt Ruan Cece will either. I'll speak to my uncle about reserving 2 larger rooms with tatami. Chi Han's voice was filled with enthusiasm. After all, they had all been accepted into the same prestigious high school. Chi Han's exuberance was palpable, even if it was a bit overstated. At least they had all made the cut. Lu Chi lamented about never being in the same class as them, expressing feelings of exclusion and isolation, and wished that this time in high school, they could at least share classes together. It would be ideal if I could be in the same class as Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu found it curious. Ruan Cece could be somewhat aloof with her friends, yet Su Xianxian and Lu Qi adored her, indicating that the young girl had a good rapport with others. Jiang Yu speculated that this might be due to Su Xianxian and Lu Qi being somewhat superficial, as Ruan Cece was exceptionally beautiful. While conversing with Qi Han, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Yu called out, "Come in," and then said to Qi Han, "I'll discuss this with Ruan Cece shortly. You should reiterate in the group chat. It cannot solely be my unilateral decision, right? I'm hanging up now." He heard Qi Han mutter, "Isn't it already your unilateral decision when it comes to Ruan Cece? You forbid her from dating, and even a fly buzzing by her is a male." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes as he observed a glum-faced Ruan Cece entering, already surmising the reason for her visit. Thus, he told Qi Han, "That's all. I'm hanging up." Ruan Cece stood before him, waiting for him to finish his call before speaking. "Jiang Yu, do you truly wish to study the arts?" Jiang Yu pulled over a chair, the tabletop adorned with sketches of several chibi characters. "Sit down and speak," he urged. "Are you still feeling unwell? Your complexion doesn't seem quite right." The agitation that had simmered within her dissipated at Jiang Yu's concern, leaving her somewhat vexed with herself for being so easily swayed. Yet, when faced with Jiang Yu's countenance, Ruan Cece felt her resolve soften. This had become her inherent state in his presence. Could you possibly refrain from pursuing an art degree?" Ruan Cece sat on the chair Jiang Yu had drawn closer, frowning as she spoke. "I could teach you. If you study art, we won't be in the same class." When she had received the notification from school, she had made a request to be in the same class as Jiang Yu, but his choice to study art thwarted that wish. Jiang Yu sighed, responding earnestly, "But Ruan Xiaoxi, some people work diligently in their studies and still find themselves in this situation. I am one of those individuals. I possess a degree of self-awareness. Besides, even if we are in different classes, we will still commute to and from school together, and we can share a ride home." Observing her discontent, he leaned back, causing his chair to slide slightly, and reached out to ruffle her hair. "We cannot remain together forever." His tone was gentle, his gaze attentively fixed on Ruan Cece's expression. He did not miss the fleeting shadow of gloom that passed through her eyes. A pang of concern struck Jiang Yu's heart, prompting him to quickly add, "However, I will always be your brother. We can discuss future matters later. I have seriously contemplated pursuing art. You will support me, won't you?" He feigned a look of pitiful desperation. "If you oppose me, no one else in the family will support me." Ruan Cece regarded Jiang Yu, biting her lip, before eventually speaking, "Is studying art expensive?" Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, responding, "It's manageable." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at Ruan Cece. "Don't dwell on this. Your grades are exceptional. You have the potential to be at the top of your class. Don't concern yourself with such matters, understand?" Ruan Cece remained silent, her thoughts laid bare before him. In truth, she had researched the costs associated with studying art and realized she could not bear the financial burden. She couldn't possibly ask Aunt Sue and the others for money, which only heightened her agitation. Jiang Yu sighed. "Ruan Cece, what occupies your mind? Focus on your studies and refrain from overthinking. At least for now, we will always be together." Chapter 42. No one can ruin Ruan Cece's life. It was evident that Jiang Yu's words had not provided Ruan Cece with the comfort she sought. She did not confront him directly, yet her demeanor over the following days was far from cheerful, her mind wandering as she engaged in various activities. The weather had been dismal, with persistent rain, delaying their seaside excursion. Ruan Cece attended her martial arts classes twice a week, with Jiang Yu typically accompanying her. After mastering swimming, Jiang Yu only occasionally participated. If he had no other commitments, he would wait for her outside the martial arts academy, either playing games or sketching designs, including tattoo illustrations. In his previous life, Jiang Yu had traveled extensively to enrich his portfolio, studying in numerous countries. While the tattoo industry may seem less than respectable, his previous tattoo shop was not the type that offered cheap designs. Appointments had to be made 6 months in advance. The earnings were significantly higher than those in conventional professions. However, to his parents, it remained an unworthy career, even less respectable than a library administrator earning $3,000 a month. In his prior existence, Jiang Yu had few regrets, the most significant being his parents' disapproval of his chosen profession. He understood their perspective. A doctor and a teacher, in their eyes, his career was frivolous. Thus, upon his rebirth, Jiang Yu had no intention of relinquishing his passion and preferred occupation. He was not a person with grand ambitions. Finding a vocation that was both lucrative and fulfilling was exceedingly rare, and he saw no reason to abandon his aspirations. The greatest upheaval in this life was probably the circumstances surrounding Ruan Cece, who had caused his demise in his past life. Jiang Yu set his pen down and glanced at the martial arts academy across from him. where a familiar yet unsettling figure caught his eye. Ruan Datian. What was he doing here? Jiang Yu abruptly stood, initially believing he had misidentified him due to the rain. However, Ruan Datian seemed to sense Jiang Yu's gaze and approached, holding an umbrella. This time, Jiang Yu did not avert his eyes, watching Ruan Datian cross the street and enter the cafe. The barista greeted him with a cheerful welcome, but her expression faltered upon seeing Ruan Datian, whose demeanor was anything but amiable. She hesitated before asking, "May I help you?" Ruan Datian surveyed the room, spotting Jiang Yu sitting down, and shook his head. "No need. I'm just looking for someone." His menacing appearance was unmistakable. Jiang Yu smiled at the concerned baristas, then turned back to Ruan Datian, who sat across from him. "Jiang kid, waiting for Cici to finish her class?" Ruan Datian grinned at Jiang Yu, though the smile bore ill intent, especially as he referred to Cici in an overly familiar manner. He typically resorted to derogatory terms such as little vixen or money grabber. Jiang Yu regarded him coolly and nodded. "How did you find this place?" "Oh, I followed you here. I've been tailing you for 2 days." Ruan Datian replied with an unsettling grin, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. A shiver ran down Jiang Yu's spine. He had not noticed Ruan Datian trailing them. "What do you want from us? Didn't my mother speak to you already?" "Yes, we had a discussion and the money was taken, but I've spent it all. I heard my dear daughter has scored the highest marks. The school must have rewarded her generously, right? Isn't it reasonable for a father to ask for some of that money?" Ruan Datian's nonchalant attitude was infuriating, making Jiang Yu want to punch him. Jiang Yu replied tersely, "My parents have given you plenty of money, and their s also Chenhui. The funds for Ruan Cici are meant for her education. Education isn't the only path. With her looks, she could do quite well without studying," Ruan Datian retorted dismissively, his shamelessness evident as he grinned at Jiang Yu. "How about this? I want to go looking for Ruan Cici if you give me 10,000 yuan. I know she has received a bonus that exceeds that amount." Jiang Yu realized that Ruan Datian was targeting him specifically today. He also guessed that even if he were to provide the money, this unscrupulous individual would still seek out Ruan Cici. Ruan Datian's words held no weight, akin to the wind. Clenching his pen tightly, Jiang Yu resolved that if his parents and Chen Hui could not handle Ruan Datian, he would take matters into his own hands. No one could ruin Ruan Cici's life in this lifetime. Jiang Yu smiled. "All right, but I don't have that much cash on hand at the moment. Can you wait a few days?" He feigned a troubled expression, emphasizing, "But remember, if I give you the money, you must not pursue Ruan Cici." Ruan Datian seemed taken aback by Jiang Yu's naivety, pausing for a moment. Then it struck him. How could this sheltered young master not be easily deceived? He adopted a serious demeanor, asserting, "Of course, Cici is my child as well, and I wish for her to have a good life. Uncle Ruan assures you that once I receive the money, I will not disturb her." Jiang Yu, his expression grim, nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, leave a number. I will contact you later." As he spoke, he pushed a piece of paper across the table towards Ruan Datian. Ruan Datian jotted down a phone number and inquired, "Don't you have a phone?" "I do, but it's broken. I plan to buy a new one, and will sell the new phone to gather some funds." Jiang Yu replied, his tone tinged with irritation. "All right, you should leave now. Cici will be out of class soon." Seeing the potential for monetary gain, Ruan Datian readily complied, standing up but cautioning, "I will wait for a maximum of 5 days." Good. Jiang Yu thought to himself that 5 days would suffice. Soon, Ruan Datian departed under the shelter of an umbrella. Jiang Yu retrieved his phone from the adjacent seat, which had been recording the rain sounds. Initially intended to capture the sound of the rain, he sometimes drew inspiration from various sources, including the rain itself. Today, with no customers in the shop, he had even asked the attendant to turn off the music. He had hoped to enhance the quality of the rain recording, but unexpectedly, he had captured this conversation instead. Extorting a minor was also a crime, wasn't it? Yet, it was insufficient. Jiang Yu turned off the recording function on his phone. He needed to contemplate how to ensure Ruan Datian faced consequences, preferably for him to remain imprisoned indefinitely. The rain fell heavily outside, and in his contemplation, Jiang Yu was unaware that Cici had already approached. "Jiang Yu, are you daydreaming?" The girl's voice was somewhat chilly, yet softened in her address to him. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, looking at her. "You're out of class?" He instinctively began to tidy the table. Ruan Cici glanced down, her pupils dilating. That familiar handwriting, along with that phone number. Ruan Datian. Chapter 43. I am more useful than the calabash boy. Jiang Yu swiftly organized the items on the table. "I originally thought you guys would finish class later today. It's still raining outside." Ruan Cici clenched her hands tightly, attempting to calm herself before reaching out to assist Jiang Yu in tidying up, even attempting to take the bag from his hands. However, Jiang Yu handed her a cup of milk tea that had been pre-ordered and was now merely cool to the touch. "You don't need to carry that. Let us go home." Ruan Cece explained, the teacher's wife is about to give birth, so we actually finished class early today. I just had a bit of a spar with my classmates, which made me come out a little late. Jiang Yu smiled and said, then your teacher must have some joyous news at home. Did you win against your classmates? Ruan Cece nodded. I won. Then why aren't you happier? I want to compete with you for the chicken leg tonight. He glanced at Ruan Cece. Teacher, Sue asked us to buy a roast chicken to take home. This was a typical conversation, one that Ruan Cece had grown accustomed to over the years. She watched as Jiang Yu opened the umbrella, turning to gesture for her to stand beneath it. Let us take the bus or the subway. Hailing a cab in this weather will lead to traffic jams. Then let us take the subway. Ruan Cece stepped under the umbrella and felt him instinctively tilted towards her. Jiang Yu was always like this, blunt yet tender-hearted, invariably shielding her. Those unfamiliar classmates often questioned Ruan Cece. Why do you listen to Jiang Yu so much? It seems like he is bullying you. Yet in truth, Jiang Yu had always been her protector. The chubby boy from years ago had now grown taller and slimmer, towering over Ruan Cece by half a head, and he no longer required her to hold the umbrella for him every time. The weather was somewhat bothersome during the typhoon. Jiang Yu was already irritable, guiding Ruan Cece toward the subway station while calling out, come a bit closer, my bag is going to get wet. Ruan Cece took his bag and hugged it to her chest, saying, it won't get wet like this. This time, Jiang Yu did not object. He switched the umbrella to his other hand, drawing her a little closer to him. You'll get wet like that. Ruan Cece found herself sheltered in his embrace, and her chaotic thoughts seemed to settle instantly. Jiang Yu, will you always protect me? Jiang Yu had grown accustomed to Ruan Cece's occasional lack of security and presumed she was still grappling with her decision about joining the art class. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, of course. Even if we're not in the same class in the future, we will still be in the same home. Do you remember the little calabash I gave you? Just call me, and I will come out to protect you. He spoke to her as if soothing a child. I'm more useful than the calabash boy, right? Ruan Cece laughed, the calabash hanging from a red string around her neck, pressed closely against her. At that moment, she solemnly stated, of course, Jiang Yu is a superhero. Therefore, I cannot let those filthy things taint you. By the time they arrived home, they inevitably found themselves drenched in rain. They hurriedly changed into dry clothes. After Jiang Yu had changed, he suddenly remembered that his bag was still with Ruan Cece. Upon exiting, he found it placed on the living room sofa. While they were both soaked, the bag remained dry. Jiang Yu surmised that it was Ruan Cece's careful protection that had kept it safe. He took the bag into the bedroom, and, just as he removed the contents, he heard teacher Sue call out, come out for dinner. Jiang Yu responded and set aside what he was holding before heading out. Unbeknownst to him, the sheet of paper that Ruan Datian had written on had vanished. During dinner, Sue finally relented. Little fish, your father and I have discussed it. We can respect your interests, but you must accompany your mother to meet a teacher for an assessment. After all, the path of studying art is not easy if you lack any talent. She sighed, wishing wholeheartedly that Jiang Yu would focus on his studies. Yet, she had discussed what he had said that day with her husband. Throughout his life, Jiang Yu's academic performance had never been particularly remarkable. Despite both she and her husband being academic achievers, their son seemed not to have inherited that trait. By the time he reached middle school, the disparity had become quite evident. Just as Jiang Yu pointed out, if it weren't for Ruan Cece persistently urging him to review and attend tutorials, it was uncertain whether Jiang Yu's erratic grades would even allow him to enter the first high school. They could not continue to let Ruan Cece drag Jiang Yu along, even though they all knew she was willing. However, they could not be selfish. Thus, the couple ultimately relented, though they understood it was only a matter of time. Hearing Su Yin's words still brought joy to Jiang Yu. All right, no problem, Mom. I promise to make you proud. Su Yin smiled at her son's elation, unable to suppress her own smile. Even as she chided, just don't embarrass me. Ruan Cece watched Jiang Yu's unrestrained happiness, tightening her grip on her chopsticks. She had always wished to grow up quickly, thinking that once she was older, she would no longer fear Ruan Datian. Yet, if the price of growing up meant drifting further away from Jiang Yu, she had no desire to mature at all. Ruan Cece felt disheartened, and Jiang Yu naturally noticed her distress. That evening, he took the initiative to bring the sweet soup prepared by teacher Su and knocked on Ruan Cece's door. In the living room, Jiang Weimin gestured to Su Yin, commenting, their bond has truly been strong since childhood. Su Yin smiled. Aren't siblings like that? However, Jiang Weimin seemed hesitant to voice his thoughts, eventually lowering his voice to say, but they're not biological siblings. This relationship requires caution. Moreover, if little fish wishes to study art, Ruan Datian's side, they could not afford to provide much financial support. Jiang Weimin could not articulate why, after so many years of Ruan Cece being in their home. He still felt that the girl was not as docile as she seemed. It was merely an instinct, perhaps. He had previously witnessed the way she glared at Ruan Datian, a gaze that, despite her tender age, conveyed a murderous intent. Although Ruan Datian was hardly a person of merit, the presence of such a girl, so close to his son, made Jiang Weiman uneasy. Yet, both his son and daughter-in-law held Ruan Shixi in high regard, which silenced his concerns, especially since she had indeed been well-behaved over the years. Upon hearing her husband's words, Su Yin's smile dimmed slightly as she glanced towards the ajar door of Ruan Shixi's room. I still have faith in Xiao Yu and Cici. Regarding Ruan Datian, I will have another word with Chenhui. We cannot allow this to persist. Our finances are dwindling. A few instances may be manageable, but if they continue to succumb to Ruan Datian's extortion, where will they find the means? Jiang Weiman nodded, frowning as he murmured, if it comes to that, we might have to resort to the method Xiao Yu suggested earlier. Although Su Yin had opposed this notion before, she now fell silent for a moment before responding, let us observe for a while longer. Chapter 44. How much cuter it was when she used to follow behind him. Calling him brother, when Jiang Yu entered with a bowl of sweet soup, he indeed found Ruan Shixi engrossed in her studies, tackling what appeared to be first-year high school problems. He had visited her room numerous times and was quite familiar with it. Pulling out a chair, he sat down and casually placed the sweet soup on the table. Drink this. Even while studying, you must remember to rest. Why do you behave like a machine? Aren't you exhausted? Ruan Shixi shook her head. It's manageable. This level of intensity is nothing. I have compiled some key points for you to take back later. Jiang Yu sighed. You needn't go to such lengths for me. My mother mentioned I'll be assessed by that teacher in 2 days. Do you doubt that I can perform well? Ruan Shixi had always unconditionally believed in Jiang Yu. Yet at that moment, she bit her lip and remained silent, secretly hoping that he would not pass his exam. Such thoughts felt selfish, but it meant that Jiang Yu could remain by her side for a while longer. Still, she eventually whispered, you will pass. I believe in you. Occasionally, she would stumble upon Jiang Yu's spontaneous sketches, created in moments of daydreaming or boredom. At those times, she thought his drawings were quite impressive and had secretly kept many of the discarded drafts. However, she never imagined that one day he might leave her because of his art. The mere thought of it disheartened her. Jiang Yu found her pouty expression and earnest declaration of confidence in his abilities endearing. He reached out to take the pen from her hand. Wash your hands and come out to join me for sweet soup. Upon hearing him, Ruan Shixi complied and got up to wash her hands. Jiang Yu took the opportunity to tidy her desk, which was cluttered with papers and books, a stark contrast to his own desk filled with models and puzzles. Her discipline made Jiang Yu, an adult, feel somewhat inadequate. When Ruan Shixi returned, she noticed her desk had been organized, and her heart skipped a beat as she remembered the paper she had tucked into her math book. Perhaps Jiang Yu wouldn't notice it. What are you standing there for? Come on, it will get cold. My mom said you shouldn't drink anything cold. Otherwise, I will have to put it in the fridge. Jiang Yu called her, pondering whether his influence in teaching her art had truly been significant and lasting. Why did Ruan Shixi appear somewhat dazed? It's not like you, Ruan Shixi, he thought. Jiang Yu, having emptied his bowl, turned to the silent girl. Are you hiding something? Ruan Shixi nearly choked on her last sip, her first reaction being panic at the thought that Jiang Yu had discovered her secret. However, she ended up coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu quickly stood and patted her back. What is the matter? You're not a child anymore. The girl was quite slender, and as Jiang Yu felt her bony back, he noticed her pale face flush with color from coughing. Ruan Shixi waved her hand, signaling that she was fine. Cough, cough. The commotion caused Jiang Yu to forget what he had intended to ask. Su Yin, concerned, came to inquire what is wrong. Why are you coughing like that? Em mifine. Gulf, gulf. Just, cough, got choked. Ruan Shixi's eyes glistened with tears as she coughed. Jiang Yu sighed and reassured his mother. It's nothing, Mom. She'll be all right soon. Eventually, Su Yin waited until Ruan Shixi's coughing subsided before entering to collect their bowls. Take your time drinking. Did Jiang Yu distract you while you were copying notes? Just ignore him. Jiang Yu felt somewhat wronged. It was true that his conversation with Ruan Shixi had led to her choking. All he could do was endure the unfairness of it. After Su Yin offered a few parting words, she left. Jiang Yu observed as Ruan Shixi gradually regained her composure before picking up her cup to take a sip of water. Only after she swallowed did he speak. Your reaction suggests you must be hiding something. The girl gazed at him with her large, tear-laden eyes, her face flushed. Jiang Yu had always known Ruan Shixi to be beautiful. Even when their teacher, Su, took them out, no one ever remarked that she was unattractive. The description of her as delicate as a doll was not merely an exaggeration. Even Shi Han, who was often frightened of Ruan Shixi, acknowledged her beauty. At that moment, Jiang Yu found himself momentarily struck dumb by her stunning visage, his mind blanking on his intended words. The only thought that crossed his mind was, who made her cry? How infuriating! He quickly recalled that he was indeed the cause and instinctively reached out to cup Ruan Shixixi's face, cautioning her not to glare at him with those big eyes without speaking. Ruan Shixixi felt a pang of disappointment. Did he truly not like her at all? Why did it seem that every time she looked at Jiang Yu, he was different from others? She felt frustrated that despite her gaze upon him, he showed no reaction. I'm not hiding anything from you. I haven't concealed anything. She insisted. As Jiang Yu's hand rested on her face, her breath brushed against his palm, causing him to retract his hand as if burned, his heart racing. Unaware of the flicker of uncertainty in Ruan Shixixi's eyes as she spoke, Jiang Yu replied, "You better be. If there's something you need to tell me. You're just a child. You might not fully understand, right? Don't speak as if you're not a child yourself," Ruan Shixixi retorted defiantly. Jiang Yu chuckled, thinking how he truly was no longer a child, yet he playfully replied, "How can you speak to me like that? I am your brother." Ruan Shixixi averted her gaze, reaching for the notes he had organized for him. "Your notes," Jiang Yu remarked. "Children grow up to be quite bothersome. I prefer when you followed me around calling me brother." He took the notes and playfully tapped her on the head. "You're too informal. I'm heading back now." As Jiang Yu turned to leave, Ruan Shixixi tugged at the hem of his shirt. Jiang Yu glanced back at her. "What is it? Can we sleep together tonight?" she asked with wide, pleading eyes. Jiang Yu pinched her nose playfully. "What a ridiculous request. My parents would surely scold me. Sleep on your own. If you can't fall asleep, I'll send you some relaxing music." "Why would you have something like that?" Ruan Shixixi asked curiously, her voice muffled as a result of her pinched nose. After all, Jiang Yu's sleep quality was akin to that of a comatose person, hardly requiring any soothing music. With a soft exclamation, Jiang Yu recalled how Chi-Han once mentioned that he had struggled with insomnia for a period. Finding solace in the very music Jiang Yu had procured for him, he released his grip on Ruan Cici's delicate nose, which had turned a charming shade of red, augmenting her overall adorability. With a smile, Jiang Yu continued, "Aren't you always having trouble sleeping? You must ensure you get a good night's rest to grow. You haven't gained much height this year. Be cautious, or you might end up rather short." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to leave. Ruan Cici, watching his retreating figure, pouted. She had no need for any soothing melodies. She could only find true peace and slumber when nestled beside Jiang Yu. Chapter 45. Ruan Xiaoxi. "Wait for me to bring you something to eat." After returning home, Jiang Yu sent the requested hypnotic music to Ruan Cici and organized the sketches he had created that day. It wasn't long before he realized that the draft featuring Ruan Daiyan's number had mysteriously vanished. Jiang Yu meticulously searched multiple times, confirming its true absence. Could have been lost in the hurried tidying at the milk tea shop. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. He had memorized the phone number. The pressing issue now was how he could ensure Ruan Datian would remain incarcerated for a few more years. Previously, he had been charged with involuntary manslaughter, apparently due to excessive drinking. Surely, Jiang Yu could not allow him to commit another crime. He recalled that in his past life, Ruan Datian had succumbed to addiction. However, there is a notable difference this time. Ruan Datian had spent several years behind bars, seemingly untouched by such vices, or at least not yet driven to them due to financial constraints, for he had wealth in this life. Ruan Datian was a man of many vices, even dabbling in gambling. Jiang Yu, feeling a surge of frustration, sketched a severed hand on the draft paper. Gambling seemed the most accessible path to pursue. After all, compared to other avenues, they appeared rather daunting to Jiang Yu in his current situation. At the age of 15 or 16, he no longer had the extensive network he had possessed in his previous life. While Jiang Yu contemplated how to ensnare Ruan Datian further, Ruan Cici, separated by a wall, had already messaged him. "Did you look for Jiang Yu? Are you after money or something else? Come to me, don't seek him out." Her expression was cold. Her aim was to eradicate any future troubles. Why not confide in Jiang Yu and the others? Because she knew they would surely disapprove. However, dealing with someone like Ruan Datian required a degree of ruthlessness. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. Gently, she rubbed the small gourd pendant resting on her chest. Reflecting on how her hero had protected her for so long, it was now her turn to act. Jiang Yu had been preparing funds, as he had always possessed ample pocket money, having even sold some of his artwork online. As a minor, he sold his sketches at a lower price. Yet he had amassed a following of several tens of thousands on his account, a fact unknown to Su Yin and the others. All payments for his artwork were received through Alipay. Although he possessed a bank card, it was arranged by Su Yin, who occasionally checked the balance to prevent him from frivolously spending. However, she could not monitor his Alipay account. Interestingly, the account was not under Jiang Yu's name, but rather Jiang Weimin's, as minors were restricted from receiving transfers and face spending limits. Jiang Yu felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, Jiang Weimin did not use Alipay. Nevertheless, Retrieving funds from the account proved cumbersome, as he had intended to wait until reaching adulthood to transfer the money. Now, however, it was quite necessary. He prepared the funds, fearing he might not have sufficient time, anticipating Ruan Datian's insistence for money, which he would undoubtedly provide. After all, he could not afford to abandon the charge of extortion. Jiang Yu glanced at the 15,000 in his account and sighed. He had initially planned to wait until Ruan Cici's birthday to surprise her with fireworks. Other little girls had such delights, and Ruan Xiaoxi deserved the same, ensuring she would not be easily deceived by that yellow-haired boy. The money vanished in an instant, causing him a pang of regret. But he reassured himself that it was for resolving the Ruan Datian situation. Money could always be earned again. With everything prepared, Jiang Yu felt a sense of calm. He diligently studied for the upcoming examination in 2 days. Despite his confidence, a tinge of anxiety lingered. After all, he could not appear too adept, or would be glaringly obvious. A slip could lead to embarrassment if he was outperformed by a genius. He was merely an ordinary individual with a hint of talent. In the days leading up to the exam, Jiang Yu busied himself with preparation, often stepping outside. He realized that his current life lacked acquaintances, making it challenging to arrange any schemes. Thus, he remained oblivious to the fact that Ruan Cici had been returning home an hour later than usual from her grocery shopping. On the day Jiang Yu was to take the exam with Su Yin, an unusual quickening of his heartbeat accompanied a twitching eyelid. Their appointment was set for the morning. Su Yin would drop him off before heading back to school for a meeting. Just before leaving, he turned to Ruan Cici. "Aren't you coming with me?" This was peculiar. Usually, Ruan Cici was eager to cling to him. Coupled with the restless fluttering of his eyelid, something felt amiss. Ruan Cici shook her head. "I'll wait for you to return. Aunt Su gave me a set of problems. I still have a few left to complete." Su Yin plafelipat Yu. Alright. Now that you're all grown up, I can only reach your arm, not your head. Are you still a child? You need Cici to accompany you. Jiang Yu remained still, observing Ruan Cici. Her heart raced. She feared Jiang Yu might perceive something amiss, yet her expression remained unchanged, appearing sweet and obedient. Finally, Jiang Yu exhaled. "All right. You wait at home for me. When I return, I'll bring you something from that place downstairs. Water, buffalo milk, or something. I've heard it's delicious. Just wait for me." Su Yin rolled her eyes. "Hurry up, Jiang Yu." She then turned to Ruan Cici. "Cici, I want to be home for lunch. You two will have to eat. Ask Jiang Yu to cook." Jiang Yu, standing nearby, also rolled his eyes, responding sarcastically. "Rest assured, I won't let your daughter go hungry." The mother and son bantered as they departed. Ruan Cici smiled as Jiang Yu glanced back at her, while closing the door. Ruan Xiaoxi. "Wait for me to bring you something to eat." With a soft sigh, Ruan Cici acknowledged him, and the door closed behind him. While waiting for the elevator, Jiang Yu found himself unable to resist glancing back. Su Yin, busy replying to a message, stole a glance at him. "What is troubling you today? You seem rather restless." Jiang Yu sighed. Su Yin teased him. "Nervous? Do you doubt your abilities?" Jiang Yu immediately felt indignant. "That's impossible. I'm more than capable. Just wait and see." "Teacher Su. That's best. This teacher is quite strict. Don't let her make you cry." Jiang Yu had not anticipated just how strict this teacher would be. Interestingly, he recognized her from his previous life. During his final year of high school, he had attended Chi's art studio, which Su Yin had introduced him to. Though Chi was demanding, his talent was undeniable, albeit with a rather sharp temperament and a direct manner of speaking. Jiang Yu was not the only one attending. 2 girls and 2 boys joined him, making a total of 5. He had heard that passing Chi's assessment would allow them early access to his studio. Initially, Jiang Yu had considered holding back some of his skills, but now he was fully committed. Consequently, much time was wasted. Inevitably, they faced scrutiny, and by the end, only 2 out of the 5 remained. The other 3 had been reduced to tears. Fortunately, Jiang Yu passed the assessment, albeit with some scolding. However, he was unbothered. He had become accustomed to reprimands in his previous life. When Jiang Yu emerged from the art studio, it was already past 12. He glanced at his phone, but there were no messages from Ruan Cici. This was decidedly strange, and an unsettling feeling surged within him once more. Chapter 46. Call the police. Call an ambulance. Jiang Yu dialed Ruan Cici's number, but the mechanical voice on the other end informed him that the phone had been turned off. A foreboding sensation crept over him, prompting him to hail a taxi. At this hour, traffic should be manageable. Taking the subway would only complicate matters with multiple transfers. He also called his mother, Teacher Su, who was likely enjoying her midday break. The call connected swiftly. "What's wrong, son? Did you pass your assessment? And come a boast?" Her tone indicated a pleasant mood, probably due to a recent message from Teacher Chi. However, Jiang Yu was not in the mood for idle chatter. He directly inquired, "Mom, has Ruan Cici called you?" Su Yin expressed mild surprise. "No, she hasn't." "Why?" "Usually, She knows I'm busy and wouldn't call recklessly. Jiang Yu's unease intensified. But he was not yet home to ascertain anything. It's nothing. I just couldn't reach her on the phone. Perhaps her battery died? You're heading home now, right? You'll find out when you get there. This child is always engrossed in her studies. Su Yin laughed, seemingly dismissive of his concerns. Jiang Yu merely nodded, placing a hand over his heart, for Ruan Cece had never before made it impossible for him to contact her. The persistent twitching of his eyelids and the gnawing anxiety in his chest troubled him. Yet he refrained from burdening Su Yin further and ended the call after a few brief exchanges. The drive home was short, taking only 20 minutes. Jiang Yu hurriedly ascended the elevator, practically jogging. He called Ruan Cece again, but once more, there was no answer. Upon reaching the 15th floor, he pushed open the door to his home and immediately sensed an eerie silence. Ruan Cece was not there. The thought sent a jolt through his heart. He hurried to her room, opened the door, and found it empty. On her desk lay a piece of paper he recognized. It bore Ruan Yin's phone number. So, it hadn't been lost. Ruan Cece must have picked it up or taken it. Jiang Yu recalled how Ruan Cece would seethe with rage at the mere mention of Ruan Yin. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out, simultaneously dialing Ruan Yin's number. But the call went unanswered. Jiang Yu was drenched in sweat as he shakily called Chi Han, who lived just a 5-minute walk away in their old neighborhood. Kui Hung, please check our old house, block 9, 3rd floor. See if Ruan Cece is there. On the other end, Chi Han sounded bewildered. What's going on? Just go check right now, please. I'm on my way. Jiang Yu's voice was urgent. Perhaps his tone conveyed the gravity of the situation. As Chi Han replied without further inquiry, okay, I'll head over. Please help her if Ruan Cece is in danger. Her father's out. Jiang Yu's voice was taut. The sound of something dropping echoed from Chi Han's side, followed by a murmur, I'm on my way. They all knew about Ruan Cece's abusive father. In their childhood ignorance, they had once bullied her. Now, as young adults, they understood the gravity of her past suffering. Chi Han rushed out in his slippers. Jiang Yu chose not to take a taxi this time, but rode his bicycle instead. It would take only 10 minutes to reach the old house via the back roads. The urgency of the situation compelled him to ride faster, his heart racing with each pedal. The 10-minute journey felt interminable, heightened by his mounting anxiety. His eyes glistened as he recalled the image of Ruan Cece smiling at him earlier that morning, waiting for him to return. He dreaded to think of what she might do upon discovering Ruan Yin had sought her out. His phone vibrated in his pocket. The old building was within a familiar neighborhood, allowing him to ride directly in. He abandoned his bike at the base of the stairs and hurried up, hearing a commotion from above. Were they fighting inside? He recognized Wang Feng's voice. Goodness, this child is all grown up and still fighting? Does anyone have a tool? I need to open this door. Chi Han's voice followed. Hey, you can't just break the door down. It's South not your place to intervene. Wang Feng exclaimed, her tone laced with curiosity. But what is your relationship with Ruan Cece? Jiang Yu, his eyes red, rushed up the stairs. Chi Han, anxious and shaking the door handle, exclaimed, you good, this door won't budge. Wang Feng and several familiar women were gathered, watching the scene unfold. Within Ruan Yin's room, sounds of crashing and curses filled the air, echoing memories Jiang Yu wished to forget. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu pushed past Chi Han, who struggled to kick the door down in his slippers. Jiang Yu, wearing sneakers, delivered 3 powerful kicks, and the old wooden door began to yield. Wang Feng and the others warned, if you break it, Ruan Yin will sue you. Ignoring their chatter, Jiang Yu focused solely on the door. Kui Han, concerned for Jiang Yu's safety, pulled it back, let me handle it. His imposing stature allowed him to charge the door, and with a resounding crash, it swung open. Inside, he beheld Ruan Cece, bloodied and pale, clutching a blood-stained ashtray, her expression frozen in shock. Ruan Yin, brandishing a bloodied knife, was attempting to rise. The sudden entrance startled both father and daughter. As their eyes met Jiang Yu's, Ruan Cece's cold demeanor shifted to panic, her grip on the ashtray faltering. Ruan Yin, oblivious to her distress, cursed vehemently. You little bitch, I'll kill you today. He lunged toward Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu's heart ached. With a fierce kick, he struck Ruan Yin in the back, using most of his strength, causing the man to stumble and crash to the ground. Call the police. Call an ambulance. Kui Han, steeling himself, pounced on Ruan Yin, his bulk pinning the man down, nearly cutting off his breath. Meanwhile, Wang Feng and the others outside shrieked in terror. Jiang Yu approached the trembling Ruan Cece, whose body quaked, whether from pain or the sudden appearance of Jiang Yu was uncertain. Blood continued to seep from the wounds on her body, each drop piercing Jiang Yu's heart like a searing flame. So intense that even a man of his stature felt the urge to shudder. Chapter 47. When I call you, you come. You are mightier than the Calabash brothers. Wang Feng and the others, initially mere spectators, gasped in horror as blood was drawn, prompting a quiet scream from one of them. Finally, someone began to retrieve their phone to call for help. After regaining his composure, Ruan Detian erupted in a torrent of curses, only to be silenced by the furious Jihan, who admonished him to be quiet. Ruan Detian howled in protest, cursing, "Where did this brat come from?" Ignoring the cacophony around him, Jiang Yu slowly moved closer to Ruan Cici, gently taking the bloodied ashtray from her trembling hand. With his gaze lowered and his eyes reddened, he whispered, "It's all right." He yearned to embrace her as he did in their childhood, but her body was marred with too many wounds, the most evident being the gashes on her neck, inflicted by Ruan Datian's knife. Ruan Cici's voice quivered with both anger and fear as she responded. "Brother," she lifted her hand, which had been tightly clasped at her side, revealing the jade gourd Jiang Yu had gifted her. The red string had snapped. With a smile, she proclaimed, "It really works. When I called you, you came. You are mightier than the Calabash brothers." In that moment, Jiang Yu was consumed by self-loathing, regretting not noticing when she had come into contact with Ruan Datian. He cursed himself for not turning back or asking more questions when he sensed something amiss that morning. He also lamented not having given Ruan Datian money sooner. "Brother, hold me. I'm in pain." Her voice was soft as she reached out to Jiang Yu, yet she feared that the blood on her would stain him. But soon, she could think of nothing else, as Ruan Cici's pale face crumpled, and she collapsed. Jiang Yu caught her in his arms. She was light, her body overwhelmed by the stench of blood. "Huh? Could she be dead? Did we really kill her? There is so much blood." Ruan Datian continued to curse. "That wretched girl. It would be best if she were dead. If she is not, I'll make sure to finish her off." Ambulances and police cars arrived in a flurry. As Jiang Yu followed the medical staff carrying the stretcher outside, he noticed a surveillance camera that had appeared atop a high cabinet beside the television stand, its lens aimed directly at the spot where Ruan Datian and Ruan Cici had been. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Upon arrival at the hospital, Jiang Yu was drenched in blood, while Ruan Cici was wheeled away for examination. Suyin arrived, speaking urgently on the phone. "I don't care where you are. Cici has been hospitalized due to Ruan Datian's beating. As her mother, you need to provide the funds. No excuses. Either come here now, or I'll go to your husband's place to find you." The sternness and disappointment in her voice snapped Jiang Yu back to reality. Kuihan, still in his pajamas and slippers, stood up reflexively upon seeing Suyin, exclaiming, "Teacher Su." Suyin's expression mirrored Jiang Yu's distress. She forced a smile. "Jihan, thank you." With a glance towards the examination room, she added, "Cici has fractured ribs, and the doctor suspects potential internal injuries, so they are conducting further tests. Her leg is also fractured, and she has head trauma along with multiple stab wounds." Jiang Yu's voice trembled as he looked up at Suyin, tears cascading down his cheeks. "Mom, she must be in so much pain." Suyin's eyes instantly reddened. Jihan cursed under his breath. "What a monster. Thinking back to when I used to bully Ruan Cici makes me want to slap myself." He had been playing video games at home when he received Jiang Yu's frantic call, rushing out in haste, now regretting that he hadn't practiced martial arts adequately to confront Ruan Datian. Just moments ago, after the medical staff placed Ruan Cici on the stretcher, Jiang Yu had rushed forward to land a few punches on Ruan Datian, had it not been for Jihan and the police intervening. The fury in him had been palpable. Suyin approached Jiang Yu, gently stroking his head. "It's going to be all right. Cici will be fine," yet her own hand trembled. Fortunately, there was some good news. Ruan Cici had sustained a mild concussion from the head trauma, and although she had lost significant blood and required a transfusion, luckily, no major arteries had been affected. She had multiple fractures, but no internal injuries. However, the injuries were still severe, and she had received several stitches in the back of her head. Ruan Datian was not faring much better. He too had sustained multiple fractures, but they were not as grave as Ruan Cici's. Due to Ruan Cici's status as a minor, the police had to take him in for questioning. They also discovered the surveillance camera at Ruan Datian's home and took it for evidence. The circumstances of the incident would soon be clarified. Additionally, Wang Feng and the others had honestly recounted how Ruan Datian had driven his wife away and had been abusing Ruan Cici since childhood, leaving him with little chance to contest for custody. These were the words of Jiang Weimin, who arrived later since the hospital they were at was not where he worked, and he had been busy dealing with these matters alongside Suyin. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu waited anxiously in the hospital room for Ruan Cici to awaken. Jihan had completed his statement and left first. Chun Hui finally arrived, her expression grim. Perhaps it was due to the comfortable life she had led over the years that she appeared relatively youthful. Upon glancing at Ruan Cici, without so much as a touch, she beckoned Suyin outside. Jiang Yu observed the fore drip, gently adjusting Ruan Cici's blanket. The small gourd still rested beside her pillow. As he stepped outside, he overheard Chun Hui's voice, "Sue, please help me. I can't manage this alone. My husband doesn't know I have a child. In 2 or 3 years, she'll be an adult. Ruan Datian will be in prison for at least 2 or 3 years, right? Are you out of your mind? Cece nearly lost her life, and you want her to remain under the same household registration as Ruan Datian? Moreover, this instance of domestic violence is severe. It's unlikely he'll secure custody of Cece. If it weren't for you, I would have had her registered under our family's household." Sui's voice was filled with agitation and disbelief. "Chenhui, why do you despise the thought of seeing Cece so much?" Shen Yu paused, her voice trembling as she finally admitted, "Sue, you are good people. If it comes to it, perhaps you should place her in an orphanage. In 2 years, she'll be an adult. I'll be honest with you. Ruan Cece is Ruan Datian's child. They're alike at their core." Fear tinged Chun Hui's voice. She dared to take a knife to her father at just 5 years old. Suin fell silent, as did Jiang Yu, who gripped his fists tightly at his side. "Why did you try to stab Ruan Datian?" Suin finally asked. "Because that day, Ruan Datian hit me. She was probably scared and went for the knife. But she was only 5. Chun Hui's voice was filled with despair. "I've always protected her. I guarded her like my own eye. Yet how can she be so much like Ruan Datian? Because she wants to protect you." Jiang Yu's voice was cold as he stepped into the stairwell, confronting the terrified Chun Hui. Suin gazed at Chun Hui, disappointment and disbelief etched across her face. "Is this why you abandoned her? That 5-year-old girl, bravely wielding a knife, sought to protect her mother, even if it meant putting herself in harm's way. What awaited was nothing but abandonment." Jiang Yu thought of Ruan Cece, who lay in a hospital bed, and then glanced at Chun Hui, who clearly harbored a deep-seated fear of Ruan Cece. What right did she have? Why must she endure all of this? Chapter 48. Aside from them, she would have no family left. Chun Hui was on the verge of emotional collapse, tears streaming down her face. "I have no choice. I'm so terrified. Do you understand? I've been beaten and scolded. Why did I never think of running away before?" Chun Hui's own upbringing was far from ideal. Her parents had passed away early, leaving her to rely on the kindness of strangers. This was already a dire situation, and she was not particularly astute. Her only advantage lay in her striking beauty. Yet, the suffering that girls like her, possessing only looks and nothing else, must endure is abundant. Thus, she had fallen prey to Ruan Datian's empty words all those years ago. At least in being deceived, she could convince herself she had a home. Moreover, she had a daughter. No matter how despicable Ruan Datian was, she had never considered fleeing. She had her daughter to think of. What would become of her precious, adorable daughter, who resembled a little princess, if she ran away? I just wanted her to grow up in a healthy family, with a father and a mother, without relying on others, to have her own home. I never thought of running away. Chun Hui's voice trembled, overwhelmed with despair. But I always believed that she needed protection, just like I did. So I showered her with love, assuring her that it was all right, that her mother did not hurt her, that her father loved her too. Look, he never strikes you. Jiang Yu and Suin couldn't help but frown. Chun Hui's mindset was fundamentally flawed. She had the opportunity to take Ruan Cece away, but chose to endure all this for the sake of a so-called healthy family. At that moment, Chun Hui's makeup was a mess, and she crumpled to the ground, clutching her head in despair. I told myself I could endure everything, but why? Why isn't she like me? The way she brandished the knife at that scoundrel, it was as if she wished him dead, but that was her father. Jiang Yu wanted to say something, but was stopped by Suin, who shook her head. Chun Hui had likely never shared these thoughts with anyone before. Her emotions were in disarray, her words tumbling out chaotically. Yet, Jiang Yu understood well enough. Chun Hui was terrified seeing Ruan Cece in that state. Believing that she was inherently Ruan Datian's daughter, incapable of change, destined to become like him as she grew up, a reality she could not accept. Thus, she abandoned her child and fled. A damp cloth seemed to cover Jiang Yu's heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Chun Hui continued to cry. "I ran away. But I still send money to Ruan Datian each year. I worked hard to earn money, so he would allow her to attend school. I did my best, Sujia. I really did. I finally found a husband I could rely on, thinking I could finally live a good life, but then she came back, and I felt as though I could never escape her again. I was terrified. I have endured decades of suffering, and I am truly afraid." Suddenly, Chun Hui knelt before Suin and Jiang Yu, attempting to bow her head. Her voice choked with emotion. "I beg you, please, do not let my husband know about this." Suin and Jiang Yu instinctively stepped aside, with Suin hurriedly helping her up. "What are you doing? We are discussing important matters here." Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his voice heavy. "Regardless, the custody of Ruan Cece will fall upon you. Do you wish to never see her again? buy her a house, and have her household registration moved separately. She is a minor, and you remain her de jure guardian. But you can manage this discreetly, albeit with some effort. Can't she just be registered at your home? Chen Hui asked, bewildered. She really likes you both. Jiang Yu regarded her with a cold expression. As long as you are not implicated, her rightful guardian will be you. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yu currently has no desire to have Ruan Cici's household registration placed under his roof. Moreover, Ruan Cici has suffered too much. What right do they, as her parents, have to neglect her? If they no longer wanted her, then Jiang Yu would ensure she was well cared for, striving to secure her the best possible future. For instance, this house, at the very least, she would have a home of her own. Jiang Yu had always known that although Ruan Cici had lived in their home for years, she had never truly regarded it as her own. Her inherent loneliness was undeniable. Was Chen Hui pitiable? Indeed, yet human hearts are biased. Every time Jiang Yu thought of little Ruan Cici wielding a knife to protect her mother, only to later discover that her mother did not want her, his heart ached. How had such an intelligent child found herself in such a desperate situation that she would seek out Chen Hui? And yet Chen Hui treated her like a venomous snake. That poor little girl. How had she grown up without encountering her true self in her past life? Jiang Yu simply could not fathom this. And thus he felt no sympathy for Chen Hui. His heart ached solely for the innocent little Ruan Cici. Su Ying glanced at her son before turning back to Chen Hui. Follow what Xiao Yu suggested. This way, Cici's household registration will be independent. We will take care of her, and you need not see each other again. Su Yin's tone was weary. You haven't seen each other much over the years. When Cici wakes up, let her meet you just once. Su Yin looked at Chen Hui. That child, only 5 years old, simply wanted to protect you. She doesn't even know what she did wrong, because she has done nothing wrong. Wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes, Su Yin said, think it over carefully. If you still have a semblance of motherhood, then let Ruan Datian serve a longer sentence. We will take legal action against him. This was Jiang Yu's suggestion to Su Yin and Jiang Weiman. Since Ruan Cici had used her own suffering as a catalyst, Jiang Yu would let that fire blaze. It would be best if Ruan Datian were to die in prison. Chen Hui's complexion darkened, and after a moment, she murmured, I have previous medical reports. I know what to do, but I cannot reveal my identity. I now have a husband and children. But Ruan Cici is also your child. The bitterness in Jiang Yu's heart spread from his chest to his throat, making him feel nauseous. Chen Hui quickly departed, stating that her son was waiting for her at home. Jiang Yu returned to the single-occupancy hospital room, rushing into the bathroom to vomit. Su Yin followed him in, gently rubbing his back. The slender frame of the youth was still fragile, yet already bore the weight of responsibility. Su Yin's eyes were also red-rimmed, tears occasionally falling. It's all right, Xiao Yu, Cici will have us from now on. Jiang Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. The suffocating sensation in his chest had not yet dissipated. His voice trembled, Mom, it hurts here. He pointed to his heart. Su Yin whispered, I know, my child, I hurt too. She ached for that obedient understanding. And brave little girl, lying injured on that pale hospital bed. Aside from them, she would have no family left. Chapter 49 Ruan Cici, I will not abandon you. I promised. Ruan Cici was in a single occupancy room, funded by Chen Hui. Jiang Yu's emotions had settled after a long while. Although his heart still ached with a dull pain, yet to others, he appeared much improved. Su Yin and Jiang Weiman were quite busy, seeking legal counsel and dealing with police matters alongside their own jobs. Moreover, while Ruan Cici had numerous injuries, none were life-threatening. Jiang Yu repeatedly assured himself that he could take care of her, prompting Su Yin to contact a lawyer, while Jiang Weiman made his way to the police station. Jiang Yu also sent Su Yin the audio recording of Ruan Datian's previous extortion attempt against him. It was evident that they shared a mother-son bond, as Su Yin had recorded her last encounter with Ruan Datian, during which he had demanded 30,000 yuan from her. The recording also revealed his incessant inquiries about money from Chen Hui, who, now married to a wealthy businessman, had generously provided Ruan Datian with over 200,000 yuan over time. Jiang Yu found Chen Hui to be a paradoxical individual. She feared Ruan Cici, yet continued to finance her education and daily needs. Before her marriage, she had endured hardships and had even supported Ruan Datian, pleading with him to allow their child to attend school. Ironically, she was unwilling to meet Ruan Cici and even recoiled at the mere mention of her name. Su Yin's words resonated with truth. Chen Hui was indeed a tragic figure, having led a life fraught with suffering for decades. Perhaps she wished for Cici to avoid her own fate, yet simultaneously harbored a fear that Cici might become another Ruan Datian. Thus, she remained ensnared in her conflicting emotions. Unable to let go, one could hardly harbor hatred for such a person, yet Jiang Yu found it equally challenging to empathize with her. As his heart was solely pained for Ruan Cici, he observed her hand, swollen and bruised from the fall, the veins barely visible, a dark mass beneath the skin. Her wrist was bandaged, a reminder of a previous knife wound. Thankfully, the tendons remained intact. Otherwise, she would have been unable to wield a pen with her right hand. Jiang Yu gently grasped her somewhat cold hand, feeling it stir in his palm. He paused, lifting his gaze to see her long eyelashes flutter. Despite the numerous injuries she bore, her face was relatively unmarred, with only her forehead and the corner of her mouth showing signs of bruising. As Ruan Cece opened her eyes, confusion clouded her gaze, resembling a lifeless doll staring blankly at the fluorescent light above. Her mind raced through numerous thoughts, ultimately settling on the memory of Jiang Yu's arrival. The mere mention of his name caused her body to involuntarily twitch, and she felt someone grasp her hand. The warmth of his touch, imbued with youthful vigor, seeped into her frigid body. "Don't move," Jiang Yu instructed, rising to press the call button for the doctor and nurses. His eyes, filled with a complex mix of concern and anger, rested on Ruan Cece, resembling a parent whose child had disobeyed and faced danger. His eyes were reddened as he gazed at her. Initially, he felt only heartache, but now, witnessing her awake ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Taking a deep breath, he restrained his anger and inquired, "Do you feel any discomfort?" At that moment, a nurse entered with a Nufor bag. "Oh, you're awake? Is there anything bothering you?" Ruan Cece attempted to shake her head, but the slightest movement sent pain radiating from her head. Jiang Yu quickly pressed his hand gently against her forehead. "Don't move. You sustained many injuries." The four was equipped with pain relief medication. Otherwise, she would have been in agony upon waking. Ruan Cece responded with a soft "oh," but found her voice uncharacteristically hoarse. Yet, she was acutely aware of Jiang Yu's emotions and sensed his frustration, making her hesitant to disobey. Struggling to suppress her discomfort, she managed to say, "I don't feel anything unusual." Jiang Yu, observing the myriad of injuries adorning her body, retorted, "You call this not feeling anything unusual?" He glared at her, insisting, "Don't hold back. Just speak honestly." The nurse chuckled, "You're quite tough, young lady. Your brother has cried several times already. Just let us know where it hurts, although you can't have more pain relief for now, since we just administered some." Upon hearing that Jiang Yu had shed tears, Ruan Cece discreetly glanced at his face, confirming the redness around his eyes. "No need to share everything, nurse," Jiang Yu interjected, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He rubbed his nose, avoiding eye contact with Ruan Cece, and instead turned to the nurse to inquire if a doctor should be summoned for further examination. The nurse patiently explained the situation, and after finally administering the four, she left, reminding them to press the call button for any concerns or excessive pain. Those familiar with Ruan Cece's circumstances were aware that she had been admitted to the hospital due to domestic violence. Her youth and beauty stirred sympathy in all who encountered her. Consequently, the nurse exhibited exceptional patience. Once the nurse departed, Jiang Yu poured her some water, moistening her lips with a cotton swab before offering her a straw. Ruan Cece initially intended to sit up independently, but Jiang Yu coldly interrupted, "You've broken several bones. You should remain in bed for now." Ruan Cece's hands trembled with anxiety. She sensed his anger. It was the first time she had encountered such a cold demeanor from him. After taking a few sips of water, Ruan Cece spoke, "Ruan.Yin's home has surveillance cameras. I should be able to access the footage on my computer. The police had already retrieved it, and the neighbors' testimonies were recorded. My parents are looking for a lawyer. So rest assured, your household registration is now completely separated from him." Jiang Yu seemed to understand her intent, but before she could finish, he coolly interrupted, fixing his gaze on her. "Are you satisfied, Ruan Cece?" Ruan Cece anxiously grasped Jiang Yu's wrist, pleading, "Brother, I can explain." She even attempted to rise despite her injuries. "I won't let him harm you. I promise." Silence. "Lie back down." Jiang Yu's voice was urgent as he glared at her. "Do you truly not feel pain?" Ruan Cece lay rigidly on the bed, whispering, "I actually feel fine. I broke bones when I was younger. I just don't want Ruan.Yin to entangle you, and especially not you." Her gaze was pleading as she looked at Jiang Yu. "Brother, I know what I'm doing. I won't kill him, nor will I allow him to kill me. Please don't abandon me." Though her injured hand lacked strength, she held on to Jiang Yu's hand tightly, trembling. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. He recognized he should not be angry, especially not now. Taking a deep breath, he gently released her hand and leaned down to embrace her. "Ruan Cece, I won't abandon you. I promised you that. But I'm genuinely very angry right now, so please be obedient." Chapter 50. Indeed, shortly after midnight, a frail little mouse crept in through the door. Jiang Yu, typically of a placid temperament, found it challenging to placate his anger when it did arise. Su-Yin had not come that evening. It was Jiang Yu who kept vigil by the bedside. Fortunately, the room was a single occupancy, with an adjacent bed for caregivers to rest. However, Jiang Yu had not rested that night, as Ruan Cici's numerous injuries caused her unbearable pain by the early hours. She was remarkably resilient, and it was Jiang Yu who eventually called for a nurse to administer pain relief, though she remained silent throughout the ordeal. This only fueled Jiang Yu's frustration, blurring the line between anger and concern in his heart. When Su Yin arrived the next day, she found Ruan Cici carefully tending to Jiang Yu's emotions despite her own wounds. "You should be ashamed of yourself, my unfortunate son. Cici is injured, and yet you're the one being coddled. What discomfort does Cici have?" Su Yin spoke, her eyes reddening once more. Ruan Cici had been someone she had watched over the years, gradually improving. However, the sight of her now, lying on the bed, reminded Su Yin of the broken state in which she had found her not long ago. She comforted Ruan Cici, noting that the police were already on their way. Ruan Datian would surely face justice. "Does it hurt, Cici? He's truly despicable." At this moment, Jiang Yu interjected, "Mom, do you have the surveillance footage? I'd like to see it." Su Yin replied, "Yes, I'll send it to you shortly." That scoundrel, Ruan Datian. Ruan Cici's complexion paled further. "Maybe it's best not to watch. It's not a pretty sight." Her voice was soft, filled with a plea as she looked at Jiang Yu. She could anticipate that Jiang Yu would be even angrier after viewing the footage. Ignoring her, Jiang Yu insisted that Su Yin send it anyway. Su Jin, not thinking much of it, figured Cici wouldn't be afraid. It would be good for this boy to see what had happened. After all, he had acted inappropriately, expecting her to comfort him even after such an ordeal. She sent the video to Jiang Yu and added, "After watching, you'll understand just how excessive you've been. Take good care of Cici, all right?" As Jiang Yu watched, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. He recognized the individuals in the video and could see that from the very beginning, Ruan Cici had deliberately provoked Ruan Datian with her words and actions. When he struck her, she initially did not retaliate, but her taunts never ceased. The girl in the video cautiously protected herself from the drunken man's punches and kicks, enduring the abuse without retaliating, until Ruan Datian brandished a knife and cursed at her, "You little wretch, daring to threaten your father with a knife since you were 5. Today, I'll kill you, and then I'll take care of that boy from the Jiang family too. Do you fancy him? Your eyes betray you, just like your foolish mother did when she looked at me." Only then did Ruan Cici begin to fight back. In truth, she was capable of defeating Ruan Datian. Having practiced for years in combat, even if she couldn't win, she could evade him. Yet, she still endured several cuts before finally seizing the ashtray to defend herself. It wasn't until Jiang Yu and the others burst through the door that she stepped back. The ashtray aimed at Ruan Datian's head. After the door opened, she retreated a step. Upon finishing the video, Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Cici, whose face was ashen, and forced a smile that fell short of warmth, his gaze icy. "Mom, I'm going to rest for a bit," he said, noting her concern for him. "You should go back. I'll stay here." Ruan Cici quietly called out, "Brother," but Jiang Yu did not look back. It was only after he exited the hospital that his body trembled uncontrollably. When the phone rang persistently, he gradually picked it up. "Boss, the fish have run away. They didn't show up today. The hooks have been down for 3 days. They should be biting today." The voice on the other end was slick with nonchalance. Suddenly, Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, realizing that after this, he likely wouldn't be able to go out again. The other person paused. "Huh? No problem. Consider the money a meal for the brothers. You've all worked hard lately." Jiang Yu gripped the phone tightly. The reply from the other end was unexpectedly agreeable. "No need to refund?" "Thanks, boss. If there's any trouble next time, just call us." Once the call ended, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. It was just a day or two away. Ruan Cici had concealed everything so well, and it was also his fault for being too busy to notice her distress. He gazed at the blue sky and white clouds. The weather was splendid, but his heart felt heavy. It had taken him some time to find someone and convince them to fund the scheme, but they were so close now. Today was supposed to be the day he sent Ruan Datian to prison. Jiang Yu clenched his eyes tightly. Throughout both of his lifetimes, he had lived a charmed life. Yet in this first venture into such matters, he found himself bested by Ruan Cici's unyielding spirit. However, all he had done was to protect her from harm, wishing for her well-being, and yet she continued to hurt herself. Jiang Yu could not articulate his feelings. He resented himself for being a step too slow and despised her for failing to cherish her own body. Ultimately, he came to understand that if one is not strong enough, they can never protect those they wish to safeguard. In the past, Jiang Yu had lived freely, surrounded by people who thrived. All he needed was his own happiness. But now, he realized he had someone he wanted to protect indefinitely. He needed to become sufficiently powerful to safeguard her, for Ruan Cici was indeed willing to risk her life. Yet, what she could so carelessly discard was precisely what Jiang Yu was desperately trying to protect. In the days that followed, until Ruan Cici was discharged from the hospital, Jiang Yu refrained from scolding her, but also spoke little to her. He visited her daily, attending to her meals and checkups. But not a single superfluous word passed between them. Ruan Cece transitioned from apologies to a heavy silence. Ruan Datien was arrested after the police discovered evidence at his home, complicating the case significantly. The day Ruan Cece returned home from the hospital, the weather was beautiful, and the school year was fast approaching. Shen Hui visited once. After a private conversation with Ruan Cece in the hospital room, she never returned. Ruan Cece simply stated that she would be on her own from now on. Su Yin and the others did not press for details. Today, as they brought Ruan Cece back home, Su Yin and Jiang Weiman had also made time. Upon arriving home, Su Yin, in a rare moment of superstition, brought out a fire basin and some pomelo leaf water, chanting, "May our Cece be safe and sound, and may everything go smoothly." Ruan Cece's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cautiously glanced at Jiang Yu, whose face finally bore a hint of a smile. "Brother, could you help me over there?" Jiang Yu looked at her, and despite her timid expression, he extended his hand. She grasped it tightly. A noticeable scar marred her wrist. Jiang Yu stole a glance at it before turning away, taking a deep breath. Finally, Su Yin called to Ruan Cece. "Your body isn't fully healed yet. You need to recuperate. Xiao Yu will help you back to your room to rest. By the way, in a few days, you'll have military training in high school, but Cece, you want to be going." Ruan Cece frowned. "I want to go." She wished to train alongside Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu observed her gaunt form and pale complexion. "What do you plan to do in your condition?" Ruan Cece looked down, her voice barely a whisper. I want to cause any trouble." Lately, she had been speaking to Jiang Yu with utmost caution, and his growing impatience made her hesitate to continue. At that moment, Jiang Weiman interjected, "It's actually good for Cece to experience the atmosphere of military training. She could explain her situation to the teachers. You want to have a train during that time, but you might still have to write some reflections on the training, which can be tedious." Ruan Cece quickly replied, "I can write that." Jiang Yu glanced at her wrist, now adorned with a fresh scar, thinking to himself that writing reflections seemed trivial. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Ruan Cece grasped his wrist and whispered, "I want to train with you. Otherwise, if I stay in the dormitory, I want to see you for 7 days." Their military training lasted 7 days, and they would stay in the dormitory. Jiang Yu met her pleading gaze. Finally exhaling heavily, "Do as you please, just go back to your room. If you can write reflections, then you're capable enough." With that, he turned and retreated to his own room. Ruan Cece wanted to follow, but Jiang Weiman was still watching, so she merely said, "Uncle, I'm going back to my room." Jiang Weiman reminded her, "Rest well, we'll have dinner soon. Your aunt made your favorite." Ruan Cece nodded. Jiang Yu, knowing Ruan Cece well, chose to stay awake that night, waiting in his room. As expected, around midnight, a frail little mouse stealthily crept in through the doorway. Ruan Cece had just cautiously closed Jiang Yu's bedroom door when she noticed the desk lamp flickering to life. Jiang Yu, who should have been asleep, was seated at the desk, gazing at her. Ruan Cece instantly felt her body stiffen. Chapter 51. "Brother, please don't ignore me." Jiang Yu sat in the chair before the desk, gently turning towards her. "Good evening," he uttered, his voice devoid of emotion. Ruan Cece pressed her slender back against the door, observing Jiang Yu, who appeared surprisingly gentle under the lamplight, and felt an inexplicable surge of fear. She had always perceived Jiang Yu as a soft-hearted individual, a tough exterior masking a tender core, although she often feigned fear when he scolded her. The truth was she had never genuinely feared him. Yet at this moment, a genuine sense of trepidation enveloped her. She timidly called out, "Brother." Jiang Yu regarded her cautious demeanor with a complex mix of emotions, anger intertwined with concern. Although he felt a pang of sympathy for Ruan Cece during her hospital stay, he was undeniably furious. Hadn't she blatantly disregarded the values he instilled in her over the years? Today, she had the audacity to gamble her life for Ruan Datyen's schemes. Would she dare risk her life for real tomorrow? This thought caused a sharp pain in Jiang Yu's heart, and the suffocating sensation made him reluctant to forgive Ruan Cece easily. Nevertheless, witnessing her frightened and cautious gaze, his heart softened uncontrollably. "What are you doing awake at this hour? And how did you get in?" Jiang Yu remained seated, observing her from his chair. They stood at a distance, one seated and the other standing. Ruan Cece's mind raced with potential excuses, yet as she met Jiang Yu's penetrating gaze, words eluded her. It was the dead of night. What excuse could she possibly concoct for sneaking in? Jiang Yu was far too astute to be deceived by any flimsy excuse. "I'm sorry," Ruan Cece began, hoping that by offering an apology, Jiang Yu would feel disinclined to scold her. "Come here," Jiang Yu sighed, extending his hand towards her as he observed her speechlessness. After all, how could he not feel compassion for her, given how she had been trying to appease him these past few days? Ruan Cece caught a glimpse of his softened demeanor and cautiously approached, finally standing before him. Jiang Yu lifted his gaze, noting that the bruises on his face had nearly faded from view. The wound at the back of his head was concealed beneath his hair, making it less noticeable. He opened his arms. "Do you want a hug?" Ruan Cece's eyes immediately glistened with tears. The weight of her grievances seemed to burst forth uncontrollably. She bent down without hesitation and embraced Jiang Yu. His heart melted, and with a gentle motion, Ruan Cece found herself sitting on his lap. She always resembled a prickly little hedgehog, yet whenever Jiang Yu drew near, she unhesitatingly revealed her vulnerable side. In the stillness of the midnight bedroom, they held each other quietly, the sole source of illumination emanating from the desk lamp. At this hour, it felt as though even the air moved sluggishly. In Jiang Yu's embrace, Ruan Cece noted how much thinner he had become. He had been a chubby child, soft and warm, but now he was tall and lean, his body feeling like a collection of bones. Yet he still managed to provide her with a sense of security. "I'm sorry." Jiang Yu's voice was low and choked with emotion. Ruan Cece was taken aback, attempting to lift her head, but was gently pressed down. "I promised that if he called for me, I would be there. I broke that promise." Ruan Cece clutched the jade gourd he had given her, reflecting on how many times she had silently called for him in her heart. How frightened and helpless she had felt. Jiang Yu dared not dwell on it. In truth, he was more frustrated with himself than with her. He had sensed something was amiss before leaving, but had not inquired further. He should have acted sooner. Realizing that Ruan Datian was manipulating him, but instead, he had allowed the situation to escalate. Never had he anticipated Ruan Cece would take such drastic measures. Over the years, she had been so well behaved that Jiang Yu had almost forgotten her true nature. She had only been obedient in his presence. "Brother." Ruan Cece's tears soaked Jiang Yu's shirt. "It has nothing to do with you. You needn't apologize. I am free now, and so are you. He will never dare to come again. Perhaps he won't even be able to." Ruan Cece's voice trembled as she revealed to Jiang Yu the reasons behind her actions for the first time. "I cannot allow him to threaten you. I fear that one day Aunt Sue and Uncle Jiang will see me as a burden. I am afraid I will no longer be able to stay by your side." There were too few people in this world who treated her kindly. She could not afford to lose any more, especially not Jiang Yu. This was Jiang Yu. Her Jiang Yu. If Ruan Datian had approached her directly, perhaps Ruan Cece could have endured it, but he had no right to involve Jiang Yu. How dare he? "I know what I'm doing, brother. I won't let him harm me. We still need to go to school together." Ruan Cece buried her beautiful little face in Jiang Yu's shoulder. "I'm not ready to die yet." The boy seated on the chair gently embraced the girl who straddled his lap, careful not to apply too much pressure for fear of causing her pain. Although Ruan Cece had reassured everyone that she was fine and could endure the pain from her injuries, Jiang Yu could not help but feel the anguish. Seeing her in such a state inflicted pain upon him. The girl he had cherished and nurtured for so long had now suffered so gravely. And the sight of her bloodied body haunted him, mingling with memories of their past. Jiang Yu's once peaceful sleep was now disturbed. Ever since Ruan Cece's incident, he had been plagued by insomnia, haunted by dreams of her covered in blood. "Ruan Cece," he whispered, "I need you to promise me that nothing like this will happen again. No matter what challenges you face in the future, you must prioritize your safety." Without a moment's hesitation, Ruan Cece replied, "Okay, I promise. I do not find your promise credible. You must swear it. If you ever break your word, you shall be punished by never seeing me again, or I shall experience every injury you have endured." Jiang Yu's voice was soft. He had successfully rendered Ruan Cece's body rigid with fear. He released her from his embrace, gently pushing her away to meet her wide, fearful eyes. Jiang Yu forced a smile. "Ruan Cece, I used to indulge you, believing you were still a child, but I now realize your thoughts have grown too complex. Swear it." Jiang Yu had always noticed that despite Ruan Cece's efforts to integrate into the group, she remained different from everyone else. But in the past, he never voiced his observations or intervened because as long as she was happy, he was content. She could be whoever she wanted, as long as she smiled and strived for joy. However, things were different now. Jiang Yu could no longer afford to ignore her. "Brother, stop calling me brother. No matter how much you plead, it will not work today." Jiang Yu interrupted, knowing that he would soften every time he heard her voice. So he decided to ignore it entirely. He countered, "Or do you wish for me to leave you be?" "I do. Brother, please do not abandon me." Chapter 52. "May I sleep with you, brother?" As Ruan Cece spoke, she once again plunged into Jiang Yu's embrace, holding him tightly. "I promise I will be obedient from now on. I will take good care of myself. I was truly wrong this time." Feeling her frail body shiver within his arms, Jiang Yu would have typically softened at such a moment. He had always been someone easily swayed by those close to him. Yet his tone was resolute now. "Then swear it, Ruan Xiaoxi. Swear using the words I just spoke. If you swear, I will believe you. Otherwise, once you step out of this door, I will ignore you. Once you enter high school, we will live our separate lives, and you shall no longer call me brother. No, can I swear on my own? She asked desperately. If I continue like this, may I be struck by lightning. Chill. That's not acceptable. Jiang Yu's tone remained unwavering as he covered Ruan Cici's mouth. During her hospital stay, she had grown even thinner. The slight plumpness she had painstakingly gained had vanished entirely. His hand covered most of her face, his fingers brushing against her sharp chin, igniting a surge of anger within him. It was only by swearing on what one cherished most that one would truly adhere to their promise. Jiang Yu's typically languid voice now bore an air of conviction and calm. This is the only way you will truly feel the weight of your words, little monster. Only that which you hold dear can cause you pain. I know what matters to you, and I have always known. Since his rebirth, Jiang Yu had largely followed the flow of events, accepting the mantle of older brother once again, reliving his childhood. He endured the trials of middle school anew. He had read novels where many experienced vibrant rebirths, yet he remained an ordinary boy, embodying the essence of his age. His previous life had been simple and fulfilling. And so, in this second chance, he found enjoyment in that familiarity. He was not someone with grand aspirations. His parents had always wished for nothing more than his health and safety, a goal he diligently pursued. The only difference in this life was the presence of Ruan Cici, who added a nurturing task to his existence. Jiang Yu continued on this path, his singular thought being to see Ruan Cici grow up healthy and safe. However, he had died at the age of 26, not 16. Just because he chose not to speak of certain matters did not mean he was unaware. He was acutely aware of Ruan Cici's possessiveness and her recent peculiar feelings towards him, though peculiar might not be the right word. At the tender age of awakening to love, it was inevitable that they would develop some misplaced emotions in their daily interactions. He had navigated this phase himself. Jiang Yu pondered how to guide her, only for her to create such a tumultuous situation. Yet, he understood all along that in Ruan Cici's world, he was the one she cared for most deeply. Thus, he insisted she swear on him. Only then would she take it seriously. Being a little monster is no issue. I am willing to wait for you, with candy and roses, beneath a sky filled with fireworks, until you walk by my side, transforming into a normal young lady. But once Cici hesitated. She could swear on herself, for in her eyes, her life was worthless. But swearing on Jiang Yu was out of the question. She could not bear to see him or harm him. Yet this time, the typically soft-hearted Jiang Yu took her hand gently and said softly, "Come, swear it, Ruan Xiaoxi. If you swear, I will still be your brother. If you do not." He paused, his gaze still warm, but now tempered with a steely calm as he met Ruan Cici's tear-streaked face. The girl who had not shed a tear, even when beaten by Ruan de Tian, was now crying profusely. She was still too young, and Jiang Yu's words struck her heart, which she could not bear. Jiang Yu felt his own heart ache, his eyes reddening. But he could not relent. If she did not swear, they would become strangers under the same roof. "Say it, Ruan Cici. I don't want to." Jiang Yu chuckled softly, gently pushing her away, observing her pitiable stance before him. "Then leave. Don't come back. I don't want to feel like I'm guarding against a thief in my own home." Ruan Cici, having been pushed away, appeared forlorn, her pale face reflecting confusion, her eyes devoid of light. Jiang Yu could not bear to look any longer, fearing he might falter in his resolve. Yet, he could not show weakness. He could not endure seeing Ruan Cici drenched in blood again. As Ruan Cici observed the distance he created, the coldness in his profile, and the force with which he had pushed her away, she experienced a profound sense of abandonment for the first time. Jiang Yu no longer wanted her. Just the thought sent her hand clenching tightly. Her wound nearly healed, yet still aching. The pain served to ground her. The dim light in the bedroom obscured Jiang Yu's awareness of her distress. Otherwise, he would have been furious. Just as he was about to give up, Ruan Cici spoke. "I, Ruan Cici, swear that if I ever harm myself again, I shall be punished to never see Jiang Yu again." Her voice trembled, and the latter part of her vow remained unspoken. She could not utter a word about harming Jiang Yu, not even in jest. She had resolved that if she were to never see him again, she would keep him hidden away only for her eyes. Thus, this oath did not seem so terrifying to her. Upon hearing her shaky vow, Jiang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. His overly sheltered upbringing had not prepared him for the realization that Ruan Cici might have a way to circumvent such an oath. Rising, he embraced Ruan Cici, saying, "All right, Ruan Xiaoxi, no more tears. Are you a crybaby? Did it hurt when you swore?" His voice was gentle, yet it could not compare to the anguish he felt upon discovering her covered in blood. The sleepless nights he endured were due to a deeper pain within him, and he wanted her to experience a fraction of that hurt to understand his feelings. Ruan Cici closed her eyes, nestling back into Jiang Yu's arms. finding solace in his embrace. Silently, she wept, her tears soaking the fabric of his nightshirt. Yet, Jiang Yu did not interrupt her, merely soothing her back as he had done when he comforted her from nightmares in their childhood. Does that mean my brother forgives me? She asked. Yes, forgiven. Will my brother talk to me again? Of course. Can I sleep with my brother? Not a chance. Jiang Yu suddenly felt something amiss and looked down at her, only to meet her pitiful, tear-stained doe eyes. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Eventually, he resigned, saying, "You sleep on the bed, and I will sleep on the floor." Why? We used to sleep together. Ruan Cece inquired, puzzled. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, pinching her cheek, feeling a pang of sympathy for her fragile state. That was in the past. How old were you then? Are you going to sleep or not? Fine. Chapter 53. Good morning, brother. Did you sleep well? Jiang Yu realized Ruan Cece had somewhat lost her initial innocence. It seemed that since she had returned home with them, she had been quite insistent on sharing a bed with him. She didn't wait for permission to enter. She devised her own means. Jiang Yu sighed, extending his hand as if to pat her on the head, but ultimately settled for a gentle caress instead. All right, I'll fetch the blanket, he said. As a child, Jiang Yu's sleeping posture was notoriously poor, often resulting in him tumbling to the floor, yet this little one possessed an absurdly good quality of sleep. It seemed he could fall right back into slumber after a fall, sleeping soundly until dawn. He had caught colds several times because of this. Thus, even now, the edge of Jiang Yu's bed was lined with a soft mat designed to cushion children from tumbles, which proved convenient at this moment. He retrieved a blanket and pillow from the cupboard. Ruan Cece sat perched on his bed, observing him as he embraced the blanket, murmuring softly, "We could just sleep together. After all, it would end up the same way." Jiang Yu cast her a sidelong glance, a semblance of amusement dancing in his eyes. "You have quite the imagination," he replied. Ruan Cece responded with a sweet smile, her beauty rendering her endearing whenever she sought to charm. Jiang Yu, perhaps unaware, was quite strict with others. Yet he invariably softened and indulged Ruan Cece, showing only a hint of resistance. Soon enough, they lay down, one on the bed, the other on the mat beside it. Jiang Yu found himself unable to sleep. For some time now, slumber had eluded him. Ruan Cece lay still for a while, calculating the passage of time in her mind. Then, she stealthily peered from the edge of the bed, her large eyes wide with curiosity. In truth, Jiang Yu was fully aware of her every movement, though he kept his eyes closed and remained still. Ruan Cece, oblivious to his wakefulness, continued to investigate the dimly lit room, gradually adjusting to the darkness and discerning Jiang Yu's indistinct silhouette. He had lost considerable weight recently. Both of them had. The boys' once cherubic cheeks were now mere shadows of their former selves, leaving only a lean outline. With a sigh, Ruan Cece contemplated this transformation. Jiang Yu, hearing her sigh, quipped, "What is the difference between this and watching a horror film?" Just as he was about to open his eyes, he sensed Ruan Cece shift again, presumably getting out of bed. Jiang Yu, initially inclined to open his eyes, stilled himself instead. He then felt her presence draw near, as if she were crouching. No, sitting, no, lying down beside him. "Isn't there a perfectly good bed to sleep in?" he remarked. At first, Ruan Cece lay beside him, but soon, as if dissatisfied, she gradually inched closer. Before long, their shoulders were touching. Jiang Yu anticipated her intentions, and, sure enough, in the next moment, her hands pried apart his orderly arms, and she nestled herself into his embrace. This inexplicably reminded him of the times he would awaken to find her nestled against him in his youth. Could it be that Ruan Cece also had a hand in this? Was it truly only due to his poor sleeping posture? Such mysteries defied explanation. Now fully awake, Jiang Yu intended to lift her back onto the bed. After all, the mat could never compare to the comfort of a proper bed, especially since she had just been discharged from a hospital. Yet, just as he opened his eyes, Ruan Cece murmured softly, "Good night, brother." Jiang Yu lowered his gaze. Though he couldn't see her clearly, he sensed her eyelids were likely closed, her profile resting against his heart's position. He fell silent, as his other hand stirred slightly, yet ultimately remained still by his side. After a moment, he gradually closed his eyes again. The sensation of Ruan Cece in his arms brought him a sense of security. Jiang Yu envisioned that once Ruan Cece fell asleep, he would carry her back to bed. Despite the recent turmoil, he felt a pang of reluctance and concern for the girl he had raised. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. His body was remarkably attuned to rest. Previously plagued by insomnia, with Ruan Cece's return, sleep seemed to reclaim him. Years later, Jiang Yu would conclude, "Ruan Cece was my personal sedative. Is it mundane? Perhaps. But I can only find peace in slumber when she is by my side." Thus, when a morning arrived and the sound of knocking roused him from sleep, it was already 10 o'clock. The bed was empty, and naturally, so was his embrace. Before leaving, she had thoughtfully tucked a pillow beside him. Awakening with the pillow in his arms, he gazed around his room in bewilderment as Su Yin's voice pierced the morning calm. Jiang Yu, what time is it? Aren't you getting up? He groaned. I'm getting up now, and rose, still clutching the pillow. He ruffled his hair as Su Yin continued to admonish him, accompanied by Ruan Cici's gentle coaxing. A slight smile crept onto Jiang Yu's lips. Ruan Cici was back. All was well. As for Huan da Qian, it seemed he would not be re-emerging anytime soon. Jiang Yu, a kind-hearted individual, found himself harboring an unusual wish for someone to remain trapped. However, if fortune smiled upon him, and that person did return, Jiang Yu would not hesitate to send him back in. Exhaling slowly, he embraced the pillow and stood, tossing it onto the bed before turning to enter the bathroom. When he emerged, Su Yin had already changed and seemed ready to leave. You're awake? I won't be back for lunch. You and Cici should eat together at home, she instructed, then recalled. Do you have any money? Jiang Yu confidently replied, none left. Su Yin handed him 200 yuan. You cook. Cici's health isn't quite right yet. With a warning glance, she added, don't overdo it. Jiang Yu thought to himself, I'm not that unreasonable, am I? I know Ruan Cici isn't well. I wouldn't truly tire her out. Truly, she was a mother in every sense. Yet, he dared only to mutter softly in response, I understand, Mom. Will you be home for dinner? Where else would I go? I need to pay your tuition and have a chat with your future homeroom teacher. With that, she rushed out the door. It was only when the door clicked shut that Ruan Cici sweetly called out, Good morning, brother. Did you sleep well? This was both an inquiry and a subtle probe. Ruan Cici had been utterly exhausted the previous night, physically and mentally. Though she had been discharged, she still needed medication. Thus, she was not as perceptive as usual. Yet she sensed something about Jiang Yu's heartbeat seemed off, even as she relaxed against him, quickly succumbing to sleep. Now, she gazed intently at Jiang Yu, seeking to read his expression. Jiang Yu met her earnest gaze and affirmed, Not bad. I say that was the best sleep I've had in a while. Chapter 54. Ruan Cici was not fond of others touching her belongings. I can handle it, she insisted. Jiang Yu's expression was exceedingly serious, which momentarily caught Ruan Cici off guard. Ignoring her, Jiang Yu stretched and ambled into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator in search of something to eat. Ruan Cici followed closely behind, accompanying him wherever he went. Jiang Yu merely cast a glance at her, refraining from urging her to leave until he had settled onto the sofa, at which point he inquired, What are you doing, Ruan Xiaoxi? Ruan Zixixi blinked, responding, I'm just following you. After the events of the previous night, the two awoke without any awkwardness, their rapport returning to its usual state. It was as if they had both forgotten that they had cried and slept together the night before. Ruan Zixixi, seated beside Jiang Yu, softly asked, Are you going to the art studio once you start high school? The day Ruan Zixixi had her accident coincided with Jiang Yu's assessment at the art studio. Consequently, she only learned of the outcome while still hospitalized, hearing it from Su Yin, as Jiang Yu had been too upset to speak with her at that time. Regardless, it was certain that Jiang Yu had chosen to pursue an artistic path. Although Ruan Zixixi harbored strong reservations, she felt powerless against it. After all, she might truly lack the talent for it. This thought stirred irritation within her. Jiang Yu nodded. Yes, I'll likely go every weekend. Why do you ask? That means you won't have time to play. I could really help you with your studies, Ruan Zixixi murmured. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yu realized that this little girl had not yet given up. He gently patted her head, exerting barely any force, for in his eyes, Ruan Zixixi remained a fragile entity. What are you thinking? My parents have already agreed to my pursuing art. Ruan Zixixi responded with a soft "oh." Her mood visibly dampened as she lowered her head. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Yu offered her a bottle of yogurt, saying, Don't worry. I'll still attend classes with you, and you can join me at the studio on weekends, as long as you don't mind. At this, Ruan Zixixi lifted her head, her expression brightening as she exclaimed, I want to go with you. I won't mind at all. Seeing her previously dull eyes sparkle again brought a faint smile to Jiang Yu's lips. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting a slight sigh. He realized he needed to guide Ruan Zixixi's feelings towards him. She seemed unable to distinguish between dependence and affection. This was indeed a significant issue. After reconciling, Su Yin sensed a change in the atmosphere at home. Even Jiang Weimin teased, remarking that their little fish's mood dictated the household ambience, which made Jiang Yu feel somewhat bashful. Chi Han and the others had visited their home after Ruan Zixixi was discharged. The two girls cried upon arrival, while Chi Han wore a guilty expression, regretting that he had worn slippers that day, which prevented him from entering sooner. After all, only Jiang Yu was aware that Ruan Zixixi's predicament was of her own making, which incited his frustration. Nevertheless, it seemed that Chi Han's initial fear of Ruan Zixixi had significantly diminished after this incident. In such an environment, brawling had indeed become a matter of life and death. Before they knew it, the start of school and military training was upon them. Jiang Yu had indeed advised Ruan Zixixi against participating, noting that military training lasted only a week and suggested she avoid the fuss. Although her injuries had healed, they were not entirely mended, and she needed more rest. Moreover, the military training was fully enclosed, requiring everyone to stay on campus, which worried Jiang Yu as he feared Ruan Zixixi might struggle to adapt. Fortunately, Lu Qi would be in their class, ensuring someone could look after her. Ruan Zixixi, appearing soft and delicate, was resolute in her decision. Unaffected by anyone's counsel, she was determined to attend. Thankfully, Su Yin had already informed their homeroom teacher about Ruan Zixixi's situation. Therefore, she would not need to undergo training, but could simply observe and later write a reflection on her experience. Su Yin and the others supported her participation, arguing that it would help her integrate into the group. Otherwise, by the time she joined them later, she would struggle to fit in. With 3 against 1, Jiang Yu relented. The day of their school opening arrived swiftly. They had prepared their belongings the day prior. As Su Yin was a middle school teacher, she was undoubtedly preoccupied. Jiang Weiman was also engaged in a surgical procedure and could not make it. Initially, Jiang Yu and Ruan Zixixi planned to take a taxi. But as they were about to leave, they received a call from Su Yin, informing them that Chun Hui was waiting at the door to drive them. Jiang Yu felt a surge of irritation upon seeing Chun Hui, while Ruan Zixixi, unfazed, remarked, "Let us go. It's a free ride." With a significant amount of luggage, having a car was indeed more convenient. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue, taking the items from her hands and also grabbing her backpack. "All right, miss, let us depart." As they entered the elevator, Jiang Yu adopted a serious tone, saying, "If you don't want to see her, you don't have to." Ruan Zixixi caught his gaze in the elevator's reflection, replying, "But my household registration still needs her to transfer it." After a brief pause, she added, "And there is the matter of the house." She was astute, making it difficult for Jiang Yu to find words of comfort. In contrast, Ruan Zixixi reassured him, "It's all right, brother, I don't care anymore." From a moment Jiang Yu had protected her, she had ceased to be concerned about Chen Hui. She had long since moved on. Her complex feelings could no longer affect Ruan Zixixi. She thought to herself that now, the ones who mattered were Jiang Yu and Su Yi. As for Chen Hui, she was merely a name. Jiang Yu, burdened with numerous items, nevertheless set one bag down to ruffle Ruan Zixixi's hair, reassuring her, "It's fine, I'm here." The current Ruan Zixixi was no longer the solitary girl sitting alone on the stairs, staring blankly at her wounds, her expression as still as stagnant water. She had it by her side. Jiang Yu was not extraordinary, but he was determined to protect Ruan Zixixi. Ruan Zixixi smiled at him with bright, gentle eyes, appearing both obedient and sweet. "Little Cici, no, little wild one," Jiang Yu chuckled inwardly, realizing that her seemingly obedient demeanor was merely a facade. As they stepped out of the community gate, they spotted Chun Hui standing beside a white Mercedes. Upon seeing them, Chun Hui straightened her posture, appearing somewhat flustered, and stepped forward to take the items from Jiang Yu's hands. "Let me help." Jiang Yu sidestepped, stating coldly, "I've got it." She doesn't tea like others touching her things. Chun Hui's outstretched hand hovered awkwardly in the air. Ruan Zixixi, looking directly at her, simply said, "Thank you." Chun Hui snapped back to reality and opened the rear door for Jiang Yu, saying, "Go ahead, no need to thank me." After a brief pause, she added, "I haven't driven you to school in quite a while." Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ruan Zixixi. She nodded calmly, acknowledging the truth of Chun Hui's statement. Chapter 55. As long as our CC is safe. Ruan Zixixi sensed Jiang Yu's concerned gaze and turned to him with a smile. Chun Hui naturally noticed this, but said nothing, simply inviting them to get in the car. Initially, she expected Ruan Zixixi to sit in the passenger seat, given the amount of luggage in the back. However, Ruan Zixixi chose to sit in the back seat next to Jiang Yu. Remarkably, he did not push her away this time. Under normal circumstances, he would have insisted on creating distance between them, but this time, he allowed her to lean against him. Chun Hui glanced at them through the rear-view mirror several times. Noticing their silence, she finally initiated the conversation. "You two seem quite close." Jiang Yu replied coolly, "Well, it depends on the comparison. In contrast to you, Auntie, our relationship is undoubtedly stronger." Ruan Zixixi shot a glance at Jiang Yu. This was indeed the first time she had witnessed Jiang Yu targeting someone so acervically. To put it plainly, Jiang Yu was generally considered to be quite temperate. Of course, everyone has their moments of irritation, but Jiang Yu usually expressed his displeasure quite directly, rarely resorting to such sarcastic remarks. This peculiarity amused Ruan Cici, prompting her to steal a few more glances. Those bright, large eyes, when fixed intently on someone, were simply impossible to overlook. In response, Jiang Yu irritably reached out to cover her eyes with his hand. Ruan Cece did not shy away. Instead, she laughed, even playfully blinking to sweep her long eyelashes across the palm of his hand. This was typical of their dynamic, and those around them had grown accustomed to it. However, Chen Hui could not suppress a frown. Having just received a curt reply from Jiang Yu, she felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. The car fell into silence as it approached the school gate. Jiang Yu had initially assumed Chen Hui would drop them off and leave, but she unexpectedly alighted, declaring her intention to accompany Ruan Cece to the dormitory. Jiang Yu instinctively protested, insisting that it was unnecessary to trouble her. He could see her home himself. His indifference towards Chen Hui was palpable, a sentiment born from a deep-seated bias. While Jiang Yu certainly felt sympathy for Ruan Cece, he understood that Chen Hui had endured much over the years. Yet, what did it matter? Jiang Yu was unequivocally partial to Ruan Cece. Thus, he harbored no trust for Chen Hui. Conversely, Ruan Cece sensed that Chen Hui likely had something to discuss with her. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Jiang Yu and said, "Brother, you should head back to the dormitory first. I'll see you in class shortly." In truth, she would have preferred Jiang Yu to assist her with her belongings, but he too had to return to his dorm. He was busy and weary, and she was reluctant to impose. Jiang Yu opened his mouth to say something, but upon meeting Ruan Cece's soft gaze, he relented. With a resigned sigh, he agreed, "All right, wait for me in the dormitory. I'll come find you." After issuing a warning glance at Ruan Cece to take care of herself, he noticed the awkwardness it brought to Chen Hui, though she lacked the standing to comment, remaining silent. Observing Ruan Cece nod obediently in response to Jiang Yu's words, Chen Hui was momentarily reminded of the little girl who once called her mama with such warmth. A pang of emotion struck her heart, and she inhaled deeply. Ultimately, Ruan Cece followed Chen Hui inside, while Jiang Yu remained at the school gate, watching them make their way to the girls' dormitory. Someone called out from behind, "Hey, you go." Turning, Jiang Yu saw Lu Ji approaching, brimming with excitement. "Are you alone? Where's your sister?" The matter of Ruan Cece's hospitalization had not been widely discussed, so Lu Ji was unaware of it. Only Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi knew, having been classmates since elementary school, and their families lived in the vicinity. However, Lu Ji, residing farther away, was oblivious. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes in response. "Who are you talking about?" "That's my sister." All right, it's yours. Who would dare compete with you? Let us walk together, you go. We're in neighboring classes, and our dorms should be close too. I heard we have a large dormitory with 16 people. Jiang Yu cast a worried glance in the other direction, but was nonetheless pulled along by Lu Ji. Meanwhile, Ruan Cece trailed behind Chen Hui. The two were enveloped in silence. They bore a striking resemblance to each other, both possessing the kind of beauty that captivates at first glance. However, their temperaments diverged significantly. In general, Chen Hui exuded a gentle warmth, while Ruan Cece's expression was often devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a delicate porcelain doll, almost unreal. It was not until she was in Jiang Yu's presence that she appeared more lively. Otherwise, she often embodied a robotic stillness. Arriving at the dormitory building, Chen Hui's demeanor shifted, her footsteps becoming hurried as she clutched Ruan Cece's luggage. "Cece," she spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Ruan Cece paused and turned to her, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yet, Chen Hui felt her eyes prick with tears, though she forced a smile and retrieved a document from her bag. "This is your household registration booklet. I managed to get it sorted through some connections." Ruan Cece reached out to take it, and for the first time, the first page did not bear the name Ruan Datian or Chen Hui, but rather a woman named Tan Ho Hat, with granddaughter inscribed in the relationship section. This was Chun Hui's mother. "This is your grandmother," Chen Hui explained. "But don't worry, she doesn't remember anything now. I've placed her in a nursing home. You won't have to worry about a thing. In a few years, when you turn 18, you could transfer it out yourself." She took a deep breath. I bought you a house. In half a month, we can finalize the transfer. It's a 3-bedroom apartment. I'm not very knowledgeable about these matters, and I don't know if you'll choose to stay here for college, but the house is near your high school. It's a school district property." Ruan Cece remained unmoved, her emotions steady even upon learning that her household registration had been transferred and a house awaited her. Once Chen Hui had finished speaking, she merely nodded and said, "Thank you." Chen Hui reached out, wanting to touch her, but as her hand lifted, Ruan Cece instinctively recoiled. Chen Hui's hand froze momentarily before she lowered it. She then retrieved a card from her bag, handing it to Ruan Cece. "This is the money your mother earned when she worked. It's all for me. The password is your birthday. It's not much, really. At that time, I didn't know I would meet my current husband, so I could only save little by little, hoping to provide for your college education." Ruan Cece looked down at the card but did not take it. Chun-Hui decisively grasped her hand and placed the card there. Here, keep it as pocket money. It's not a lot. Cici, Mama will be going abroad in 2 months. I want TB coming back. E.M. immigrating. Chun-Hui's voice trembled as she confessed. I know I haven't been a good mother. I tried my best, but I was so scared. Cici, I don't have a right to ask you not to hate me. I just want you to be safe in the future. For now on, Mama really won TB here. I once loved you. I truly did, but I was so frightened. E.M. Sore. Chapter 56. If you care about me, could you give me a hug? Chun-Hui felt that her life had been a failure, her first half spent in ruin, achieving nothing. She had once believed she could protect her daughter, yet she had failed in that too. She gazed at her daughter, who stood before her with a cold, impassive expression, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Were it not for having witnessed Ruan Cici's joy in Jiang Yu's presence, she might have deemed her a monster, an emotionless creature. Yet, it was her and Ruan Datian who had transformed Cici into this being. She recognized her own selfishness and cowardice, but she felt powerless. This was simply who she was. At her age, Ruan's character was already set. Su-In had once remarked about her that she was harsh yet not harsh enough, soft-hearted yet not soft-hearted enough. Ruan Cici had become the sole casualty of their toxic marriage. She understood that her selfishness had nearly ruined her daughter's life. Thankfully, she had encountered Su-In and her family. At that moment, Chun-Hui managed to smile. All right, Mama will take you upstairs. Ruan Cici's emotions indeed remained stable. She could see that Chun-Hui was genuinely upset. In truth, she did not comprehend Chun-Hui. Once she had decided to abandon her, she ought to have been more resolute. Yet, she could not let go, which was profoundly contradictory. Thus, she found herself ensnared by Ruan Datian. Having received such a substantial sum of money, and now she was expected to purchase a house for him, alongside providing him with financial assistance. Ruan Cici mused that perhaps she bore more of Ruan Datian's repugnant genes than she cared to admit. Otherwise, she would merely perceive Chun-Hui's character as pitiable and ineffectual. If she were in Chun-Hui's position, she would have opted to eliminate both her daughter and her ex-husband, Ruan Datian, rather than indulge him endlessly as Chun-Hui did. This woman was indeed wretched. Yet what significance did that hold for her? From a moment she witnessed the fear etched upon Chun-Hui's face, she became a stranger to her. Even if Chun-Hui spoke with utmost sincerity and emotion now, it bore no weight for Ruan Cici. After all, she had always been a monster. Shen Yui, having set up her bed in the dormitory, remained oblivious to any words from Ruan Cici. She was unsure whether to feel sorrow or relief. This was indeed a 16-person dormitory, bustling with numerous parents. Yet among them, Chun-Hui and Ruan Cici stood out the most. 2 classmates from middle school approached Ruan Cici to greet her. With a gentle smile, Ruan Cici acknowledged them, oblivious to her family circumstances, and inquired whether Chun-Hui was an aunt or an older sister, remarking on her beauty. At that moment, Chun-Hui, resembling an ordinary mother, smiled and engaged in small talk, even asking them to look after Ruan Cici due to her poor health. It was Ruan Cici who interrupted, saying it was getting late and that she needed to find Jiang Yu. The 2 girls exchanged glances, chuckling, and returned to their respective beds. Chun-Hui glanced at Ruan Cici as they descended the stairs together. Once downstairs, Ruan Cici halted, looked earnestly at Chun-Hui, and said, "You need not engage in these meaningless acts for me. You are about to go abroad. I wish you a safe journey." She harbored no deep-seated hatred for Chun-Hui. In her youth, she simply could not comprehend why her mother had abandoned her. As she matured, she concluded that it was fortunate Chun-Hui had left. Otherwise, she might have met a grim fate at the hands of Ruan Datian. After all, she feared not death, yet it seemed Chun-Hui was exceedingly afraid of it. Eventually, she received abundant love, and, at times, she even felt gratitude for Chun-Hui's absence, as it had led her to Jiang Yu. Thus, her words were sincere. However, they struck a painful chord with Chun-Hui. Taking a deep breath, Chun-Hui replied, "Then I shall take my leave." Yet she couldn't resist adding, "Cici, you have grown up, and you are with Jiang Yu." At the mention of Jiang Yu's name, Ruan Cici's expression turned icy, her large, dark eyes fixating on Chun-Hui's face, devoid of life. Her tone was frigid as she retorted, "You are unworthy to speak Jiang Yu's name. I have no desire to hear your words. Whether I have matured or not is no concern of yours. Do you understand?" Ultimately, Chun-Hui could not meet Ruan Cici's gaze, leaving her with a simple farewell before departing. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was busy organizing his belongings. In the 16-person dormitory, his bed was situated on the lower bunk. Originally there for just a week of military training, the distinction between upper and lower bunks mattered little to him. Upon encountering a classmate struggling to ascend to the upper bunk, he willingly vacated his lower bunk and moved to the upper one. To his surprise, This roommate was quite affable. "Hello, you must be Jiang Yu, right?" Jiang Yu paused momentarily, glancing at the individual, confirming that he was indeed unfamiliar. As for his previous life, he had entered an art class and never attended a regular one. Thus, he did not recognize this person. The boy must have been from a different middle school, as he didn't seem familiar. Sensing Jiang Yu's confusion, the boy smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Liu, previously from the affiliated high school. I know Ruan CC. We participated in a competition together, and I saw you picking her up each time." Jiang Yu nodded. "Hello. I didn't notice." "It's all right. Hey, thanks, man. I injured my leg playing basketball, and I wasn't planning on coming." Liu continued to chatter. Consequently, Jiang Yu descended later than anticipated, intending to find Ruan CC and accompany her to class, while also inquiring about what Chen Hui had said to her. However, as he stepped outside, he immediately spotted Ruan CC standing beneath a tree's shade. The girl was strikingly beautiful, tall and slender, with delicate features, motionless as sunlight cascaded upon her, gazing intently at the stairway. The moment she caught sight of Jiang Yu, her eyes sparkled with joy. Despite Jiang Yu often admiring Ruan CC's face, he couldn't help but feel that the creator had indeed favored her. Jiang Yu's steps faltered for a moment, captivated by her beauty. Then he noticed Ruan CC trotting towards him. Frowning, he approached her. "Why are you running?" To him, Ruan CC was still a fragile entity. Although her wounds had healed, the lingering impact on Jiang Yu was profound. Standing before him, Ruan CC smiled. "I saw you standing here motionless, so I came over. Have you been packing for so long? I would have helped you if I had known." Jiang Yu clicked his tongue and grabbed her backpack from behind her. "You're of no use. Have you finished packing?" Ruan CC nodded. "Chen Hui helped me finish before she left. What'd she say to you?" The mention of Chen Hui caused Jiang Yu to frown. "Not much. Just that she bought a house and will be transferring her household registration." "Oh, and that she is going abroad," Ruan CC succinctly recounted. However, Jiang Yu halted in his tracks. "Going abroad?" "Yeah, I heard she is immigrating and 1T be returning." Ruan CC noted Jiang Yu's concerned expression as he frowned deeply. She blinked, recalling something, and quietly asked, "Brother, do you feel sorry for me? If you do, could you give me a hug?" Though she truly had no issues, she was all too familiar with seizing opportunities. Chapter 57. A brother can be a romantic interest. It should not be misunderstood as a familial brother. How should one articulate this? Since her midterm exams, Ruan CC had reflected on her feelings and her relationship with Jiang Yu. Given that everyone spoke of the age of first love, it seemed natural for individuals at this age to develop feelings for the opposite sex. Of course, she had researched online, discovering that this phenomenon wasn't universal. Yet, it mattered not. She felt that the only male she could accept was Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was wonderful. She cherished him and wished to remain by his side. Whether this affection aligned with what others termed love, was it truly significant? To Ruan CC, it was merely about distinguishing Jiang Yu from other boys, rendering the distinction trivial. Having reached this conclusion, she hoped Jiang Yu would reciprocate her feelings, and only for her. Thus, she spoke her mind freely. This left Jiang Yu speechless. "What are you thinking? How old are we? Can we still be hugging and cuddling?" "Why not?" Ruan CC replied, seemingly perplexed. Jiang Yu felt that the education of adolescent girls must be addressed. What was this? Why not? At 16 or 17, was it appropriate for them to be hugging and cuddling? He turned to face Ruan CC, who awaited an answer with utmost seriousness. "Because we've grown up and are no longer children. There are distinctions between genders, do you understand? Who still hugs and cuddles every day." With that, he turned and headed towards the teaching building, as they were to assemble in the afternoon. Ruan CC felt as though she understood, yet simultaneously, she did not. "But you embraced me before, didn't you?" she questioned, referring to that fateful night when Jiang Yu had compelled her to swear an oath. Jiang Yu's body became momentarily rigid, a palpable awkwardness enveloping him. Certain events, once transpired, may not evoke any immediate sensation, yet when revisited in conversation, they become a source of sheer embarrassment. Indeed, all that remains is the discomfort. Thus, his expression became somewhat unnatural, and he muttered, "Just be quiet. Wasn't tea that meant to comfort you?" Ruan CC thought to herself that, at that moment, she hadn't particularly needed consolation. However, noticing a faint blush on Jiang Yu's face, she chose to remain silent. Blushing Jiang Yu was rather endearing. She couldn't help but express her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother." Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable hint of sarcasm in her thanks, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. He recalled something and couldn't resist offering a reminder. In class, refrain from calling me brother, just use my name. In high school, calling me brother could easily lead to misunderstandings. After voicing this, Jiang Yu walked ahead, only to realize, after a short distance, that she had not followed. He turned back to find her standing in place, gazing at him with wide eyes. Jiang Yu found himself wondering just how large her eyes truly were, despite the distance. He could perceive the pitiable emotions within them. Perhaps it was simply that he understood Ruan Cece all too well. After a 3-second gaze, Jiang Yu surrendered, despondently retracing his steps. He then took her hand and placed it on his backpack strap, leading her away. In school, it was best not to call her that. At home, it was permissible, as doing so in school could lead to misunderstandings. He understood that at their age, if Ruan Cece were to call him brother, others could easily concoct elaborate narratives. Who could discern whether she meant brother in a familial sense or in a romantic context? Jiang Yu was suddenly startled by his own thoughts. As he was taken aback by this realization, he failed to notice Ruan Cece tightening her grip on his backpack strap, quietly muttering, "It's not really a misunderstanding, is it?" She merely wished for the entire world to recognize him as her brother, the kind no one could ever take from her. The two were again not on the same wavelength. Yet there was an unexpected harmony between them. Upon reaching the classroom, Lu Qi greeted them with a cheerful wave. Jiang Yu acknowledged her and suggested to Ruan Cece, "You can sit with Lu Qi." He was soon approached by the exuberant Li Yu, who draped an arm over his shoulder, exclaiming, "Let us sit together, Jiang Yu." Ruan Cece observed Li Yu's arm resting on Jiang Yu's shoulder and began to frown. Lu Qi, perceptive to Ruan Cece's demeanor, quickly tugged at her backpack strap, urging her to sit down, and called out to Jiang Yu and Li Yu, "Hey, why don't you sit behind us?" Jiang Yu had initially intended to shrug off Li Yu's arm, but the lad's injured leg made him reconsider, as the weight of that arm was considerable. Ultimately, they settled into the seats behind Ruan Cece. Li Yu and Lu Qi were both quite vivacious, quickly introducing themselves. Li Yu even asked Ruan Cece, "Do you remember me? We participated in the competition together. I sat next to you." Ruan Cece replied with little expression, "No, I don't." Then, turning to Jiang Yu, her tone softened. "Do you want some water?" The stark contrast in her demeanor bewildered Li Yu. Huh? What is this? Could she really adjust her warmth and coldness? Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was secretly engrossed in his phone, oblivious to Li Yu's astonishment. He responded to Ruan Cece's inquiry without lifting his gaze, "No, I don't want any." Ruan Cece, with a patient nod, acquiesced, "All right." Lu Qi, having seen more of the world, chuckled at the exchange, realizing this was typical. Ruan Cece held no temper or stance in front of Jiang Yu. She even kindly explained, "They're neighbors, having grown up together. Their bond is akin to that of siblings, so you'll get used to it." "Not siblings." Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece spoke in unison. Jiang Yu feared that misunderstandings would arise again, with others believing they were genuine siblings, leading to unwanted advances towards Ruan Cece. A situation he had already found intolerable in middle school. Ruan Cece, being indifferent towards everyone, often left the boys believing Jiang Yu's amiable nature would lead them to pursue Ruan Cece. Each time, Jiang Yu had to meticulously sift through potential friends. He was too exhausted to repeat such experiences in high school, so he resolutely clarified the nature of their relationship, certain that any romantic overtures towards Ruan Cece would be futile. Ruan Cece's denial was straightforward. Jiang Yu was her brother, an irreplaceable brother, but not one who could be mistaken for a romantic partner. It was as simple as that. Yet, Jiang Yu mistakenly believed that Ruan Cece had taken his words to heart, and his smile grew considerably warmer. Good. It seems children can indeed be more obedient as they grow. Ruan Cece smiled sweetly. Nearby, Li Yu and Lu Qi exchanged glances, feeling somewhat superfluous in the moment. However, their interest in gossip soon dissipated as their homeroom teacher arrived. Their homeroom teacher, also their English instructor, was a gentleman named Mr. Tang. He possessed an air of elegance, exuding a temperament that suggested he was quite amiable. On the first day of school, he distributed military training uniforms and invited those who received them to introduce themselves briefly. There were indeed many familiar faces, as their high school had a slight advantage in terms of admission scores. At least half of the class consisted of familiar faces. Yet, when Ruan Cece stepped up to introduce herself, she was met with a chorus of cheers. Her introduction was succinct. "Hello everyone, I am Ruan Cece." Chapter 58. Ruan Cece's self-introduction was flawless, yet the raucous cheers from several boys rendered the atmosphere awkward. Jiang Yu glanced around and noted that they were not from their previous school, explaining their naive exuberance. Those from their former school remained composed, as they were already familiar with Ruan Cece and her aloof nature. For instance, now, she completely disregarded the raucous shouts, collecting her military uniform and stepping off the stage without as much as a glance towards them. Next up was Jiang Yu. As he took the stage, the boys from their former school cheered, "Brother Yu, you are magnificent." Jiang Yu had always been well-liked, given his nature. He could easily get along with anyone as long as it did not involve Ruan Cece. Thus, even though Chi Han and the others were not in his class, the other boys were still quite familiar with him. Jiang Yu waved with a smile. Come on, tone it down. You're making me feel embarrassed. Mr. Tang watched him with a smile, having previously discussed both Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu with Ms. Su. Both children possessed distinct characteristics. At that moment, Ruan Cece gazed at Jiang Yu, who was chatting with a group of boys while collecting his military uniform. Her eyes, filled with warmth, belied a sense of displeasure. Jiang Yu was simply too radiant. She wished to hide away. Realizing this thought, Ruan Cece lowered her eyelashes, admonishing herself, I must not think this way. Jiang Yu had already sensed the gaze upon him. It felt familiar, yet upon glancing, he noticed Ruan Cece with her head bowed, seemingly preoccupied. Could it be a mere illusion? He began to question whether he had overreacted to Ruan Cece's peculiar probing and demeanor lately. This simply will not do. One must not allow oneself to be led astray before even beginning to guide Ruan Cece. To be frank, Jiang Yu found it entirely unsurprising that he felt ensnared when he considered Ruan Cece's demeanor. A smile appeared on his face. The crux of the matter lay in Ruan Cece's exceptional intelligence and her uncanny ability to read Jiang Yu. He was well aware of some of her subtle thoughts, yet he indulged her whims, believing that a young girl harbored no ill intentions, right? However, the situation could no longer be disregarded. The child had gone astray. Upon returning to his seat, a hand reached from the front row and placed a piece of candy onto his desk. Li Yu observed Jiang Yu's effortless act of taking the candy, which mirrored the gentle way he squeezed Ruan Cece's hand. The expression on his face conveyed an epiphany. He had stumbled upon a significant revelation on the very first day of school. After receiving their military training uniforms, Teacher Tang briefed them on the rules. The military training would last for only a week, followed by a day of rest before classes commenced. She emphasized the importance of appearance during training and concluded with a warning about mobile phones, acknowledging that many students had brought theirs. You must be aware that the school prohibits phones. Should you be caught, you will undoubtedly face consequences. There are surveillance cameras everywhere, so consider your actions wisely. I will not elaborate further. Now, you may disperse and change into your uniforms. Assemble in the playground at 4 o'clock. Do not be late. Each class will have a designated sign, so gather near your respective signs. It is currently 3:11. You have ample time to change and secure your phones. As soon as Teacher Tang exited the classroom, many students scattered to change clothes and stow away their phones. After all, Teacher Tang had just mentioned that mobile phones would be checked during military training. Li Yu inquired if Jiang Yu was heading back. Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. He glanced at Ruan Cece, who was staring at him, and suggested, you should go back with Lu Qi to change. Lu Qi, already accustomed to the routine, smiled and added, little treasure Cece, your brother wants you to come with me. Ruan Cece responded with an obedient O and followed Lu Qi. Only after she had left did Jiang Yu walk back with Li Yu, feeling as though this boy had become somewhat clingy. Jiang Yu, with his limited mobility, had to accommodate him. Moreover, Li Yu seemed a bit oblivious and overly familiar. Why do they all call you Yuga? Jiang Yu casually replied, they're just being silly. He certainly could not divulge that there were others who had once referred to him as big brother-in-law. Jiang Yu nearly lashed out at them, yet he recognized that many were merely following the trend. Boys of this age often bonded easily unless there was a significant grievance. Li responded, oh, you seem to have a good rapport. By the way, you and Ruan Cece are neighbors, right? The question bore an undertone of probing. Jiang Yu shot him a glance. Yes, is there a problem? He could usually predict the direction such conversations would take. This boy wasn't contemplating revealing his family's little cabbage, was he? Contrary to Jiang Yu's expectations, Li Yu did not pursue the matter further, but remarked, your dynamic is quite intriguing. It doesn't seem like a typical neighborly relationship. Jiang Yu, what do you mean by that? Since the end of the entrance examination, Jiang Yu had heard similar remarks far too often. If only one or two had made such comments, he would have dismissed them as misguided. However, with a growing number of people saying it, he began to ponder whether there was indeed something amiss in his rapport with Ruan Cece. Lost in thought, he found his mind drifting. After changing into their uniforms and securing their phones in the dormitory, they prepared to head out. Their dormitory had recently gained Xinyang, who had just self-nominated for class monitor and was affectionately dubbed Little Xinyang. He was a tall and enthusiastic boy who assisted Jiang Yu in guiding Li Yu to the playground. Along the way, he couldn't help but ask, why are you still attending military training when you're in this condition? Jiang Yu was equally curious about the matter. Wasn't this self-inflicted hardship? Ruan Cece was also in attendance. Jiang Yu suddenly paused, realizing he had grown too accustomed to having Ruan Cece on his mind and lips. Human beings are inherently complex creatures. If no one mentioned it, one might remain oblivious to any underlying issues, much like Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece had grown used to their circumstances. However, once someone brought it up, Jiang Yu recognized that something felt off. Was his closeness to Ruan Cece perhaps too intense? I'm afraid if I skip military training, I want to be able to integrate once classes begin. Li Yu's reasoning mirrored what Teacher Su had said. Xinyang had little to add, accepting the situation with a shrug. He was also from the first high school and knew Jiang Yu from prior basketball games. After addressing Li Yu, he turned to Jiang Yu and asked, Yugo, ISNT Ruan CC skipping military training? What's going on? Jiang Yu maintained his composure and replied, she fell ill during the break and hasn't fully recovered yet. This explanation was one Jiang Yu had previously coordinated with Ruan CC. After all, the incident involving Ruan Dacian's altercation could have detrimental repercussions. Above all, Jiang Yu hoped that such trivial matters would not adversely affect Ruan CC any further. Shen Yang nodded, not giving it much thought. No wonder she looked so much thinner. Jiang Yu absently acknowledged with a non-committal. As they arrived at the assembly point, Shen Yang, being the class monitor, needed to uphold discipline. He instructed Li Yu to stand aside while he called everyone to line up. Jiang Yu, somewhat distracted, began to walk toward the group of boys who were beckoning him over, familiar faces from their previous school. At that moment, Ruan CC jogged over, calling out, wait, look down. Jiang Yu instinctively lowered his gaze, only to see the girl in camouflage attire tiptoe to affix a cooling patch to his back. Hey, what is this? He exclaimed. It's a cooling patch. I brought plenty. It's too hot. Ruan CC frowned, wishing to encourage Jiang Yu to rest in the shade while she took his place in training. Jiang Yu smiled, raising his gaze to meet hers. You should go rest. I'll be fine. Upon seeing the concern etched on Ruan CC's face, he inexplicably felt a flutter of anxiety and quickly averted his gaze. All right, I'm going to line up now. Ruan CC seemed poised to say something else, but Jiang Yu had already turned away. At this moment, Jiang Yu began to introspect. Perhaps it was not only Ruan CC who needed guidance, but he himself did as well. This thought filled him with a sense of unease. As he approached, a few boys who were not from their previous school called out to him, Yuga, Jiang Yu. One of them, named Zhongqi, a boy he had played basketball with, chuckled. When they saw how close you were with Ruan CC, they were curious about your relationship. I told them you were siblings, and now they're trying to win your favor. Zhongqi quietly added, they also wanted to call you big brother-in-law like before, but I turned them down for you, Yuga. Jiang Yu. Wait, Haven T, they just met you for the first time? He glanced over at Ruan CC, who had not taken a seat. She was dressed in the same camouflage uniform as everyone else, the kind with a jacket, as mandated by Teacher Tang. To be frank, the outfit was rather unflattering, resembling a bulky sack in camouflage patterns, obscuring any semblance of figure. However, Ruan CC was so slender that even clad in camouflage burlap, she didn't appear bulky. Not to mention her long legs, which seemed elongated even when clothed modestly. The girl neatly tied her hair back and donned a cap, yet her delicate face, pale as if recovering from a serious illness, could not disguise her exquisite and alluring features. At that moment, when she met Jiang Yu's gaze, her large eyes blinked playfully, and a sweet smile graced her lips. Jiang Yu heard a boy nearby whisper, wow, she is so sweet. Oh, my mother, the moment I laid eyes on her. I even thought of what we should name our future child. Jiang Yu had heard such remarks numerous times before. Yet this moment stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him. He averted his gaze toward the two boys who had spoken, playfully but firmly asserting, stop staring. My family would never approve of you entering our home. It felt like both a jest and a warning. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, recalling how he had just insisted that Ruan CC refrain from calling him brother. Yet on the very first day of school, it seemed everyone in class was already aware of her being his sister. The boys quickly diverted their eyes, and one of them joked, Yuga, I'm Qian Duo. You can call me Qian Duo Duo. I'm quite a catch, so how about considering me? Beside him, Zhongqi laughed. Wait, you want Yuga to consider you? Our Yuga is as straight as they come. Get lost. I'm at Ruan CC. Just then, the instructor approached, whistling, sparing Jiang Yu from further engagement in these vexing conversations. He fell in line behind Zhongqi, with Qian Duo trailing closely. This lad was rather tall and incessantly introduced himself, listing his merits, with the primary aim of acquiring Ruan CC's contact information. It turned out that prior to Jiang Yu's arrival, he had already faced rejection. Ruan CC consistently rebuffed the advances of boys. However, they had just realized she was not so dismissive toward all boys. Jiang Yu was an exception. One boy muttered, do those two have something going on? Zhongqi, overhearing, enthusiastically elucidated their relationship. Yuga, no need to be so eager. Fortunately, once the instructor arrived, Qian Duo fell silent, for they were about to commence their first military training lesson, standing at attention. They faced the direction where Ruan CC and her companion were resting, with only Li Yu and Ruan CC on break, while one or two from other classes were resting at a distance. Jiang Yu found this positioning quite advantageous, as it allowed him to see Ruan CC. Her gaze remained fixated on him. Unbeknownst to him, He seemed to have grown significantly taller. Previously, he was not among the taller boys, yet during military training, he stood in the second-to-last row. It appeared there were not many boys taller than him left in the class. His recent weight loss had shed the baby fat from his earlier years, revealing a clean-cut masculine profile. Ruan Cece felt a tinge of disappointment. Truth be told, she preferred him a bit chubby, as it was more comfortable to snuggle with him when he had some flesh on him. Now he was too thin. She began contemplating what delectable dishes she could prepare to help him regain his weight. Meanwhile, Liu, feeling quite bored sitting idly during the military training, began to look around and noticed that it seemed both Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu were gazing at each other. How intriguing. He suddenly chuckled, capturing Ruan Cece's attention. However, being inherently disinterested, she thought it better to continue watching Jiang Yu than to indulge in gossip, until he leaned in and whispered, "Hey, Ruan Cece, do you know what your interaction with Jiang Yu resembles? It's like the cowherd and weaver girl separated by the Milky Way." What an odd metaphor. Ruan Cece finally spared him a glance, her expression indifferent. "I don't know what you're talking about." Had he not mentioned Jiang Yu, she wouldn't have bothered to engage with him. Unexpectedly, Liu continued, lowering his voice and inching closer, only to see Ruan Cece pull away significantly. "You don't have to do that. I just thought I should speak quietly," he said, his tone laced with exasperation. "Do you like Jiang Yu?" Ruan Cece regarded him as if he were foolish. Was that not obvious? Who couldn't he see she felt differently about Jiang Yu? Liu continued, "But does Jiang Yu know?" He might not have considered that possibility. With a brilliant smile, he added, "How about I help you? Can you introduce me to your friend? You know, the one with long hair, curly ends, and beautiful round eyes when she smiles." "No way," Ruan Cece retorted decisively. She didn't need anyone's assistance to pursue Jiang Yu. She could do that on her own. Chapter 60. Am I really not a bit twisted? Ruan Cece's blunt refusal left Liu momentarily speechless. What is her deal? Ruan Cece had already turned away, distancing herself further from him. This boy was quite baffling. Why would one help her pursue Jiang Yu? How long had he even known Jiang Yu? Furthermore, he was also interested in Zhou Xianxian's contact information. Ruan Cece had merely sought to integrate into a normal life, enjoying her time with Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi. Yet, she recognized they genuinely cared for her and regarded her as a friend. How could she betray that trust? Jiang Yu would be upset if he found out. Thus, Ruan Cece merely deemed this boy to be rather perplexing, thinking it best to keep Jiang Yu away from such individuals, lest they betray him for another girl one day. He was not a good person. At that moment, Liu was oblivious to the label he had unwittingly acquired. As for Jiang Yu, from a distance, he observed Ruan Cece suddenly turn away from him and speak to Liu. Although their exchange seemed brief, it was a rarity for Ruan Cece. To put it in perspective, they had been classmates with Qi Han since elementary school, yet each time Ruan Cece encountered him, their conversations were limited to a few words before fading away. While it was somewhat related to Qi Han's inexplicable fear of her, it fundamentally stemmed from Ruan Cece's general reticence in conversing with boys. Why was she able to chat with someone she had just met like Liu? The first afternoon of military training was largely uneventful, involving introductions to their instructor and discussions of the training schedule, followed by a brief session of standing at attention. Then, they were dismissed. Jiang Yu found it tolerable, but many others were already reaching their limits, feeling it was less about standing at attention and more about being roasted under the sun. Qi Han and Lu Ji, both from Jiang Yu's adjacent class, approached him after dismissal. "You go, want to grab a bite? It's a pity we're not in the same class." Meanwhile, Lu Qi had already led a few girls toward Ruan Cece, likely inviting her to join them for a meal. Jiang Yu hesitated, feeling Ruan Cece needed to make friends, and decisively told Qi Han and the others, "Let us go." Qi Han inquired, "Aren't you waiting for your sister?" Ever since their last visit to find Ruan Cece at the old house, Qi Han had been less intimidated by her. The primary sentiment stems from the unfortunate plight of this young girl. It is an undeniable truth that youth often comes with a tender heart. At this juncture, he has successfully suppressed the unsettling memory of being scrutinized by an ominous figure. Jiang Yu refrains from looking back. After all, she too deserves the chance to forge new friendships. Perhaps with new companions, she would no longer lean so heavily on him. Yet, after taking just a couple of steps, he cannot help but pause. Turning around, he catches sight of Ruan Cece, her face pale, trailing behind him at a distance. Upon noticing his gaze, she momentarily freezes before mustering a feeble smile, appearing pitiful with her reddened eyes, reminiscent of an abandoned little rabbit. Jiang Yu internally chastises himself. This is disastrous. I truly ought to be ashamed. After the group disbanded, Ruan Cece had already risen, ready to approach Jiang Yu. However, Lu Qi, accompanied by several girls from their dormitory, approached, asking, "Ruan Cece, Are you coming to eat with us? She shook her head, declining. No, you all go ahead. Lu Qi tried to persuade her, but upon seeing her steadfastness, joined the other girls in leaving. Subsequently, Ruan Cece observed Jiang Yu walking away with Qi Han and the others, not waiting for her. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow. As she trailed behind him, she silently counted, waiting for Jiang Yu to look back. Just as she reached 28, he turned around. Indeed, Ruan Cece was acutely aware that Jiang Yu could not resist glancing back. The person who understood Jiang Yu best was not himself, but Ruan Cece. Thus, her slightly reddened eyes and the smile she forced forth were perfectly timed. May I join you for dinner? Ruan Cece's voice was barely audible. Jiang Yu sighed, taking 2 steps back, and gently flicked her forehead. You can eat with us, but do stow away that pitiable demeanor. Amusement flickered in his eyes, coupled with an inexplicable sense of relief. Let us go eat. In truth, it seemed that it was not only Ruan Cece who relied on him. He too found it difficult to let go of her. Although he was well aware that her current state was likely a deliberate act, he still felt a twinge of reluctance. How did he discern the pretense? After all these years, as long as Jiang Yu wasn't particularly dim-witted, he could surely perceive it. Ruan Cece seldom cried, except when plagued by nightmares or when genuinely angered, yet her eyes were frequently red. Just as Ruan Cece understood Jiang Yu, he too had a profound understanding of her. At that moment, he slowed his pace and turned to Qi Han and the others, asking, can we all go together? Of course. Lu Ji replied cheerfully, just in time. Zhou Xianxian is waiting for us in the cafeteria. Yeah, it has always been this way, Jiang Yu acknowledged. He felt her tugging at the hem of his shirt, and he said nothing, allowing her to hold on. He understood that this simple gesture provided her with a sense of security. Indeed, Ruan Cece brightened, lagging half a step behind Jiang Yu, inquiring, shall I help you carry your jacket? It's sweltering without them. Jiang Yu noted that Ruan Cece's cooling patch seemed rather effective, though it was still warm. Upon hearing her suggestion, he glanced at her, noting the perspiration on her forehead. Do you not wish to remove your jacket? Beneath it, he wore merely a camouflage t-shirt, easily removable. Yet Ruan Cece shook her head. I'm not hot. Jiang Yu observed the sweat glistening at her temples. In such weather, it was implausible not to feel overheated, even without standing at attention. However, he refrained from commenting, merely reaching out to gently wipe the sweat from her brow. All right then. Let us quicken our pace. I've heard the cafeteria here has air conditioning. The new school certainly has its advantages. Their exchanges felt completely natural to Qi Han and Lu Ji, who had long grown accustomed to it. Yet, to others, this scene appeared excessively intimate, drawing the gaze of many onlookers. It was only when Jiang Yu retracted his hand that he realized the situation seemed awry. Goodness. He had admonished Ruan Cece to maintain her distance, yet he found himself utterly unable to do so. Jiang Yu spent a brief 3 seconds berating himself before resolutely conceding. If he could not change, then so be it. After all, most of their classmates likely knew they were siblings by now. Although he recognized Ruan Cece was feigning her vulnerability, the sight of her pitiable expression still tugged at his heartstrings. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to introspectively examine his own mindset. Could it be that he was truly perverse? With this thought, Jiang Yu found himself spiraling into a bout of melancholy. No, this truly required serious consideration. Ruan Cece was merely 16 or 17, but he was not. Damn it, Jiang Yu, you're a real scoundrel. He spared no mercy in his self-reproach. Distracted by his thoughts, he appeared somewhat absent-minded. Qi Han called out to him twice before he responded. Yu Ye. Chapter 61. Zhou Xianxian. I'm merely a cog in your play? Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, turning to Qi Han. What is wrong? Why are you shouting? Scaring me. Noticing Ruan Cece shooting him a covert glare, Qi Han whispered, you're calling his soul back. Qi Han, I feel quite innocent in this matter. However, knowing them for this long, he understood that Ruan Cece's reasoning was devoid of logic when it came to Jiang Yu. He was her sole rationale. Thus, Qi Han bore no resentment, merely chuckling as he said, my apologies, but I've called you several times. I was just asking whether we should head to the 2nd or 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Their side was in the new campus, sprawling with 2 cafeterias. Cafeteria No. 1 had 3 floors, while cafeteria number 2 had 2. Today, they were heading to cafeteria number 1. Originally, Jiang Yu intended to say it didn't matter, but suddenly recalled that the 3rd floor had a delicious clay pot rice dish that Ruan Cece would likely enjoy. He wondered if any changes would occur now that he had been reborn. Let us opt for the 3rd floor. As the group reached the cafeteria entrance, they spotted Zhou Xianxian, who joyfully waved at them before dashing over to link arms with Ruan Cece, exclaiming, hurry up, I'm starving. We have to return for evening self-study soon. Indeed, the unfortunate reality for high school students included evening study sessions, with Zhou Xianxian clinging to her. Ruan Cece was compelled to release the hem of Jiang Yu's shirt, her expression clearly displeased. However, Zhou Xianxian, having shared a desk with her for an extended period, was accustomed to it, chatting about their new class and lamenting how she was struggling to adjust, expressing that without the lovely Cece, she would probably lack the energy to attend class. The three of them walked ahead, amused by Zhou Xianxian's infatuated musings. Jiang Yu turned to her, teasing, "You can still look in the mirror, can't you, beautiful girl?" This was merely banter among friends. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he felt an intense gaze piercing through him, causing him to stiffen. He then locked eyes with Ruan Cece, her expression dark with reproach and disappointment. Zhou Xianxian quickly interjected, "You go. Do eat more and speak less. Don't flatter me. Cece is so beautiful. Just look at her." She spoke rapidly, feeling that if it weren't so odd, she would have liked to leap 3,000 miles away from Jiang Yu. "Thank you very much. Woo-woo. I want to be lifelong friends with Cece. Jiang Yu, please don't praise me." In the midst of Zhou Xuanxuan's desperate plea for survival, Jiang Yu seized the opportunity. Raising an eyebrow at Ruan Cece, "Our Ruan Cece is undoubtedly the most beautiful. Now let us go eat." As he spoke, he intended to gently tug at her ponytail, but then remembered the injury on her head. His hand lifted but stopped short of touching her. Yet, Ruan Cece, having recently been comforted, instinctively leaned forward, gently nudging her head against his outstretched hand. How adorably charming. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, likening her to Mario, who is known for his mushroom adventures. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianxian, who had been adoringly gazing at him, was taken aback. She could only lament that Jiang Yu was rather dense, especially with two straightforward boys nearby. Shi Han exclaimed, "Brother Yu, you play too?" "I do as well." Lu Ji looked astonished. "Aren't you two into playing as sewer workers?" "Who are you calling a sewer worker?" Laughter ensued as they decided to indulge in clay pot rice upon Jiang Yu's suggestion, thankful that the place was still operating. Jiang Yu noticed that Ruan Cece had devoured nearly half of her meal, clearly enjoying it. Suyin had always praised Ruan Cece for being unpicky, unlike Jiang Yu, who was notoriously selective about his food. However, Jiang Yu understood that her pickiness stemmed from a desire to conceal it from others. Even after spending so much time at his home, she continued to meticulously play the role of the perfect girl, beautiful, academically gifted, and gentle in character. This flawless image, bordering on surreal, was how Su-yin and the others perceived Ruan Cece. Over time, Jiang Yu managed to discern her likes and dislikes, yet he never exposed her facade. If this charade provided her with a sense of security, he willingly played along, subtly offering her the things she cherished. Good children are rewarded. Ruan Cece felt his gaze and lifted her eyes to meet Jiang Yu's, only to find him smiling at her before turning his attention back to chat with Shi Han and the others. She continued to stare at his handsome profile, mentally noting, "Jiang Yu praised me with a score of 100 today. Jiang Yu took me out for clay pot rice, another 100. Jiang Yu complimented Zhou Xianxian, a mere 1 point. After their meal, the group parted ways at the dining hall entrance, heading in different directions towards their respective dormitories. They all needed to return a shower, otherwise they would surely smell unpleasant. On the way back, Zhou Xianxian earnestly assured Ruan Cece, "Don't mind what brother you said earlier. He was just joking. I truly don't like that type. Furthermore, with you around, brother you wouldn't possibly be interested in an ordinary girl like me." Well, her instinct for self-preservation prevented her from admitting she wasn't beautiful. This was quintessential Zhou Xianxian. Suddenly, Ruan Cece gazed at Zhou Xianxian with wide, serious eyes, halting in her tracks. Zhou Xianxian stopped as well, a perplexed expression on her face. "What's wrong?" Ruan Cece scrutinized Zhou Xuanxuan's face, realizing she was indeed attractive, albeit in a different way from herself. Ruan Cece was strikingly beautiful in a way that could leave one momentarily dazed, bordering on the unreal. In contrast, Zhou Xianxian possessed a kind of charming beauty that grew more captivating the longer one looked. "Does Jiang Yu like you like this?" Ruan Cece inquired, her tone laced with confusion. Zhou Xuanxuan's face turned pale. "No. How could he possibly like me? You're the only one who stands out in his eyes." "Cece, wake up. I'm nothing like that. Think carefully. Doesn't Jiang Yu treat you differently than everyone else?" What a ludicrous thought. Although Jiang Yu was decent looking, he was certainly not her type. She was a connoisseur of beauty, having grown accustomed to Ruan Cece's stunning looks. She felt it would be nearly impossible for her to find a boyfriend in the future. Ruan Cece pondered Zhou Xuanxuan's words as if arriving at a significant realization. For the first time, she reached out and grasped Zhou Xuanxuan's hand. What's different? She had grown so accustomed to her interactions with Jiang Yu that she couldn't discern any disparity. Zhou Xuanxuan's eyes lit up. "Hey, Cece has had an epiphany." At that moment, Jiang Yu remained oblivious, having returned to the dormitory where most had already taken their showers. The boys were particularly quick, while some even washed clothes while showering. Jiang Yu and Li Yu were among the last to bathe. Jiang Yu was delayed because he returned late, while Li Yu faced issues with his leg. Ultimately, despite his tardiness, Jiang Yu was not reprimanded by teacher Tang, who had assisted Li Yu inside. As they settled down, Jiang Yu spotted a carton of Wangzai milk on his desk, undoubtedly placed there by Wan Cici. He smiled, poked it open, and took a sip. The evening study session was essentially a class meeting, where they also proceeded to elect class committee members. Li Yu, who was determined despite his physical challenges, even volunteered for the role of sports committee member. Jiang Yu had no interest in class committee positions, but teacher Tang had his sights set on Wan Cici. He didn't solicit volunteers for the academic committee. Instead, he directly called out, Wan Cici, would you be willing to take on the role of academic committee member? Chapter 62. You're not a child anymore, yet you're still holding hands. At this moment, all eyes turned toward Wan Cici as teacher Tang's gaze fell upon her. Jiang Yu noticed her body stiffen momentarily before she raised her head and turned to look at him. Suddenly, everyone's gaze shifted to Jiang Yu as well. Jiang Yu protested. What are you all looking at me for? Teacher Tang, aware of their relationship as siblings, smiled and said, Teacher Cici is asking you, why are you watching your brother? Jiang Yu remarked, well, now I've really become an older brother. He disregarded the whispers of his classmates, focusing on Wan Cici. You can make your own decision. Wan Cici responded with a simple, oh, finally turning her attention back to the teacher. I don't want to. Her response was decisive and clear. As the top scorer of their middle school entrance examinations, Wan Cici was well known, even to those who had never met her. Those unfamiliar were quickly informed, and many gazes towards her transformed, realizing that being both beautiful and academically gifted meant she was favored. Wan Cici's straightforwardness momentarily caught teacher Tang off guard. I thought you would be a suitable candidate given your excellent grades, he mused, slightly disappointed at her refusal. Nonetheless, he didn't press the issue and promptly selected another boy. He then urged the students to refrain from chatter and continue with the committee elections. Li Yu glanced at the back of Wan Cici's head, finding the dynamic between her and Jiang Yu rather amusing. He leaned in and whispered, so, is this how you and Wan Cici always interact? She listens to everything you say? Jiang Yu, inexplicably reminded of their brief conversation during afternoon military training, felt a surge of irritation. Hearing Li Yu inquire about Wan Cici again, he chose to ignore him, retorting, the teacher said to be quiet. You really do listen to the teacher, Li Yu muttered, but this was a talkative individual who continued, speaking of which, I feel like we have quite the connection. Your name is Jiang Yu, and mine is Li Yu. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. Why don't you mention that we're both guys? Isn't that a coincidence too? Li Yu was taken aback, sensing Jiang Yu's sudden fierceness. Hadn't Jiang Yu always been easygoing? Nevertheless, he fell silent. Jiang Yu himself was puzzled by this unexpected temper. Oh no, it seemed that not only did Wan Cici possess possessiveness over him, but he felt the same way about her. What was he to do? Jiang Yu was left in a state of melancholy. Thus, throughout the evening study session, they exchanged few words. With military training commencing the following day, evening studies would also be held on the playground. Once the teacher left after class, the atmosphere grew lively. Lu Qi asked Wan Cici, Cici, are you heading back to the dormitory? Wan Cici turned to glance at Jiang Yu. I'll walk him back. At this, all eyes shifted to Jiang Yu. No, I'll be observed all night. He laughed, half in jest. What are you saying? I'm escorting you back, so I can see where your dorm is. Previously, she had never managed to do so, and it was once again Wan Cici who waited for him beneath the boys' dormitory. Thus, Jiang Yu remained oblivious to the location of her own dormitory. As long as she could spend a little more time with Jiang Yu, Wan Cici felt a sense of happiness, affirmatively replying, all right. Lu Qi also began to gather her belongings, prompting Wan Cici to think it would be a bother for Yuga. After all, weren't they traveling the same route? She didn't dwell on it too much. However, Wan Cici's countenance darkened slightly, her lips tightening. As Jiang Yu packed up and called out to Wan Cici to leave, he casually remarked, not a bother. Isn't this just on the way? Ultimately, the three of them headed back to the girls' dormitory together. Along the way, they encountered other girls from Wan Cici's dormitory. Increasing their numbers, curiosity abounded among the new classmates. Jiang Yu, with his amiable temperament, answered every question posed to him. Aside from Wan Cici, who silently tugged at Jiang Yu's backpack strap without uttering a word, everyone else appeared quite cheerful. At that moment, Wan Cici was feeling exceptionally discontented. She thought to herself how chatty they were. What was so amusing? Why did Jiang Yu need to converse with them? Why smile at them? Her hands couldn't help but fidget with the strap of her backpack. What should she do? She longed to hide Jiang Yu away or to disperse everyone around him. Although Jiang Yu was particularly interested in the girls' chatter, he reasoned that they were merely new classmates, indeed Ruan Cici's roommates. He wished for her to interact amicably with peers of her age. He sensed the weight on his backpack strap increasing, and the encroaching darkness served as an excellent cover. The streetlights were dim, so Jiang Yu did not turn his head, but instead reached out to grasp the hand tugging at his backpack strap, giving it a gentle squeeze, as if to warn her that if she tugged any harder, it would fall off. Ruan Cici felt her hand enveloped by a warm grip, which squeezed her hand slightly. When she glanced up at Jiang Yu, who had not turned to face her, she suddenly tightened her grasp on his hand as he attempted to retract it. She was quite angry. If only Jiang Yu were willing to hold her hand, then perhaps she wouldn't be so upset. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback when she clasped his hand in return, turning to meet her fuming expression. He found it rather amusing, as Ruan Cici typically presented a more obedient demeanor in his presence, and such an irate display was a rare sight directed at him. Just then, they arrived at the foot of the girls' dormitory. The other girls bid Jiang Yu farewell, to which he turned and smiled, saying goodbye. I have something to discuss with Ruan Cici. Consequently, Lu Qi accompanied them upstairs. In that moment, it was uncertain whether anyone noticed, or if they did. No one spoke up. It seemed as though everyone was oblivious to their intertwined hands. This was the girls' dormitory, and it was the time when evening study sessions concluded, with students occasionally passing by. Jiang Yu continued walking, hand in hand with her, toward the shade of a nearby tree. For standing alone at the foot of the girls' dormitory was rather conspicuous for a boy. Observing her furious expression, Jiang Yu found it somewhat amusing. What is wrong? Why so angry? Aren't you the one who wanted to send me off? You're sending them off. Ruan Cici's grip on Jiang Yu's hand tightened further as she protested. After a moment of realization, Jiang Yu sighed in exasperation. Is it really because of that? Aren't they your roommates? They'll be our classmates in the future. It's just a chance encounter. He gently shook off her hand, releasing it. You're not a child anymore. We're not holding hands. Here, as a little gift for you. Ruan Cici reluctantly let go of his hand, secretly deducting points from Jiang Yu in her mind. I want to hold it against you this time. But I'll deduct 5 points. Jiang Yu pulled his backpack closer, which was noticeably bulging. In truth, few students carried backpacks during evening study sessions. Yet Jiang Yu did. At that moment, Ruan Cici watched as he unzipped his backpack. Chapter 63. Jiang Yu's voice was as if he were right beside her. As the zipper opened, a large gourd-shaped plush toy popped out. Ruan Cici was taken aback. Jiang Yu single-handedly extracted the plush toy and thrust it into Ruan Cici's arms. I'm worried you might have trouble sleeping in the dormitory, so hold on to this, a new plush toy. He gestured toward the red string hanging around her neck, saying, It's a gourd. It can protect you. Holding the soft plush toy, Ruan Cici felt her heart soften. Her previously sullen expression finally showed signs of change. Her lips curving upward. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with light. In truth, Jiang Yu worried whether she would be able to sleep at night. When she had first moved to her new home, she had trouble sleeping due to the unfamiliar surroundings, startling easily. Su-in had discovered this during her evening visits. Eventually, Jiang Yu had to stay with her for several nights before she gradually acclimated. It seemed that only in Jiang Yu's presence could Ruan Cici find solace in sleep. Thus, Jiang Yu genuinely feared she might struggle through an entire week. After presenting her with the gourd plush toy, Jiang Yu cautioned her. Make sure to store it properly during the day, tuck it in your suitcase. Otherwise, if the instructor checks the dormitory, it might get confiscated. I only brought one. Ruan Cici replied quietly. You might as well have given me a piece of your clothing immediately. She felt a twinge of guilt. Jiang Yu fell silent. No? That is a bit creepy. Why do you sound like a child who isn't weaned yet? Jiang Yu sighed. I bought this gourd, washed it, and kept it in my wardrobe and on my bed for a few days, so it should carry my scent, I suppose. One could say Jiang Yu truly understood Ruan Cici. He thought it was somewhat odd. He had purchased this before the incident occurred, fearing Ruan Cici would have difficulty sleeping in the dormitory. Yet the delivery had only arrived while she was hospitalized. At that time, he was so frustrated that he almost decided not to send it. However, he ended up washing it and placing it properly, which turned out to be useful now. Jiang Yu felt a slight flush creeping onto his face, sensing warmth. He had given Ruan Cici numerous plush toys before. Why did he suddenly feel bashful? However, this one was indeed somewhat special. He decided to push those thoughts away and rummage through his backpack to pull out a portable cassette player, offering it to Ruan Cici. If you still can't sleep, use this. There's nowhere to charge your phone, and you can't turn off the lights at night to look at it. It's bad for your eyes. He felt like an overly concerned father sending his daughter off to her first boarding school. In an instant, Jiang Yu felt a sense of weariness wash over him. Fortunately, this daughter was quite obedient. All right, is it more of that soothing music? I don't think it's very effective. Previously, Jiang Yu had sent her numerous pieces of lullaby music, but the results were minimal. However, because it was Jiang Yu who shared them, she would always listen. Jiang Yu mumbled in agreement. All right, you can head upstairs now. I need to return to my dormitory. Otherwise, the lights will turn off soon. Jiang Yu sighed, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Take care. Dorm life lasts only a week, and then we'll return home. Ruan Cece nodded obediently, and then blinked. Then can you not smile at them in the future? She still felt aggrieved about the earlier incident. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. No, young lady, I'm not intentionally smiling at them. It's etiquette. Yet, gazing into her large, dark eyes, Jiang Yu relented. Fine, I'll do my best. Is that acceptable? Ruan Cece wanted to insist that it wasn't just about trying. It was a certainty. However, she feared that voicing it would earn her a reprimand. Ultimately, she reluctantly nodded. All right then, I'll head up. You should return quickly. Good night, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smiled, gazing at the obedient Ruan Cece, who was clutching a gourd doll and holding a portable cassette player. Good night, sweet dreams, Ruan Cece. Go on up. I'll head out once you're inside. Ruan Cece nodded, took a step, then suddenly turned back, impulsively asking, Can I have a goodnight kiss? Jiang Yu's smile froze, and he gritted his teeth in response. Get up there. All right. Ruan Cece immediately dashed away, fearing Jiang Yu's wrath. As Jiang Yu watched her retreating figure, he felt his face grow warm. It wasn't until her slender silhouette disappeared from view that he turned to make his way to the boys' dormitory. Ruan Cece returned to the dorm, clutching her gourd doll, and upon entering, she was greeted by the first girl, Shui Qingqing, their class's cultural committee member. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Cece, where did you get that adorable doll? Their beds were both on the lower bunks, quite close to one another, and she reached out instinctively to touch it, only to have Ruan Cece shyly withdraw. She paused, taken aback. At that moment, Lu Qi emerged from brushing his teeth and casually remarked, It must be a gift from her brother. You all should refrain from touching it. Cece, as a brother's girl. The other girls erupted in good-natured laughter. Shui Qingqing's eyes widened. Wait, how can someone be a brother's girl? My brother and I can hardly stand each other. Exactly. My younger brother is such a nuisance. Another chimed in, though I suppose some siblings share a close bond. No one found Ruan Cece's behavior peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, My brother is quite wonderful. My goodness, I envy you. My brother and I think the worst of each other. Shui Qingqing dramatically sighed, then saw Ruan Cece's lovely face and added, But with your looks, it's only natural to be pampered. She nodded in affirmation. One girl seized the opportunity to inquire, Yes, Cece, your complexion is so fair. What face mask do you use? But don't you find it hot wearing those eye sleeves all the time? Well, you're so pretty. I look terrible wearing them, like an aunt from our hometown. Another girl lamented. The chatter of the young girls filled the room with vivacity. Ruan Cece hugged her gourd doll tighter. Their lively banter was a bit overwhelming, yet not entirely unwelcome. She silently wished they would refrain from conversing with Jiang Yu. After returning to the dorm, Jiang Yu chatted with the other boys for a while before turning off the lights. He felt a sense of relief, primarily because their curiosity about Ruan Cece was palpable, and the conversation revolved around her. However, he had no desire to engage. After sending Ruan Cece a good-night message from his bed, he turned off his phone, knowing the teachers would soon be checking the dorms. Ruan Cece also replied to Jiang Yu with a good-night message, then hugged her gourd tightly. She felt wide awake. In a dormitory of 16, even in silence, other sounds persisted. Some individuals breathed more heavily than others. Ruan Cece was not exaggerating. She truly struggled to adapt to communal living. Her body tensed with discomfort. Eventually, she retrieved the portable cassette player Jiang Yu had given her. It might offer some solace, at least muffling the sounds of those who spoke in their sleep. As she switched it on, a familiar voice filled her ears. Ruan Cece, why aren't you asleep yet? All right then, let me tell you a story. It was Jiang Yu's voice. Her previously tense and anxious feelings began to ease, and her body gradually relaxed. It felt as though Jiang Yu were right there beside her. Chapter 64. Summer's Icy Watermelon. Sweet Ruan Cece. The cassette player had been used by Jiang Yu for English listening practice, and indeed, it contained recordings of his voice, divided into 7 files. Each named by date, they were essentially stories, telling tales, and singing songs. Although Jiang Yu had not studied many instruments, he could play the guitar and the violin. He had abandoned the violin after a few years of childhood lessons. Although he possessed talent, he was rather lazy. As for the guitar, he self-taught himself after entering college in his previous life. In this life, despite having purchased one, he had not enrolled in classes, and his family had once thought he exhibited some talent, managing to learn effectively on his own. Still awake after the story? Fine, let me play you a song. His voice was pure, tinged with a mix of teasing and affection. Ruan Cece clutched the gourd doll even tighter, inhaling the faint scent that belonged to Jiang Yu, which brought her comfort. If she were at home, she would have already succumbed to the urge to sneak into Jiang Yu's room. What to do? This wonderful Jiang Yu made her long for him even more. Ruan Cece blinked, but ultimately surrendered to sleep, her eyelids growing heavy to the sound of his melodious voice. Thinking, after today, there are only 6 more days until I can return home with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, enjoyed a restful night. To be truthful, he had been primarily concerned about Ruan Cece's ability to adapt and sleep well, never considering his own comfort. However, the next morning, when he awoke, he found himself bleary-eyed. One of the guys in the dorm snored like thunder. He had always thought that was an exaggerated expression until now. He was not alone in his sleeplessness. The entire dorm was affected, with the snoring guy appearing remarkably energetic while the rest looked as if their souls had been drained. It wasn't until they reached the playground that Ruan Cece reached out to touch his face, jolting him back to reality as he mumbled, "Ruan Cece, don't take advantage of me." Lu Qi chuckled nearby. Come on, how many people wish they could take advantage of Cece? Jiang Yu felt somewhat exasperated and turned to Ruan Cece, naturally accepting the steamed bun and soybean milk she offered him. Have you eaten? I did. Why didn't you sleep well? Ruan Cece inquired, concern evident in her voice. Jiang Yu sighed, nodding and shaking his head, and countered, how about you? Did you sleep well? Yes. I listened to Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star in the Little Match Girl all night. The little girl laughed, her bright features radiating joy. Jiang Yu paused, then chuckled as he playfully flicked her forehead. That's the little match girl. If the power goes out, you won't be able to hear tonight. Seeing him finally smile seemed to dissipate the fatigue from her face, and she felt a surge of happiness. She then explained, later, Teacher Tang asked me to organize some things. I should be able to recharge, right? That's true. You don't have to participate in military training. Jiang Yu's mood lifted as he observed her cheerful demeanor. Still, under Ruan Cece's encouragement, he quickly finished his bun. Soon after, their homeroom teacher and instructors arrived. The military training commenced with collective standing at attention. Jiang Yu noticed Teacher Tang leading Ruan Cece and Li Yu away, likely to assist with her organizational task. Watching Ruan Cece walk alongside others stirred a sense of discontent within him, akin to witnessing his prize cabbage being picked by someone else. Even though Li Yu appeared to be doing nothing at all, the military training was rather monotonous and not overly strict. Gradually, students began to request leave due to discomfort, and the instructor granted it. However, most of those excusing themselves were girls, prompting the instructor to eventually declare a break. Jiang Yu's instructor, a young man named Lu, was quite amiable. When the chief instructor arrived, he merely had them march in unison before allowing them to rest and chat. Thus, Jiang Yu didn't endure much hardship. In contrast, Ruan Cece found the experience quite taxing, as being summoned to Teacher Tang's office meant she couldn't see Jiang Yu daily. Moreover, Teacher Tang may be exceedingly kind. Just a couple of days ago, he allowed them to enjoy the air conditioning in the office while organizing their materials. In the following days, he permitted them to continue basking in the cool air as they penned their reflections on military training. Ruan Cece remarked, what insights can we possibly write if we haven't even experienced it? To their surprise, Teacher Tang thoughtfully provided them with examples from previous years. In any case, Li Yu was quite delighted. It was an absolute pleasure to enjoy the air conditioning and evade the sweltering heat. Although the teacher was also present, preventing them from using their phones, it hardly mattered. On the 5th day, Ruan Cece finally couldn't restrain herself any longer. Teacher, we haven't been through military training. I can't write anything. She lamented that she could only see Jiang Yu in the mornings and evenings, which was simply unbearable for her. Teacher Tang paused momentarily, adjusting his glasses as he regarded Ruan Cece, whose expression was rather stoic. He nodded appreciatively, realizing that Cece was indeed a child grounded in reality. Then why not go and observe? Come back and write after that. Beside them, Li Yu interjected, she likely wishes to see Jiang Yu, not the military training. Teacher Tang then stood up, saying, let's go to the supermarket and buy a watermelon for them to enjoy and cool off. He turned to Li Yu. Would you like to join us? Li Yu waved his hand dismissively. I'll pass. Teacher, with my foot like this, how long would it take to walk there? I don't want to tire myself out. Teacher Tang, understanding, led Ruan Cece out of the office. Ruan Cece's expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. When Jiang Yu saw Teacher Tang arriving with Ruan Cece, he was engaged in conversation with Qian Duo and Shenyang, surrounded by several girls. Qian Duo was quite the chatterbox. Within just a few days, he had befriended most of their classmates. It seemed he had his sights set on Ruan Cece, persistently trying to forge a connection with Jiang Yu. Despite Jiang Yu repeatedly stating that Ruan Cece had no interest, Qian Duo insisted, but we can still be friends. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Thus, Ruan Cece immediately noticed Jiang Yu amidst a throng of boys and girls, and her expression fell. Jiang Yu was even smiling. Someone in the group had spotted Teacher Tang and exclaimed, "Teacher, what brings you here?" Xinyang promptly stepped forward to take the watermelon from Ruan Cece, exclaiming, "A watermelon delivered from afar." Upon noticing that Ruan Cece held a small bag in her other hand, he reached for it, but she deftly evaded him, saying, "No need to thank me." Xinyang shrugged it off. Teacher Tang had already set down his own bag. "Come, enjoy some watermelon. Where are your instructors?" "They went to a meeting. We have some free time, haha." The students from the neighboring class watched enviously as they all delighted in watermelon. Jiang Yu, however, took his time approaching. Suddenly, Ruan Cece marched over, her small face set in determination, and thrust the bag into his hands, saying, "This is for you." Jiang Yu chuckled. "Why the long face? Didn't you mention that the air conditioning was quite pleasant?" He glanced at the bag, which contained neatly cut watermelon. Jiang Yu was taken aback. It was evident that Ruan Cece had prepared it herself, for the supermarket staff would not have been so meticulous. A joyful smile graced Jiang Yu's lips. Sweet summer watermelon. Sweet Ruan Cece. Chapter 65. A unique and unapologetic affection. Jiang Yu observed Ruan Cece's countenance, which was etched with indignation. Her once slender face had puffed up slightly. Jiang Yu instinctively understood the reason behind her displeasure. He gently tugged at her wrist. "Shall we share a bit? It's chilled. You can only have a little." The delicate girl, whose health was not robust, had many restrictions on what she could consume. Ruan Cece murmured, "You go ahead and eat with them." Jiang Yu couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Ruan Cece's eyes widened, her already large eyes appearing quite intimidating. Jiang Yu explained, "Qianduo, the boy who just sat next to me, is quite sociable. Those girls are merely chatting with him. I merely happened to sit beside him and didn't engage with any other girls, of which there were few." Ruan Cece seemed taken aback by Jiang Yu's explanation. Momentarily caught off guard, and her expression turned somewhat awkward. She quietly acknowledged, "I see." Qianduo called out to Jiang Yu, "Brother Yu, come sit with us, Cece." "Brother Yu, I even saved you a piece of watermelon." This boy was rather familiar. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's earlier introduction, Ruan Cece wouldn't have remembered him. Yet he was already addressing her as Cece. Jiang Yu guided Ruan Cece's wrist toward the crowd, asking, "What is your name? Does Ruan Xiaoxi know you? You just called her Cece?" Qianduo had an exceptionally good-natured temperament. Although his initial motive for approaching Jiang Yu was to get Ruan Cece's contact information, he had come to genuinely appreciate Jiang Yu's amiable nature over the past few days, forging a true brotherhood. As for pursuing Ruan Cece, he had let that notion go after being turned down. After all, contemporary youth should possess a sense of self-awareness. At that moment, he beamed, "Brother Yu, our bond is quite strong. Your sister is my sister. I'm Qianduo, but you can call me Qianduo Duo. Hello, Cece. I'm a good friend of your brother." Xinyang couldn't help but interject, "You truly have no shame." Just then, Lu Qi and Xue Qingqing also arrived, and Ruan Cece found herself seated next to Lu Qi, integrating into the social milieu. Jiang Yu took a seat on the other side of Ruan Cece. As soon as they settled in, Xinyang noticed Jiang Yu using a skewer to enjoy the cut watermelon, offering the first piece to Ruan Cece, who shook her head. Only then did he pop it into his own mouth. Xinyang exclaimed, "Wait, Brother Yu, you have cut pieces?" Qianduo, who had been about to pass over a piece of watermelon, halted, exclaiming, "What? There are cut pieces? I just saw them in chunks." Lu Qi chuckled, "Stop looking. This is a special treat." Meanwhile, Xue Qingqing gazed at them enviously. "Cece, your bond with your brother is simply too wonderful. I wish I had a sister too." Despite its childishness, Jiang Yu felt a genuine sense of delight. Such unabashed and unique affection, regardless of gender, held a certain allure. Jiang Yu smiled. "You won't be envious for long. This is a girl I've nurtured with care." Ruan Cece, observing Jiang Yu's demeanor, felt a slight smile tugging at her lips. Yet internally she muttered, "Who wants to be your sister?" The more tender Jiang Yu was toward her, the more she felt an uncontrollable desire to possess all of his gentleness. This yearning was not merely that of a sister for a brother. Previously, Ruan Cece had contemplated that if another girl were to appear by Jiang Yu's side, she would feel utterly discontent just witnessing him interact with classmates. The mere thought of Jiang Yu dating someone else was enough to make her feel as if the sky were collapsing. Thus, she had already inquired with Zhou Xianxian and confirmed that her feelings for Jiang Yu were indeed romantic. As for Jiang Yu's feelings toward her, that was inconsequential. He would ultimately come to like her, the kind of affection that exists between a man and a woman. With Jiang Yu by her side, Ruan Cece managed to engage in conversation with the others for a while, although her contributions were scarce. However, it was not long before the instructor returned. Ruan Cece took the uneaten watermelon from Jiang Yu, who then suggested they share a meal that evening. The next morning, they would have the afternoon off and could return home, leaving Ruan Cece in good spirits. Teacher Tang escorted Ruan Cece back to the classroom. Half an hour later, Ruan Cece submitted her military training reflections, 2 essays. Teacher Tang cast a glance at her and, with a chuckle, remarked, "Did you really go to observe military training? Or were you primarily there to see your brother?" Teacher Su chimed in, noting their close relationship. Ruan Cece smiled, but did not deny it. Teacher Tang, not wanting to put her in a difficult position, quickly dismissed them for lunch. Li Yu inquired if Ruan Cece would like to join him for a meal, but she shook her head, declining. She then departed swiftly, her pace brisk enough that Li Yu, nursing an injured foot, could not keep up. After the military training concluded, Jiang Yu felt as if they had merely sunbathed for a week. The instructors were quite amiable, ensuring they tanned evenly. With the training over, they had a day and a half to return home, as it was Saturday afternoon, but they were expected back for class on Sunday evening, with a rearrangement of seating to follow. This time, Jiang Yu was indeed waiting downstairs for Ruan Cece. She descended quickly, her backpack slung over one shoulder, dragging a suitcase behind her and clutching her gourd-shaped pillow. Upon seeing her, Jiang Yu promptly approached to assist with her belongings. However, the dormitory matron forbade him from entering, stating that boys were not allowed in the girls' dormitory. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and asked, "Are you all right?" Ruan Cece waved her hand dismissively, asserting that she was completely fine and that her things were not heavy. The matron's restriction was due to the fact that non-resident girls often move their belongings, which made it inconvenient for those who resided in the dorm. Jiang Yu took hold of her suitcase and backpack, saying, "Let us go. It's not every day that Teacher Su comes to pick us up." With nothing left in her hands but the gourd pillow, Ruan Cece reached out to offer her assistance, saying, "I can push the suitcase." "All right, if you truly have nothing else to do," Jiang Yu replied, handing her the strap of his backpack. "Let us go." Ruan Cece hesitated for a moment, but obediently grasped the strap that was handed to her. They walked in tandem, Jiang Yu pushing 2 suitcases, one which had a backpack perched on top, while he carried another on his back. Following closely behind was the girl, seemingly unburdened, simply cradling a gourd-shaped toy, her hand gently tugging at the strap of his backpack as she trailed after him. This had been their dynamic since childhood. They had traversed through seasons and time together, growing from little ones into young adolescents, yet their bond remained as close as ever. Ruan Cece glanced down at their shadows intertwined on the ground and cautiously stepped aside, only to find their shadows entangled, much like their lives, inseparable. Chapter 66. If you have a girl you fancy, are you not afraid of Ruan Cece standing at the foot of your bed with a knife? As Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece made their way out, many gazes were cast upon them. They even encountered Li Ziwen and his friends, as a new campus necessitated the relocation of older students. However, ever since being reprimanded by Director Zhu, Li Ziwen and his companions merely rolled their eyes and walked past Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece without a word. This time was no different, especially since Director Zhu had now taken on the role of guidance counselor at the high school. Neither Jiang Yu nor Ruan Cece seemed to care about the attention from others. To put it plainly, Jiang Yu had been publicly acknowledged by Teacher Tang as Ruan Cece's brother in front of the entire class, and he had resigned himself to the situation, indifferent to the gazes directed at him. Ruan Cece, on the other hand, had never been one to concern herself with such matters. As soon as they stepped outside, Suyin got out of the car to help Jiang Yu with his belongings. Noticing that he had tanned a few shades darker, she couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, our young master no longer resembles a delicate flower. Instead, he looks like a household servant." Jiang Yu sighed in exasperation. "Mom, why call me young master? Do I have no pride?" Suyin laughed heartily. "Young people should exercise more. Lying around at home all day isn't healthy." Embracing Ruan Cece, she asked, "Are you tired?" Cece? Upon noticing the toy in her arms, she paused for a moment. "You brought this too? Didn't T little fish just buy it?" Ruan Cece, nestled in Su Yin's embrace like a doll, replied, "I'm not tired, Aunt Su. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep." Su Jin, not overthinking it, gently ruffled her hair. "Of course, our Cece is still young. Once we get home, you'll be able to sleep. Come on, let us go home. I've prepared something delicious for you. Are you craving my cooking?" After Jiang Yu opened the car door for Ruan Cece and settled into the seat himself, he honestly remarked, "Actually, the cafeteria here is quite good." Just as Ruan Cece expressed her thoughts, "I do miss it." Su Yin Saif, fastening her seatbelt and starting the engine. "Isn't it because everyone loves their daughters? That's the difference." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, glancing at the innocent Ruan Cece beside him, thinking Ruan Cece is quite the flatterer. Ruan Cece simply smiled and whispered, "I really do miss it." Jiang Yu retorted, All right, another jab." Suyin cheerfully declared that she would only cook the dishes Ruan Cece loved. Jiang Yu lamented, "Is it truly so tragic for those who speak honestly nowadays? The atmosphere among the three was jovial, with Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece feeling quite relaxed. High school seemed to be off to a promising start, although Su Yin insisted on preparing only Ruan Cece's favorite dishes. The dinner table was still laden with many of Jiang Yu's preferred foods. Teacher Su had busied herself for an hour and a half, and by the end of the meal, Jiang Yu was thoroughly stuffed. He was urged by Jiang Weiman to go for a walk, admonishing him not to spend every day lounging on the couch. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu was dragged out by Ruan Cece. As they exited the elevator, Jiang Yu mused, honestly, being chubby isn't so bad. It was more of an offhand remark than anything else. To his surprise, Ruan Cece replied earnestly yes. Being pudgy is quite comforting to hold. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Ruan Cece continued, I think I might be getting a bit carried away at home. Feeling relaxed, she pondered how to recover from her earlier comment when the elevator doors opened on the first floor. Jiang Yu stepped out first, chuckling. Are you still being picky? Did I agree to let you hug me? Ruan Cece blinked in surprise and quickly followed, saying, I'm not picky. So can I hug you? Jiang Yu halted, meeting her eager gaze, and wiggled his index finger, as if to say, nice try. Then he turned to walk away, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Behind him, Ruan Cece quietly grumbled, That's not fair. If I can't even hope for that, then what can I wish for? Her reasoning was sound, and Jiang Yu nearly burst into laughter. Before long, she caught up to him, her expression one of negotiation. So how can I get a hug? In your dreams, Jiang Yu teased. Wait, why is a girl like you always thinking about hugging boys? I'm not hugging anyone else. Ruan Cece had grown bolder, retorting, I just want to hug you. Does it matter? I'm not a boy, am I? Being a girl is a disadvantage, Jiang Yu sighed. Why are you still acting like a child at this age? Of course it matters. You're not just anyone. Ruan Cece asserted confidently. Very well, she had won the argument again. Jiang Yu, watching her, finally turned away with a huff, realizing that he had lost to a child. Moreover, his heart was inexplicably racing. Sensing something was amiss, Jiang Yu decided he needed to regain his composure. Thus, while gaming with Chi Han and the others that evening, he suddenly inquired, Have you ever had a crush on a girl? The voice fell silent for a few seconds before Chi Han broke the stillness. Yuga, is something up with you? No way. Could it be that during military training, you've taken a liking to some girl? Lu Ji's tone was rife with gossip. Another teammate, Xinyang, curiously inquired, Who is it? From our class? Lu Qi, Shui Qingqing, or someone else? Jiang Yu interjected with a dismissive, what a load of nonsense. I'm just asking, purely chatting. Yet even he felt a twinge of guilt as he spoke. What is the difference between this and your I Have a Friend series? Purely chatting, indeed. Jiang Yu replied, I shouldn't have asked. Am I age? Why am I still inquiring about a bunch of kids? Yet, deep down, Jiang Yu mused that surely he must have had a crush in a past life. After all, who at 26 hasn't had a romantic interest? However, he had always been a superficial admirer, falling for looks at first sight, much like when he met Ruan Cece. It was that kind of innocent attraction based solely on her beauty. But with Ruan Cece, it was obviously different. After all, he had watched her grow up, and although she remained stunning, Jiang Yu had never experienced that striking, heart-racing sensation before. Until recently, he considered himself not that peculiar. Yet lately, his heart seemed to have developed a mind of its own, racing unexpectedly. He felt his face flush slightly, and the awkwardness was palpable. This was Ruan Cece, after all. Around him, Chi Han and the others were engaged in boisterous banter, speculating about which girl Jiang Yu might fancy. Suddenly, Chi Han chimed in, Wait a minute, Yuga. If you have a crush on someone, aren't you afraid Ruan Cece will be standing at the foot of your bed with a knife? At this, everyone fell silent. Shen Yang, who wasn't from their class and thus less acquainted with Ruan Cece, hesitantly asked, Is it really that serious? Absolutely. Lu Ji added, The ultimate brother complex isn't just talk. After all, Yuga has a sister complex too. Shen Yang gasped in shock. Is it that intense? Jiang Yu snapped. You all should just shut up. Chapter 67 reveals that Ruan Cece's unique feelings towards him were indeed common knowledge. Jiang Yu's command to silence them had little effect. Throughout that evening's gaming session, Shen Yang listened as Chi Han and Lu Ji recounted numerous tales, primarily focusing on the excessive behaviors of Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece as a brother and sister duo. After hearing their stories, he could only express admiration. I don't have a sister, but I have a younger brother whom I feel like hitting every day. So, Yuga, how do you maintain such a good relationship? Shen Yang's curiosity was palpable. It was genuine, not feigned. At that moment, Chi Han remarked, Didn't I tell you? Ruan Cece would fiercely protect Yuga. Even though my feelings for her are quite complicated, I genuinely envy that. He wanted to add that Yuga also fiercely protected Ruan Cece, recalling the day Jiang Yu had confronted Ruan de Tian, as if he were out for blood. However, there were still 2 people unaware of that day's events. So he refrained from voicing that thought. Lu Ji sighed. Back in the day, I was also smitten upon meeting Ruan Cece. She is such a beautiful girl. Yuga, don't scold me. I just react like that to pretty girls. He was quite adept at justifying himself. I wasn't the only one. Eventually, we all gave up. Xinyang, do you know why? Senyang Agirli replied. Why? Because we clearly understood that in Ruan Cece's eyes, there were only Yuga and the rest of us classmates. Regardless of gender, everyone else was just other classmates. You know that feeling, right? So we joked about pursuing the class beauty. But very few actually dared to try, only to find themselves in a futile struggle. Jiang Yu listened to their chatter, feeling a fleeting sense of disorientation. It turned out that Ruan Cece's unique feelings for him were indeed well known. While classmates often joked around, Jiang Yu, being one of the parties involved, had always regarded Ruan Cece as a sister, and as such, he had been oblivious to any impropriety. It was akin to being in the eye of a storm. Situated in the center, he was unaware of the magnitude of the devastation brought by the tempest. However, as he absorbed their earnest analyses and critiques regarding Ruan Cece's feelings for him and his feelings for her, Jiang Yu realized that he had mistakenly believed he and T crossed any boundaries, yet he had never truly stood firmly on the line separating brother from sister. A sense of anxiety began to envelop him, especially when Shenyang added, "You two have such a good sibling bond. If you were to start dating, would Ruan Cece really agree? So who is it then?" Shenyang's curiosity was genuine, especially considering they had just completed military training. At that moment, none of the 3 others considered that the person in question could be Ruan Cece. The notion that they were siblings seemed to have overshadowed the fact that they were not actually related by blood. In fact, it wasn't just the 3 of them. Even other classmates and Su Yin had instinctively forgotten, perceiving them as biological siblings. All their closeness felt entirely reasonable. It was as if they had received a buff. No one mentioned their sibling relationship. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Yu felt increasingly suffocated by the incessant references to brother and sister. Hearing Shenyang's words, he spoke in a slightly flustered tone. "I'm really just asking casually. There is truly no one. It's only been a few days since military training." Chi Han and the others seemed uncertain whether to believe him, and Jiang Yu hastily changed the subject. Somehow, they transitioned to discussing Li Ziwen, with Lu Ji saying, "Hey Yuga, do you remember Li Ziwen? The one a year ahead of us? His younger brother seems to be in your class. I've heard he holds grudges, so be careful if his brother comes looking for trouble." Jiang Yu paused, inexplicably reminded of the enthusiastic Li Yu. The surname, Li, was common. There were at least 7 or 8 students with that surname in their class. Yet, Jiang Yu's first thought was indeed of him. Chi Han, still curious, asked, "Who is his brother?" "I don't know. I just heard about it before. I'll ask what his brother's name is in a bit. But it's not like there's any deep-seated enmity, right? It can't be that serious?" "Oh, you wouldn't understand. Some people feel that losing face could cost them their lives." Eventually, Chi Han's phone died, and their gaming session came to an end. Jiang Yu spent the entire evening in a daze, unable to comprehend his feelings or the nature of his relationship with Ruan Cece. He swore that he had no ulterior motives before. Initially, he merely wanted to protect himself and, by extension, Ruan Cece. But as harsh as it sounds, after raising a dog for so many years, one inevitably forms a bond. How much more so with a person? He genuinely hoped that Ruan Cece could forge a path entirely different from her past life. It was only after witnessing Ruan Cece bloodied and battered, from the moment she was hospitalized, and understanding why Chun Hui abandoned her, that he began to lose sleep night after night. Jiang Yu shut his eyes, covering his face with his hand, cursing softly. After a moment, he cursed again, his tone tinged with panic and helpless anger. A small head peeked through the doorway, its voice hesitant. "Jiang Yu." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Yu reflexively exclaimed, "You said you'd call me brother." Then he paused, muttering to himself, "Maybe it's best not to call me brother anymore." It seemed he was beginning to entertain other thoughts. To continue calling him, that would feel inappropriate. He lowered his hand and sat up slightly. "What is going on?" Ruan Cece stood at his doorstep, clad in her pajamas, cradling a large gourd in her arms. The door creaked open slightly, revealing Su Yin's face. "Your air conditioner is malfunctioning, so you'll have to sleep on the floor tonight. I'll have someone take a look at it tomorrow." The September weather remained sweltering, and without air conditioning, it would be unbearable. Ruan Cece obediently lingered at the entrance, a pure smile gracing her lips. She assured herself that the breakdown of the air conditioner had nothing to do with her. It had simply ceased to function without warning. Thus, she radiated an air of delight. Jiang Yu felt a tinge of discomfort. He had just begun to notice a shift in his feelings. This person so enchanting will be sleeping beside him? Come on, why don't you sleep with Ruan Xiaoxi, and I'll sleep with my dad. We're not children anymore. This is rather inappropriate. Jiang Yu suggested. He then observed how Ruan Cici's expression shifted from playful to forlorn, her gaze resembling that of a forsaken puppy. Jiang Yu, feeling suddenly guilty, quickly averted his eyes, mentally chastising himself not to be soft-hearted. Suyin, however, was quite resolute. What is wrong with siblings sharing a bed? Just for one night. One on the floor and one on the bed. You two used to cuddle up together to sleep. In her eyes, there was no need for such formalities among siblings. Besides, Cici won't sleep well with me, she sighed. Just make do for tonight. At that moment, Ruan Cici softly interjected, I can sleep on the living room sofa. It's no trouble at all, offering a fragile smile. No way. That is not acceptable. Jiang Yu protested, sensing a heavy atmosphere. Indeed, the next moment, Su-yin shot him a disapproving glare. It's settled. You'll sleep with your brother tonight. Jiang Yu thought to suggest that he could sleep in the living room. But the image of Ruan Cici possibly sitting on the sofa, staring at him in the middle of the night, was enough to deter him. Chapter 68. What type of girl do you like? Jiang Yu pondered over his rather unrestrained sleeping posture, not to mention the possibility of rolling off the sofa. Just imagining waking up to Ruan Cici's dark, gleaming eyes was rather unsettling. While she was indeed beautiful, he was not particularly bold. The most daring thing he had ever done was bringing her home. Observing Ruan Cici's pitiful and despondent demeanor, he sighed, All right, remember to call someone to repair the air conditioner tomorrow. I will. If it weren't so late, I would have called someone tonight. You two are grown up now. Su-yin murmured, then affectionately ruffled Ruan Cici's hair, adding with a smile, Now, off to bed. Get some rest. Ruan Cici nodded obediently. Su-yin glanced at her son. The pillows and blankets in your cabinet were sun-dried before. Get to bed early and no sneaking in phone time. Got it, Mom. Good night. Good night, Aunt Su. Good night, my darlings. With that, Su-yin gently closed the door behind them. Jiang Yu resignedly rose from his bed and went to the wardrobe to fetch a blanket and pillow. Ruan Cici approached, placing her stuffed toy on the bed, and earnestly suggested, Perhaps I should sleep on the floor. In reality, the mat laid beside the bed was quite comfortable. Even if he fell off, it wouldn't significantly disrupt his sleep quality. Thus, in essence, the distinction between sleeping on the floor and the bed was negligible. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. No need for that. My mom would kill me if she found out. After all, Ruan Cici had mentioned her wounds were healing, but there was an old saying about injuries taking time to mend. Both he and Su-yin were reluctant to let her sleep on the floor. After Jiang Yu had swapped his blanket and pillow for hers and made her a comfortable spot, he glanced at her, who was sitting obediently on the edge of the bed, and couldn't help but inquire, How did the air conditioner break? In truth, he wanted to ask if she had caused the malfunction, but he felt that phrasing might imply suspicion. He genuinely doubted Ruan Cici could be responsible for such a mishap. Ruan Cici seemed taken aback for a moment before meeting his gaze. I don't know. The light came on, but the vent won't open automatically anymore. Her eyes dimmed slightly as she added, Are you suspecting me? She stood up. I think I'll just sleep in the living room. Wait, Jiang Yu called after her. Don't be silly. I was just asking. He had no intention of persuading her too much. If she truly left, he would lock the door. Unsurprisingly, Ruan Cici halted her steps. Jiang Yu thought, It seems one must use magic to counter magic. Yet, seeing her dejected figure standing silently made his heart soften. He approached, gently taking the stuffed toy from her arms, grasping her wrist with one hand while ruffling her hair with the other. All right, you must be exhausted from all this fuss. Ruan Cici blinked, gazing at Jiang Yu. Is it that obvious? Well, somewhat, he replied, chuckling. Come on, let's go to bed. This time, Ruan Cici complied without protest. Lying down, she clutched the blanket that no longer bore Jiang Yu's familiar scent, feeling a bit disheartened. She had almost asked him not to change it, wanting to be covered by his warmth. However, she knew better than to voice that thought. Jiang Yu lay on the edge of the bed, responding to a few messages. Suddenly, Ruan Cici poked her head up. Brother. Generally, when she called him brother, it meant something was amiss. Jiang Yu set his phone down and looked at her. What is it? This time, her hair was neatly styled, unlike the disheveled look that had startled him earlier. You know I'm pretending, right? Ruan Cici asked flatly. What about before? I know, it doesn't matter. What is important is that you're happy, Jiang Yu replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting warmth. If this is your way of expressing your needs, I can accept that. Ruan Cici was overly cautious, hesitant to voice her desires directly. If this approach made it easier for her to express herself, what harm could it do for him to accommodate her a little? Ruan Cici froze. Her gaze locked onto the gentle smile in Jiang Yu's eyes, and her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Jiang Yu's tenderness was in the little things. Unlike Su-yin, who was excessively concerned about her feelings, he treated her as a regular person. This realization made Ruan Cici smile. How could she not like Jiang Yu? With him, she was just an ordinary girl, just like everyone else. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by the smile on her face. How could someone look so lovely even when upside down? He reached out to cup Ruan Cece's small face, gently lifting it, feeling warmth flood his cheeks. Why talk when you can just say it? Isn't that tiring? He averted his gaze, fearing his own face would betray him with a blush. Ruan Cece didn't realize that lingering a moment longer might reveal a blushing Jiang Yu. She grabbed her stuffed toy, lay back down, and smiled sweetly. Jiang Yu, so it's like this. If you need something, call me brother, but if not, just call me Jiang Yu, right? Jiang Yu chuckled softly. What a little chatterbox. At school, getting you to speak a single word is a Herculean task. Jiang Yu found himself weary just thinking about her demeanor at school, where she was reluctant to engage with others. It wasn't that she was unwilling to converse. Rather, it was the type of interaction where one would pose a question and she would respond with a curt answer. It could not be said that she was impolite, as she did respond to everything. Yet, her replies were devoid of any superfluous chatter. Indeed, she resembled a robot in that regard. However, that comparison was not entirely fair, for even the delivery robots in hotels had a tendency to chatter. Lost in his musings, Jiang Yu overheard Ruan Cece softly murmur, "What is there for me to discuss with them?" To which he retorted, "And yet, we have plenty to talk about, don't we?" Jiang Yu casually remarked. He then adjusted the cushion that resembled a head, which peeked from the edge of the bed, revealing a pair of squinty eyes that seemed to fixate on him with an air of melancholy. "You actually have nothing to say to me?" she lamented. Jiang Yu playfully slapped the cushion, not bothering to be gentle. "Oh, come now. How could I not have anything to say? So, what is it you wish to discuss?" His tone bore an affection he was oblivious to. Soon, he noticed the cushion's head being slowly withdrawn. Jiang Yu took a moment to ponder. It seemed she truly cherished that gourd-shaped cushion, unlike the previous times when she had not brought along to see him. Just as he was contemplating, he heard her ask, "What kind of girl do you like?" Chapter 69. I am best friends with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was caught off guard by her question. After a brief pause, he honestly replied, "Pretty ones." It was a straightforward truth. Being an art student, his instinctive pursuit of beauty was innate. After all, who wouldn't prefer a beautiful girl? A lovely sister would do just fine, as long as she was beautiful. Jiang Yu, a mere mortal, genuinely appreciated beauty. This simple answer left Ruan Cece momentarily stunned. She reached up to touch her own face. She must be considered beautiful, right? Ruan Cece had no specific reference or concept of beauty, yet she had always known she was attractive. Even Ruan de Tian had remarked on her good looks. As a child, she had encountered strange individuals who, drawn by her beauty, offered to take her out for food. Yet, their gazes made her feel more repulsed than Ruan de Tian's ever had. For a long time, Ruan Cece concealed a knife in her school bag, knowing that no one would monitor her closely enough to discover it. Whenever she encountered ill-intentioned individuals, she would flee. If escape was impossible, she had her knife. And she was unafraid. Those seemingly respectable individuals would cower at the sight of the blade, calling her a little madwoman. All of this was due to her looks. However, upon Jiang Yu's arrival, she found herself unafraid. All those unpleasant people and experiences faded away. From the moment Jiang Yu entered her life, she had basked in sunlight. Though she had never detested her own face, it was the first time she felt grateful for her beauty. Am I pretty? Ruan Cece's tone was filled with delight. Jiang Yu replied, "Anyone who says Ruan Cece is not beautiful must be blind." He candidly stated, "You are indeed beautiful. So, do you like me?" That little face reappeared. Jiang Yu responded, all right, you're quite the self-promoter. Truly impressive, giving yourself applause." He silently gazed at her cherubic face, clicking his tongue. "There are many beautiful individuals in this world. I cannot possibly like them all, but I certainly do like you. We grew up together. How could I not like you? Even if you were not beautiful, I would still like you. However, to take a step back, if you were unattractive, I doubt I would have lost my senses." Goodness, that thought made him feel like a slave to beauty. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of melancholy. Ruan Cece was clearly displeased with this notion, her delicate lips forming a slight pout. "That's not true. Among all the people in the world, my favorite is Jiang Yu." She expressed this with earnestness. Jiang Yu, caught in a moment of vulnerability, felt his heart race uncontrollably. He took a deep breath. "All right, I understand. You now comprehend what it means to like someone. There are many forms of affection. I don't care. Regardless of the type, I like Jiang Yu the most. I am best friends with Jiang Yu." Her declaration carried a childlike innocence. At that moment, the stirring in Jiang Yu's heart calmed slightly after her words. He reached out and pinched her protruding cheek gently. "All right, I understand. You and I are also the best of friends." In that instant, he realized that Ruan Cece was still young, perhaps unable to differentiate between the various types of affection. He himself remained in a state of confusion, let alone Ruan Cece. He must not mislead her. He should guide her along the path bathed in sunlight, and not become a cloud that obscured her brightness. At this moment, Jiang Yu was entirely unaware that Ruan Cici's way of thinking diverged from others. After all, in her world, there was only Jiang Yu and everyone else. Jiang Yu and other matters. Jiang Yu was unique, the most special presence in Ruan Cici's life. Ruan Cici could tell from Jiang Yu's expression that he was merely comforting her. Look, he always treats me like a child. Even though he is only a few months older. Ruan Cici wished to say more, but when she met Jiang Yu's affectionate gaze, she sighed in resignation. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She sat up and pulled a tube of ointment from the pocket of her pajamas, having forgotten to apply it for her scars. She glanced at Jiang Yu, and he should be asleep. Jiang Yu sat up, reaching for the ointment in her hand, then stood up. She could apply the ointment on her front scars, but for the ones on the back of her head and back, she would certainly need assistance. Previously, in the school dormitory, she had always relied on Lu Qi, who would cry every time he applied it. In truth, Ruan Cici felt no pain. The wounds had healed long ago. Returning home, she should have asked Su Yin for help, but she had intentionally refrained from mentioning it, and Su had likely forgotten. At that moment, she felt a delightful sensation as Jiang Yu's cool fingertips gently applied the ointment to her scars. Her spirits lifted. She couldn't help but inquire. The doctor said it would fade if I keep applying it. I already have so many scars. I can't have any more. Jiang Yu preferred beauty. Yet, while her face was lovely, her body bore many scars. Ruan Cici felt a twinge of discouragement, oblivious to Jiang Yu's silence. Jiang Yu gazed at the scar on the back of her head and the pink scar beside her neck, his hand trembling slightly. His movements were delicate, as if any excess pressure would cause her pain. Ruan Cici finally noticed Jiang Yu's silence and turned to look at him, discovering that his eyes were red-rimmed. In the soft light, Jiang Yu could not hide his emotions, his frustration spilling forth as he exclaimed, "What are you fidgeting about? Does it hurt?" Though his tone was harsh, it was laced with concern. Ruan Cici despised the pitying glances of others, yet she yearned for Jiang Yu to always feel compassion for her. Thus, her bright, watery eyes fixed intently on him. "It's really not that bad. It just feels a bit itchy. Can you blow on it for me? Didn't you say that blowing makes it hurt less?" Jiang Yu muttered that it was a trick for children, yet he still leaned down and gently blew on the area. The boy's eyelids, slightly reddened, cast shadows over his soft features, and even the force of his breath was tender, as if fearing to cause her pain. Ruan Cici felt a surge of joy within her. Jiang Yu truly cared for her. In fact, she mused that a kiss might yield even better results. Why not take a chance? Perhaps Jiang Yu could be swayed, right? But instead of succumbing to her charm, Jiang Yu shot her a glare, as if to say, "You think you're so clever? You can't take advantage of me." All the complicated emotions of pity shattered into fragments upon her bold request. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu glanced at the scar. It hadn't completely shattered his concern. He observed Ruan Cici's innocent yet bewildered expression, let out a sigh, and thought, "I can't say I'm at a disadvantage here. You're the one truly at a loss. You know that? At a loss? If you were to kiss me, wouldn't that make you the one at a disadvantage? I would gain the upper hand." Ruan Cici inched her lovely face closer, teasing, "Would you like to give it a try?" Jiang Yu, wearing a forced grin, retorted, "Do you wish to test whether I would hesitate to hit you?" Yet, she remained unafraid, laughingly replying, "I guess you wouldn't dare." Jiang Yu was left speechless, finally understanding why people said raising children could be exhausting. Perhaps it wasn't just a rumor. It was indeed true. Chapter 70. Shall I tell you the tale of the golden-haired prince? The crux of the matter was, she was indeed correct. Jiang Yu could not bear to part with her, and that alone was enough to trouble him. Seeing her smug little face only added to his vexation. He reached out to cover her face, saying, "All right, let's finish this and get some sleep." Yet, she turned to him, tilting her head, and asked, "Could you apply some ointment here? I can't be bothered to look in a mirror." The scar near her collarbone was also in need of attention. Jiang Yu gently applied the ointment, initially focused on the task. However, he gradually became distracted by the contrast between his hand and Ruan Cici's skin tone. Although they hadn't trained much during military drills, the sun had undeniably darkened his skin. Ruan Cici, who had skipped the drills and possessed naturally fair skin, was notably pale, with her skin appearing tender, yet lacking in color. Jiang Yu found himself captivated by the stark contrast between their complexions, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her collarbone. The girl's collarbone was quite pronounced, largely due to her slender frame. Ruan Cici's pajamas were modest, as she typically wore long sleeves even in summer, almost resembling a turtleneck. Jiang Yu's thoughts were innocent. He merely thought she looked too thin, her butterfly bones apparent from behind. However, Ruan Cici noticed his gaze and began to ponder whether her pajamas were too conservative. In truth, her figure was quite commendable. One could not deny that Chun Hui had bestowed her with an exquisite appearance and physique, even if her foundation had been lacking. Aunt Su's efforts had significantly improved her development. During previous conversations with Zhou, Xian, and others, they had broached intimate topics. Xian and the others had mentioned that, at their age, he was already quite impressive. Yet, Ruan Cici's hand gently brushed against her chest, leading her to wonder if she might be better endowed than they had claimed. Jiang Yu, having been focused on her, naturally caught sight of her gesture. While it was not particularly indecent, the slight motion rendered her figure rather pronounced. Jiang Yu quickly averted his gaze and withdrew his hand, saying, "All right, you can finish the rest by yourself." Ruan Cici, contemplating whether to change her pajamas, remained oblivious to Jiang Yu's momentary discomfort. She simply replied, "Oh, okay." Subsequently, Jiang Yu rolled off the bed, lay back down, and pulled the blanket over himself. He felt that his thoughts were amiss. Perhaps it was the military training that had kept him at school for over a week. As Jiang Yu wrestled with his thoughts, Ruan Cici busied herself with her phone. The room fell into a tranquil silence until Jiang Yu finally said, "I'm turning off the lights." Ruan Cici responded with an Jiang Yu stood up to glance at her, warning, "Stop playing on your phone." At last, she decisively placed her order and obediently set her phone aside. Once the lights were extinguished, Jiang Yu lay down and suddenly heard Ruan Cici's voice, "Brother, I've gotten used to hearing stories at school. Can you tell me one now? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep." Jiang Yu sighed. "Who spoiled you with such a bad habit?" "You did," Ruan Cici boldly replied. "You can't just stop caring about it." Jiang Yu was left speechless. He rolled his eyes in the dark, but a smile lingered on his face. "What would you like to hear? Shall I regale you with the tale of the golden-haired prince?" "What is a golden-haired prince?" Ruan Cici's voice brimmed with astonishment. The stories Jiang Yu had told her over the years were, in their essence, quite normal, particularly those that radiated positivity. However, now that she had matured, the tale seemed increasingly bizarre, imbued with an oddly familiar yet twisted essence that was hard to describe. At that moment, it was akin to a derivative version of the Frog Prince. Jiang Yu cleared his throat and instructed, "Listen to me first." Oh, Ruan Cici complied obediently. Soon, Jiang Yu began, "Once upon a time, there was a joyful little girl who was very beautiful." Indeed, the plot felt familiar. The little girl lost her favorite toy, and a golden-haired boy appeared, claiming he could help her find it. The little girl, believing him, was ultimately led astray. In the end, her brother appeared with a sword and chased the golden-haired boy away. It was still that familiar yet eerie storyline. Jiang Yu then asked, "What does this story teach us?" That no matter what, my brother will always come to rescue me." Ruan Cici pondered before speaking. Jiang Yu, filled with exasperation, dismissed her answer, "Of course not. This story teaches us that if you lose something, it's lost. When I come back, I'll buy you a new one. Don't trust those colorful hairs, understand?" Ruan Cici beamed with delight. "Got it." Jiang Yu felt satisfaction. The lesson against colorful hairs was one that must not be overlooked. "All right, second question. What should you do if you encounter such a person?" Ruan Cici thought to herself, "I would kill him, or perhaps sell him for profit." However, she knew the answer Jiang Yu sought, so she dutifully replied, "Look for an opportunity to call the police and then contact you." Jiang Yu was even more pleased, reflecting on the solid foundation of his teachings. Yet, he couldn't help but recall Ruan Cici's reckless design against Ruan Datian. His heart tightened. He exhaled, reminding her, "Ruan Cici, remember to prioritize your safety in dangerous situations, all right?" His voice had grown serious. Ruan Cici quickly affirmed, "I understand." Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment. Whenever she responded so decisively, he felt she hadn't truly absorbed the lesson. But what could he do? Finally, he sighed, "All right, it's time for bed. Good night." "Good night, brother," Ruan Cici whispered. "Finally, I can get a good night's sleep." And indeed, she was able to sleep peacefully. Yet in the middle of the night, Jiang Yu sensed the presence of another person beside him. Since the incident involving Ruan Cici, his quality of sleep had significantly deteriorated compared to before. Previously, he would fall asleep instantly. Now, it took him a long time to drift off, and he awoke easily. Strangely, however, whenever Ruan Cici was near him, he felt a sense of calm that allowed him to sleep soundly. Just like this time, he was aware that Ruan Cici had nestled against him to sleep. He should have been awake to question her intentions, yet he succumbed to an endless dreamscape. He slept profoundly and, upon waking the next day, found Jiang Yu lying motionless. Ruan Cici must have risen early and returned to her room. After all, she was quite restrained when his parents were at home. At that moment, Jiang Yu pondered if Ruan Cici had perhaps slipped him some sort of sedative. It all seemed rather peculiar. Chapter 71. Are you a cuddle monster? Jiang Yu's mind wandered for a while before he finally got up. After freshening up and stepping outside, he spotted Su Yin in the living room. Surprisingly, she refrained from commenting on his late rising. "Your son just returned from military training. After all, I do feel a bit sorry for him. Breakfast is in the kitchen. Help yourself. I'll be taking Cici out shortly," Su Yin informed him. Someone is coming to repair the air conditioner, so keep an eye on things. Jiang Yu, rummaging through the fridge, paused at her words. Where are you going? He queried. Grocery shopping? No, Suyin replied, glancing at Wan Cici's closed bedroom door. She just wanted to change. I'm heading over to handle the property transfer for that house. Chun Hui is likely leaving next week. Her husband seems to be facing some business troubles, but we need to secure the house for Cici first. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. I should accompany her. Let's not. Su Yin countered. What do you understand at your age? I'll go with her, and you can wait here for our return. We should be back soon. In Su Yin's eyes, regardless of Jiang Yu's age, he remained a child, and she couldn't shake her concern. Jiang Yu intended to argue, but understood his mother's perspective. She believed it was impossible to let the two children go alone. He decided instead, then I'll go too. I don't care. The air conditioner can be repaired in the afternoon. Suyin sighed, oh, you child. Just then, Ruan Cici emerged, fully dressed. What is going on, Aunt Su? Suyin glanced at Jiang Yu. Your brother wants to tag along. Jiang Yu fixed his gaze on Ruan Cici, who looked back at him, slowly blinking. Then let us go together, she asserted, knowing that Jiang Yu was likely feeling uneasy with Ruan Cici's agreement. Suyin called the air conditioner repairman and then led the two out. Jiang Yu, although skipping breakfast, accepted the bread and milk Ruan Cici offered him. He had no choice but to eat as they walked, and asked her, why didn't you mention it last night? I only found out this morning, she replied. I received a call from Chun Hui right after I woke up. Aunt Su just returned from outside. It wasn't Ruan Cici who contacted Suyin, but rather Chun Hui, who had called to request that Suyin take Ruan Cici along. Jiang Yu merely nodded in response. Suyin drove the two children directly to their destination. Upon arriving at the property management office, they spotted Chun Hui waiting outside. As they approached, Jiang Yu noticed that Chun Hui appeared significantly older than when they last met a week ago. It seemed her husband's troubles were indeed serious. Nevertheless, she managed to smile upon seeing them. You're here. Her gaze lingered more on Ruan Cici. However, Ruan Cici maintained her usual expressionless demeanor. Jiang Yu's face mirrored her lack of expression, while only Su Yin greeted Chun Hui warmly. Eventually, the four entered, and the contract was already prepared. Shen Yu explained, Initially, I intended to take my time selecting a place, but now I feel pressed for time. Thus, I purchased a home in the neighboring community next to your Aunt Su. Fully renovated. If you don't like it, we can always change it later. Ruan Cici nodded. Okay, understood. Jiang Yu picked up the contract to read it. But before he could glance through it thoroughly, Su Yin snatched it from him. Do you even understand this? Jiang Yu retorted, children have no rights, do they? In truth, he could understand it, having seen such documents in his previous life. It was a gift deed. Su Yin took a photo of the contract and sent it to a lawyer she had previously contacted. The lawyer had actually been reached long before Ruan Daitian found Su Yin, but their services had only become necessary later. They remained useful even now. Shen Yu remained silent, knowing that in their eyes, she was not to be trusted. Her gaze predominantly fell on Ruan Cici. Ruan Cici, however, ignored Chun Hui and retrieved the untouched milk from her bag, poking a hole in it and offering it to Jiang Yu. He truly disliked milk, wrinkling his nose as he pushed it back towards her. You drink it. She was too thin, and the image of her collarbone flashed through his mind unbidden. Jiang Yu instinctively averted his gaze. Ruan Cici did not press him to drink, and upon seeing his refusal, she took a sip herself. Chen Hui observed this interaction closely, thinking to herself, Cici would surely make a good sister. If only I'd taken her away back then. But as this thought crossed her mind, the image of Ruan Cici stabbing Ruan Daitian flashed through her mind, alongside memories of Ruan Cici lying in a hospital bed, covered in injuries. Fear gripped her. Chen Hui clenched her fists and turned her gaze away. Jiang Yu noticed the fleeting fear in her eyes and frowned. He wondered if Ruan Cici had noticed it as well, yet he still reached out to squeeze her hand gently. Ruan Cici was momentarily taken aback, looking at Jiang Yu. Do you want it? But I've already had some. Jiang Yu replied. All right, you probably didn't notice, or maybe you just don't care. He said gruffly. Drink it slowly. I'll buy you a whole box when we get back. Su Yin had just finished her conversation with the lawyer and smiled at Chen Hui before turning to Ruan Cici. Come over and sign, Cici. Ruan Cici responded with an O, and Jiang Yu naturally took the milk from her hand. Chen Hui noticed that Ruan Cici didn't even spare her a glance before signing her name. She truly trusted Su Yin and her family. This was for the best. They were good people. After Ruan Cici signed, it was evident that Chen Hui had something to discuss with Su Yin. So Su Yin suggested that the two children head to the supermarket across the street to buy groceries, just in time to return for lunch. Jiang Yu pushed the cart. Walking beside Ruan Cici, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. What is wrong with Chen Hui? Why does she only talk to my mom? I have nothing to say to her. Ruan Cici replied indifferently, as she genuinely felt that Chen Hui was less familiar than a stranger to her. Jiang Yu glanced at her, still feeling a pang of concern. What do you want to buy? I'll get it for you. Ruan Cece detected the tenderness in his voice and blinked, turning to him. I don't want anything. Can I just have another hug? She added softly, you said you felt sorry for me, but you didn't hug me. Jiang Yu retorted. Are you some sort of cuddle monster? Then I must be the most beautiful cuddle monster, Ruan Cece replied with a smile. ISNT that right, brother? In moments like these, she switched between calling him brother and Jiang Yu, depending on the situation. Jiang Yu felt his soft-heartedness was truly a flaw that needed rectification. After living 2 lifetimes, he was still so easily swayed. Another hug? He inquired. If you don't hug me, then you're not really feeling sorry for me. Ruan Cece said quietly. That was quite a hefty accusation. Jiang Yu let out a soft sound of annoyance and opened his arms for a hug. However, Ruan Cece shook her head, insisting that they should wait until they returned home for such an embrace. Jiang Yu was perplexed, questioning the distinction. Is there really a difference? Chapter 72, A Hug is simply a hug, unadulterated and pure. Given Ruan Cece's recent behavior, which seemed to suggest she harbored deeper feelings, Jiang Yu remained cautious. I assure you, a hug is merely a hug, innocent and straightforward. Unexpectedly, Ruan Cece, intrigued by his words, earnestly inquired, then what constitutes a hug that is not innocent? Jiang Yu, observing her curious expression, felt a twinge of self-reproach, as if he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. Wasn't the distinction between innocent and non-innocent quite apparent? Yet, Ruan Cece's earnestness indicated that she was genuinely seeking clarity, even regarding what a non-innocent hug might entail. It was indeed an uncommonly innocent curiosity. Jiang Yu dared not divulge. Oh, it's nothing really, I was just casually asking. Primarily, you always choose vegetarian dishes, and I was merely hoping for something meatier. Though this excuse lacked sophistication, his natural delivery momentarily diverted Ruan Cece's attention. Nevertheless, the question lingered in her mind. What did it mean for a hug to be innocent or otherwise? It wasn't until Su-in came to find them that Ruan Cece remained perplexed by the notion. However, she had to return, as Chun-Hui had already departed. With her early morning flight, it seemed she would not be returning anytime soon. Once in the car, Su-in relayed all that Chun-Hui had confided in her to Ruan Cece. She felt that Chun-Hui did not truly understand her daughter. Otherwise, she would have recognized that Ruan Cece was quite understanding and sensible, and that many matters did not require concealment from her. Yet upon reflection, if Chun-Hui had understood Cece, she would not have abandoned her in the first place. As Su-in drove, she glanced at the two in the back seat, playfully tussling over something. Cece, your mother is leaving tomorrow, she stated. Jiang Yu paused, holding up a chocolate bar to evade Ruan Cece's grasp, but she effortlessly snatched it from him, cheerfully responding, okay, I know. She then tore open the chocolate, not for herself, but instead popped a piece into Jiang Yu's mouth. As he began to speak, he was interrupted by the sudden sweetness, and upon glancing at her, he saw her already enjoying a piece herself. The softness of her fingertips had barely brushed against his lips, yet now they gently pressed against her delicate mouth. Jiang Yu was uncertain whether this was intentional on her part, or if his own thoughts had wandered too far, leading him to contemplate the idea of kissing. He redirected his gaze to Su-in, inquiring, so soon? Yes, her husband as company has encountered significant issues, necessitating her urgent departure. Su-in hesitated. Organizing her thoughts before continuing, her husband has become aware of Cece's existence, as Chun-Hui mentioned, but ultimately, he asserted that as long as Chun-Hui does not see Cece, it would suffice. The house was purchased with his funds, and an additional 200,000 yuan has been deposited for Cece's future education, essentially severing any ties of kinship. Su-in understood that Chun-Hui had agreed to this arrangement. Otherwise, she would not have communicated it to her instead of directly to Cece. Thus, Su-in felt a pang of sympathy for Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu, too, reached for her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Yet, Ruan Cece smiled and said, I understand. In truth, it's not a loss. She gave me life and, at the very least, a promise of security for many years to come. I feel as though I have gained. Her tone was remarkably calm. Had it been just Jiang Yu, her response would have likely been different. However, in the presence of Su-in, Ruan Cece always maintained a demeanor of obedience and understanding, refraining from appearing too callous, lest she be perceived as peculiar. Thus, Ruan Cece expressed, I hope that our lives will be vibrant and fulfilling in the future. With a hint of sarcasm, she added, her first half of life has been unfortunate. May she fare better in her next. Su-in and Jiang Yu fell silent. It was Jiang Yu who broke the quiet, gently pinching her cheek. Why the long face at such a young age? His eyes were filled with warmth. After all, we have so many who care for you, don't we? To my parents, you are first, and I am second. Su-in chimed in with a smile. Well, if you have someone as well-behaved as Cece, you could also be first. Mom. Calling me mom is of no use, is it, Cece? Look how wonderful our Cece is. So many envy me. Let it go. Ruan Cece, observing the playful banter between the mother and son, could not help but smile genuinely. She truly did not harbor resentment towards Chenhui. She did not hate her, for before becoming a mother, she was first and foremost herself. There was nothing wrong with protecting oneself. Although her childhood memories were sparse, she had experienced a few years of being cherished. Lacking hatred, there was no notion of forgiveness to contend with. She simply felt fortunate that when Chen Hui abandoned her, Su Yin and Jiang Yu had taken her in. This was a different life altogether. Had Chen Hui not left, she might have found herself mired in that family's troubles. Ruan Cece was indifferent to everything beyond Jiang Yu. Chen Hui had not harmed Jiang Yu, so to her, the distinction was minimal. Seeing her lost in thought, Jiang Yu pulled her closer. What are you pondering? I was wondering how to prepare the beef later, Ruan Cece replied. Su Yin interjected, I'll handle the cooking. You two just wait to enjoy. Ruan Cece responded with a smile, all right, Su Aunt. It was rare for Jiang Weimin to return home for lunch, and he mentioned that Ruan Datian wished to see Ruan Cece. Looking at her, he remarked, but I outright declined. Would you like to meet him? Ruan Cece felt no need for such a meeting. By the way, I've arranged for a psychologist for you. I'll take you there this afternoon. Jiang Weimin had no ulterior motive. Primarily, he believed the child needed psychological support after enduring so much to prevent any lasting emotional scars. When Ruan Cece first arrived, Jiang Weimin had taken her to see a psychologist, but she had been resistant and fearful of doctors. Jiang Yu had always defended her, and ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. However, colleagues had advised Jiang Weimin that the child's psychological state might not be ideal. Over the years, he had kept a watchful eye on her, and while she appeared fine on the surface, he still wished to consult a professional following the recent events, hoping to address any issues early on. After parting ways with Ruan Datian, a new life awaited. Yet upon hearing Jiang Weimin's words, Ruan Cece paused, glancing at Jiang Yu, her eyes betraying reluctance. However, she was too intimidated by Jiang Weimin to voice her feelings. Contrary to her expectations, Jiang Yu, who usually would have helped her decline, replied, all right, I'll accompany her. Jiang Weimin nodded. This isn't a problem. Su Yin helped them with their meals. I'll call someone to fix the air conditioning at home. Cece, is your room still cool? Meanwhile, Ruan Cece felt their voices fade into the background. Her mind preoccupied with the thought, what if I am discovered? Chapter 73, Kisses, Hugs, and Being Lifted High. Ruan Cece was acutely aware that there were indeed issues within her psyche. After all, her perspective on the world has always been distinctly different from others. Even though she makes a concerted effort to blend into the crowd, over time, she has merely adopted a semblance of normalcy. Nevertheless, the thoughts that occupy her mind consistently diverge from those of her peers. This particular matter has been well concealed by her. She once visited a psychologist during her childhood. At that time, she was still quite young and genuinely frightened, as every question posed by the doctor prompted her to fabricate her responses. Typically, no one would discern her deceptions, yet that doctor possessed an uncanny ability to see through her facade. He would not directly accuse her of lying, but would instead inquire, Cece, might the answers we hold in our hearts be different? Can you articulate them? He could penetrate her inner self. Over the years, Ruan Cece never contemplated returning to a psychologist for a second visit. In her youth, she could resort to tears and tantrums as a means of evasion. But what could she do now? Moreover, why would Jiang Yu assist her? Why the reluctance? It was evident to Jiang Yu that she was troubled. This is not an insult. He understood that Ruan Cece was capable of orchestrating schemes against Ruan Datian, a feat uncommon for someone of her age. In fact, it is something that even Jiang Yu, a man with a combined age of over 30 years across 2 lifetimes, would not dare attempt. Typically, when faced with adversity, individuals choose to save themselves, yet Ruan Cece opted for self-destruction. Even after the incident, her primary concern was never her own well-being. She was more preoccupied with Jiang Yu's potential anger than with her own plight. Could this be deemed right? Was it Jiang Yu who suggested she see a psychologist, or Jiang Weimin? Thus, it was only natural that he would refuse to aid her. Jiang Yu could perceive Ruan Cece's unwillingness and was merely waiting for this clever girl to conjure up some excuse. However, even after they finished their meal, she remained silent. Yet, Jiang Yu quickly surmised that Ruan Cece harbored a deep-seated fear of Jiang Weimin, one that had plagued her since childhood. To describe it, it was an instinctual fear of elders. Jiang Yu had always known that his words might not carry as much weight as those of Jiang Weimin. When it was time to leave in the afternoon, Jiang Yu knocked on Ruan Cece's door, while Jiang Weimin had already descended to start the car, instructing them to wait outside. The family had originally purchased a parking space, as they owned 2 vehicles, necessitating that one be left outside. Jiang Weiman remarked that parking was a distance away today and advised them to wait at the entrance. As Jiang Yu knocked, Ruan Cici's voice called from within, "Come in." Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the stifling heat of the room. The air conditioning was broken, and it was remarkable that she had managed to stay inside for so long without emerging. Upon seeing Jiang Yu enter, Ruan Cici, sitting at the edge of her bed, childishly declared, "I'm not going to see a doctor." Jiang Yu approached her, squatting down to meet her gaze, and noticed her flushed cheeks, likely from the heat, along with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. With a sigh, Jiang Yu reached out to wipe her brow clean. "Is this your rationale for suffocating yourself to the point of heat stroke?" he asked, his tone laced with exasperation. Ruan Cici, her head hung low, appeared listless. Yet, when she felt his fingers brush against her forehead, her eyelashes fluttered momentarily. "That's not true," she stammered. This statement rang hollow, for she had indeed contemplated whether succumbing to heat stroke would absolve her from the visit. Jiang Yu had seen through her. He simply smiled, taking her hand in his. "Let us just have a look. It's perfectly fine. Our little Cici is as healthy as can be. Ruan Datian is a thing of the past. We all wish for you to embrace a new life. You know, after the incident, my parents have been quite worried, and so have I." He looked at Ruan Cici, his tone softening. "I've even started experiencing insomnia. Just consider it a favor to me, would you? Let me rest easy." Upon hearing this, Ruan Cici indeed shifted her gaze towards him, biting her lip, her eyes filled with hesitation. Yet, she feared being diagnosed with a serious ailment. She dreaded the thought of them discovering her troubles. Jiang Yu chuckled. "Have you forgotten? A psychologist merely converses with you. If you refuse, they cannot disclose anything about you. It's confidential. I just want you to express yourself so you can feel better." Ruan Cici initially intended to say she could confide in him, but the words failed to escape her lips. There were many thoughts she would likely never share with Jiang Yu. After all, his family was exceedingly kind, and many of her thoughts would strike them as shocking. Ultimately, when Su Yin urged them to hurry, Ruan Cici followed Jiang Yu out. However, her typically flawless expression management faltered, revealing a rare look of discontent. If one were to describe it, it resembled a face of dejection. Jiang Yu found it endearing. As for Su Yin, she was in the kitchen washing dishes and remained oblivious. Otherwise, Ruan Cici would have certainly maintained her usual composure. Jiang Yu grasped Ruan Cici's wrist and called out to his mother in the kitchen, "Mom, we're heading out." Su Yin responded with an "O," reminding them to be cautious and watch the road. See, in her eyes, they were akin to elementary school students. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu complied, pulling Ruan Cici into the elevator while teasing her sad little kitten face. "All right, we're out now. How can you cheer up a bit?" Ruan Cici glanced at him. "Will you comfort me?" Is that not obvious?" Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow at her. "So how should I comfort you? A hug, perhaps?" He was unafraid of accumulating such debts. Unexpectedly, Ruan Cici blinked. "Then no hug. How about a kiss instead?" "That's not too much to ask, is it?" Jiang Yu. "No, you consider that not too much?" Ruan Cici's brows arched slightly as she earnestly explained, "Kisses and hugs. I'm already this old. I won't be lifted high anymore." She tilted her head, gazing at Jiang Yu. "Didn't you say not to seek out blondes because dating isn't fun? That means you feel the same way, Jiang Yu." "Did I ever say that?" Jiang Yu genuinely struggled to recall the offhand comments he had made before. He anticipated that the boomerang would return so swiftly. Yet, observing Ruan Cici's expression, he realized he must have indeed said something akin to that. He glanced at her and asked, "Just a kiss?" The reaction was not what Ruan Cici anticipated. She had expected Jiang Yu to refuse her outright as he had in the past. Yes, she stuttered, a rarity for her. Jiang Yu, however, glanced at the elevator before taking Ruan Cici's hand and placing a quick kiss on the back of her hand. The soft touch of his lips against her skin, even on her hand, caused her to instinctively stiffen. Jiang Yu was swift, and he remarked, "Wasn't that a kiss? All good." He raised his gaze to Ruan Cici, stating, Chapter 74, "Nonsense. I'm taking advantage of you." Jiang Yu's actions were so rapid and his words so unreasonably logical that Ruan Cici found herself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Her first reaction was to wonder how she hadn't articulated her thoughts more clearly. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Jiang Yu released her hand. "Let us go. My dad is waiting outside." With that, he turned away, his mood evidently buoyant. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of Ruan Cici's somewhat dazed expression reflected in the elevator's mirrors, her eyes wide with a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. She was simply adorable. Jiang Yu's smile radiated as brightly as the sun. He couldn't help but think that teasing this girl was truly delightful, especially someone like Ruan Cici, who is utterly adorable. Before long, Ruan Cici had caught up. The hand that had been kissed remained tightly clenched, and the sensation of Jiang Yu's lips lingering on the back of her hand seemed as vivid as ever. Despite the rapidity of the action, it felt as though it lingered for an eternity, even if only for 3 seconds. Yet, Ruan Cece perceived a delightful tingling sensation spreading from the back of her hand, through her palm, and into her heart. She hurriedly approached, reaching out to grasp Jiang Yu's hand. Holding hands, Jiang Yu feigned disdain, chiding her for her numerous requests, claiming she had never said anything about holding hands before. Yet, he did not pull away from Ruan Cece's grasp. While they ventured out in the afternoon, they encountered few people, but as they neared the entrance of the community, Ruan Cece instinctively released Jiang Yu's hand, opting instead to clutch at the hem of his shirt. Jiang Yu glanced sideways at her, aware that she knew no one would hold hands in such a conspicuous manner. Regardless of what Jiang Yu had previously said, she remained unyielding. Now, facing Jiang Weiman, it was time to play the obedient one, pleading for mercy. With a hint of cowardice, Jiang Yu emitted a soft hum. Ruan Cece, observing him, inquired what's wrong. She wore an expression of innocence, causing Jiang Yu to retract his gaze. His voice elongated as he responded, I merely wanted to remark that some individuals possess multiple facades. Do they not? Ruan Cece's lips twitched, and in a hushed, ambiguous tone, she replied, but in front of you, I'm always the one who adores you the most. Jiang Yu felt his heart flutter unexpectedly, a sensation akin to when he first found Ruan Cece endearing upon bringing her home. After experiencing that feeling, he truly became protective of her. Yet, this time, it was clear that she could not be his sister. Jiang Yu cleared his throat, muttering, What nonsense are you spouting? Let us move on, and refrain from perusing any peculiar books with Zhou Xianxian. However, Ruan Cece retorted, but you mentioned that other girls enjoy reading those. I could take a look too. Her voice brimmed with confusion. Jiang Yu, spotting his father's car, noted that he was uncharacteristically unable to keep up with Ruan Cece's conversation. Perhaps it was due to his heart racing, causing him to be less responsive than usual. Ruan Cece observed Jiang Yu's averted gaze, sensing that he might be blushing slightly. Jiang Weiman's car was parked at the entrance. Upon entering the vehicle, both became quite subdued, as they tended to behave obediently before their parents. Initially, Ruan Cece had momentarily forgotten her anxiety about visiting the psychologist due to Jiang Yu's brief kiss. However, sitting in the car, her restlessness resurfaced. Jiang Yu noticed her hand continually rubbing the back of her hand where he had kissed her, not with force, but with a gentle touch. Although they appeared calm in the back seat, an undercurrent of unease prevailed. Her beautiful eyes began to glaze over once more. Jiang Yu sighed internally. The journey from home to the hospital typically took around 10 minutes without traffic. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they exited the car, while Jiang Weiman took a phone call. Jiang Yu glanced at his father, who was frowning, seemingly engaged in a serious conversation. He quickly grabbed the other hand that had not been kissed and planted a swift kiss upon it, ensuring a balance of protection. Ruan Cece was momentarily taken aback as she watched Jiang Yu's quick gesture, followed by a smile. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly reached out to touch Jiang Yu's left hand, murmuring, I'm not afraid. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief, muttering, You do realize that if others saw, they might think I'm taking advantage of you. He hesitated, pondering how to respond. Yet, Ruan Cece seemed oblivious to this notion. She tilted her head, earnestly declaring, Nonsense, it's I who am taking advantage of you. After which, she nodded affirmatively. Observing such conviction in her demeanor, Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, You certainly don't come across as a clever child at all. He then reached out to gently tousle her hair, a gesture he shared with Suyin. Ruan Cece countered, What defines a clever child? There's no concrete definition. She adamantly expressed her desire not to be a clever child, but to be protected by him. If Jiang Yu wished to shield her, she wouldn't mind being a foolish child for a lifetime. Jiang Yu was taken aback by her words, unable to respond before the sound of the car door closing reverberated. They both felt an unexpected sense of guilt, straightening their postures. Jiang Weiman, oblivious to any oddity, beckoned them, Come on, let us head inside. Cece has just switched to a new psychologist, a female, so you should find her easier to relate to. Given Ruan Cece's heightened wariness towards adult males compared to females, Jiang Weiman hadn't previously considered this. It was only after a colleague's reminder that he recalled. Upon hearing that the doctor was female, Ruan Cece's expression remained largely unchanged, merely nodding obediently, Understood, uncle. After Jiang Weiman led them upstairs, he had to head to work. Arriving early, Ruan Cece was the first to see the new psychologist, who bore the surname Liu. Before entering, Ruan Cece couldn't help but glance back at Jiang Yu. He simply smiled at her, reassuring, I'll wait for you outside, while gesturing to the back of his hand. Sure enough, Ruan Cece smiled in return, prompting Dr. Liu to steal a glance at Jiang Yu. He met her gaze with calm assurance. Subsequently, Dr. Liu escorted Ruan Cece inside. The timing of psychological counseling sessions was unpredictable, so after a while, Jiang Yu took out his phone. At his age, it seemed every group chat was particularly lively. His middle and high school class groups were perpetually buzzing with 99 messages. Jiang Yu casually opened one, scanned for important information, and exited when he found none. Among the minor group chats, Lu Ji had tagged him, saying, "You've go. I found out that Li Ziwen's younger brother is named Li Yu." Upon reading the message, Jiang Yu felt an instinctive recognition of the boy. Kuihan Shai Medin. Wait, so he is in the same class? Isn't he that guy who sprained his ankle, and doesn't he have to participate in military training? He seems pretty approachable. Zhou Xianxian teased. Who can't you chat with? Rolls eyes JPG. True enough, silly smile JPG, Jiang Yu noted, bemused by Chi Han's apparent lack of awareness. Chapter 75, Brother Blow. As for Li Yu for now, he seemed no different from an ordinary classmate, albeit slightly noisy. Jiang Yu remained vigilant, aware that, generally speaking, most high school students weren't as diabolical as one might think. There were certainly exceptions, but they were few and far between. Jiang Yu kept a watchful eye, pondering what more could be done. Additionally, Li Ziwen merely felt embarrassed about his failed attempts to appear cool. If he had any intentions, he would have acted sooner. Jiang Yu had previously encountered that group while picking up Ruan Cece. They merely rolled their eyes upon seeing him. And since discovering that Ruan Cece occasionally disregarded everything else, Jiang Yu enrolled in a class. Indeed, he had a genuine background in combat sports, hence he signed up for Muay Thai. As the more proficient he became, the more he felt it was necessary. While engaging in chat with the group for about an hour, Ruan Cece finally emerged. Her expression revealed nothing. As they emerged, Jiang Yu stood up. Dr. Liu cast a glance at Jiang Yu before smiling at Ruan Cece, saying, "All right, it's time to head back." Jiang Yu felt an urge to inquire about something, yet he watched as Ruan Cece politely smiled at Dr. Liu, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, doctor." This unexpected display took Jiang Yu by surprise. Dr. Liu then winked at Ruan Cece, saying, "No need for thanks, just come back whenever you wish to chat." Bewildered, Jiang Yu found himself being pulled away by Ruan Cece. Once outside the hospital, Jiang Yu finally asked, "What did you two discuss?" Ruan Cece seemed to be in remarkably good spirits. To his astonishment, she glanced at him and replied, "Didn't you say this was confidential? If you don't want to share, you don't have to." Jiang Yu sighed, "All right, I understand now. So you have a secret with someone else, I get it." Ruan Cece. She felt a sense of familiarity with this tactic. She never anticipated that one day, the boomerang of her own expertise would be used against her by Jiang Yu. Ruan Cece blinked, scrutinizing Jiang Yu closely. "Are you upset?" Jiang Yu forced a smile and replied, "It's fine." All right, this familiar routine, Ruan Cece thought, feeling quite accustomed to it. Jiang Yu realized, ignorance is bliss. This tactic is indeed quite effective. No wonder Ruan Cece enjoys it, judging by her current conflicted expression. Even though she knew she was pretending, it still caused her distress, perhaps finally understanding his previous feelings. After all, Jiang Yu had previously struggled to resist a bit. Indeed, with a furrowed brow, Ruan Cece grasped the hem of his shirt, declaring, "All right, I'll tell you." Jiang Yu couldn't contain his laughter, erupting into a hearty chuckle. Ruan Cece. As he laughed, he playfully pinched her wrist, exclaiming, "You're so slender. Just teasing you. Have you kept your little secret safe? You only need to tell me if this doctor made you feel afraid or uncomfortable." Ruan Cece obediently shook her head. No, this was because Dr. Liu had only asked a few questions initially and then continued to discuss Jiang Yu. At first, Ruan Cece was reluctant to talk about Jiang Yu. He was hers alone. However, Dr. Liu was gentle and spoke not just about Jiang Yu, but about Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu together. She found joy in this, and thus, she didn't harbor any dislike towards Dr. Liu. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Yu nodded. "That's fine. Shall we head home? Do you prefer a taxi or the bus?" Given the time, the bus was not crowded, and taking a taxi was also an option. Although Ruan Cece felt a bit car sick, it was specifically the scent of seats that had been exposed to the sun within the vehicle that bothered her. But the short distance wasn't an issue. Ruan Cece, however, suggested, "Let us take the bus." They crossed the street to wait for the bus. Once seated, Ruan Cece occasionally stole glances at Jiang Yu. His awareness of her gaze was inescapable, prompting him to turn and ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just wondering if you're really not curious at all?" Ruan Cece confessed. Jiang Yu inquired, "So do you want to share?" After a moment's contemplation, Ruan Cece shook her head. "Not right now." Jiang Yu responded with an "oh," feeling his curiosity was in vain. "But when can you share?" Ruan Cece thought for a moment and stated, "Only after you agree to be with me can I tell you." Her words caught Jiang Yu off guard. An aunt sitting across the aisle shot them a curious look, her eyes brimming with gossip. "Jiang Yu, He considered covering Ruan Cece's mouth. But since she was silent, he could only stammer, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He could feel the heat rising to his cheeks. Ruan Cece retorted, "I'm not talking nonsense." She began to resonate with what Xian had said. Xian claimed that with her looks, very few boys could withstand her directness. Ruan Cece recalled how she had previously made a similar confession, only to receive a playful flick on the forehead from Jiang Yu. Yet just moments ago, she had seen his ears turn red when they exited the elevator, leading her to experiment once more, and it really worked. Now, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jiang Yu, watching as his face reddened further. Jiang Yu thought, "How can I possibly control my blushing?" He reached out to turn Ruan Cece's face away, saying, "Stop staring at me." Ruan Cece didn't push his hand away, but simply asked, "Why? Are you shy?" As she spoke, her lips brushed against Jiang Yu's palm, and her breath warmed it. This was enough for Jiang Yu to withdraw his hand abruptly. Meeting Ruan Cece's curious gaze, Jiang Yu mused, "For the first time, this journey feels lengthy. Why is this bus ride so torturous?" He took a deep breath, warning her, "Don't speak nonsensically. If you do." After a moment's thought, he realized he had no real threat to impose on Ruan Cece, as he didn't wish to upset her. Ultimately, he managed to say, "If you keep this up, you won't receive a birthday gift this year." Ruan Cece gasped and replied honestly, "Didn't you say you'd give me 5 years' worth of practice exams? I'm not really that eager." Jiang Yu could no longer restrain himself. He pinched her petite face, pulling it outward while gritting his teeth. "Are you looking for a fight?" The ant nearby gasped in surprise. Jiang Yu turned to meet her inquisitive gaze, instantly releasing Ruan Cece's face. "Annie, I'm not a strange person." Just then, Ruan Cece, having rubbed her already slightly flushed face, leaned closer to Jiang Yu, exclaiming, "Brother, blow on it." The ant gasped again, exclaiming, "Ah, these young people nowadays." Jiang Yu retorted, "No. Annie, are you just here to breathe oxygen?" Chapter 76. The previous hesitations and uncertainties were now answered by his racing heart. Jiang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him from the ant's unfiltered remarks. He covered Ruan Cece's face, lowering his voice slightly as a warning. "Are you still going to act up?" Ruan Cece complied, instantly sitting upright like a well-behaved student. "I'm sorry." Yet, her gaze brazenly roamed over Jiang Yu's face. I wonder if he is aware. His face is genuinely red, she thought, while she certainly took note of it. Jiang Yu dared not look sideways, but could feel both Ruan Cece and the ant's eyes glued to him. Their stares pierced him like laser beams, unabashed and unrelenting. Fine. He could feel the heat radiating from his face. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu resolutely refrained from glancing in either direction, primarily because he was utterly flustered by the young girl's teasing. Strangely, she maintained a perfectly normal demeanor while being so bold, showing no sign of shyness. This couldn't just be casual banter, could it? Truth be told, Jiang Yu genuinely believed Ruan Cece might not even realize that her affection for him was different from her prior feelings. Or perhaps he had misunderstood. Maybe both affections were the same, and he had merely assumed they were different. Ultimately, by the time they disembarked, Jiang Yu had successfully confused himself. Thus, he remained silent throughout the journey. Fortunately, that ant alighted midway. Otherwise, Jiang Yu felt as though his face would be thoroughly scrutinized. As he strolled back, he finally cast a glance at Ruan Cece, only to find her cheeks still flushed. Had he been too forceful? Truth be told, Jiang Yu had never been one to shy away from pinching, so this was quite unexpected. He couldn't help but frown and halt his steps, inquiring, "What is wrong with your face?" Ruan Cece, startled, quickly covered her face with her hands, replying, "What is the matter?" A flicker of joy and delight danced in her eyes, but it vanished almost immediately. She was well aware that her complexion was still rosy. Taking advantage of Jiang Yu's distraction earlier, she had surreptitiously pinched her own cheeks to achieve this effect. Indeed, Jiang Yu, who had previously avoided looking directly at her, now approached, towering over Ruan Cece by nearly half a head. She relished the sight of him walking toward her with such initiative. Little did Jiang Yu know that Ruan Cece's heart was already igniting with fireworks. All his thoughts dissipated upon witnessing her still flushed visage. He gently lifted her chin, muttering, "But wait, didn't you eat kiwi at the doctor's?" Ruan Cece was allergic to kiwi, and her family never bought them. However, this didn't appear to be an allergic reaction. Jiang Yu leaned in closer, fixating on her reddened cheek, the contrast stark against her fair skin. With a playful smile, Ruan Cece remarked, "Just blow on it for me." Jiang Yu ignored her, continuing to observe her flushed face intently. Suddenly, he let out a cold chuckle and pinched her cheek. "Ruan Cece, so, you're being sly, are you? Don't you realize that the imprints differ? When you pinch yourself, you're too gentle to leave a mark. You show no concern for yourself at all." Realizing she had been caught, Ruan Cece sighed in mild disappointment. Oh, how did you find out? Then please blow on it for me. Her large, glistening eyes looked at Jiang Yu with a pitiful expression as she sweetly pleaded, "Pretty please?" As Jiang Yu gazed at her enchanting face, which was nearly pressed against his lips, his first thought was, "She is truly beautiful." Yet, instinctively, he recoiled slightly. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Ruan Cece suddenly leaned in closer. Jiang Yu felt his lips brush against something soft and warm, Ruan Cece's cheek. Her movement was swift, and before he could fully comprehend the sensation, she turned and dashed away. Jiang Yu barely had time to process the encounter before her delicate, soft face had already parted from his. He watched as she hurriedly turned and left, not even daring to linger, let alone wait for him. As she vanished into the entrance of their building, Jiang Yu reached up to touch his lips, slowly exhaling a stunned, "What just happened?" Had Ruan Cece truly just kissed him? No, it wasn't quite that, merely a brush against his face. He pressed his hand against his racing heart, muttering a low curse, unsure whether he was reprimanding his heart or himself. Pull yourself together. Moreover, what had always been a vague notion now felt vividly clear. Jiang Yu had always maintained a stable demeanor, a quality instilled in him by his parents from a young age. It was as if he had suddenly faced death in a past life. Apart from an initial shock and fear, he quickly regained his composure, pondering how his parents would cope and whether his personal affairs would be exposed. His former catchphrase had been whatever, and he had remained emotionally steady, almost like a puppet. However, since becoming entwined with Ruan Cece, Jiang Yu had undergone a profound transformation. Most of his emotional fluctuations were indeed due to her. While his calm demeanor did not imply ignorance, he was astutely aware that he never allowed himself to be ensnared by his emotions. When faced with challenges, he always sought the most suitable resolution that would not disrupt his life. Yet, Ruan Cece had the uncanny ability to disrupt all his plans and intentions, serving as the sole ripple in his otherwise tranquil existence. At that moment, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, suppressing the emotions that had surged within him. He pondered whether Ruan Cece had truly recognized her feelings for him. He himself was uncertain. Yet, he realized upon their cheek-to-cheek contact that he might be in serious trouble. Was he genuinely at the threshold of awakening feelings of love? The previous hesitations and uncertainties were now answered by the quickening of his heartbeat. Ruan Cece had essentially been nurtured under his watchful eye. He had never pretended. He genuinely assumed the role of an older brother, always protecting her while wishing for her life to be vibrant and filled with diverse experiences. But at some point, he had developed a possessiveness over her. Perhaps it had been recently, possibly triggered by her hospitalization, instilling in him a perpetual fear of her being harmed, leading him to desire to keep her sheltered. As Jiang Yu approached the elevator, he realized Ruan Cece had likely gone up to avoid scolding, thus granting him the necessary time to untangle his shifting feelings toward her. Chapter 77. Have you two just kissed? Jiang Yu was not one to dawdle. Having begun to acknowledge his evolving emotions which had become increasingly evident, he resolved to confront them head-on. If he truly felt affection, then he must alter how he interacted with Ruan Cece. He would still grant her the freedom of choice, for he was older and could no longer maintain ambiguity in their relationship, leaving her uncertain about the nature of her feelings. Ruan Cece, on the other hand, assumed Jiang Yu would seize the opportunity to reprimand her. Initially, she had fled upstairs with a mindset of avoidance, reassured that with Su-in at home, Jiang Yu would not storm in to confront her, and perhaps he would soon calm down. After all, she had just been kissed. Ruan Cece felt a surge of happiness. Yet, as dinner approached, and she observed Jiang Yu behaving as if nothing had happened, she could not resist sneaking glances at him. Her interest was too blatant for Su-in to ignore. This scene mirrored the times when Ruan Cece had upset Jiang Yu before. Su-in, noticing the tension, offered Jiang Yu a chicken wing and quipped, "Did you two have a spat?" Jiang Yu, lost in thought, looked up at Su-in and then at Ruan Cece, confused. "What did I do?" Ruan Cece, caught off guard by Su-in's misunderstanding, quickly interjected, "No, we didn't have a quarrel." Seeing their exchanges, Su-in opted not to press further, recognizing that the children had grown and were harboring their own thoughts. Ultimately, she concluded, "All right, let us eat. You both should rest early tonight. Since you skipped evening classes after your hospital visit, the break is over and classes resume tomorrow." In the household, there exists a teacher who, during every conversation, evokes an unmistakable sense of familiarity. It is akin to the experience of having listened attentively in class, only to return home and continue absorbing the same lessons. Yet, for Ruan Cece, something feels amiss, primarily due to Jiang Yu's unusual calmness. Were it not for her own audacity in leaning in for a kiss, she might have dismissed her thoughts as mere figments of imagination. Nevertheless, she had indeed compelled Jiang Yu to kiss her. Yet, he appeared unchanged, as if nothing had transpired, going about his business at home as usual. Even before retiring for the night, he bid her good night before retreating to his own room, leaving Ruan Cece to feel the eerie tranquility that often precedes a storm. Jiang Yu pondered throughout the night, arriving at a rather profound conclusion. Is it his destiny to harbor feelings for Ruan Cece? Perhaps in a previous life? It was love at first sight. After all, he was initially drawn to her by her beauty, a true aesthetic admirer. In this lifetime, one would assume that seeing her daily and having her close at hand would diminish his attraction. Yet, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Ruan Cece is an epitome of perfection, and it extends beyond her physical appearance. Every facet of her being is impeccable, save for the psychological state that leaves Jiang Yu in a state of uncertainty. After contemplating for an entire night, he could not conjure a single reason to dislike Ruan Cece. It is human nature to be attracted to exceptional individuals, and given their constant companionship, it is no surprise that he finds himself enamored. Very well, I shall lay my cards on the table. Ruan Cece is not only beautiful, but possesses a delightful personality, and she understands me profoundly while I, in turn, comprehend her. I doubt I will ever have the patience to delve so deeply into another girl's character. What is it peculiar that I like her? Lying in bed, Jiang Yu raised his phone to his ear. The silence on the other end lingered for what felt like an eternity. Were it not for the call, still being connected, he might have assumed Chi Han had fallen asleep. However, something in Chi Han's voice trembled, causing Jiang Yu to realize, goodness, I had forgotten. They are not siblings. You bear the surname Jiang, while she's a Ruan. You're not even on the same household registration, are you? Jiang Yu contemplated for an extended period, pondering why he sought out Chi Han for a listening ear during such a vulnerable moment. It was precisely because Chi Han's thought processes were refreshingly unconventional. Look, he even helped Jiang Yu consider the matter. There was no sense of absurdity in Jiang Yu expressing his fondness for Ruan Cece. Deep down, he was apprehensive about being perceived as abnormal, but evidently, Chi Han would not judge him so harshly. With a sigh, Jiang Yu mused, we are not siblings. We are merely neighbors, and of course, not on the same household registration. So what is there to be troubled about? Liking Ruan Cece is hardly extraordinary. Many are enamored by her. After all, Chi Han exclaimed nonchalantly, what is there to be conflicted about? Don't you think my perspective is somewhat peculiar? The strangeness lingered in Jiang Yu's mind. What is peculiar about it? Koyan si mid perplexit, referring to their relationship as childhood friends, innocent and untainted. He chuckled foolishly, admitting that initially, he had not grasped the situation and even contemplated nations where siblings could romantically coexist. Jiang Yu could not suppress a laugh, responding with gratitude. You are a good person. No need to thank me. You're a grown man. Please refrain from handing out good person cards. It's rather nauseating, Chi Han replied, his tone tinged with disdain. Yet, he quickly pivoted to another pressing matter. So, when you were gaming, you were actually implying that your feelings were for Ruan Cece? Jiang Yu realized with a start. Has it only been a brief while? And you are already so certain? Chi Han was genuinely astonished, recalling how Jiang Yu had previously been in turmoil over his feelings. Has he truly reached such a conclusion in just one night? Is this some sort of jest? Jiang Yu relaxed, glancing at the gourd-shaped toy beside him, uncertain whether Ruan Cece had forgotten to take it or had deliberately left it behind. Regardless, it remained there. As he exchanged gazes with the toy, his voice softened. Yes, it was indeed rapid. My feelings had surfaced much sooner than I was willing to acknowledge. It was not that he did not wish to confront his emotions. Rather, Jiang Yu struggled to reconcile them with his own moral compass. Chi Han seemed to comprehend, responding with a casual, oh. Then he inquired, what prompted this sudden willingness to confront your feelings? Jiang Yu gently touched his lips, musing, perhaps it was when she unexpectedly pressed her face against mine this afternoon, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. Chi Han was taken aback, his astonishment palpable. Each word was familiar, yet the implication was overwhelming. Are you serious? Jiang Yu, hardly able to contain his amusement, replied, yes, we did not share a kiss. It was merely a collision of our faces. Chapter 78. Jiang Yu had specifically purchased this, and it is exclusively for her consumption. To Jiang Yu's perspective, this hardly constituted a kiss, simply a brush between cheek and lip. However, his conversation with Chi Han proved quite enlightening, as his friend's upbeat attitude had a refreshing effect. Just before hanging up the night prior, Chi Han had cheerfully remarked, "Isn't this splendid? Brother Yu, given the mutual concern you both have for one another, I previously could not envision the degree to which you would critique one another upon learning of each other's romantic entanglements. But now it's perfect, internal resolution." This perspective illuminated Jiang Yu's previously conflicted thoughts. Indeed, Ruan Cece is someone he has nurtured. Such a vibrant and enchanting individual should not be matched with just anyone. The thought of her being with someone unworthy was infuriating. It is undeniable that a child raised under one's care will gravitate towards the qualities one admires. Thus, to Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece aligns perfectly with his desires. Given this understanding, it is far better to keep her close than to watch her fall prey to some unscrupulous individual. After concluding his call with Chi Han, Jiang Yu took merely 3 minutes to dismantle the already fragile moral barriers he had erected around himself. However, he knew he must gradually convey to Ruan Cece that affection comes in varying degrees. That night, free from psychological burdens, Jiang Yu enjoyed a restful sleep. He was awakened early the next morning by Su Yin, who called him to attend class. Originally, they had planned to ride their bicycles to school together. However, as Su Yin was a middle school teacher, she was not in the same district as them and could not conveniently transport them as well. While public transportation was available, it was excessively crowded in the mornings. Thus, Jiang Yu had previously discussed with Ruan Cece the convenience of biking, as it was not far. However, that plan changed when Ruan Cece was hospitalized. As he descended the stairs, Ruan Cece pondered how she might find an excuse to sit on Jiang Yu's rear bicycle seat. If all else failed, she could offer to carry him, providing an opportunity for closeness. Yet, as they approached the bicycles, she still could not conjure a suitable rationale. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for Jiang Yu took the initiative, stating, "Your body is still in recovery. It would be best if I carried you." As soon as he spoke, she lit up, responding eagerly, "Okay." There was no hint of hesitation whatsoever. Jiang Yu found this amusing. She could have at least pretended to deliberate for a moment. Yet, she did not. As Ruan Cece settled into the back seat of his car, she looked up and smiled at Jiang Yu, exclaiming, "I'm ready." Jiang Yu, noticing her cheerful demeanor, felt a pleasant lift in his own spirits. "All right then, when you're feeling better, you can ride your own bike," he replied. Though the words were casual, they were a part of their accustomed banter. Yet, Jiang Yu found himself regretting his tone, pondering a shift in his attitude towards Ruan Cece. Previously, he viewed her as a younger sister, an understanding familiar to those with siblings. In his protective nature, he would occasionally tease her out of boredom. However, things had changed. He harbored feelings for her now, and it was imperative to adjust his demeanor accordingly. The journey from their neighborhood to school, which involved waiting at traffic lights, took merely 10 minutes, a fleeting span of time. Yet, Jiang Yu felt an unusual awkwardness, primarily stemming from the shift in their relationship and his own burgeoning feelings, which rendered the atmosphere unexpectedly quiet. As for Ruan Cece's silence, it was due to her stealthy antics. While Jiang Yu was preoccupied, she tugged at his shirt, leaned her forehead against him, and eventually pressed her entire face against his back. She couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Yu was still half asleep, as he hadn't uttered a word to her. Both were lost in their own thoughts. Upon arriving at the school gate, Jiang Yu parked the car and went to buy jianbing guozi, opting for the version laden with 3 eggs. Ruan Cece inquired, "Aren't you full?" "No. It's for Chi Han." She felt a twinge of irritation. After all, Chi Han had enjoyed a restful night's sleep, which Jiang Yu seemed to appreciate. Ruan Cece's gaze lingered on the jianbing guozi, her expression forlorn. If it were capable of movement, it might have fled from her longing stare. Sensing her silence, Jiang Yu turned to her and asked, "Do you want some?" Ruan Cece shook her head, "No, thank you." Little did Jiang Yu realize that Ruan Cece was upset simply because he had purchased a jianbing guozi for Chi Han. As Jiang Yu called out to Chi Han, who was in the neighboring class, the latter's excitement upon seeing the food quickly waned when he noticed Ruan Cece's intense gaze from a distance. "Hey, Yu, you're my real brother. How did you know I skipped breakfast?" he exclaimed, reaching for the jianbing guozi, only to sense something amiss. Spotting Ruan Cece watching him closely, his excitement turned to caution. Jiang Yu continued, "By the way, thanks for last night. Otherwise, I might have had trouble sleeping." At that moment, Ruan Cece interjected, "What were you two up to last night?" Jiang Yu turned, startled. "Why aren't you inside? You gave me a fright." Ruan Cece blinked. "I was waiting for you. So what did you do last night?" Jiang Yu shrugged. "We just chatted for a bit." "Cool, Yang." Having known Ruan Cece for years despite his somewhat slow reactions, immediately withdrew his outstretched hand. "All right, I asked Lu Ji to pack something for me. You two enjoy the jianbing guozi," he said, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Yu. The latter, initially puzzled, was caught off guard by Ruan Cece's penetrating stare and laughed. "Wait, are you jealous? You just said you didn't want any." Ruan Cece didn't deny her jealousy. Instead, she glanced at the jianbing guozi in Jiang Yu's hand and then back at Chi Han, who took a cautious step back. "You didn't even ask him if he wanted any," she remarked, her voice a mix of playful annoyance. Jiang Yu found her reaction amusing and gently ruffled her hair. Just then, a head popped out from the window, and Shenyang reminded them, time for morning self-study. Kui han exclaimed, tanks, ye. I'm off. Next time, don't buy things just for me. The emphasis on just was not lost on Ruan Cece, whose expression could hardly conceal her irritation, as Jiang Yu watched Chi Han dash away, as if pursued by some dreadful specter. He looked down at the Jianbing Guozi in his hands, contemplating what to do next. Just then, a small hand reached over and snatched it away. I'll have it, Ruan Cece declared. It was specially bought by Jiang Yu, so it's meant for her. Jiang Yu protested, but weren't you just saying you weren't hungry? I'll be hungry soon, Ruan Cece retorted.